1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good? Okay. I've heard you introduce Glenn introduced you a couple times, and every time I'm like, oh my gosh, I just want to get your personal testimony of you being on Patriot Mobile on camera.
Totally.
It's not honestly just what have you and the experience of traveling and how it's.
God, this heavy breathing. She got that gnome face. Yeah, it's Mar-a-Lago face. Counting to 10 was the most talented thing she's ever done. You only want the viral clip? Yeah,
Wait,
here.
tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
So, First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
And
First, second. Yep. Cool. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, our veterans, I feel very passionately about. Do you guys, if you're going to talk about, I mean, you hate to even call them political issues, but do you specifically say the left or the right, or is that something you try to kind of refrain from?
I think in our marketing.
If I were to say something.
Dude, doing an ad for Patriot Mobile is so funny.
Something to the effect of the left is still doubling down.
Yeah, you can say. Okay, I've heard you introduce from the beginning, so.
Okay, first, that's what I needed to figure out really quick, is when I first, I mean, definitely over a year though. I would say, can I just say that, around 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Wait, tell me the pillars again. So it's pro-life.
So, First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and veteran and first responders.
Okay.
And
First, second. Yep.
Ugh, gross. They'd give up their right to vote for a more conservative America.
Nice to meet you.
Are you planning on voting in the midterms? The people that voted for Trump are just very fed up. Both my husband and I are really disappointed.
What is the #1 motivating factor for you when you decide, who you're going to vote for?
I don't want a party that's going to tell my son he can cut off his penis.
But your plan is to vote Republican?
Yes.
The Republican Party is the party of freedom.
These are some of the
Let's get back to these ladies who are actually defending freedom by voting for the anti-woman party.
voters that Donald Trump and his Republican Party desperately need in order to hold onto power. Conservative, mostly Christian women at a leadership summit hosted by Turning Point USA. The right-wing advocacy group led by Erica Kirk after the assassination of her husband, Charlie Kirk.
Love you guys.
Turning Point is influential with young voters. President Donald Trump has credited the organization with helping him get reelected and bringing more young voters into the conservative movement.
It's such a great place to be in here in America, is being young, being a female, being conservative. They all just play hand in hand together.
But fractures in this movement are emerging. A main stage headliner is no longer backing Trump or Republicans, saying she won't vote in the midterms.
He made it seem like everything was going to become more affordable. Now the economy's worse. You know, he promised no more wars in the Middle East, and we are in a war. So it's disappointing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Savannah Stone is a 21-year-old trad wife influencer with 800,000 followers on.
It's very funny that this is just fetish content, and a lot of these people don't realize it's just fetish content. Like, the trad wife fetish content has now turned into like a political movement from their perspective. It's very odd. It's just like, it's not different than fans. Explain that more. No, it literally is. It's a performance. I've been on this since 2023. Yeah. I don't know why people can't comprehend that this is quite literally serving a fetish. More power to her. And there's obviously nothing wrong with choosing to live like this as well. But it's always funny to see people post this setting as a political motive existence when it's simply marketing. I'm gonna retweet that. I'm gonna reheat my old nachos. She is a beard.
You get dressed up to go to brunch. You get dressed up to go to church. Why don't you do it when your husband comes home from work?
Oh my God. That's a gay man. Oh, that's a gay man. He got gay face. No disrespect. I mean, he's serving. That's a gay body fat percentage? True, that too. He's got a gay body too. I mean, good for them. They make it work, you know what I'm saying?
Social media. She is a rising star in Christian
gay and Lebanese
conservative circles, even though she embraces
Austin, Texas show.
highly controversial fringe positions.
I'm going to start this off really strong. I don't think women should vote anyways. If somebody asked me, if the government was like, okay, if we could have a more conservative country, if all women gave up their vote, I would gladly give up my right to vote to have a more conservative country.
There's a lot of churches that talk about it.
Stone argues that women voters are too liberal, so the U.S. should shift to a one vote per household system.
Now, is that a hill I'm going to die on and run for office and try to complete? No.
Well, obviously, because you shouldn't run for office if your entire worldview is that women should stay in the kitchen, dumbass. The do you mean? Women shouldn't be able to vote, but they should run for office? That makes no sense. What's next? You want to be the girl boss conservative queen? Like, how is that? None of this makes sense. Why are you on camera? You should be barefoot, pregnant, in the kitchen, churning butter. I will never understand this concept, okay? Like, what is this? Why are you frolicking about like a harlot instead of serving your homosexual husband? What the hell? 700,000 likes
Highest
from her?
divorce rates, 2 women. Lowest divorce rates, 2 men. Highest rates of domestic violence, 2 women.
What?
Lowest rates of domestic violence, 2 men. 70.
Wait, highest rates of domestic violence is 2 women? I don't believe that. Where is this information coming from? Lesbians are beating the shit out of each other? Is that what it is? That is so out of context. That is actually true. Wait, really? They're weaponizing the lesbian data roller derby? I know the study she's referencing, she got the data wrong. I'm a numbers guy. I don't believe this number. Okay, listen. I'm a numbers guy. I feel like there's probably something wrong with this number. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and let me tell you why. Because when you look at crime statistics, as a numbers guy, I always look at the crime statistic when I'm making arguments. And women are underrepresented in the crime data as opposed to men. Men are like around 90% of the crime as opposed to the women's. Now, of course, I chat GPT it, I grok it. You probably saw the link, but just in case, keep it factually independent. Whether you agree or disagree with the analysis below, do lesbians have higher domestic abuse violence rates than others? What is this? Data from the U.S. survey show lesbian women report higher lifetime rates of intimate partner violence than heterosexual women in several large studies. Lesbian women ever experience... Oh, wait. This doesn't mean in a lesbian relationship, right? Am I crazy? This report doesn't even mean inside of a lesbian relationship. This means... Oh my God. That took me 0.5 seconds to understand. It says lifetime rates of intimate partner violence. A lot of lesbian women are I mean, I don't know what percentage of the lesbian women are actually experiencing intimate partner violence from their female partners during their lifetime. This could also still, what are you saying? As in plenty of lesbian women initially in a heteronormative society. Two reasons. One, queer couples and queer people in general have a higher likelihood of experiencing violence, domestic violence, or violence in general, and also have a higher likelihood of reporting it. That's number one. Number two, they have, because we live in a heteronormative society, they have a higher likelihood of experiencing violence when they are in a straight relationship in the hands of heterosexual men for the most part, okay, before they end up getting in a relationship with another woman. This data doesn't mean that like lesbians are beating the doors off of one another. It just simply means that lesbians at some point in their lives have experienced domestic violence at a higher rate than straight women have, partially because of I guess less of a tendency to report it, but also you know, there could be some kind of intimate partner violence that they received in a heterosexual relationship in their past. It took me 0.5 seconds to figure that out, by the way, but who knows? For example, CDC's NISVS related summaries report 43 to 44% of lesbian women ever experience rape, physical violence, or stalking versus 35% of straight women. But authoritative research caution the differences for lesbians versus straight women are often not statistically significant, and measurement problems, sampling, underreporting, differing definitions complicate direct comparisons. Multiple reviews warn that same-sex IPV research suffers from non-random sampling, small convenience samples, and self-selection that can bias prevalence estimates. Therefore, many studies cannot reliably establish that lesbian IPV rates are higher than heterosexual rates. The Williams Institute notes that although reported lifetime prevalence among lesbians is often higher, the difference with the heterosexual women is not always statistically significant, while bisexual women show a robustly higher risk. IPV definitions vary. Some survey count emotional verbal abuse, stalking, and reproductive coercion as an IPV in addition to physical or sexual violence. When broader definitions are used, prevalence numbers rise. Many sources highlight that psychological aggression is particularly common in same-sex relationships. This also is another part of the problem with like stat lines and reporting in other countries. One of the most common examples that people used to use all the time back in like the 2016 era of like Islamophobia was Sweden. Sweden changed the designation of sexual assault and the way that they were logging assault. And that exploded the number of sexual assaults that were taking place in Sweden. Okay. A lot of the Islamophobes used that new data to imply that Muslim refugees had actually come to Sweden and all of the white women. Okay. Whereas the government was, being woke and had in a woke way had decided to log each individual act of sexual abuse or sexual violence as a separate crime. So if one partner had actually assaulted their partner 100 times, then that meant 100 different instances of in the way that it was being calculated. So the woke Swedish rules, which, I don't have a disagreement with, by the way, if they want to report it that way, they can, led to this all of a sudden explosive growth. And the reality of the matter is it didn't actually lead to more assaults taking place at all, and it certainly wasn't in the hands of migrants in the way that people were suggesting it. It just meant that the reporting was different. Differences in wording, timeframes, lifetime versus past year, and whether male perpetrators are included for women who identify as lesbian further affect comparisons. Yeah, see? Told you. Do you remember what they changed about the methodology? I already told you what they did. So if one partner had their partner 100 times in the past, that was one instance of sexual assault in the crime data. In this new format, that meant 100 sexual assaults were reported, even if it was done by the same person against the same person. I just explained it to you. Anyway.
5 to 80% of divorces filed by women. Top reasons: boredom, unhappiness, no longer compatible. Highest rates for maltreatment of children by women. Women consume social media at a far higher rate than men. Women are also 3 times more likely to deal with mental health issues than men. When you share these statistics, you are automatically labeled a misogynist pick-me who hates women. But fortunately, I care more.
I mean, you are. You're using cherry-picked data points to drive home an insane position that, like, what, women are evil? Women are rapists and abusive, and also it was weirdly pro-gay marriage. I don't know how that happened. I guess she was like, I hate women so much as a woman that, like, I wanted to, forget how trad I am for a second and maybe hype up gay marriage. I guess having a gay husband does that for her. She's showing support for her gay husband, except she's it's a double bind. On the one hand, she's showing support for her gay husband, but then also on the other hand, she has locked her gay husband into a relationship with a woman. Yuck, gross.
About truth than being accepted by the sisterhood. I'm also not a girl's girl, I'm a woman's woman, which means taking radical responsibility and accountability for my own gender. And the truth is, we have a lot of work to do. What has happened instead is not only my generation, but the generations of women before us just constantly blame and deflect everything on men. You'll hear them say, well, if the men were good, if the men were better, if the men were more masculine, then we would be better women. And that's an extremely entitled take to say that your virtue only relies on men in society. And with that attitude, you will actually never attract the men.
Okay, boring.
That's not my main message. That's just one of the opinions that I hold, because I think that would be better for society.
I actually do agree with her. I would as well give up my vote if it got rid of things like abortion.
We spoke with several women open to
I just don't get it. Like, what's their goal? To die during an ectopic pregnancy? Is that what it is? Like, that's beast mode for you? Like, like, who cares? Just don't get an abortion, dumbass. Like, why are you stopping other people from getting this medical procedure that is like unbelievably not invasive at all, especially in the first trimester? It's just a pill, and then you just heavy bleeding and it's done. You know what I mean? Because it's not a life. It's not like a real human being yet. You know, I find it so strange. You don't get it, Sonic? It never happened to them. No, but like even then, it's just like, why? What is this tendency these dumbasses have where it's like, no, it's not enough that I don't want to get an abortion. I want to make sure other people also can't get it. It's like, okay, just don't get an abortion. There's plenty of shit people do that I don't like. You don't see me running around being like, make it illegal now, right? I don't like Lime scooters. I think they're annoying. I'm not running around making it my whole life to be like, nope, we have to abolish Lime scooters because they're annoying. They crowd up the goddamn sidewalks. Okay, hello. They are great. You are a hater. See, there's motherfuckers out here who will always have some different opinions. It's like I have to love Lime scooters now. Okay,
Giving up their own rights in pursuit of a more Christian conservative America.
My perspective as a Christian.
Dude, what's crazy about this is like she got gauges on. She got that weird inner ear earring, and then she's wearing a Charlie Kirk Freedom shirt, and it's like, how did this happen? You're supposed to be experimenting with your bisexuality at this point. You're supposed to have a septum ring. Like, where did this, how, what? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. These people are supposed to be woke. They look woke.
Woman is that my husband and I are one flesh. I vote the same way he does, so honestly, I would be okay with giving up my right to vote because I know that he would represent me well.
If my husband's the head of the household, I am the neck, and we work very cohesively together. So I would imagine.
Again, and I can't stress this enough. You don't have to vote. As a matter of fact, it's probably better if you don't vote. Okay? Why? Why are you like, I don't want to vote, and I don't think any woman should vote? Okay. Well, in that world, I, as a man, am telling you, I don't care about your opinion. What do we do now? What do we do now? Now I'm deploying misogyny tactically in this circumstance, just for this moment alone, at the behest of feminism. Okay? All right. You're a woman. You think you ain't shit. I'm a man. And I'm telling you, your opinion is worthless. What do we do now? As a man, I'm saying women should be able to have autonomy in their bodies and also be able to vote. Where do we go now? Did I cancel you out? Did I cancel all of these trad women out? Is that how this works? How many women am I able to cancel out as a man? They dress alternative but don't understand what they're supposed to be alternative to. So annoying. Scientifically speaking, all of them. Good. Okay, I canceled them all. Now they all have a voice and we can hear them, but we're not going to listen. Okay?
And if he was voting on behalf of our household, I would be fine with that.
Do you think your daughter should have the right to vote?
I'd be okay if she didn't, because I also know she's going to marry a biblical man, that they would also be in line.
But the vast majority of women here say this remains a conversation for the fringe.
I think the best thing that we can do is hold conferences like this to educate liberal women and hopefully sway them to the conservative side. I think women should.
Yeah. Now, you should really go up to random women and be like, hey, ladies, what do you think about us not having autonomy? What do you think about the government just stopping us from having random medical procedures that are life-saving in many instances? How do we feel about that, ladies? What the is happening?
Be voting?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up my right to vote ever.
And most women,
like, unless you are literally a white cisgender man who happens to be at least a millionaire, if not a billionaire, none of this shit is good for you. It's always chickens for KFC for all these motherfuckers. bro, every single time. Look, it's not like the Democratic Party is like, you know, all flowers on the other side here. Okay, I'm not saying that at all, but it's certainly better than being like, oh yeah, women shouldn't be allowed to vote, and then they should if they have an ectopic pregnancy. Like, it makes no sense. It's always a race to the bottom.
We spoke with plan to exercise their right to vote in the midterm elections. Most plan to support Republican candidates. Most are united by their socially conservative views.
You know, it's all about the love.
It's the transgender agenda. It's the, I don't feel like schools need to be teaching. Go back to reading, writing, arithmetic.
What is the number one motivating factor for you when you decide, who you're going to vote for?
I don't want a party that's going to tell my son he can cut off his. I don't want to vote for a party that.
Like, what party is doing that? What do you? You're just a psychopath, lady. You're just an insane person. Like, the Democratic Party's platform is you have to chop your penis off. Like, you're just a freak. Back in the day, before the internet, okay, this lady would be the most annoying lady at the parent-teachers conference. And that would be the only place where you heard from this woman. Okay? The only place where you heard from this woman would be the interactions that you were forced into in, like, I don't know, some kind of school meet or something where you're like, ugh, yikes, Karen is here again. What are you going to do? Let her chirp, okay? Now, this is a political movement. Now, this is all we have to listen to because neither the Democrats nor the Republicans want to, raise the salience of economic struggle in this goddamn country. So the Republicans keep egging on. They keep looking for the more schizophrenic psychos in their base to be like this. It literally feels like Frank Luntz will just go to the countryside to be like, who is the most mentally maladjusted person we can find? Okay, great. That's now going to be our party platform. Okay, this is now the party platform. And then the Democrats are like, God forbid we run on Medicare for all or free college or, government housing or something. So we now have to take this defensive position as though we're defending these insane things, these increasingly insane things. It's great. I love that. I love American politics. It's just two parties that are constantly playing culture war football. They're just passing it over and over again. Yeah, in 10 years, they're going to be like, I don't think we should even vote. Billionaires should choose for us. We just rise. We just raise the banner of one billionaire champion over the next. And they all obviously want to melt us as biomatter, but at least one billionaire will be gay and the other won't be homophobic. Actually, both are homophobic, but one's openly gay, one's secretly gay, okay? And you have to choose between those two. And the Democrats will be like, well, we have to go with the openly gay billionaire, obviously. At least they don't want to melt the gays for biomatter, just the homeless and just the people who are no longer productive. Right? Oh.
Tells whites they don't matter.
Go home! This is no place for Turning Point USA.
They promote bigotry, they promote racism, they promote, things that we're against as human nature.
Wherever this movement is headed, expect protests to follow.
You're resisting.
Are we having fun yet?
Some demonstrators outside this event dressed as characters from The Handmaid's Tale, the dystopian book and TV series, to make their point.
I have a problem with them trying to persuade people that their goal in life as a woman is to keep house and raise babies.
What? You want to come say something to me, sweetheart?
Yeah. That's awesome. Wow. Did they deploy? They deployed tactical chud. Come on, sweetheart. Show me a smile.
Are wrong. All of it yet another example of a deeply polarized
chud.
Women hold up half the sky. Charlie Kirk deserves to die.
Women hold up half the sky. Hey, we got some Maoists in the building.
These protesters' shouts infuriating some inside the Women's Summit.
Happiness comes and goes, and I pray that you find it.
Motivating others to push ahead to create the change they seek.
Yeah, that was the morality officer from the previous AI video that we watched. You could rob these people blind as long as you promise you hate the transgenders or whatever. Yeah, if the Iran deal leaks are correct, this is the biggest diplomatic defeat in American history, an unmitigated surrender. Can't think of another time in American history when the opposing country set the terms of a debate as much as Iran seemingly is. Says the guy with he, him pronouns. Yeah, it's true. It's the method. This is the biggest skew to Israel that I have ever seen from any American presidency if this memorandum of understanding actually is followed through on. That's what's huge about this. And that's precisely the reason why there is a massive panic amongst AIPAC that are losing their minds over it.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. I want to talk back to the Lebanon component of the deal.
I gotta pee.
There's a report in Axios that Netanyahu's fuming over this. Israel doesn't feel bound to the MOU as it relates to Lebanon. If, as you mentioned, your frustration with Israel striking in Beirut, hitting apartment buildings, if that continues, could it torpedo the deal? And what would the U.S.'s response be to a broader war in Lebanon involving Israel and Hezbollah?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that could torpedo the deal, because I think the president's expectation is that all of our friends, the Israelis, the Arabs in the region, we're going to work together and actually see this deal to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
Yes, it's true. I've never heard Kamala Harris say that. I've never heard Joe Biden say that. And I've never heard a prominent Democrat say these words. Imagine a world where Democrats were saying these true things, even from a sinister, cynical, and totally partisan framework. He's pulling a have you said thank you, Israel, to Israel. Something that I ironically said when he was doing that to fucking Zelensky. I was like, he should be doing this to Israel. Well, now he is.
The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
New poll, 71% of Israelis don't trust Trump. Nice. New N12 news poll on Trump after the MOU with Iran. 71% of Israelis do not trust Trump to preserve Israel's interest in a final deal with Iran. Just 13% still believe Trump. Great. People wildly overestimate how smart Israelis are. They arrogantly thought they were 4D chess masters by dumping the last Zionist true believers, Biden Harris, for the more gullible Trump, assuming MAGA yokels could always be led by the nose and would never bite them. Yeah, Trump looks like an ultra-Zionist from a mile away because of all the things that he's done for Israel. But at the end of the day, he's a selfish asshole. And that selfishness can actually turn on Israel. He has dumped every ally. He has dumped every single person around him under the bus in a moment's notice when things are turning on him. He is a purely transactional narcissist. Yeah. Iran reportedly suspends his trip to Geneva because of Israel's actions. Now, remember, this is still in the works. I've said this already. They can sign an MOU and then things can still change. Now is the real moment for Trump to show exactly how much he wants to maintain credibility while everyone in the media is going to be yelling at him. Because if you remember, I would go so far as to say the most powerful bipartisan force in legacy media and in Washington D.C. is not just the pro-Israel lobby. It's the defense contractors. It's the military-industrial complex. And the example I will point to you is the bipartisan barrage of hatred that Joe Biden received for pulling out of Afghanistan. That was objectively the right thing to do, and I defended it. I defended it endlessly, and I still defend it to this day. It was the right thing to do. Everything else we did after pulling out of Afghanistan was disgusting, monstrous, freezing their assets, refusing to let them have it, all this stuff. But there was bipartisan enmity towards Joe Biden for doing the right thing, doing the courageous thing, objectively the courageous thing to do. And his legacy would probably be a lot nicer, a lot kinder, if he hadn't then followed through on Israel's genocide, bear-hugging Benjamin Netanyahu, becoming Genocide Joe. Now Donald Trump is going to be receiving that same bipartisan enmity. He has been receiving it, and Donald Trump is very responsive. Trump is very responsive to these kinds of attacks. He hates it. But he also has built up a much better resilience to this kind of bipartisan attack than anybody else, because he's been, basically the key man who has changed American politics single-handedly for the past decade. This is Trump's universe that we're living in. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here. But here is J.D. Vance again.
But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem.
I'm so jealous, dude. I'm so angry. I'm so jealous. I have so much envy, dude. I am Sid Rosenberg color with envy. Why do they get to say this? Why? Why is it that only they say this? These are the same people who are actively trying to prosecute me for saying this. And now they turn around and they say it themselves. And now everyone will go, yeah, that makes sense. I hate this. How is it any different than the Biden administration, though? They also told Israel no on attacking Iran, gave them total leeway in Gaza, and did that they need to listen to us more. And Ben-Gvir is the problem stuff that JD is doing now. Even the statement about they can't do everything with forces of Blinken line. Did we just memory hole all this? Yeah, the major difference is the MOU. Biden never in a million years followed through on something as comprehensive and as restrictive to Israel's ultimate desires of destroying Iran as the memorandum of understanding that Donald Trump signed at Versailles last night. Nothing comes close. So yes, when these guys are saying it in the aftermath of the MOU to defend that decision, that is far more impactful than Joe Biden's 700 million red lines. Because if you recall, pre-MOU, they would say things like this every now and then. Oh, Joe Biden, or sorry, not Joe Biden. Donald Trump is really mad. Donald Trump is having a come to Jesus moment. Donald Trump is telling Benjamin Netanyahu, he's using the F word. He's saying, right? He's saying he's really upset. What was I saying back then? This is bullshit. Until the ink is dry on some kind of deal, until the naval assets are retreating from the region, none of these words mean anything. And now these words mean everything. Do you understand? That's the biggest difference. Saying these things right now in the aftermath of signing a memorandum of understanding that genuinely reshapes our foreign policy, puts the United States of America back in the driver's seat of our men of policy, which, by the way, I don't even think is going to be decent in the long run, but takes it away from Israel, is unbelievably impactful.
Or unpopular. And I know from speaking to many of my Jewish friends around the world, whether it be London, New York, LA, or further afield, they're all very concerned about this. So this idea that Netanyahu represents what most Jewish people think, for example, I think is for the birds.
I'm not aware of a single Nazi official who was as openly bloodthirsty as Ben-Gvir, including Goebbels, who was a nutcase, in my opinion. And, they, of course, were all executed. The ones who survived the war were executed at Nuremberg. We don't actually have visibility into what's happened in Gaza because they've murdered so many journalists and no one's allowed in to see it. But we know over 100,000 people have been killed, most of them non-combatants, tens of thousands of women and children.
This is ironically the same gripe that I've always had with allowing Tucker Carlson to occupy this space as like one of the key figures the anti-Israel movement. If the Democratic Party was universally in opposition to our allegiance to the state of Israel, right now, most people will be looking at J.D. Vance and going, oh, you're just repeating what the Democrats are saying, right? The average person would look at this and go, wow, you're just repeating what Chuck Schumer has said a million times over. Now, obviously, this is a laughable. I'm just using Chuck Schumer as a joke because obviously he is a joke and he's an insane writer of Israel, an ultra-Zionist. But like in a world where we have a competent opposition party that was already there, in a world where we already had a competent opposition party, a competent opposition media framework where the entire movement was in the hands of a responsive opposition party that represented anti-Zionism openly. When these guys come out and finally say the truth, people will be like, we've heard it before. We've heard it from the Democrats. Do you understand? But what did the Democrats do for the last 3 months? What did so many key, prominent Democrats, including senators, including congresspersons, do? What did they do? They yelled at me. And at the time, I said over and over again, what are you guys doing? How am I the story? They're waging war in Iran and we're losing that war. Talk about that. Talk about Israel's involvement in this. Talk about Israel's level of unprecedented influence in this administration that finally goaded the Trump administration to do the unthinkable. They were too invested in stopping the socialist momentum that has grassroots mobilization, that has all the support in this country right now. It's unbelievable. I feel like I am forced to relitigate the same failures of 2016 and the same failures of 2024 for the rest of my life. Here's one of those Democrats that I'm talking about. Okay, here's one of those Democrats that I'm talking about. Josh Gottheimer. My statement on the agreement between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I am totally dumbfounded by this agreement and, like many, in a state of disbelief. After spending his presidency crowing about America's strength and leadership in the world, Donald Trump signed a document that screams weakness and desperation. Let me be clear. The Iranian regime is a brutal, tyrannical regime and a sworn enemy of the American people. Under the banner Death to America, they are the world's leading state sponsor of terror and have American blood on their hands. The Iranian regime deserves to be crushed for its decades of relentless terror against us, our allies, and the repressive rule of the Iranian people, resulting in the brutal massacres and executions of its own people for seeking freedom. Yet we got nothing. Not one core objective was meaningfully met. No agreement on nuclear weapons, no agreement on ballistic missiles, no agreement on drones, no agreement on funding of terror proxies. We've seen this movie before in Ukraine and in Gaza, where we're told a better deal is coming in the next stage, but it never materializes. In a rush to claim a win, we seem to be selling out Israel, our key democratic ally in the fight against terror, along with our Gulf partners who have faced relentless Iranian missile and drone attacks. The Gulf partners wanted this. Israel didn't, you huge. Again, Josh Gottheimer is a dog to Israel, okay? Throughout this war, there's been zero transparency in the Congress of the American public. So in this instance, for the sake of our country, I actually hope there are some hidden favorable terms the administration is hiding in their pocket. As it stands, I won't be able to support this agreement when ultimately it comes before Congress, which it must. Yeah, where were the demands to restrain American militarism when the American military was behaving like a mercenary brand for the Israeli state? Where was Josh Gottheimer then? To make matters worse, by every measure, this agreement is an abject failure, full of sanctions relief, and is akin to, or potentially worse than, the flawed JCPOA under President Obama. He's literally shitting on the JCPOA here. Josh Gottheimer is shitting on the JCPOA. The Israelis yearn for Biden. Biden save us. It's awesome. There's also, I saw this. There's also the other one is the Israelis are chanting Markbar Amerika. The Israelis are chanting, yeah, we will join the Iranians' chant of to America. Israel joins the many developing nations of the world, the nations of the periphery, in chanting to America. Oh, my Lord. Buried in a Times article about Israel's reaction to the deal is an Israeli government minister admitting they brought the U.S. into the war. Amichai Chikli, the diaspora affairs minister, speculated in a radio interview that Mr. Netanyahu would know how to say no to Mr. Trump about pulling out of Lebanon, just as he knew how to bring the United States into this war. The yeshiva frat leader says the entire pro-Israel political class threw their capital into replacing the best presidential ally they could ask for with the most bribable man alive, and none of them foresaw this backfiring. Now, this is far too, we are celebrating this far too soon, in my opinion, because it's not done yet. And I need to urge caution here, okay? I need to urge caution here, but what I will not caution you is reaching level 10 in the hype train, which we are almost about to reach at level 9 hype train at 94%. But I will urge caution that this deal has not been finalized yet, okay? So remember, Israel will try to f this up until the deal is done, until the ceasefire negotiations are implemented, and even every single day after that. Biden said the same things JD and Trump did in December. Biden warns Israel is losing support over his war. No, this isn't, again, this is meaningless because it doesn't come with a memorandum of understanding against Iran, which is Israel's #1 op. Davison says Vance is an amoeba. He will ooze himself into whatever shape he thinks will best advance his career, which is his only core principle. If Democrats let him own this land going into 2028, they are even dumber than I thought they were. And I'll be honest with you, I think Democrats are that dumb. Like, I can see them doing that.
Is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have.
Why are the tides turning so quickly? Wow, Clinton, it was a constant push. Netanyahu, Barack would basically say, you need to support us in attacking Iran. You're saying you were being played by Israel all the time, by an ally that receives an enormous amount of aid? Of course. Oh, wow, I can't believe it. Hillary Rodham Clinton came out on 92nd Street Y and said the truth about what Israel has been doing. Let's hear what Hillary Clinton was saying like last month about our allegiance to Israel. Oh, that's right. She was shitting on the anti-Zionist youth for not knowing the truth about Israel and how wonderful of an ally Israel is. This is exactly the type of that I'm talking about when I say you have to be consistent. People are not stupid, okay? The average person, no matter how dumb we may perceive them to be, is not so dumb that they can't sense hypocrisy, okay? That's the problem. That's the problem. That's why I keep saying Democrats should have been on this tip from the jump. It absolutely is worthwhile to establish credibility before the tide turns. Okay? This is why having moral conviction on these issues matter. This is why having moral conviction on these issues matter. This is why I always stress the importance. So whenever people come out and they're like, Daria Lisa it was at the October 8th, 2023 anti-Israel protest. Yeah, of course she was, because she's been aware of what Israel's been doing for decades. It's important to have real fighters that have real moral conviction and have the courage to say the truth in inopportune moments. The NatSec people have been saying stuff like that for years. They love Israel for what it does for the U.S., but Israel also annoys the hell out of them. Going back to Reagan, we have a million stories about that. The problem is that they complain but don't stop sending bombs to Israel. Clinton did, Obama did, Biden did, Trump did. I agree. I know. That's what I'm talking about, though. You're misunderstanding my point. My point is you have to be consistent, okay? And you have to sometimes make bold decisions. Biden never did. That's why his red lines looked ridiculous. This right now with Donald Trump, this is a unique moment because if there's follow through on this MOU, if Israel is if Israel is forcibly restrained, if ties are cut off with Israel in a meaningful capacity because of Israel's, inevitable spoiler in this MOU, because they will play that role. They are going to continue bombing Lebanon. They might even bomb Iran. Who knows, right? At that point, if Trump actually restrains Israel, then it's real. Do I have confidence that he will? I do not. I do not have confidence that Trump will restrain Israel. I need you to understand this. But the reason why I'm criticizing the Democrats here is because of that prediction. The prediction that I have that Israel will up. And when that happens, Democrats should not be saying, oh, thank God the memorandum of understanding has fallen apart and now Trump is failing to pick up the pieces. They should be saying, we got to cut this shit out. They should be saying the MOU is good. We shouldn't have waged war from the start. They should have been there already. Yes, I glazed Biden after the Afghan withdrawal, and I'm glazing Trump after he signed the MOU because I care about the actual impact. I care about the actual policies. I don't give a shit about partisanship. If Donald Trump tomorrow came out and was like, we're doing Medicare for all, which would never happen, but like in a totally ridiculous hypothetical, if Donald Trump came out and was like, I'm doing Trump care. Fuck Obamacare, I'm doing Trump care. It's Medicare for all. No more private healthcare in this country. You think I wouldn't eat it? And of course I would. I'd be like, this is the most amazing achievement. Doing it, I would be honest about it. You were right about sniffing hypocrisy. Even this dumbass did. Trump's new Israel stance, such bullshit. They're blowing up whole apartment buildings. Unlike your entire presidency, when you were seeing kids pulled out of the rubble, you just now noticed, sure, Trump's new stance is a midterm stance, nothing more. I know. Even the stupids are up in arms. Good. Ryan Grim responded to your tweet about the Dems. Netanyahu deliberately cost Democrats a presidential election and still they wouldn't say 10% of this stuff. Yes, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but why is it different for Trump to do this MOU than it was for what Hillary was talking about? That is restraining Israel from attacking Iran in the first place. They wanted to every single day of the Biden and Obama admins, but never did. The only difference is Trump let them do it in the first place, still saying the MOU is great news because this memorandum of understanding is the most comprehensive ceasefire and long-standing commitment to peace that greatly reroutes and restructures the entire region away from the interests of Israel. Because Israel's primary interest under the Obama administration, when Clinton was the Secretary of State, and certainly under the Biden administration, and certainly under Trump 1, and even far before then, Israel's primary goal always was to destroy Iran. The reason why Israel always wanted to destroy Iran was because Iran was the only sovereign nation in the region that would actually restrain Israel by its proxy militias that it propped up and offered logistical support to and offered, training support to. The proxy militias such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Shia militias in Iraq, and also in Syria as well. The Hezbollah was also operating inside of Syrian borders as well. This always presented some kind of military deterrence, a threat to Israel's ambitions of territorial expansion. Israel wanted to destroy this threat. In an effort to destroy this threat, Israel goaded America over and over and over again for decades to go and wage war with Iran, right? They always wanted to do this. So if that's the primary goal of Israel here, this memorandum of understanding completely rewrites that. This memorandum of understanding says, we're done. We're washing our hands of this entire endeavor. We're leaving this in the hands of the Gulf nations to deal with Iran as an even partner. We are going to normalize relations with Iran. Now, I'm not saying this memorandum of understanding is going to go through, but this deal is perhaps the most comprehensive view to Israel, and it's not even about Lebanon. A lot of the Israelis are really frustrated about the Lebanese part of this equation. Oh, Israel can't attack Lebanon. It's an Iranian proxy, but we can't. You're treating us like an American proxy, and you're telling us we have to restrain ourselves. They're stupid. The real anger here from Israeli leadership is not coming because Israel is for the first time ever being forcibly restrained in Lebanon. They've been restrained in Lebanon before. Ronald Reagan did it, for example, right? George H.W. Bush did it. Numerous other American presidents have told Israel, cut it out. Joe Biden did it in 2021. The reason why Israel is freaking out over this, even though to the onlookers, it seems like they're frustrated because they're so entitled and they've realized, oh my God, like we can't get away with blowing up Lebanon anymore, but that's not the point. That's what it sounds like to the average person. But the real point here is that this writes Israel out of the driver's seat in our MENA policy, and it actually normalized relations with the only sovereign country in that region that has the military capabilities and the interest in restraining Israel. This is the biggest to Israel that I have ever seen from any American presidency if this memorandum of understanding actually is followed through on. That's what's huge about this. And that's precisely the reason why there is a massive panic amongst AIPAC and amongst the Zionist lobby and the Israeli thinkers that are losing their minds over it. Because I do believe that they got caught a little bit off guard here. Maybe I'm being a little too hopeful, but my point obviously is that they will still try to deal up regardless. But that's why it's so much more consequential than anything that Hillary Rodham Clinton has ever said, anything that even the Obama administration did. Because prior to this MOU, Prior to this memorandum of understanding, the biggest to Israel was the JCPOA. This memorandum of understanding literally changes the dynamic entirely. The JCPOA gave a ton of assurances to Israel. That's when we did our MOU with Israel, the 10-year-long, $3.8 billion a year deal for the Israeli defense systems, where we were just, giving them money to purchase the Tamir interceptors. That came as a cost for the Obama administration. Israel was so unbelievably mad about the Obama administration maintaining its own sovereign interests in the way that they were negotiating with Israel's number one enemy in the region, that we had to bribe them. We had to give them $40 billion this last goddamn decade in exchange for Israel allowing us to engage in a denuclearization agreement with Iran. Trump is undoubtedly doing a good thing by ending the war, and we should give credit for that, but I just don't see how this is such a break from protocol. I don't know how else to explain it, man. There's definitely a difference on sanctions, good, but on restraining Israel, they are the same policy. No, I don't know why you don't see this. We can give Israel all the weapons in the world going forward. Iran was able to fight militarily and restrain the United States of America going forward. If Iran draws a red line, that is going to have more consequences. It's completely like I keep repeating over and over again. The entire purpose of restraining Israel is to regain American sovereignty in American foreign policy in this region. Okay? The whole point of this memorandum of understanding is that it dramatically shifts our MENA policy away from Israel back into the hands of the American State Department, which, by the way, again, probably also indecent. Make no mistake. AIPAC sent out a memo. It's awesome. The MOU opens the possibility that Iran will be left with a significant nuclear capability. The agreement includes no provisions to address Iran's support for terrorism or its missile or drone program. New. CNN has obtained a new book by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, reveals how Trump compared himself to Mao, Stalin, Attila the Hun, and how a top aide found him with superglue trying to decorate the Oval Office. Just wait. You'll see. We'll see. I suspect we'll see in the upcoming days rare Epstein files that we didn't even know existed. Okay. Yeah. It's not shocking to me that he's compared himself to, these people. He can't hold a candle to Stalin nor Mao. Iran will learn lessons and build a modern air force once the sanctions are lifted. The next time we are forced to embark on an existential war against it, a completely different Iran will await us, the source added. Our air superiority will no longer be taken for granted. Trump, who was supposed to be the messiah of Israel's security, has become the man who has abandoned us. Building an air force from a politically compromised Western supply chains would be a huge mistake that Iran seems aware not to make. The Pakistani experience shows that it's possible now to build a potent air force that at much lower cost through China. Also, let's go back to Danny Citrinowicz, Middle East national security expert, one of the only Atlantic Council non-resident fellows that has actively been off the let's go to war with Iran train since the start, basically, since it was apparent that America was losing this war by like week one. Danny Citrinowicz, to give him credit, has been actively trying to find new avenues, new exit ramps. So let's hear what he had to say. AIPAC's response, along with statements from Senator Lindsey Graham and others, underscores the central challenge Israel faces regarding a potential nuclear agreement with Iran. No one is going to outflank President Trump from the right on this issue. Whatever Trump ultimately decides will define U.S. policy, and Israel cannot realistically hope for a future president in the White House who will reverse that decision. If Trump himself reaches the strategic conclusion that the Iranian regime is not going anywhere and that a negotiated arrangement is preferable to continued confrontation, the debate is effectively over. It is highly unlikely that a future president would take a significantly tougher approach. The campaign has already exposed numerous... I don't think so, by the way. I think a Democrat... I could see a fucking ultra-Zionist Democrat trying to an AIPAC-backed ultra-Zionist Democrat doing this shit. Straight up. I can see it. God, I've lost all hope in American politics. It's so hard for me to look at what's going on with the Democratic Party so far and the way that they're moving around this issue and the way, like, it's going to be like President Josh Gottheimer, President Josh Shapiro, who's like, we have to do a nuclear first strike policy against Iran. Oh my God. Yeah, 2028 primary will have 3 APAC candidates. Yeah, we're going to have Josh Gottheimer going up against Josh Shapiro, going up against Cory Booker. And they're going to be on that stage fighting each other over the microphone to be like, I'm the one who will do a nuclear first strike. I promise. I'm Israel high. John Fetterman on the sidelines like, America needs another stupid president. Joe Biden was so good. We need an even dumber president that will love Israel more than him. I will stand up and say, hubba-ba-da-ba-da, just like Biden did. This campaign has already exposed numerous shortcomings and potential negative consequences, including the possibility of strengthening the Iranian regime and further entrenching Iran's regional influence through proxies such as Hezbollah in Lebanon. Yet these concerns may be overshadowed by a larger strategic reality for current and future Israeli governments. The likelihood of undertaking a similar military effort against Iran without strong American backing becomes dramatically lower. For Israel, which depends on the United States across a wide range of military, diplomatic, and economic domains, this would represent a major strategic setback. While Israeli leaders often emphasize their ability to act independently against Iran, cope, the reality is that containing or significantly degrading Iran's capabilities without meaningful American support is, for all practical purposes, close to impossible. Pro-Israel groups deliberately turned Israel into a polarized issue and alienated almost the whole Democratic Party for the sake of a war that turned out to be as disastrous as Obama warned them and is going to end up with a deal far worse for them than JCPOA was. I don't care about what Egg Boy is saying. Egg Boy seemingly is a windsock. Okay? That's all he is. He bloviates, he's empty, he's hollow, he has no worldview of his own. He's just a empty windsock. He blows away with the wind. In a world full of windsocks, be a poop sock. French President Emmanuel Macron pulls off what could be the greatest diplomatic troll of all time by getting Trump to sign the $300 billion U.S. surrender to Iran deal in Versailles. The ignoramus Trump will have been clueless as to the historical significance of the location. Yeah, it's really funny. I know for a fact this dumbass has no idea what the Versailles Treaty is. And like, what its historic significance is, like what this location's historic significance is. And he was like, it's a beautiful palace. I'm signing it in a beautiful palace. What do you want from me? All the Europeans, they love me for doing this. Look at Macron's face. He's smiling ear to ear. It's so funny. Likud set the scrap election ads highlighting Netanyahu-Trump ties in wake of Iran deal. Oh my God, it's so funny. He's surprised he got in bed with a snake and then the snake bit him. Maybe don't push the snake into a war that the snake loses. You know what's funny about this Neera Tanden take? Trump is the snake that poor naive Netanyahu shouldn't have trusted in this scenario. And it's like, Neera, why are you taking the side of one fascist over the other in this circumstance? Like because the hidden implication here is this. What Neera Tanden is saying here is this. Hey, Benjamin Netanyahu, if you stayed with Joe Biden and the Democrats, we would have probably played much better ball with you, okay? This is such a funny revelation. And given that it was tweeted at 9:20 p.m. our time, which means it was tweeted at 12, she was probably on box wine and bars while she tweeted this. And didn't realize what she was actually saying, which is basically telling Benjamin Netanyahu, I told you so, you should have stayed with the Democrats without any sort of pushback. Now you got your guy, Donald Trump, and he won't let you do the genocides that you want to do. Epstein guy Howard Nutlick is also displeased. Howard Nutlick appears to shake his head in disappointment as Trump said Israel had little to complain about. Think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked.
They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, the biggest risk was that they'd drop a...
Dude, he always smiles from ear to ear. It's so strange that this is the one time he's not smiling behind him. Huh. Interesting. How strange. How odd. How odd, you know?
...their weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, Bibi. You got the best, the most important thing.
Think of it, Bibi. What a spectacular moment of vindication so far. I mean, virtually every analyst, every high-paid analyst in the blob first agitated to make this war happen, then refused to reckon that it was lost, then kept egging Trump on to continue, and finally, the Memorandum of Understanding shows what we've all known here at the Hasanabi broadcast, that we were right, that America should have never gone into this war, that Iran militarily defeated the United States of America by not directly defeating American forces, but instead by punishing America as the primary responsible party that is supposed to have this protectorate over the global markets by striking at these different profit centers, these forces of capital. They were able to make America bleed and force them to with their newfound leverage, forced America to the negotiation table and make them hold this fat L. It's gross. It's gross. It is the grossest, most narcissistic, most selfish mother thing. It's pure Israel behavior, by the way. Here's Ethan Klein relying on the state of Israel. Looked like Asmold got his new orders from Elon. Dude, he's been doing the worst propaganda. I saw something where he's talking about how Israel is I saw him talking about how like, oh, the Israel stuff is actually not based anymore. Israel stuff is actually not based at all anymore. He's like, Asmongold panics and quickly closes Hassan's video after realizing Hassan described him perfectly. Culture war narratives try to divide the working class.
Experiencing. Because at the end of the day, the working class is the biggest base of support. That's just the reality. And all matter of culture wars and culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide, and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get.
Don't ever listen to this.
Yeah, not based. Okay, no, divide the working class. Oh my God.
Culture war. He doesn't have. Listen.
Leftists are not calling Hassan Piker a Zog slave. What a year. Yeah, dude, I know. Here's Zog slave Hassan Piker admitting that he works with the mainstream Democratic Party, giving them on advice on how to mislead the youth. This guy gets so bad. Empanada gets so horny to just schizo post about me that he just forgets how to type sometimes.
If you're willing to ask somebody like Hassan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent and
dog? You just did the argument. It's so funny that he just straight up did not understand the point that I was making. The point that I'm making is all of this stuff about like transgender people, transgender athletes existing in society, they're immaterial. Okay, they're obviously important for trans people, but they're not important for people who aren't trans. That you and others like you use or drive the salience of these issues to the forefront of the conversation to divide the working class. When in fact, if we were arguing on whether or not the working class deserves more autonomy in their workplace, deserves more control over their productive output, whether they deserve health care, for example, the conversation would not favor the right at all. But the right knows this, which is why they have to constantly be like, no, we have to talk about trans people, whether they should be allowed in civilized society or not. And then he immediately doubles down and goes, yeah, don't listen to this guy. He just wouldn't. Yeah. The argument is, would you be fine with trans people existing, but also if that same party was offering you health care? And I think many people would say yes to that. Right? Because the reality of the matter is, if you're a cis guy, why the do you care if trans people participate in like high school athletics or what, or not? Like, why would you care about that? What has that done to your life that Donald Trump has actively destroyed it? Right? Donald Trump has successfully implemented these initiatives where he's banned, transgender athletes from participating in NCAA competitions. Has that made your life a little bit better? Is rent cheaper now? No, of course not. Do you have health care? No, of course you don't. Because that's a deflection. That's a deflection from the real issues. And that's precisely the point I'm making. Of course, Asmongold doesn't want his audience to hear that conversation, because then they'll be like, wait a minute, this makes sense. So he has to constantly make sure that their audience is like going back to the important matters. Why is he even doing that for? What's the point? I mean, he just has to hit these divisive narratives. He has to go back to his roots, you know? Yeah, Asmongold panics and quickly closes Hassan's video after realizing Hassan described him perfectly. Culture war narrative try to divide the working class. Asmongold, don't listen to this man. Don't ever listen to this. Men and women's sports. Yeah, good stuff there. Speaking of which, I also had another interesting experience last night on Twitter. There's this guy, Brandon Buckingham, who's like a massive, I don't know if he still is, but he used to be a massive fan of Sam Hyde. He's a pedophile, neo-Nazi, right? And he tried to do like a call-out post on me, and I saw it, and I was like, sure. I mean, I'm down to aid in this endeavor. And then he just didn't respond to me, which I think is very strange, right? So he once famously tried to, months after the fact, he tried to approach me at a Moist Critical event, and you know, he was trying to talk about Sam Hyde, and I was just like, yeah, man, I don't file Nazis. Like, I'm not trying to be around them. I don't know why you're defending them, right? And he was so purple red when he mustered up the courage to finally come up to me to talk about his, you know, the guy he's wearing on a shirt is a neo-Nazi. That he never actually got what he wanted out of that back and forth interaction. So months later, he just lied about it. I spoke to this guy who told me he would rather steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from child cancer research in exchange for not being in the same room as someone he suspected of being a Nazi. All his friends agreed. Which is funny when Myth actually came in with a kill shot because he's standing right there. This is right after Creator Clash. He goes, it's funny how you were talking about making amends and being chill regardless of our differences in beliefs. Then 2 months later grew the balls to tweet this. Bro was red in the face and stuttering while talking to us too. Funny. And since then, you know, he has, I'll give him credit. Oh, he responded 20 minutes ago? Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm down to do it. Anyway, yesterday he posted this. He said, my friends in Lebanon and Palestine believe Hassan Piker only talks about their conflict for personal gain. He has made millions speaking on their suffering while sitting in his ivory tower. It's time Hassan flies to Lebanon to help people in need. I help dozens of families with only $10,000. I imagine the difference he could make if he actually cared about people dying in the Middle East, boarded the flight, and brought them aid himself. Now, I think what's really funny about this is a white boy telling me, a Turkish guy, that I don't travel to the Middle East. I don't know anything about the Middle East. And you know, it's fine. It's very clear. It's very clear that he was trying to like bait me into some kind of thing, and it didn't work because I was like, sure. You know, I did it. Why can't he? For years, he has morally grandstanded and acted like these people matter to him. His audience thinks he cares, but why won't he go to Lebanon and help? I know hundreds of families being bombed who desperately need the money, Hassan. Enough role-playing, take action. I can connect you with the families in need in South Lebanon. Less than 1% of your money can save thousands of lives. Will you help them? So I just responded with, we have our disagreements, but I appreciate your coverage on Lebanon, which I did. He made a video. He went to Lebanon. He made a video about Lebanon and what Lebanon was going through. And I thought it was, I thought it was pretty good, especially because he has a very different audience than I do. And that audience seeing the plight of the Lebanese population because of, Israel's relentless bombing campaign is a good thing, right? So I'm always willing to let bygones be bygones. So I said, look, we have our disagreements, but I like their Lebanon coverage. Send me what orgs you're working with, and I'll gladly send money and even set up a fundraiser. I've worked with and fundraised millions for ANIRA, PCRF, Red Crescent, UNRWA, and Heal Palestine in the past, which is true, right? I'm in Lebanon and very much appreciate Hassan the Hun's coverage of what's happening here. He's been a crucial voice in the last 2 years. I also appreciate your Lebanon documentary, Buckingham Show, and I'm down to offer any help to raise money for my country. I don't know if he's like still a Sam Hyde fan or not, but it is kind of strange because, this is a very like YouTuber way of approaching the subject, implying that I haven't like fundraised actively. Implying that I haven't fundraised actively for ANIRA, which also works in Lebanon as well. I recently had a conversation with someone from ANIRA at one of these events I went to where they literally said to me that this community was the first major fundraiser because we came in hot, like right after. We came in right after October 7 when no one else wanted to touch subject with a 10-foot pole and immediately started fundraising for the Palestinians. And I'm very proud of that. We fundraised on numerous initiatives, but like the first one was for ANIRA, Palestinian Red Crescent, and PCRF. So like that was to the tune of $1.2 million, I think. It was like $1.2 million. And it's you know, I think it's one of my best accomplishments, one of this community's most important accomplishments. And it really helped, apparently, according to the people that work at these organizations, because no one else wanted to do it at the time because they were worried. But of course, like when I go to places and deliver humanitarian aid directly, then people say it's performative. So I don't know why he's like, yeah, like I don't think this is a sincere request, but I'm going to treat it as though it's a sincere request because I think there's no reason to what do you call it? There's no reason to like take this stuff at face value and then not make something positive work out of it, right? The thing that makes it weird is he chose to do it in a reply to a click of you talking about getting. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. We boulder through. But yeah, I think it's kind of gross to be like, my friends in Lebanon and Gaza hate you. Like to use Israel's violence. To use Israel's violence as a talking point to like advance some kind of YouTube meta is somewhat childish. And of course, you know, people will lean into this and then be like, oh, Hassan, he's right. Hassan is hated by the Palestinian people and the Lebanese people. They think he's fake. They think he's phony. And this is the type of thing that I have seen from not just this guy, but like even people who consider themselves to be leftists. And I don't really understand where this attitude is coming from. Why do we feel so comfortable in the Western world to talk about these issues as though they are, you know, as though they're done already? Like people are still being murdered, right? Every single day. There's Palestinians being murdered in Gaza every single day. There's Lebanese people being murdered in Lebanon every single day by Israel. And the idea that this is like advancing some sort of like YouTube beef is really, really stupid. But this isn't him being genuine. Yeah, I know it's not him being genuine. He's trying to make it into a drama thing. And immediately Ethan Klein also seized on the opportunity. Ethan Klein constantly wants me to be physically in the proximity of Israel's drone strikes. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with that. Remember when he was like, why don't you go to Gaza? Oh, that's right. You can't go to Gaza. You're a and now he's like, why don't you go to Lebanon, Hassan? It's pretty crazy. It's pretty strange that Ethan Klein will take any initiative. He'll never just like fundraise for these issues on his own.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely not. Like raise money. That's good. That's the easiest thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total failures.
He'll only do it if there's a YouTube drama attached to it. He'll only do it if he can get me to be in physical proximity of Israeli drone strikes and Israeli bombing campaigns. I find it very strange. I'm not going to say he wants me to be murdered by the state of Israel. Actually, I will say that. I'm pretty sure he just wants me to be in that situation so he doesn't have to think about me any longer. Which is, you know, there's easier ways of no longer thinking about me, which is, I don't know, you can just like live your life. It's odd. It's odd that his talking point always is, why won't you go and be in physical proximity of the Israeli state so they can assassinate you? He praised them bombing Lebanon recently, so yes, he does. Oh my God. In any case, strange stuff. Strange stuff all around. When YouTubers get involved in stuff like this, it just turns into something so gross, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, here. This is the one. Ethan Klein offers $10,000 for Hassan Piker to Hassan Piker for travels to Lebanon. Ethan recently supported Israel's bombing of Lebanon, which has now killed over 3,500 people and injured 11,000.
Lebanon when they started launching rockets again.
That's why, yeah, I always don't understand the conversations where it's like, why is Israel doing all that? Well,
but there is a reason. So, like, if you want to actually.
By the way, these are the very same people that were cheering on the Trump administration, potentially prosecuting me for my trip to Cuba. So I don't think these guys actually want me to go and help the Lebanese population at all. Okay? Just saying, I don't think any of these guys give a about the Lebanese people. I don't think they care about, what the Israeli government is doing. I'll be charitable to Brandon Buckingham. He did go to Lebanon and he did actually humanize the victims of Israel's violence in a way that you normally don't see from content creators. So I'll at least give him that, right? But I don't think Ethan Klein cares about the Lebanese population. Here he is talking about how valid it is to blow them up, how valid it is to destroy Dahia, how valid it is that Israel's blowing up Beirut again, right? Something that he's been in defense of over and over again. The very same podcast that has also celebrated when the Trump administration, the fascist Trump administration, decided to prosecute me potentially, right? For my humanitarian aid trip to Cuba. So obviously, I don't think he wants me to go to Lebanon because he sincerely cares about me helping the Lebanese population, where he's on the one hand defending their bombing, right? I think he wants a kinetic situation to take place in the hands of either Israel or maybe the Trump administration. It's gross. It's gross. It is the grossest, most narcissistic, most selfish thing. It's pure Israel behavior, by the way, 100% spiritually Israeli. I'm gonna let a larger, more powerful force take care of a problem for me. In this circumstance, Israel always relies on America. Here is Ethan Klein relying on the state of Israel.
Like, have a real conversation about.
It's being shot at from all directions: Houthis, Lebanon, and Iran. So,
Well, for a long time, it was just Iran. And Hezbollah.
not a long time.
No, Hezbollah just recently got into it. They were staying out of it.
Yes, I mean, you're saying long. It's not that long.
No, I mean,
but yeah.
since this whole shit with Iran started.
Yeah. For
Hezbollah
years,
wasn't
it was
launching.
from Gaza. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure if Theo Vaughn, if there was rockets coming from Mexico, he wouldn't be like, yo, what's with America, bro?
Mhm.
Why can't they just leave Mexico alone? Israel only invaded Lebanon when they started launching rockets again.
That's why, yeah, I always don't understand the conversations.
Wrong. Israel never stopped murdering Lebanese people with drone strikes, even before Hezbollah started retaliating. It's wrong. It's bullshit. Hezbollah just retaliated when the Iranian campaign started after Israel blew up Iran. Ethan did this last year too. I can't get any security assurances. It's Israel that he's worried about. Laugh, Sela Klein. Israel killed over 50,000 people, including 15,000 plus children. Israel killed over 200 journalists. Israel broke the ceasefire and murdered 200 children. Genocide is a joke to them. Yeah, they literally think that like Israel wouldn't assassinate Westerners that are able to get into Gaza. Like, they're so insane. Who would protect me in that situation too? It's not like the American government would turn around and be like, wow, how dare you kill an American citizen who's there to do journalism, right? How dare you do that? It would never, not in a million years. Okay? Why the would they? Of course they wouldn't. The American government would be like, oh, thank God you did it. Now we don't have to deal with the legal repercussions ourselves. Having said that, there is a couple Asmongold takes that I wanted to look at. One was, he has now decided, on the one hand, he's like, Nick Fuentes is based, right? And that he's a funnel for Nick Fuentes.
Like, Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it. But to me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change, because I can't really do that. It would compromise my position. That's the reason I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel in a way. So that's the reason why I do most things that I do are like, there's reasoning behind them.
On the other hand, he keeps telling his audience that, you know, this Israel stuff is boring and silly, and no one should talk about it, and no one should consider it.
I think that the amount of Israel, I think that the Israel hostility is approaching a fever pitch where people will stop taking it seriously. I think that we're approaching that period of time where there is so much fixation around Israel and Israel's proximity to every single event that I think people are just going to get fatigued from hearing that everything is because of Israel.
I don't think he's like intelligent enough to recognize what he's doing. So I suspect that he's just seeing on his timeline, like the people that he cribs, the people that he steals the talking points of, that they're also trying to navigate this space where they're like, yo, don't talk about Israel anymore, you know? And I assume that's what's going on here. This is the other take that I saw that is really funny. Let's take a look at what he was saying. It's not the top 2% of wealth that's oppressing you. It's the bottom 2%.
Intelligent and smart people. The problem, people are really not going to like this. You're not being oppressed by the top 2% of society. You're being oppressed by the bottom 2% of society. And the bottom 2% of society have caused all
Yeah, it's not the wealthiest that control society. It's actually the poorest, okay? Brilliant take, dude. This is the real working class whisperer right here. That's awesome.
the manifest problems in your lives are caused by the bottom 2% in society.
Yeah. Careful, the most impoverished, powerless people in society are the ones oppressing you and causing all the problems is certainly a take. Correct. They are functional animals who should be institutionalized via either prison or mental asylums. I think there's something really funny about Asmongold and his audience because they are in the bottom 2% of society. Asmongold obviously is in the top 2% of wealth, in the top 1% of wealth, right? But he LARPs as though he is an everyman, right? He LARPs as though he is in the bottom 2% of society. And his audience is literally in the bottom 2% of their own respective nations, like a bunch of shut-ins that don't really do anything and are just like angry and want everyone else's lives to be dog shit too. And it's really funny that he just gets to present this narrative where there's like those who are even lesser than you that are actually the people who are responsible. I mean, it's a typical take from a 1%er. Asmongold is a 1%er. He LARPs as though he's not, right? He dresses like shit. He doesn't shower. He lives in filth. And a lot of people think that is a lot of people see that and think, no, this is a real one. This guy is a real one. He doesn't own multiple businesses. He's not like a multimillionaire, right? Except he is. He is another multimillionaire telling you that people like you are the reason why you're failing. It's not the wealthy people that have designed this system to ensure that you don't actually ever make ends meet, that we don't have profound amounts of wealth and productive output out there that could be used in a more productive manner to make sure that there are more egalitarian outcomes for people like yourself, that no one should suffer. No one should suffer and barely make ends meet when they got one single job. People should be able to take care of a family and own a home on one income, okay? That's how it used to be, and that's how it should be. And yet the system's design, led by parasitic capital, parasitic forces of capital, has made it so that you have to do gig economy work, that you have to work longer hours and basically become a servile little slave to super wealthy people or upper middle class people, okay? And then barely make ends meet in the aftermath of all that and can never own a home. You have to literally be a permanent renter for the rest of your life. And then these guys turn around and say, it's actually the bottom 2% that's your life up. He's a rich guy telling you, the average Joe, that you and others that are maybe worse off than you are the reason why society is busted. It's not the wealthy. Don't look up. You know how people say, like, it's not a left-right thing. It's an up versus down thing. It's a top versus bottom thing, right? That's true. Asmongold is doing this brilliant thing where he goes, it's not left-right. It's top versus bottom, and the bottom is at fault. Incredible. They can't be rehabilitated. They can only be removed from society. The biggest weakness of Western society is the lie that all men are created equal. Yeah, this is how you stay oppressed, by the way. This is how you stay oppressed. If you are in his audience and you listen to him say this stuff and you go, yeah, that's actually based. It's actually the homeless people that are at fault. That's how you stay oppressed. It's crazy. I mean, yeah, it's Nazi shit, but it's also wrong, right? I'm not just going to sit here and say, oh, that's Nazi commentary and then let it sit like that. Because at this point, unfortunately, people do actually, love the Nazis. It doesn't have that same stink associated with it nowadays. So you have to also explain why it's wrong. Okay? It's not the Chad's fault women won't date us. It's the betas. It doesn't even make sense from an incel perspective. Of course it doesn't make sense. It's just fundamentally flawed thinking. Who do you think has more say in what happens in society? Peter Thiel or the random homeless person that's like lost their damn minds after being devoid of housing, devoid of shelter for like a decade? The homeless person needs help. And the system that doesn't help that homeless person is designed by the likes of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And I guess they're brave propaganda warriors like Asmongold. Anytime Asmongold tells you it's actually the working poor that are in these horrible circumstances, that could be that could become homeless at a moment's notice, is the most powerful entity, and is the reason why people are suffering and why people are failing. Every time Asmongold says that, and people believe it, they lose track of who's actually controlling this structure, this organization of the economy, and it's certainly the capital owners. He's basically doing in both that content and in that commentary right there, what Asmongold is doing is exactly the same thing people do all the time. Don't talk about class war, only talk about culture war. It's no different than what he's doing here, where he goes, I bring up the fact that culture war narratives try to divide the working class, right? And there are a lot of culture warriors that desperately try to tell you, like, oh, it's the trans people, it's the transgenders that are ruining your lives, and it's not. Transgender people have no say in your transgender people have no say in you not being able to take time off from your work, you not getting the wages or the necessary benefits that you actually earn, that you deserve, right? It's not undocumented migrants that are doing that to you. It's actually your bosses. It's the forces of capital that's doing that to you. And these guys literally go, no. Remember trans people. Remember transgender people. Isn't that scary?
That the working class is experiencing. Because at the end of the day, the working class is the biggest base of support. That's just the reality. And all matter of culture wars and culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide, and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get.
Don't ever listen to this. The culture war. He doesn't have. Listen.
See, don't ever listen to this culture war. Transgender.
If you're willing to, ask somebody like Hassan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent?
Remember, trans people exist, guys. Remember, dude, I love you. My one Albanian chatter, okay? My one Albanian chatter. You need to stop spamming, brother, okay? I'm not going to get into the flamingo revolution right now. Maybe later, okay? Decultists love Asmongold now. Asmongold calls Hassan an invasive species infecting the Democrat Party. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrats. You want to infect the Democrat policy with Middle Eastern identity politics.
You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrats. You want to infect Democrat policy.
Yeah, with divisive issues like that the overwhelming majority of people agree on, which is let's not give money to Israel any longer. Let's fix our potholes at home. When Donald Trump says this shit, everybody loves it. This guy loved talking about it when Donald Trump was saying it, but when I say it, I'm saying it Islamic style, I guess. You are the enemy from within, he says. Yeah, dude, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. What am I saying? I'm saying, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we had nicer things? We have the money for it. Why is it going to Israel? Why is it going to endless wars overseas? It's not just in the Middle East and Latin America too. Why are we doing all this shit? It's for a small group of people that are profiting off of this death and destruction, but it's not good for the average American. Can we please get health care? Free health care, please. That's my argument.
With Middle Eastern identity politics.
Yeah, he can't turn this into a brownoid argument, right? He can't. Because a lot of white people agree with me on this, okay? Myself, I am white as well, but a lot of real whites also agree with this. Stupid. He is trying to do the same thing that like all of those weird edgy accounts that are weirdly pro-Israel but will say anti-Semitic shit are doing, right? They're trying to turn this into like, oh, it's brown coded to care about what Israel's profound level of control over American foreign policy. That's a brownoid thing. We should be servile to the needs of Israel. That's what the real whites care about. Is that the argument that you're making? Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. Yeah, it's brownoid, dude. It's brownoid. It's brown coded to say, hey, maybe America should get to dictate what Israel does and doesn't do because America is superpower in this equation.
That's the reason why they don't want to have anything to do with you. You are an invasive species into the liberal and Democrat movement and party. You seek to
It's so funny that Asmongold is saying this when he is literally eating Donald Trump's end balls on a daily basis. And there are liberals out there who will hear him say this and go, hey, neo-Nazi that we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a solid take here. Yeah, guy who despises your movement turns around and tells you what's best for your movement that he despises. Ultra right-wing content creator with 95% extremist right-wing audience is for sure worried about the Democratic Party. Who buys this? It's Pestini's audience, dude. That's who. They're like, hey, this rabid transphobe who literally says the most unhinged anti-immigrant shit.
All of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country, and that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream. I'd stream less so I could do that all the time. Like, I would be packing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit. Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on. Get in the van. Get in the red and blue van. Gotta catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about them, like other, you know, like. And I'm gonna be real. Like, I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put like Pokemon theme music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them.
Who is the biggest fighter of Donald Trump. But once again, he'll never have this conversation with me personally. He can't do it because he's terrified. Because he knows that if we were to have a one-on-one conversation on camera, he would look like a idiot because he is a idiot. And his audience would probably turn on him after that conversation. They would go, okay, maybe you didn't know what the hell you were talking about. So he has to keep making it seem like he's farming drama, when in fact, he's just a terrified little right-wing propagandist actively telling his audience that things are going to be fine, that Trump is great, that you shouldn't worry about Israel's level of control over American foreign policy and even American domestic policy. He's just trying to tell him a little lullaby, right? Go back to sleep, little one. Don't worry. Remember, it's actually the undocumented migrants that are stealing from you. It's actually the homeless people that are you over. It's actually the transgenders. Transgender. That's it. Okay, Donald Trump eradicated trans athletes. Donald Trump literally made it illegal to be trans and an athlete in the NCAA. Did your life get better? That was literally a year ago. That was 2 years ago. Did your life get better since then? Did you experience any material improvements in your life? No, of course you didn't. Is that fixing the gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to fix your gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to actually improve inflation? Is the cost of living more manageable? We've been giving Israel $10 billion a year on top of everything else that we've been doing, $300 billion since the inception of the nation state over the course of the last 80 years, right? Have things gotten better in that process, on that timeline, especially in the last 2 to 3 years? Have things gotten better? Has ICE improved your lives? Elon Musk is a trillionaire. What good did that do for you? Did it do anything for you that's positive? No, of course not.
And take them over and co-opt their platform for your own by using these big, emotionally charged issues to force your policy down everybody else's throats. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrat.
Yeah. Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. It's awesome. Yeah, why would he care about what helps with the Democrats? He doesn't. He doesn't, actually. He does not. He's trying to present the Israel-Palestine issue as an issue that only brownoids care about, okay? He's trying to be the edgy boy. He's trying to be the edgy boy that tells his edgy audience like this Israel stuff is just like brown coded. It's only Middle Easterners and brownoids who give a shit about this. Like you shouldn't care about this. Okay? Yeah. MAGA right wingers, real white guys don't care about this stuff. It's like, do they? Do they not? Because I feel like you're a little terrified. You're a little terrified of broaching that conversation.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE? Absolutely
Prosecuting
not.
ICE.
No.
Abolishing private prisons.
Absolutely.
No. Raising
No. We need more private prisons.
taxes on billionaires.
Absolutely.
Raising the minimum
Agreed.
wage.
Yep.
I think it should be state.
Implementing the Green New Deal.
Yep.
No.
Ending Citizens United.
Yep.
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading.
Yes.
Yep.
Ending America's war on Iran.
And these
No.
are easy. Yep.
Ending America's embargo on Cuba.
Nope.
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel.
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel? I don't know about
A
that.
free Palestine.
Of course.
Okay.
So this is it. So you have to say all the things.
Ending aid to Israel.
Yep.
Ending aid to Israel. I don't know about that.
You keep saying that word. Yes, dude, I'm allowed to say it. He's referencing me in that with that word.
Netanyahu informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement. Okay, you know what? Like the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these fucks. You just go in there, you bomb out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of why are we trying to micromanage Israel? Yeah, why are we doing this, base, baby? Yeah, I think he should keep bombing them. By the way, I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it, and they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets into. I hope every single one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon, every single one, and only then will the people there have peace. That's good. Yeah, and never.
Yeah, it's based if Israel defies America. Yeah, it's based, guys. Hey, guys.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Okay, is this guy getting paid? Like, what's happening here? Is he getting paid for this propaganda? Because at least he should get paid for it, right? Because if he's doing this kind of unbelievable propaganda for Israel, and he's doing it for free, he's the biggest moron on the planet. Okay,
negotiate with terrorists. Exactly. Lebanon's a semi-Western country. It is. It's disappointing that they're being taken over by these freaks. So yeah, that's it. Remember the pager attacks? I do. AIPAC funded. Right. Yeah. And,
See, even his audience is like, bro, what are you saying right now? Because here he is. So he's obviously a Mac writer, right? Like that's all he does. And now that J.D. Pondon has decided, actually, we're moving in a different direction, this war has been lost, and we have to manage this retreat, and a part of that means restraining Israel, now he's actually outflanking Donald Trump. He's now going, America first? Actually, I don't care about America first. It's America last now. Here he is lambasting. Yeah, you think, for the record, you think that this back in November 5th, 2025 is indicative of his current position? Because this only shows inconsistency. Someone rolled a clip of him literally saying Israel is not really important. I'm not going to talk about Israel's control over American foreign policy any longer. Because he recently pivoted, and I noticed it and I called it out. He recently pivoted as the Hasbara budget 5x'd in real time, which is part of the reason why I'm saying, maybe he has, maybe he's getting a piece of that Hasbara budget, because recently he started saying, especially with this Iran United States conflict, we should just lay off Israel. We should stop
We should stop talking about Israel. And it's actually based if Israel continues bombing Lebanon, defying Donald Trump's orders, right? How is that America first?
And this is the thing to me, right? I see this and I think to myself, why the fuck would I vote for this? Why?
This is from 2025. His newer take is actually Israel should defy Trump's orders. Israel should ruin the ceasefire that Trump actually worked hard on. So which one is it? He literally has said,
again,
over and over again, he literally has said over and over and over again recently that talking about Israel's involvement in American politics is actually boring and it's actually crazy. It's causing people to be schizophrenic or whatever the
it's Israel. Israel's so bad. These people are trying to blow you up too, bro. Like, that's it. And we can't have Lebanon looking like Gaza by the end of this, though. That's not my problem. Like, what they do over in the Middle East, like whatever they want to blow up, whatever they don't want to blow up, it's not my problem. I don't care. I just don't want to have any terrorists. That's it. That's the only thing that affects me as an American. There are no terror cells in the Middle East.
It's also weird that he's super pro Nick Fuentes and yet now is being pro Israel because he has no positions. These are not like well thought out positions. He's just literally reacting to stimuli. I think this was it. Yeah.
Informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S. Iran agreement.
So he hears about peace and then he starts laughing because Israel wants war.
Amen. Okay, you know what? Like, the thing is, this has always been my stance on this. You can never negotiate with these. You just go in there, you bomb the shit out of them, and you leave them. If they want to kill each other.
He's saying base Benjamin Netanyahu. He's saying base Benjamin Netanyahu for defying Trump's orders, by the way.
Afterwards, go ahead, be my guest. But the amount of, like, why are we trying to micromanage Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are we doing this, base, baby? Yeah, I think you should keep bombing them, by the way.
Someone in the chat said,
I want to see, I don't care about Sneeko's commentary on this. I want to hear what Asmongold has to say.
Netanyahu, like, again, they're
literally starts as a name now and then they're like, oh, we need to kill these terrorists. You created them.
Like, again, they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets into. I hope every single one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon, every single.
Yeah, here he is trying to present it as like based, right? Okay, so it is this clip. He is basically trying to present Benjamin Netanyahu defying Trump's orders as based to his audience, when in fact it's literally spoiling the fire deal that Trump put together. So his highest priority here is to defend Israel. On that note, let's move on from this. What? Wait, it's both anti-woke and like weirdly woke at times. This doesn't make sense. Please don't play the AI video. I'm gonna play it. No way, I am back for this AI vid. Oh, I'm gonna play it. Bro, this is how I feel joking in chat when you low-key mad. What is this revolutionary liberal? Why are you pro AI now? You're wasting water and polluting the environment, by the way. That's not how this goes, man. Like, I've watched dumbass fucking clown-ass AI videos over and over again. I didn't make this. I don't use AI. I don't like AI. With the only exception when some right-wing makes something so unbelievably stupid with AI that reveals their horrifying worldview.
Imaginary white Christian nationalist society.
A butterfly!
Careful there, sport.
My towel load is almost finished. Mommy, can I have some juice? Sure, honey.
MashaAllah.
Oh, the baby.
MashaAllah. A real honorable and gender segregated society. What do you mean?
Baby is crying. Shh, it's okay.
Whoa, what the that baby's seatbelt on the crib was just optional, I guess. Look at that. She picked that baby up without unbuckling her belt. That baby gonna fall out of that cradle.
Shh, it's okay. I've got you.
It's so nice to be able to do my housework in the company of other women. And the children are all playing, so we can actually get stuff done. How are your chickens doing? Great. one of our hen's eggs have hatched. I guess.
I don't get it. Why are they all wearing a hijab? Like, do white American Christian nationalists also want women to wear hijabs now? What's going on?
You're going to need another coop soon. We can fit about 4 more, and my sister wants the others.
Hey, ladies, where you headed, pretty girls?
Hey, what's going on over here? Nothing. I was just saying.
Oh my God, the morality police. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, what the is this? Dog, this is literally Christian Sharia. Oh my God. The Chad morality police comes in. Yo, the person who made this AI video, do you know how many times cracked off to this, dude? Like, this is weirdly sexual, the way that they made this.
Saying hello?
They are wearing headscarves. This means they are married. Why are you saying hello to another man's wife? Just being friendly. That's against the rules here. Everyone knows this. You stay on the other side of the street. Okay, my mistake. I'm moving on. I'm writing you a citation. You get 1 warning. If it happens again, we're gonna tar and feather you.
Chad Bossage. This is literally Sharia law, man. What the that is morality police. This is like very, like, this doesn't even exist in like some of the more fundamentalist regions in Iran, okay?
Excuse me, hi.
Oh, hello.
I hope I'm not interrupting. I just saw you and wanted to introduce myself. I'm Alex. Would it be okay if I asked your father to get to know you?
Sure. Here is his business card.
What the Yo, that's how it's done.
What a game last night. That interception was brutal. Their defense needs work.
Oh, they're drinking alcoholic beverages. That's how you know it's not. But they're warm?
Brutal.
Wait, why are the alcoholic beverages warm?
It's work.
What the hell? Why are they steaming? I love going to Kelly's Tavern to have a steaming hot beer. I love it. I love going to my favorite Irish tavern and having a piping hot beer, dude.
Last night. That interception was brutal. Their defense needs work.
Excuse me, miss. Come here. I need to talk to you.
Wait, why did the morality police smack her ass?
Excuse me, miss. Come here. I need to talk to you.
Can I help you?
Street patrol. Ma'am, you're in violation of our dress code. What do you...
Wait, what the Wait. Yo, the morality police is about to get immoral. What the
are you doing down here walking alone?
None of your business.
It's not a good idea for a woman to be walking alone at night dressed like a prostitute. Where is your husband?
I'm not married.
Your father can pick you up at the station.
Dad, today an ugly...
Wait, what? What the Dude. Also, Harrison's Hard Wheat, Main Street. Oh, never mind. It's just sign this as Main Street. It's not Harrison's Hard Wheat. Hardware-y. How do they still get the lettering off?
Ma'am, you're in violation of our dress code. What are you doing down here walking alone?
None of your business.
It's not a good idea for a woman to be walking alone at night dressed like a prostitute. Where is your husband?
I'm not married.
Oh yeah, Harrison Hard Wheat. The sign used to say Main Street, but now it says Harrison Hard Wheat.
Your father can pick you up at the station.
Dad, today an ugly boy asked me out. I gave him your card, and he's going to be calling you to ask you if I can date him.
No problem. I'll reject him. Hello? Is this Mr. Jones?
He's not even ugly. Damn.
Yes, speaking. My name is Bill, and I was just wondering if I could meet you to possibly get your permission to get to know your daughter, Alyssa.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've already chosen a suitor for her.
Okay, sir, I understand. If that doesn't work out, let me know.
Conservative Zohar Hamdan is bringing Sharia law to New York City. Also conservative. Gender segregation in polite society. Creating separate spaces for men and women and clearly defined rules and boundaries when dealing with the opposite sex helps maintain order and reduce unwanted and uncomfortable interactions. Wait, there's more? Harassment in Babylon. Problem, reaction, solution. A Christian nationalist video about sexual harassment, gender roles, and dating.
Harassment in degenerate Babylonian society.
Wait, what?
Hey, Can I get your Instagram?
Go away! You're harassing me! That was horrifying!
Wouldn't conservatives hate that? Like, I thought conservative men would be like, that's hysterical. Like, she's being a hysterical woman. Typical feminist, typical woke feminist claiming. Like, these guys they're like, they're so anti-woke, they turned into woke, kind of.
What a creep! Don't men understand how scary this is? Men need to stop bothering women!
Excuse me, miss. Did you drop this necklace?
No, that's not mine.
I hope I didn't scare you. I just didn't want you to lose it if it was important to you.
I would be nervous, but I've been drinking, so the anxiety I would feel around a strange man in a parking lot at night is numb.
I love drunk girls.
You're hot enough for me to risk going home with a man twice my size who I don't know.
What is happening? Bro, what is this? This is the before time. This is Babylonian society where it's a sport.
Peppers? Are you planning on making a stir fry?
Maybe.
You know, I make a great stir fry. Carrots, huh? Are you making a stew? I wish I had a woman to make me a stew. Hey, do you think these bananas are ripe?
My husband is waiting for me. I have to go. Baby,
Okay, I'm going to say something here. But why are all the people hot? like this guy's kind of hot. Woke 3.0 sucks. I don't know what this is, man.
section.
What? Where is he? Are you okay?
I'm in my car now, but he just wouldn't stop badgering me. It freaked me out.
Be careful. Make sure he doesn't follow you.
I'm wearing a wedding ring. Why isn't that enough for me to be left alone?
I can come with you, and I'll guarantee you'll be left alone.
Are they trying to sell this to woke people? I'm so confused about this. I feel like they're trying to sell this idea of a segregated society to wokes.
Hey girl, come here! Don't ignore me!
I have a boyfriend. Please leave me alone.
That don't mean nothing! What, you think you're too good for me?
Yeah, that's weird as man. That's okay. No, that's definitely not for wokes.
Excuse me, miss. Could I join you for coffee?
Help, stranger!
I'm sorry, I don't mean to startle you. It's just, I don't know anyone here. I just thought...
Help, stranger danger!
Oh, I see you're nuts. Okay, I'm out of here.
Ma'am, are you okay? A man almost assaulted me! Is there anyone I can call for you? Maybe the police. That guy was a creep. I think he just was saying hello, probably harmless. I've been assaulted before. I do not like men. They scare me. I'm sorry. That must be difficult. I think you might have overreacted because of your...
Bro, what is happening? Okay, I'll be honest. I think the guy, let's be real, it's a guy who made this, right? Like the guy who made this, I'm trying to understand what their mentality is. And I guess this is he's never interacted with a woman before. So what he's doing, he's learned about what women behave like by watching Fresh and Fit. And these are the tropes of how women behave in woke liberal society, right? This is the guy who made this is an AI. Yeah, it's an AI making this generative AI. This was made by Gamergate. Yeah.
Your trauma. Are you in therapy?
I love some Ererso in the morning.
No, instead of getting the help I need...
Wait, what about Erieps or some RDAs? Could I offer you some
I'm going to vent my anger on random men and expect the rest of the world to accommodate me. The media has taught me that white men deserve no respect and that there's no reasonable expectation for me to act like a lady.
This is how women actually do think and speak. I can't believe this guy nailed it. Elon made this 1000%.
Entitled to act as insane and verbally abusive as possible because I'm a woman. The liberal judge let my attacker out with only probation. I live in constant fear. I'm so sorry. That's awful. Oh,
wait, what? But then it's also this is how woke liberals are. But then also they hate the woke liberal judge. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't make sense. There's no consistency within this character, right? if this is supposed to be a woke libtard in your mind, they would say, I'm glad that the liberal judge, released my attacker because he shouldn't go to prison for that long because I'm in favor of prison abolition. They wouldn't say the liberal judge released my attacker and I'm terrified.
All of the attackers are getting out, so now every man I see is a potential attacker. I'm freaking out. Chad, it's 1 a.m. I haven't heard from you in a month. What do you want?
I miss you. Can I come over?
What for? You ghosted me twice.
Chad.
Come on, baby. You know I was going through something.
I know, but I need more from you than this. I need a real man.
Listen, beautiful, I can be that guy for you.
Really, baby? You think I'm beautiful?
Yeah, of course. I'm coming over. We'll talk about it then.
Wow, baby, that's great.
Finally, a girl answered. I struck out all night here.
Chad promised me we were going to be together. We hooked up and now he's not answering.
Wait, why did it go from anime to Pixar to like photorealistic?
Promised me we were going to be together.
Like now it's just like, what is happening? I'm so scared.
We hooked up and now he's not answering. I'm so sorry, girl, but you know he's a liar. When did he make...
A woman made this? No, dog. No, this is not a real person. Okay, this is not a real person who made this. I do not believe that this account is real. Okay, this is not a real human being who made this. This is not a real Christian housewife to FLA cracker, Florida man. This is probably, and I don't mean this to, disparage the beautiful nation of India, but this is most likely an Indian bot farm, okay, that is trying to generate as much revenue as possible by feeding the AI whatever they have heard about American politics. Okay? This is not even a couple. It's the same guy in Uttar Pradesh.
These promises. Friday night. Girl, you know that when a man calls you drunk late at night, everything he says is a lie. I know. Why don't you find a man who wants to be with you? I don't like the guys who want to be with me. Why can't it be Chad? Because Chad doesn't like you. He only uses you for one thing. The guys who want to date me are ugly. I'm thinking in my head that the reason only ugly guys want to be with you is because you are ugly too.
What the Oh my God. This is absolutely an incel fantasy, dude. What the
But that wouldn't be a very nice thing to say, and you're really upset and I feel bad for you. I see the numbers on the scale and know what size jeans I wear. Rather than deal with my problems, I'm gonna believe Chad's comforting lies and waste years being a side chick. Later, I'll just blame men.
This is the most unhinged of all time. Oh my God.
In an imaginary white Christian...
Oh, and now finally we've gotten to the Christian nationalist, gender segregated universe. It's no longer Babylon. It's no longer the sex crazed Babylon, okay? Where obviously I reside as someone who has not just a laptop, but an entire home dedicated to masturbation. I obviously am the mayor of Babylon, right? This, on the other hand, is where the good Christian gender segregated society is.
Nationalist society.
A butterfly!
Careful there, sport.
My towel load is almost finished. Mommy, can I have some juice? Sure, honey.
Oh, the baby is crying!
Baby started crying when you picked her up. Anyway, we saw the rest of this, but I want to know where this goes, right? Because morality police comes and picks up the woman.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've already chosen a suitor for her. Okay, sir, I understand. If that doesn't work out, let me know.
What?
Hey guys, watch me do squats. Uh-oh, this creep is staring at me.
Ma'am, you're under arrest for violation of dress code, harassment, and posting indecent image of yourself online.
What? He was the harasser.
This outfit violates dress code. You can wear this in the women's only gym, but not here. Cover up.
What? What are they supposed... Wait, what? Why are so many Christian nationalists also just unbelievably gay? Like there's got to be something. There's got to be something going on with their tendencies, right? Cuz it's so weird. They're like, "Yeah, that's right. Only hunks get to wear sexy ass clothing in public." No. It's like, okay, that's strange. Like that's an odd thing. And this isn't even like no openly gay person would obviously ever think about this. This is like a very specific type of repressed version of homosexuality where you're just like, you not only hate women, but you literally do not want any women to be around you at all times. Like there's no gay guy's ever gonna obviously make a deal about this. It's awesome, right? They don't give a shit. They're like, oh, great.
I don't want to walk you to the patrol car like this. You have the right to remain silent.
Oh my God.
Cover up. I don't want to walk you to the patrol car like this. You have the right to remain silent. Lady, you're a real creep. Female flashers will not be tolerated.
How dare you? I was the victim.
Hey, Becky, it's good to see you. Can I talk to your father about going out sometime?
Sure, here's his business card. I am here to report an assault.
We have a female officer here who serves the police force in a limited capacity only to interview female victims.
What? Wait, I like that they specify, like, don't worry, there's no female cops in woke Sharia, woke Christian Sharia. They only come in when we have female victims. Yeah, don't worry. Like, we're not doing DEI except on women-related crimes.
Only to interview female victims.
Sarah, tell me your side of the story. Start from the beginning.
Why is she so large? Why is she significantly larger than all of the other people living in woke Sharia town? Not woke Sharia town, Christian Sharia town.
There's this creepy older dude in a gray shirt.
It looks like Sarah's story checks out. The swab test came back positive for our suspect. We can actually afford to test those kids because our tax dollars don't get wasted on welfare.
Great. She will feel much better if he's in...
Like, it's weirdly woke. It's weirdly woke, but in a not woke way. You know what I mean? Like they just mentioned untested kit backlogs, dude. What right-winger even thinks that's valid? Right-wingers think those logs or the kit backlogs are actually woke nonsense anyway, because all women lie about being is their mentality normally. This is so strange. They're trying to sell this not just to obviously like weirdo incels, but they're trying to sell it to like woke people too. What the yeah, it's like right wingers be like, we'd be woke if the woke people got out of the way and let us do woke, but in a very militant and very weird way.
Jail.
Security camera footage confirms Sarah's story. Street Patrol says they've had problems with him too. We should easily be able to get the death penalty. Open and shut.
Open and shut case. Oh my God. Bro, this is way more vicious than what like Westerners think Iran is like, dude. What the hell? What the hell? They're ending the lives of street barkers.
Case, the threat to our women will be eliminated. So, Steve, what kind of life do you plan on providing for my daughter? I'm in school for accounting. I look forward to getting married and starting my family. In what time frame? 6 months.
Why are we always back at the police station? The police are playing a major role in this society, it turns out.
Sarah, I called you down here to tell you that we've got the guy. He's in jail and he's facing the death penalty. Thank goodness. Do you want to witness the execution, or would you prefer to be alerted by text when it's finished? I want to witness it. I think that would be closure. Perfect. Sign here. Thank you. Witness the execution, or would you prefer to be alerted by text when it's finished? I want to witness it. I think that would give me closure. Perfect. Sign here. Thank you.
They're using the guillotine. And a Templar is the executioner. Why is it a Knights Templar that's executing harassers on the street, dude?
What did you do?
I was convicted of adultery and 3 counts of paternity fraud.
What? What the? She's having her head chopped off for adultery? How is what is paternity fraud? I don't even know what this is.
You?
I assaulted a woman. My wife ended up in the hospital a few times. I was convicted of assault. Are you sure you want to see?
Again, woke. Wait, what? Actually woke. What is happening? It's both anti-woke and like weirdly woke at times. Obviously not the death penalty, but like prosecuting domestic abusers. Like, what do you... This doesn't make sense. Right-wingers don't want to prosecute domestic abuse. Right-wingers in a gender-segregated, backward society actually want to maintain women as property. Like, none of this makes sense. There's no consistent through line here. It literally feels like they just shoved as many like weird incel talking points as they can into this machine, and it ended up spitting out like sometimes weirdly woke stuff, but in a sea of anti-woke. We found the Gen Z conservatives. Is this what Gen Z conservatives believe?
Yes, I will be okay. I need this.
Ready to see some justice today. This creep assaulted one of our women.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Damn, that's a loud ass thump. Was she so happy that his head was...
This is the best day ever!
It truly is. To family.
Cheers to that!
What is this hand? Oh my God, AI is so ass.
Now let's eat.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hooray! Congratulations!
Yeah, I have noticed that there's not a single person of color in this. I wonder why.
Sarah, would you like to dance?
I would like that.
Wait, why isn't this a creepy guy now? Like what? I guess now she's safe because now there was one person of color who was portrayed as a sex pest. No, that was Babylon. That's a different society. No, I'm saying this is the future society. I've noticed that there is no, in the Christian nationalist commune, there isn't a single person of color. You guys are talking about Babylon, which is Bedlam, where people of color are barking at white women. Yeah, this is the Agartha. Wait, why is okay, I know this is not the point, but like, why does the art style keep changing so dramatically? It's weird. Like, this is a different dude now. What the
In a black Christian nationalist state, black Christians are free to police and govern themselves.
I used to be terrified to drive. Every election cycle, the media convinced...
I spoke too soon. It's not just gender segregated. It's segregated by race as well.
...me that white police officers were going to hurt me. Without the white man's welfare, the black woman has to submit to the black man. I now have authority in my home without government interference.
I used to hate working with white people. I don't have to pretend to like Becky for a paycheck or put up with their demands that we clock in on time.
I hated having to eat their terrible, unseasoned food.
Oh my God, put up with their demands and we clock in on time. I mean, what was I expecting? Of course, it's still...
And then pretend to like it to be polite. And they always yelled at us for twerking.
Huh, this will be funny.
Young man, we saw what you did. Get over here. Stop right there. No, let me go. You're not going anywhere. You're gonna learn today.
Twin cops?
Boy. No, please. I'm sorry. I'll never do that again.
You're going to learn to respect your elders. Without liberal white women sticking their noses where it doesn't belong, we can actually get stuff done. Now we can fix our own problems. Our system isn't perfect, and our people are still struggling. But we've drastically...
I like that they... Also, why is the mayor jacked? I like that they're still saying, like, you know, the black segregated society is still not doing all right, you know, because they're obviously, they're black people. So in the minds of the AI guy who made this, they're like, you know, we got to mention that they're still poor.
Belong, we can actually get stuff done. Now we can fix our own problems. Our system isn't perfect, and our people are still struggling. But we've drastically reduced...
Why is the white system perfect and not the black one?
Single mother households. Now we can come up with solutions that work best for our unique people and culture. Here in Maple Ridge, everyone is a white Christian. We share the same values and culture. We're not bogged down with endless disputes between people groups or having to worry about what's offensive to who. Everyone knows the rules, so there is no...
Wait, that's literally wrong. There are still serial violators of the rules that you've created in your white dystopian society. And therefore, there are still people who disagree with it. As a matter of fact, a big chunk of the video featured the police station. You behead them. There are people who do not abide by the rules in your perfect society, and you chop their heads off. What are you saying? Why are you debate lording this like it's a legitimate argument? It is a legitimate argument. I figured it. Clarence Thomas made this video. What Kami says. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Confusion. If someone breaks those rules, we punish them. We don't have to worry the media will endlessly exploit racial differences for political reasons. Integration and feminism were an epic fail. We learned our lesson. Now,
I love my white Christian nationalist mayor saying epic fail. Yeah, that was a total L, dude. That was an epic fail. Desegregation was an epic fail. Yeah, black society, unruly teenagers. White society, multiple serious serial and abusers, but somehow perfect. I do find that very funny where, like, in their perfect utopian society, there are still roaming the streets, people constantly doing domestic abuse and having their heads chopped off, which proves, even in this anti-woke utopia, that like unbelievably hard punishments are still not a sufficient deterrent for crime. Okay? Like,
women don't vote or hold elected office, so we don't have to waste our time entertaining their hysteria. We've returned to a functioning society.
For all the liberals sharing my video, losing their mind, enjoy the beheading scene from the full video.
Do you see that video from C?
What is this? No, we definitely don't. We want white Christian men. Don't flatter yourself. This is textbook Sharia law. Being Christian or white does not change what this is. If it's Christian only, then by definition isn't Sharia. I understand the similarities in the gender segregation, but you must understand the meanings of the terms you use. This is Christian nationalism, or a variation of it. Just move to a Sharia law country. This is the exact system. Not quite. There are many differences between Sharia and this. And I'm white American Christian, so living there wouldn't work out well for me. No, Sharia persecutes Christians. I thought y'all hated Sharia law. We do, but for different reasons than gender segregation. Yeah, it's just, in your mind, you think it's just brown people doing it. That's it.
SEMA 726, gender segregation in polite society? Yeah, these Christian nationalists are psychos. They want Sharia law for white people. Kathy, my good...
Okay, she clocked RT. Like, well, I'm now calling the bot she, like it's really a white Christian nationalist woman and not some dude in Uttar Pradesh, but Sharia. This is how we do respond. This is how we respond. This is how we respond to the utopia.
This is not a drill. Handmaid's Tale, Handmaid's Tale. The white Christian men are mobilizing. We are going to be taken as sex slaves. Really?
What is this Morning Glory milking farm? Smash the triarch?
Should I do my hair and makeup? You think they are coming tonight? Yes, tonight. They're coming for us. Oh my God, I need to get ready. I will never be their sex slave. Never. These men disgust me. Me either. I find dominant, patriarchal, racist white men disgusting. I totally am not attracted to Commander Joseph Lawrence from that show. I'm definitely not fantasizing about Nick Blaine. I gotta go get ready. For what? Get ready to fight. They will never take me alive. I'll be right back. That's right. What time are these disgusting Christian Taliban coming? Any minute now, I'm sure.
So what's the argument? That these women are like horny to be dominated by the Christian Taliban? Is that what they're saying? Like their secret desires?
Handmaid's Tale! Oh my goodness, we're about to be rounded up! Delivery! Oh my God, I'm terrified. Let's go.
Good evening, I have a delivery for you.
Listen, you disgusting racist pig. I will never be your sex slave. Yay! I'm not a baby machine, you sicko!
What? Ladies, I'm just here to deliver your package. I'm not sure I understand what's going on.
Don't play dumb with me. I will never be your sex slave. I'm not going to your weird little compound. I'm not wearing a headscarf, weirdo. I'll be your sex slave, but a scarf is where I draw the line.
What is happening? Wait, is this like a prank? Am I in a viral video?
How is he holding the... Oh my God, he's so horny. Okay, his dick is in the box. He is torqued. He's torqued. His dick is in the box. He is so hard right now. He can cut through diamonds, dude. Look at him. Look at him. They were right. Oh my God.
Or something?
Christian Shadia! Patriarchal psycho!
You ladies are sick! I wouldn't touch either one of you weirdos, even if you were the last women on Earth!
Wait, what happened to the house? He ran into the house, which also happened to be, I'm sorry. He runs into the house, but it's also out in the open.
Sick! I wouldn't touch either one of you weirdos, even if you were the last women on Earth!
This is a message from the creator. Yes, I am a woman. So, a lot of you guys are on here saying, Handmaid's Tale, Handmaid's Tale. It is crazy how obsessed with that show you feminists are. This is insane. This has nothing to do with women being kidnapped and forced to be sex slaves to wealthy men or be birthing slaves for rich guys whose wives can't have kids like this ridiculous, Hollywood, degenerate show. You guys have been brainwashed by in Hollywood, and you're sick and depraved, and that's why you're always going to these crazy scenarios where men make you a sex slave.
Okay, this is a real person. This video is amazing. I bet she doesn't look like the AI photo. Of course not. But still, this is a real femcel. This is a conservative white woman. Oh my God.
Literally no Christian man wants to make any of you disgusting feminist and leftist psychos a sex slave. Okay, no one's gonna kidnap you and force you to live in this compound. Stop with the ridiculous comments.
Bro, this is not AI. I can hear her spitting. Okay, I can hear the spittle coming out of her mouth. Okay, I feel bad hearing the voice because now I know there's a human behind it and clearly they have mental illness. Yeah, the best kind. Please keep making these videos. I don't care how many rivers are rerouted. I don't care how much your electricity prices skyrocket as a direct consequence of funneling this or funding this initiative. This is the greatest initiative of all time. Oh my God, thank you so much for making this. I want to see if there's more. Literally my life, and it's easy breezy. I'm very grateful to have a good man. She figured it out. Lavender uprising, mood waking up every day with a provider husband.
She believes in community safety. She wants to abolish billionaires from a beach chair on a vacation paid for by her father's long-lasting trust fund.
This has shattered my faith in humanity. I love her. This is reaffirmed my commitment to humanity. I think she's incredible. I think she's brilliant. She has a YouTube channel with videos. Oh my God, there's more. Oh my God. Love and Hate 2, War Brides, the dark psychology behind women's choices in men and politics. POV Christian women bathing suit shopping. Oh my God. Kindergarten Congresswoman. Mockingbird Media, Love and Hate 3. Wait, why is Love and Hate 3 before Love and Hate 2? She made the third installation before she made the second installation. It doesn't make sense. Rebellious Wife. Okay, let's see what the most popular one is. I Deserve Better.
Jessica, you're my sister, and I love you. Why do you want a divorce? Did something happen?
What? Jessica, you're my sister, and I love you? Why is the guy working behind the counter in front of the jukebox? Also, he's not talking to anyone.
We never have any money. All he does is work. I work full-time and have to do everything with the kids. He isn't doing his fair share.
Has he cheated on you?
No, at least I don't think so.
Does he hit you?
No, he's never hit me. But it's just like, I don't know, I'm so sick of having to work all day and then do it all.
I deserve better. I deserve a man who will help me with the kids and the housework. I want to be able to go on vacation once in a while.
Didn't you guys go to Florida last summer?
Why does the art style keep changing? Why does the art style keep... Why is it Family Guy back there now? What is happening? Is this... I've never used LLMs and I've never used generative AI, so I don't understand. Like, is that normal? Does that happen all the time?
Not that kind of vacation. A real vacation. I want to go see the pyramids or the Eiffel Tower. He's so broke.
Average people can't afford to go abroad for vacation. That's a...
Damn, he's just getting mugs on mugs.
$15,000 trip.
You married an accountant. If you wanted a luxury lifestyle, why didn't you marry a doctor?
He was hot. We were in college when we met. I didn't know an accountant couldn't afford to go to Paris. He was fun to get drunk with and party.
Jessica, you sound ridiculous. You're 35 years old. It's time to grow up. Most people are average.
Okay, we're learning a lot. This is exposition. We're learning a lot about the prompt engineer's real gripes here. You can only generate like 30 seconds at a time, so every cut is basically a new thing. You have to try to get it to spit out the same thing. Oh, that's how it goes? Yeah. We're learning a lot about how this person feels about certain professions and about how she also has basically sucked it up. Because, like, obviously, the good thing to do is to be happy with the shitty relationship that you're in with a broke boy, right? Like, know your place.
That's not true. Look at these influencers. Hey everyone, we're here. Look at this amazing resort.
Why is this Bratz doll? Why is it a Bratz doll? What is happening?
Wow, so great.
You can't be serious. None of that is real. These are actors that are hired by the resorts to promote the place. Normal people don't.
This guy's like having a hard time getting across this important message to his sister, and basically getting older, and so is the establishment. The establishment is getting dirtier and more beaten down because of her horrendous vibes.
Do this? Name one person we know who has this lifestyle.
Okay, but I deserve it.
I need a real man who can take care of me. If he won't help me take care of the kids, I'll get a real man who will.
Dagnabbit, Jessica! You think some stepdaddy is going to work all day, pay for your delusional lifestyle, and be a better father to your kids than the biological dad?
You always take his side. You're such a jerk. I deserve better.
You're not coming to live with me. Go back to your husband and get real.
Don't tell me what to do. You think you're so perfect with your happy little family? I'm done with this!
You're ungrateful! Go home to your husband and thank him! He's a saint to put up with you!
Dave, I deserve better. You never take me to Cairo or Paris. We don't have any money. I deserve.
Honey, please calm down.
Deserve.
We can't afford that! I took you to Florida to the beach. How about I'll take you to California?
You broke piece of crap. I deserve better. It's over.
Brian, I brought you here because I need your help.
What is it now?
I'm having a really hard time since my divorce. I work all the time, do nothing other than...
It's been 5 years and they went to the same diner and they're wearing the same clothes. That's crazy. She just wanted to go to Cairo, man.
Clean and take care of kids and can't afford to make ends meet.
Whatever happened to you marrying a millionaire and traveling the world? Thought you had it all figured out.
I'm trying. I'm on all the dating apps. These guys just want to play games. They don't want to be a real man and step up to the plate.
Millionaires date supermodels. You need to get real. Go back to Dave and apologize. Do the right thing.
What? I can't. He has a girlfriend. She's 26, that little tramp. Anyways, I need a favor. I just need to borrow $5,000 to move. I'm getting evicted.
Absolutely not. I told you not to do.
Why does this establishment have mugs that say world's okayest mom? Actually, I kind of like that. That's kind of funny. Random diner and all the mugs are like world's okayest mom.
You broke your home and ruined your children's lives. What you did wasn't very Catholic. I will not enable.
Brian, please. My kids are going to be in the street. I really need your help. I wouldn't ask if I had other options.
I'm sorry, but I will not bail you out of the consequences of your sin. Your divorce was not just in the eyes of God. The kids can come with me or go with their dad, but not you.
Wait, so it's beneficial for the kids to be with their dad who's like 26-year-old? That's the Christian way? That's what we're doing?
So I've been living in my car a few months. I'm a single mother working a full-time job, door dashing, and doing Instacart.
Wait, hold on. I mean, she's popping on TikTok, though. At sleeping in parking lots. She's popping on TikTok. So she figured it out. She figured out the method. So she's bringing it back around. 12K likes. She's monetizing her demise. This is literally Darman for the far right. I mean, Darman is Darman for the far right. This is awesome, dude. I love this. I love this show. This is my favorite. This is my favorite show. Okay. Incredible. How was her phone outside the car? I mean, if she's popping as a TikTok content creator, maybe she's found like new ways of making engaging cinematography. This is Nazi Coco Melon. This person has a bright career ahead of her as a prompt engineer. Okay. Have you seen this? Ban AI at politics? Yeah, I know. The AI shit is crazy. Ah! It's everything. This is it. This is modern American existence, dude. This story has it all. Oh, are you keeping up with the algae gate? Yeah, President Trump fixes the reflecting pool and a week later is green again, loaded with algae, sabotage, vandalism. I believe it. The left can't stand Trump. American greatness with his quest to make DC beautiful again. What a shame. Yeah, algae, more like. Yeah, this man is incapable of not making more swampy, dude. It's awesome. He's running around being like, this is it. We're gonna make America beautiful. We're gonna make it beautiful. And everybody was like, hey, no matter what you do, it's still going to turn green, right? Yeah, drain the swamp, baby. It's just really funny that it happened so fast. I genuinely thought this would hold out until like July 4th. You know what I mean? I thought it would at least hold out for like a month. No, it flipped. Motherfucker didn't even reinstall like the high-end filter Obama put in, so the algae came back days after instead of months. That's why it happened so fast. He got rid of Obama's expensive fancy filter. Respect. Yeah, we don't want none of that gay woke lib filter, highfalutin filter. Okay, we are against Barack Obama. Bardock, no bummer. We're against it. We're against everything he's for, including the expensive filter. That's right. Folks is actually woke not to enjoy a green reflective pool. That's awesome. I didn't realize the hogs were figuring out the conspiracy. They're figuring it out, folks. Here, let's start with this woke lib New York Times and how they're covering it.
Wants to fix the Lincoln Memorial's reflecting pool, but it doesn't seem to be going to plan. Earlier this week, we reported that the contract to repaint and resurface the reflecting pool, which President Trump said would cost about $1.8 million, was actually going to cost about 7 times that, $13.1 million. On Tuesday morning, President Trump wrote a long Truth Social post, which calls me out by name and defends the contract, saying that...
I'll be honest, it's very funny.
As an anthropologist.
And very apt, okay? This is so perfectly representative of where we're at in the United States of America. Like everything that we are doing, everything that Donald Trump does turns to shit. Okay. There is suspicion that this was also a favorable contract afforded to someone that knows someone in the administration. I think it was like a Mark Wayne Mullen friend. No bid contract, unbelievably expensive, and fails flat on its face. It's just like, it was already a hollow initiative to begin with. It's shallow. It's just like you just want to make it look kind of good, you know? Like everything is shit in America, but at least we can like engage in beautification initiatives, right? And it not only falls on its face, but it falls on its face instantly. Yeah, shallow, no pun intended, but it's like, it's so silly, like a child's brain. We're like, oh, we just make it look good for the day. Maybe it'll look good for the week. Maybe it'll look good. Why don't we do it? We should do it. Make it look good.
That it is a deeply complicated work of smart and beautiful construction. The reflecting pool is a national icon. It's a part of so many people's conception of Washington and America. But the things that make it beautiful also make it a real nightmare to keep up. It's very, very long, and that means lots of joints between the concrete slabs. Those leak out 16 million gallons of water every year. The pool is also very shallow. That makes it a petri dish for the growth of algae, which make the pool look green. The Obama administration spent more than $35 million trying to fix these problems and basically failed. President Trump, though, has said he wants the pool to be blue, specifically what he calls American flag blue. So they're applying basically a waterproofing compound. It's also used in swimming pools or pipes. And as part of that compound, they're adding this blue color. But some Interior Department staffers have noticed issues with the waterproof coating that's being applied to the pool. They noticed bubbles, small holes, and also inconsistent colors. So it's
it's so shit. Oh, that's so funny. This is such a perfect example, dude. This story is everything to me. I mean, oh my God, an unbelievably stupid way to try and make things seem good. It's so perfect. Everything around us is going to and Donald Trump's like, oh, we'll just slap a coat of paint on it and it'll look good. It turns out they can't even do that successfully. They slapped a coat of paint on it and it failed. It failed.
Some places were more blue than others. Folks that I've talked to who know the reflecting pool well say that if you don't repair the plumbing underneath the pool, then you may end up with another big bloom of algae, which no matter what color you paint the bottom of the pool, is still going to make the pool look green. The other issue which
it's awesome. He tried to landlord special it, dude. He is such a real estate guy. It's fantastic. He genuinely thought, oh, we'll just do the landlord special. Just slap a coat of paint. What do you mean? Fix it. Slap a coat of paint and it fixes itself. Well, it turns out that's not how it works. Turns out the landlord special actually sucks for the people who have to experience it, you know?
Reported on earlier this week was questions about timing. The Trump administration justified giving this out as a no-bid contract because they said they had no time to consider other bids. President Trump said on a couple different occasions that he had personally found the contractor to do this waterproofing. And
we had no time to look for other bids. We just...
painting in the pool.
I have a guy who's unbelievable at doing swimming pools.
That's not the way that the law says contracts should be assigned. Federal agencies, when they need a job done, are supposed to seek out, whenever they can, multiple bids from multiple bidders to make sure they're getting the best work for the lowest price. However, the Interior Department did not do that. Instead, they've just said, look, we want to go fast. We want to be done by this summer so we can have the pool in good shape for the 250th anniversary. The contract was awarded on April 3rd. It's supposed to be done by May 22nd. That doesn't seem to be happening. Instead, what we've been told is they are about 35% done with the waterproof coating on the bottom. And the documents we've seen showed that on Sunday, they were 0% done with another key part of this job, which is to replace the joints between the slabs. What President Trump is saying now is he'd never worked with this company before, and he doesn't even know them. We've reached out to Atlantic Industrial Coatings, the company that's leading this work to apply waterproofing on the pool, and they've declined comment. It's a little bit ironic that the method and the contractor they chose may actually be moving so slow that they will miss their own deadline.
They're trying to props up tier 2 cities in 3 months, farms into San Francisco level tech colonies, and we can't even do a glorified swimming pool. Dude, it is so cooked. America is so bro. I swear to God. This is the most American story because Obama didn't fix the underlying infrastructure. Yeah. So what's actually wrong with the reflecting pool is that it's the plumbing underneath it. Okay. The plumbing underneath it is in a state of dire disrepair. It's very costly to fix. So instead of fixing it, everyone just keeps slapping coats of paint on it. I guess Obama tried to put a new filtration system in it and it still failed. But Donald Trump didn't even try to do any of that. He just thought he could literally paint it blue and it would be fine. And now they're dumping hydrogen peroxide in the water. Y'all, not to be a huge nerd, but for the reflecting pool, you would need a minimum of about 8,000 liters of 12% hydrogen peroxide to reach the 50 parts per million concentration to kill algae. Is this what happens when you have 0 scientists in your administration? Oh my God, they're dumping hydrogen peroxide by hand, bro. Oh my God. That probably, especially because it leaks, is going to have environmental consequences as well, for the record. So it's probably going to end up seeping into the ground and kill the lawn in the area. Just so you understand, one, they're not going to be able to dump in the necessary amount of hydrogen peroxide. And two, even if they were supposed to do that, it's going to kill a ton of birds, a ton of the natural wildlife in the area, and it will probably kill the greenery in the area as well because it has holes in it. There's no way, if you hit the necessary amount of hydrogen peroxide, that amount of hydrogen peroxide making contact with the natural environment is probably not going to be good. God damn, everything is so stupid. It's safe, it degrades fast. Oh my God, it's so funny. What a hilarious failure this is. Anyway, let's hear shut the up, you're wrong, there's no algae. Oh wait, hold on, let's see what Fox News is saying. That the Fox News is contradicting what this guy is doing. This guy did some independent journalism, Hogwatch. Let's take a look.
Oh man, take a look at this. The reflecting pool's green.
It was supposed to be completely
black. Yeah.
I mean, we just saw it like a week ago. It was like crystal clear blue.
All that, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
There's algae in here again. I feel like it's sabotage.
That wouldn't shock me either.
Why is it like this?
I can't tell if this is parody or if this is legitimately a bunch of hogs in the wild looking at a natural phenomena that everybody predicted would happen and going, how did the liberals do this? Joe Biden! I bet this was Kamala. You know who did this? Iran. They turned the pool green like their flag, brother. Joe Biden is working with Iran, the Islamic Republic. When I first heard about Iran as the Islamic Republic, I thought, Republican, I like that. But it turns out, although I like what they're doing to the women's and to the gays, I don't like everything else they're doing to Israel, the most important country on the planet. Far more important than my country, the United States of America. I'll say it. I bet Zoran came in here and made this Islamic green on purpose. Hezbollah, Joe Biden, they're all in on it, brother. These are your fellow voters? No, it's awesome. I love living in the United States of America with guys like this who definitely go out and vote, who also have outsized political representation.
Because it's gooey at the other end, and we walk this whole thing, we're like, there's
nice
no way that something like this. And the
TV
very
while
opposite side is the World War II memorial. Right. The water's fine. Why is this? So something happened here.
I mean, they had just literally fixed this.
Obama spent $32 million and it never held water. Trump spends 14 and they go crazy.
They're pumping something into this. I don't know if it's air or what, and what a shame. Because in the end, after all the work that was done, after as proud as I was of President Trump for finally getting this thing fixed.
What the hell?
We're back to green. And again, is it nefarious? I tend to think so. You wouldn't have so much algae that you see in here. You would not have that quickly.
Yeah. Guys, I'm a HVAC business owner and I'm a pool specialist. And let me tell you, okay, let me tell you something. Folks, let me tell you something. As someone who's worked on pools and pool accessories my whole dang life, pools are not supposed to turn green this fast. Okay? I'm a pool guy. And I bet you what happened is a bunch of communists came over and shitted and farted in the pool. That's right. A bunch of communist babies came into the pool and pissed. That's right. And I've have it on good authority that Byron, Joe Brandon probably was the King Dookie. He was the one who was leading the charge. That's right. Remember Byron? He was Sleepy Joe. He was sleeping all the time, unlike my president.
Unless somebody did something, I'm telling you, I think they want Trump to fail.
This guy learned about reverse Occam's razor. The most rational explanation is the least likely. I mean, you're literally describing just republicanism. You're describing reactionary thought. Yes, everything is the least likely alternative. They look at totally normal, innocuous and immediately assume that there is abound. The opposite of the most rational scenario is the most likely scenario. By the way, am I crazy or is this water even more green than it was before? Genuinely so dystopian about the right going, any other president would not do this when the thing Trump is doing is a response to fix a problem he caused. So yes, I suppose they're right. Another president wouldn't do this as this situation would have never happened. Like it is deep green. It is actually Sharia green. Like, I don't know how he did this. Oh, it's green for an amazing reason. It's so Trump. It's so perfectly Trump, man. God, it's so beautiful. Like Mountain Dew, man. What do you say to this? God, it's awesome. I love this country so much sometimes. This is one of those moments, right? It's just like, fuck it, we must have fun at least, right? If positive change is unlikely, then we might as well enjoy the show. This is one of those moments where you just got to give in to the hogs.
So badly that they'll come out here and do anything.
I think so.
Crazy.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Crazy. Although, I think he'll get it fixed.
So the good news is, it's not leaking. That is true. And as the man said, if anybody can get it fixed, Trump can.
No, this is objectively the opposite of the thing you suspect, okay? Yeah, here's how a renovated reflection pool in Washington, D.C. looks after Trump spent $14 million to make it great again. This is a perfect illustration of what's happening with America today.
The whole pond is green, with some black showing once in a while. Looks like algae coated the whole bottom. I'd ask for my money back.
Oh, on one end, the guy pours hydroxide into the pool, and the other hand, a child plays with their hand in the water. Yeah, that's also America. Bro, this is literally, look. No disrespect, but this is straight up third world. Like, this is third world country with a Gucci belt. I'm seeing it happen in America. It's like, this is so positively Turkified. I don't know how to explain it to you guys. Like, I literally lived through this exact same thing that's going on in America right now when I was growing up in Turkey. It's so funny to watch it happen in the wealthiest nation on earth. It turns out the institutions, the democratic process, like things, the checks and balances, the 700 scientists that would tell you this is an idiotic decision in the process, the red tape that these guys actually love destroying was there for a good reason. Okay? I mean, this is literally the point. This is why you need, regulatory agencies to take a look at these contracts. This is it. It's happening in real time. In real time, it's happening. It's just, anyway, let's see how Fox News guys sold this, though.
I'm here at the newly renovated reflecting pool. It's painted American flag blue.
Oh my God. They're doing the don't believe you're lying eyes. He's literally staring at it. He's like, look at how blue it is. It's blue. This is blue. Don't you dare say it's green. It is not Islamic green. You do not say it's green. This pool is blue.
And the Democrats, they're going to tell you, oh, there's green algae. It looks so bad. But there's pool guys cleaning it up right now. No other president would do that. But President Trump is still cleaning it up. How is the reflecting?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We are such a stupid country. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We painted it in Islamic green as a part of the Iranian MOU. I mean, this story has everything, okay? This story has everything. It's captured every aspect of modern American existence, all of the stupidity, so perfectly. Trump comes in, wants a beautification initiative when everyone's like, this is not going to fix any of the problems. Trump literally brings in a contractor that he likes personally, that he knows personally, no bid contract, and of course, thinks that the landlord special of just like painting it blue is going to fix the problem when everyone says that's not going to work. They cut away with all the red tape, Abundus style, okay? Turns out that red tape is actually for a good reason, right? And in a matter of weeks, the problem gets far worse. The algae issue becomes a far larger problem instantly. Then you got the Trumpians, the Trumpies, the cultists that go there and suspect that there is some kind of sabotage from the woke left. And then you have the propaganda outlet for the state propaganda news broadcaster, Fox News, stares at that green ass pool and goes, the Democrats will tell you this pool is green, but it's very clearly American flag blue. It's everything. This is it. This is modern American existence, dude. This story has it all. You got a Fox News guy looking at the very clearly green reflecting pool behind him and going, don't believe your eyes. That's blue. It's the most beautiful type of blue. And I know there's going to be fans. There's going to be Trump cultists that go, that's blue, you tard, shut the hell up. Your stupid mouth up. That's funny. Yeah. Dems say blue and green are different colors. They're not. What's going on? The reflective pool is very clearly blue. The bluest type of blue that you've ever seen. Democrats will tell you it's actually green. Do they want it to be green? Do they want it to be green, the color of Islam? Perhaps this plays a role in their immigration initiatives. What's going on? Is the Statue of Liberty green or blue? Well, I say it's both. Big W for the colorblind community. Yeah, big W for dogs. New images of the blue. Okay, dude. 11 years ago, the dress was posted on Tumblr. It was later confirmed to be black and blue. Yeah, I mean, there is an incredible irony to this, where they're like, they will sincerely look at like a trans woman and be like, that's a man, right? But also at the same time, they'll be like, this very clear green pool behind me is actually blue. And I guess it is technically in line. It's technically consistent, right? Because both of those things are stupid. Like, trans women are women, and that collective pool is absolutely green, okay? And Republicans want to be on the wrong side of both of these issues. They want to be like, nope, my way or the highway. And sometimes they let it slip, which is always my favorite moments. Like when Ben Shapiro will accidentally correctly gender a trans woman, and then we'll catch him doing that, and he has to stop and misgender them. You know what I mean? Where they'll be like, well, she was, I mean, he was. It's so funny. This is not a normal way to live, man. I don't know why. Yeah, it's even funnier because he's wearing a navy suit, so you know what blue looks like. And so are these guys. These guys are wearing blue shirts. You have on screen varying degrees of blue, so you know exactly what it's not. Like, navy, blue, blue, blue logo, varying degrees of blue on the bottom of the screen. So when he turns around and says, look at my big, beautiful blue ass pool, everything is a sequence of the emperor has no clothes. And you have you have people who are going along with that narrative, with that meta nonstop. What is this? Before and after, it was blue before. This combination of pictures created on the 10th of June using satellite images released by Vantor Technology shows the Lincoln reflecting pool on the National Mall in Washington, in Washington, D.C. on June 2023 on the top and June 2026 on the bottom after it was resurfaced and painted blue. Yeah, and it went back. Yeah, it was blue for like one day, and it wasn't like American flag blue either. And now it's green again. The peroxide is making it look worse. Oh my God, foam floats on the surface of the U.S. National Park Service workers dump bottles of hydrogen peroxide. Oh no! They talked to the boss last week. Wait, is this actually real? Wait, exclusive interview. Trump's pool got fires back at critics who say the reflecting pool sealant is black. It doesn't reflect. Algae will return. Missed deadline. Watch full video.
It's definitely blue. It's a very, very dark blue, but it is blue. It's just that dark. If you take something black and put it up against it, you'll see the blue. Black, blue, black.
Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore, big dog. It's neither black nor blue any longer, you know? Wait, so this person like actually found the pool guy? Or is this just like a random pool guy?
At the reflecting pool, and it is totally green. But I'm going to tell you exclusively why this happened and how it's getting fixed.
Oh no. Oh no, those ducks are going to die. Oh no, the children that are going to the park. Those ducks are dead, bro. That hydrogen peroxide is going to kill those motherfucking ducks. Oh no, that's a dead family of ducks right there. They're so stupid. The algae mats are on the bottom. The peroxide won't mix properly without something to agitate the water, and they haven't thought about the smell that dead algae will emit just in time for July 4th. RFK goes, yum. Well, when those squirrels around the reflective pool start drinking the hydrogen peroxide infused water, what to many looks like scenes out of the Bible of bedlam, death, and destruction. To me, I say, yum. It's dinner time. When I see roadkill on the reflecting pool, I think to myself, I'm starving. Many people are worried about hydrogen peroxide.
You know what time they're coming?
Water is less green today. Dude, how, like, this is literally shit that we would, like, this is one of those stories where you can just, like, directly match it with China, and you very quickly realize, like, this is exactly the type of thing that would never happen. You know what I mean? Like, this is the type of, like, beautification initiative that the Chinese government would you know, control and try to engage in, and would never allow something like this to take place. Like, they would just, like, fix it up. As some of the chatters also pointed out, like, compare and contrast the reflecting pool beautification initiative and the failure that it is in a matter of months versus in that same time period, like, I don't know, some kind of infrastructure growth that took place in China. This is something that developing countries do, and their excuses that they are poor. Yes. This is exactly the type of, like, inside baseball corruption that takes place in a developing nation. And you have the guy who's like, well, my nephew actually has worked on many pools, right? So we're just going to give the no-bid contract to my nephew. And the nephew's like, I don't know, we got some blue shit. And, you know, we slattered it around and it's probably fine. Except it's happening in the wealthiest nation on earth. Yeah, overpaid uncle contracts are a normal part of you know, developing nations. Except now we get to experience it as well. Yeah, put the green water, I mean, not green, objectively less green water back in, please. Will algae go away? Wait, why is she running in the last... That's awesome. Bro, the state of California is built on corrupt uncle contracts. You think I don't know that? I know that, okay? Just like enshittification has impacted every aspect of our lives, though, enshittification has also destroyed the corrupt uncle contracts in a meaningful way. What do I mean by this? At least in the state of California, it's not so, like, apparent. It's not so in your face that the corrupt uncle contracts are unbelievably costly and not actually following through on these initiatives. This is a more, you know, in your face version of the corrupt uncle contracts. So even the corrupt uncle contracts have gotten worse. Like, you need to go out into the wilderness to see the corrupt uncle contracts and their failures in full display. Speaking of RFK Jr. and animals and pools, this interview was insane. He threw a snake into a pool of children at a birthday party. Wait, what? He actually, RFK Jr.'s sister at my daughter's four-year-old birthday party, RFK Jr. stuffed a snake and a small rodent together in a bag. The children all screamed. He then released the snake into a swimming pool full of children. Wait, what? I'm surprised he didn't just bite the head off in front of the kids. I wanted to traumatize them differently. Normally, it's a win-win. I grab the snake with my hands and I go, yum, and I bite the head of the snake and I chew on it in front of the kids. But this time I thought I would teach them a valuable lesson. It clearly builds character. You throw the snake in the water and you're teaching the snake how to swim, but you're teaching the children to avoid the snake.
Thing, if I can, before you go, Carrie, and that is just these viral videos that have come out of your brother and animals. One that he had posted of wrangling a pair of racer snakes with his bare hand.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Cheryl, his wife, obviously, was repeatedly telling him to put them down. They were these racer snakes, I guess, on the porch of where they were, Dr. Oz's house or something like that, if I remember. But it just comes in the context of, you know, the dead bear cub, you know, which with the carcass to look like it was in Central Park, that situation. And I know, you know,
I can't get over it. No, it's so stupid. Yum.
Kick claims he once used a chainsaw to decapitate a dead whale, that went on the roof of the minivan, and then he drove it home. I mean, all these stories. I'm just curious, because someone had mentioned that he had a fascination with animals, with being a vet, animal carcasses, since very young childhood. Does that jive with what you remember as his sister?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, to me, it's complicated. I'm so grateful.
Wait, what the why is RFK Jr.'s sister? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why does she sound like him? Wait, what the happening? I can't even hear anything any longer. The only thing I can hear is she sounds like a less bass boosted version of him. What the fuck? He taught her how to talk? Does she also have a brain worm? The same kind of worm that took over RFK's brain? Oh my God. Why do they both sound like that?
To Bobby, as my older brother when I was a kid, his fascination of nature he shared with all of us, and he took me to catch snakes and learn about frogs and salamanders and go on nature hunting trips. And he gave me a crow when I was a kid, and gave me a hawk, and I learned so much about him.
Spasmodic dysphonia? I know, but like, why do they both have it? Is this like a genetic problem? Because RFK didn't used to sound like the way he sounds now. he infected her. Yeah. No, it's maybe the worm. Maybe the worm actually infects everyone around it. We first thought the worm only controlled RFK Jr. like Ratatouille, right? But maybe the worm also spreads. Have you ever thought about that?
It was another side. There was always another side. I'll just tell you this quick story. I guess my daughter is almost 30 now. So when she was maybe 4 years old, we were having our little birthday party, and I was looking in the garden and I found a snake. So I called Bobby. He just lived a mile down the road, and I said, "There's a snake in the garden." He rushed over with his infant son, Aiden, in one hand, who was just a few months old, and a bed sheet in another, a pillowcase in the other. And he grabbed the snake and stuffed it into the pillowcase while he was holding his infant son. So that was a little scary. And then he walked up to where the rest of the birthday party was, and he reached into the bag, and this snake was just chomping on his hand. And he pulled out the snake to show the kids. Then there was a vole, which looks like a mole, a combination of a mole and a mouse. And he grabbed that with his hand, and he put it into the bag with the snake, which made all the kids scream because now they were afraid the snake would eat the vole. So then he shoved his hand back into the pillowcase and grabbed the snake, which chomped.
Bro, look at her face. She's like, what? Like, this is like, she's looking at her like, why are you telling me this story? I should not have asked about, the childhood of RFK Jr. It turns out it's just as sane as you would have expected it to be.
On him a few more times. Then we went over to his house a mile away. There were tons of kids in the swimming pool, and he released this snake that had.
She said, "Oh my, dude, what the? If you're rich, this gets called eccentric. If you're poor, this is an involuntary commitment." She's telling this story like it's endearing. Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. I mean, it's perfect. It's a perfect. We're talking about RFK Jr. and all of a sudden AI RFK Jr. pops up. Oh my God. Foam floats on the surface as U.S. National Park Service workers dump bottles of hydrogen peroxide in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool as a part of their effort to mitigate an algae bloom, which followed the completion of recent renovations in Washington, D.C. Does no one look at everything that's going on? Like all of these like very overt signs of instability and just like worse overall experiences and think perhaps there's a problem here. Is that not a thing that people call into question at all, where they're like, it's kind of weird that these guys wanted to fix the problem by just painting it blue and then it failed, and they didn't actually they did away with all the red tape, all the bureaucrats that would have normally stopped this to ensure that it's actually successful. The implementation is actually successful. We decided, nah, we're not gonna do that. No more red tape, right? Obligatory China comparison. Yeah. In Shanghai, a 100-year-old 7,500-ton historical city block was temporarily relocated using 432 walking robots. Yeah, but at what cost? I mean, have you thought about the fact that we have freedom? Yeah, exactly, and they don't. Of course, I mean, we have freedom for the time being, and that's also going away. Shouts out to the Trump administration, but yeah, we have burgers. Yeah. Oh my God, we're never getting walkable cities. We're never getting robust infrastructure. We're never getting public transit or public health care. Oh, we're cursed. We're cursed. We are cursed. No, you don't. The screwworm is back. You're gonna eat the bugs. Yeah. Fantastic. Everything sucks. Like, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting to me that Ethan Klein runs around and gets to manipulate other people's behavior like this. Like, where he just gets to behave like a petulant child, a sociopath, where he's just like, apologize to me again, a third time. And I didn't even get to cover the iDubbbz apology to Ethan thing, which I don't think he should have ever apologized to Ethan Klein. Let's be real. But if it gets his ass, if he gets his ass out of costly litigation, even though it's like totally defensible litigation, you know, you got to do what you got to do. A little bit of pressure from Moist Critical, by the way, and Ethan Klein folded like a picnic table.
But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone outside of the lawyers. They're smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path.
Folded like a goddamn napkin. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation suit against iDubbbz after being widely mocked online. He had attempted to sue iDubbbz for showing a comment written by streamer Destiny accusing Ethan of his own children. Klein has not yet sued Destiny. Klein, after iDubbbz films an apology for the message he did not post, wrote, I appreciate the thoughtful apology. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit. Ethan Klein's only statement on potentially suing Destiny for the message is Destiny was joking.
Now, I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like made in passing. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it.
Everything has to tie back to me, and Hassan has had a lot of success in trying to tie people back to me. Like I said, I think this is why I call Ethan a pedophile all the time, his kids or whatever, is because Ethan gave in because he's a spineless hack to this type of attack where he's like, no, I'm not like Destiny. Destiny doesn't get me talking about.
God, Ethan is so nasty. So nasty. Straight up. All right, drop the rest of the dudes then, big guy, you know? Like this is why I wasn't so critical of Moist Critical, because a little bit of pushback, and I think it forced him to buckle. A little bit of pushback, and he was far more, he was far more responsive. Obviously, we can talk our shit on this side of the internet all day, every day. The reality of the matter is, no, it's not even a loss of subscribers. He's been hemorrhaging subscribers nonstop, partially due to this battle that he decided to wage against anyone and everyone that's ever made him feel bad, right? Or called into question his comments. Here's the thing. The reality of the matter is the entire commentary sphere on the internet is unbelievably slanted to the right, okay? You know this already. You've seen it already. I am a recipient of their endless amounts of hate. But when it's Moist Critical that comes out as a major content creator who's like, this is kind of up, what are you doing? All of a sudden, all of the forces of the internet commentary sphere will take a second look at what Ethan's been doing and maybe realize that this wasn't a legal pursuit that they should be celebrating. And that's what it takes sometimes. Here, let's see what iDubbbz said before I end it then.
Hello, everyone. I am going to be talking about a very important and heavy topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main purpose of this video. I do think it's important to share a little bit of my side of the story, but I don't want to take away from the purpose of this video, and that is to apologize to Ethan Klein and his family, especially his kids. Basically, Ethan is suing me for having rebroadcasted a statement made by Destiny on my stream. I did display the very disgusting comment for 40 minutes, and it was wrong. It was a comment from Destiny, and I even said that I don't agree with it, but it sort of highlights how I knew that it was a wrong thing to put out there into the universe and show people. Regardless of the point I was making, it was wrong. I was angry, and I was like, how do I get this guy to, one, not clip me, not mock me and harass me on his live stream, and two, this guy's a bully. I'm angry. I'm angry that this multimillionaire is silencing people and suing people who have a much smaller audience than he does, and can barely defend themselves. And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies, so I wanted to do something that would have an impact, and without checking in with myself of whether or not that was a right or wrong thing to do. I justified it in my head at the time. I was like, okay, well, it's not my words, and it's actually said by a really bad guy, Destiny. Not a fan of that guy. It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and his children, and it was disgusting. I said at the time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but still sharing it and broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes, that was an irresponsible and reckless thing to do, especially for parents. Like, there are many parents with kids out there who do not want to see that shit, and it's painful. And I'm sure it was extremely painful for Ethan and Hila to read that shit and have it pop up again and again and again. And just because it's coming from a piece of guy, and I'm showing it to people like, look what this piece of said, it's wrong. It's wrong to do. And I didn't come to this overnight, right? Like, to be frank, I'm angry. I do not like Ethan. I think he's doing a lot of...
Okay, I don't even think this is like a negotiated settlement, forced apology. I don't think it's a hostage video. Casey Tron's video had far different vibes. I think this is genuinely iDubbbz. Yeah, no, I think this was his own personal decision. I have not talked to Ian at all, so I have no idea. I'm just purely speculating. I know for a fact that the Casey Tron one was obviously a hostage video. That was the Casey Tron one was very clearly a forced statement where that was like straight up scripted by Ethan's legal team or Ethan himself to maximize the damage and to max out on the humiliation, making Casey Tron apologize to Asmongold, Nick Fuentes funnel Asmongold, self-described Nick Fuentes funnel Asmongold.
I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change, because I can't really do that. It would compromise my position. That's the reason. I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel in a way.
By the supposed anti-Semitism destroyer, Ethan Klein, who directed Casey Tron to literally apologize to Asmongold. I just want to point that out one more time. Mr. Anti-Semitism Annihilator, Ethan Klein supposedly did that. And, the whole part about like Hassan hasn't like defended me or whatever. It doesn't matter. Obviously for people with working brain cells, they very quickly understood what that was. With Casey Tron, Ian's apology was not done to avoid the lawsuit. It was done because he felt like it was something he wanted to do for himself. Yeah, I can see that. In any case, I obviously disagree with it. I don't think he should have apologized for it. But if he felt the need that he wanted to apologize for showing someone else's comments, Ian has said this 2 other times already. It's just after the Moist vid, Ethan said he wanted a sincere one and he would drop the suit. Ugh, gross.
Damage to people online. And it changed the way that I was thinking about it.
Like, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting to me that Ethan Klein runs around and like gets to manipulate other people's behavior like this. Like, where he just gets to behave like a petulant child, a sociopath, where he's just like, apologize to me again a third time, and maybe I'll consider dropping the lawsuit. It's just bullying. You have a lot of money and you get to bully other people. And it's crazy that it's like in IDubbbz's situation, I'm sure this is sincere. I'm sure it was already sincere. This is the kind of guy he is. Okay. It's not the kind of guy I am, but this is the kind of guy he is. Yeah. Every time IDubbbz has apologized, he's been really careful to point out the tweeting question over and over, and Ethan still refuses to sue Destiny. Yeah. It is Israel behavior. It is. It is literally, it is. Which is really funny because Dan Saltman apparently, I saw someone point out that he wants to now take every time I've said this is spiritually Israeli and be like, this is spiritually Mexican. Okay. And with the AI, change my words and then mass promote that to make it seem like I'm being racist. Like if it was any other country, it's like, yeah, if someone said this is spiritually South African during apartheid South Africa, I don't think people would be complaining, you know? It's ironic because like when you change the wording like that, it changes the meaning. If I said something is spiritually Canadian, no one would think that it's a pejorative. If I say something is spiritually Rhodesian though, people will understand exactly what I'm talking about. They're so stupid. I thought you were online. This is Dan Saltman. He's Dan Stalkman. He's like a 60-year-old who spends every waking moment trying to harass, you know, people like IDubbbz, myself. Yeah, saying something is spiritually Mexican is a compliment.
I didn't think about it. I didn't ground myself. I didn't think about, like who is actually being affected in this instance. And Ethan's family and his kids are being affected. You know, I just because I don't like Ethan, I think it's wrong to find an attack vector that is his kids. It's foul. It's not okay. And I think it was wrong for me to use the Destiny screenshot as a cudgel to make my point. I didn't need to use the Destiny screenshot to make my point. There's a million other ways I could have done it, but I.
If you played Destiny's comments, would Ethan sue you? I don't think so. I have, and also I have in the process of like showing the frivolous lawsuit also.
And I regret that I didn't, and I regret that I ever put that screenshot on my live stream. You know, that's the main reason why I feel like I do need, for myself, for my soul, to own up to this and acknowledge that I went too far. It wasn't okay. Ethan and Hila and their family do not deserve that. At the end of the day, whatever happens with the lawsuit is what it is. For myself, I needed to make it known on the internet that what I did was wrong, and I don't want to be that person. I don't want to behave that way. I want to make content that I'm proud of. I don't want to give in to a harassment back and forth online. I want to put my energy into making content that I can be proud of and that I'm not going to be ashamed of because I lost the plot. I want to stay focused. I want to check in with myself and know what it is I want to be and what I want to do and what message I want to spread. And this isn't a message I want to spread. So I'm sorry to Ethan and Hila and your family. You guys didn't deserve that. I'm going to think about all of this a lot more, I'm sure. But for now, I really do want to just get back to making the content that I want to make. Having said all that, I wish everyone the best. This is
a bit of self-flagellation. I don't think he did anything wrong, actually, but that's okay. He's just being sweet, and Ethan is taking advantage of his sweetness and reform. I know. Ethan is not going to stop harassing you or your wife, no matter how much you apologize. He's too much of an asshole. I mean, who knows? Maybe he will. Hopefully he will. I just, leave this motherfucker alone, man. Jesus Christ. I think it's totally normal to want to check out of the slop factory. I wish Ian the best, but the reality is that these narcissistic smear campaigns never end. We'll see,
I genuinely want to see a better world, and I do not want to be a contributor.
But he's apologizing for using that comment, and Ethan has said that he's like dropping the lawsuit. I don't think he'll stop harassing Ian and Anissa. I'd be shocked. I hope that he does. I hope that Ethan does stop harassing them. I hope that Ethan stops harassing everyone. It's insane. His only content is just like bullying people. Alarming. It's so strange. Anyway. You get to do weird shit at the White House if you're actually, winning, right? If you're actually doing things. You don't get to do that while you're also failing. You don't get to do that while you're failing. So yeah, last night's UFC incident also had some very funny things that took place beforehand. In a now deleted post, Daniel Cormier exposed Eric Trump for asking him if any of the UFC White House fights were rigged. Okay, I'm going to read you what the text messages were. And this is real. He actually posted this. I don't know if the text messages are real or not. It looks real. It makes no sense as to why he would post fake text messages if they were fake. Okay. Daniel Cormier, famed UFC fighter, now commentator, says, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport that I'm deeply passionate about. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And it's Eric Trump hitting up Daniel Cormier going, hey, Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. Yo, Eric, didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? Haha. I like to stay unbiased, but I love watching Nick fight. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got? You placing any bets? He asks. He follows through. Nah, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape, ... I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. $. And he responded with, no, none of our fights rigged. And honestly, I'm appalled that you would even ask me something like that. And then he obviously posted it, and then he deleted it, right? Nickel is how his name is pronounced. Okay, thank you. So, and then it's even funnier. He turned around and he claimed that his account was hacked. First, he said he did not do it. First, he was like, no, this didn't happen. First, he said it's fake. That's not real. Someone fake posted it. Then he realized that obviously, yeah, we're supposed to believe Daniel Cormier was hacked, but then he regained access to the account 2 minutes later without help from Twitter. Right. Eric Trump is as corrupt as his daddy. Where's the video? Because I know there's a video of him being questioned about it when he's getting into the car and he looks like he's pants. Because they were just like, oh, here it is.
See, what happened with those posts were from Eric Trump?
Not real.
They're not real?
I can't believe you guys believe that. Like, who believes
Yeah,
something like that?
everyone said it was posted on your account.
I got hacked or something. Who believes stuff like that?
I got hacked or something. Oh, I must have gotten hacked or something. It's like, oh, really? That's the fastest hack and response I've ever seen. Okay? Because it kind of feels like you had a brave moment, an honest moment, and you wanted to go after the Trumps. And then you got one boss call and it put the fear of God in your heart.
That's crazy.
So you didn't post it?
Why would I do that?
You're a legend.
It's Jake, man. Would you do Josh
So
the
the journalists that say you posted it are wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. What are you talking about?
Thanks, Rudy.
You're welcome.
For more content like this.
Yeah, it's not a hack, man. Yeah. Thanks, DC MMA. Yeah, no one believes you. Okay? No one believes you, you piece of shit. Oh my God. As Sam Cedar asked, why didn't he immediately post that he was hacked after deleting it? Yeah. No, we all know what happened. It's a real DM that he posted and then got the boss call from Dana White on. And Dana was like, what the fuck are you doing, idiot? They're going to kill you. So he deleted it. And he thought, oh, I got hacked. Why does he even want to bet? His family has made billions since Trump's been in power. Greedy demons. Dude, I was talking to Felix about this. My speculation is, okay, you know how oh my God, I almost said LeBron. You know how Michael Jordan was a massive degenerate gambling addict? And when you become like super addicted to the thrill of gambling, you will literally do the lowest level gambles, right? Because it's all about that win. Michael Jordan famously used to gamble with like the security at the stadium over whether or not he can make like 5 napkins into the trash bin in a row, right? He bet on golf swings and shit. So I think for these guys, it's just doing crimes. I think the Trump family has gotten so used to doing like schemes, like low level, no matter how low level the scheme is. Like he's out here putting potentially billions of dollars of risk on the line to make what, 10 grand on a betting market? Maybe 100 grand at that? Like, that's nothing for the Trump family. You guys have been stealing from the federal government nonstop. It's so ridiculous, dude. Yeah, it's very clear he posted it and then, like, obviously chickened out. What is this? Watching Donald Trump and Dana White walk out from the White House to the UFC Freedom 250 claw is such a beautiful tribute to Iran's glorious victory over America. Yeah, look, you guys know where I stand on this. I mean, it's idiocracy 100%. I just don't think Trump is allowed to feel happiness. Like, I think you haven't done anything to deserve, like, a good birthday. I know that sounds stupid, and maybe it is, but that's my principle on this. It's like, you get to do weird shit at the White House if you're actually, winning, right? If you're actually doing things, doing right by the American working class. You don't get to do that while you're also failing, okay? In my opinion, you don't get to do that while you're failing. And the other side of the story, of course, is I'm reminded of a time when a lot of the very same people that are now celebrating the Trump White House initiatives, the UFC initiatives, used to say Barack Obama's going to turn the White House into a black house. He's going to turn it into a crack house because he's black. Get it? Like, they were being unbelievably racist, including, but not limited to, the freak out that endured when Barack Obama converted the tennis court on the East Lawn, I think, or South Lawn, one of the lawns, there's a tennis court. He converted it into a basketball court so you could also play basketball outdoors. They just like added new lines, right? Paid out of pocket and everything. So I said, remember when people freaked out because Obama converted the White House tennis court to allow basketball? People who had lots to say about that are the exact same people who absolutely love this shit. Like, it's almost a flex. This is like unbelievably white trash. But I guess when you're Trump, you get to do it. You get to do whatever you want.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
Joe Rogan trying to pull the mic away. Look at this. This is so funny.
Am I right, America?
Look.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
He's like, early CTE symptoms. Yeah, sponsored by Bud Light. Sponsored by Trump's own cryptocurrency. Yeah, don't misunderstand me. Joe Rogan is a piece through and through. But even a piece of shit knows what lines not to cross.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Oh, Mike Queen, Jessica Tarkov has some choice words on this incident. Let's take a look.
And you've got to mention, and I know you probably don't want to, that the guy who won at the end, that Josh Hokett, gets up there and says Michelle Obama is a man. That was his final message. So you had a guy who vomited on himself during a weigh-in the day before, stands up there, Joe Rogan. Maybe he was paralyzed in the moment and didn't think, I should emphasize the fact that Michelle Obama, a former first lady, since we're talking about patriotism and paying our respects to the White House and those who have come before us, is not a man.
He's not running for Senate.
It doesn't. And then the White House today won't even clean it up. Stephen Chung's like, well, Josh Hokett had a great night. Dana White's out there saying this is no good. Portnoy, Shane Gillis, everybody knows that it is repulsive. And I presume you guys know this as well, that shouldn't
How about
be.
Plattner?
Why can't you just say that the guy should never have said that Michelle Obama
I'm merely pointing out there's nobody on the left that has any credibility to ask us that question.
Why can't, because we don't know what a woman is? Is that what you're trying to?
No, because you guys have kept silent on everything. Hell, I seem to remember not too long ago how often I heard that Melania Trump was an escort.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. That's real. Like, you can't get mad that people were pointing to a real thing and then use that as a counter to what people are mad about that is a fake thing. What the She quite literally was an escort. What are you talking about? I'm just mad that you said a truthful thing. Remember when you said the truthful thing? Which is why it's appropriate that Now, our side is saying the fake thing.
A lot of people who are now huffing and huffing. People who say that a black kid who stabs a white kid, that was just him.
What? What does that have anything to do with this? Trying to imagine if the coverage, if Obama had spent $60 million to host a pay-per-view NBA event at the White House where LeBron called Melania a hooker. Yeah, again, it doesn't actually work that way because Melania is an escort. Like that's just true. You know what I mean? So no, like, oh, imagine if someone did that and then they said Melania was a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Okay, she was. What am I supposed to do about that? It's not my problem. She was. Why are you getting mad? Yes. I don't want to watch him throw up on himself. Anyway, Shane Gillis was apparently there, and this was his reaction.
Hey Shane, how'd you enjoy the night, man? It's pretty cool. What'd you think?
Why does he always dress like he's a golf caddy? I don't understand that.
Josh, it's jokes.
Can you please?
What do you think of him saying Michelle Obama's a man?
I didn't love that.
Didn't love it? How come?
Why did you think?
A lot of people have said the opposite. That's why I
don't like that.
Trump's job.
You guys, we're all good. We're all good. Thank you.
What do you think? What do you think of the cancel culture?
You guys got me on a couple brewskis.
All right, thank you guys.
But yeah, I didn't like that.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't an escort? Dude, you need to look it up. What? What the f are you talking about? Yes, she was. What? She's literally an Epstein girl.
But whatever, he was funny.
This is the one chat. Okay. You know what's funny? This is the one chatter who listened to the Melania Trump, the Melania Trump random press conference and was like, I believe it. When she came out, when Melania Trump came out and was like, I am not a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. Do not say this about me. It is not real. This was who it was for. This person watched the Melania movie and thought, Kino, I believe everything. I loved Brett Ratner's signature documentary, Melania. Best film of 2026. I watched it multiple times. And I also further believed when she did the impromptu press conference that even Donald Trump didn't know she was going to do.
Excuse us.
Hey guys, we're heading back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shane.
Did you actually watch the movie? No, dude. What are you, crazy? Do you think Trump is petty enough and stupid enough and childish enough to just wave a shiny deal just for his birthday? Yes, I think that is a reality. I think that's a realistic scenario here. I do believe that Donald Trump is that childish, is that narcissistic, is that much of a baboon. Following intensive talks, we are pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, 19th June in Switzerland. We would like to thank the United States of America and the Islamic... We would like to thank the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran for their commitment to finding a diplomatic solution to the conflict. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our brothers in this mediation effort, the great leadership of the state of Qatar for their support in reaching this agreement. I would also especially thank the visionary leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of Turkey for their immense contributions in this regard. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. This is literally a memorandum of understanding that hasn't been signed yet, that'll be signed in Switzerland. And it is the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan that's stating this. I don't know. I don't know how reliable this is. I don't know how valid this is. Again, especially considering that Israel, from this point on, is going to do everything in its power to completely pummel. This is an MOU for an MOU. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for technical talks and the official signing ceremony. What are the Iranians saying about it? Only 30 minutes ago, a Khamenei advisor warned that a 0 hour had arrived after Israeli strike on Beirut. Ali Akbar Velayati, the senior foreign affairs advisor of the Iran supreme leader, warned Sunday that Tehran's patience have run out after the Israeli strike on Beirut. Now, this might be posturing, specifically because they will still sign it, but they want to engage in tough talk. But what I do think is, no matter what happens, if Iran doesn't establish military deterrence, if Iran does not establish military deterrence, then Israel is going to effectively ruin this until Geneva happens. Long time between now and Geneva. 5 days, 5 whole days where Israel can consistently pummel Lebanon. And every single time, including this last time when Israel hit Dahia, Israel hit Beirut, and Iran doesn't retaliate, that's another notch for Israel. That's another blow to any kind of, that's another blow to whatever military deterrence Iran had created. I remember a tweet exactly like this from the Pakistani Prime Minister before Israel declared it was not bound by any such deal between the U.S. and Iran with regards to Lebanon, and Lebanon continued to be bombarded with even more ferocity. Yeah, this literally looks like the exact same Gaza ceasefire deal where America is trying to get the opposition to Israel to cease its hostilities, and then Israel continues to
Netanyahu. It appeared, at
right,
least, that this was a genuine attempt to derail the deal. Now, I've said before, this is quite a birthday gift, given this is Donald Trump's 80th birthday from his so-called friend. What this appears to look like is very fancy diplomatic language hiding the fact that this virtual signing is not going to happen today and is simply buying time of a few days more. And so what we have is the Pakistani mediators that have been playing a role in trying to get Iran and the United States.
By the way, this isn't even a temporary ceasefire. This is a temporary cessation of hostilities before the temporary ceasefire is implemented, where there's a memorandum of understanding that will be signed, which will then kickstart the 60-day negotiations process for a full-blown facilitated ceasefire. So this is a ceasefire before the actual ceasefire. It's unbelievable what's going on. And it's very clear, in my opinion, I think this is, some people will say Israel did this to ceasefire up. The ceasefire is beneficial for Iran, and their militant posture here was simply to get a better deal out of Donald Trump. I think ultimately this is still the very same existential threat for Iran, as Israel will absolutely, in my opinion, perhaps I'm wrong, but Israel will absolutely continue to push the boundaries over and over again. And as long as Iran does not retaliate, it's just giving Donald Trump everything he wanted without Donald Trump actually committing to real security assurances for Iran.
Reportedly has indicated to the Wall Street Journal is agreed to. But again, it's that all-important signing. And it appears that what's going on right now is that the White House, along with the assistance of Pakistan, is buying time in order to achieve that by saying that the official ceremony won't be till Friday.
Okay, Kimberly, I may well be back with you. In the meantime, let's bring in our correspondent, Osama bin Javed, who's on the line right now with us. He's in Doha and possibly can give us some insight into this statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister, who appears, Osama, to be saying that there'll be more talks about talks before the agreement is signed.
Well, after what we saw the Israelis do this afternoon, where essentially all hopes were dashed and the deal felt like it was torpedoes and Iranians would react, it appears that Pakistan and Qatar, the two countries who've been in the mix of things, sticking their necks out, have been able to pull it through, albeit for a later date. It is not the virtual signing that the Americans had hoped for, but it is not the complete breakdown as was feared today. So once again, these really frantic mediation efforts have now been bearing fruit for a couple of times now. Remember, the the ceasefire that was announced initially when Bagher Ghalibaf and J.D. Vance met. And then the extension of the ceasefire because of these efforts that have been continuing. So it appears that now there is going to be a sigh of relief for all sides. There is going to be further detail that needs to be ironed out about the language. But this has also been made possible because the National Security Council in Tehran has, in fact, voted in favor of the negotiations. Now, it appears that now the Iranians have the backing of the hardline elements, which were so far opposing any deal with the United States. Still, there is a lot of mistrust between these two sides, but just the fact that there is an agreement now in place, which the National Security Council of Iran, Donald Trump, and is being announced by the Pakistanis while the Qataris were present in Tehran, kind of gives it more impetus than because we've been here so many times before, it gives it more impetus that there might be something in the offing which is more concrete and more reliable.
All right, Osama, let's just remind anyone that may have tuned in the last few minutes that Pakistan's Prime Minister has said that Iran and the US have reached a peace deal. He said, following an intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. But the official signing ceremony will be on Friday, the 19th of June in Switzerland. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Let's go live to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there. What are we to make of that statement from Pakistan's Prime Minister, Mohammed, especially in terms of the peace deal covering Lebanon?
It's very interesting because of the atmosphere here in Tehran and across Iran is very highly charged. There have been statements about imminent strikes. I mean, I'm not here confirming, I'm not talking about confirmed deadline or announcement that at this time or at this hour we will launch missiles against Israel, but high readiness, and that has been expressed by various components of the Iranian armed forces and IRGC in response to the recent to today's strikes on Beirut. So, I mean, a reverse orientation to the escalation that has been that is being expected and expected tonight, which means that something behind the scenes is going on across the board. We know that the Qatari delegation has visited, probably still here in Tehran. So there is a race against the time to counter the efforts of escalation that are being deployed by the Israelis when they launched those strikes in Beirut. I can understand, people here can understand that there is a strong message in this announcement by President Trump. He's anticipating the situation, and he's probably sending a strong message to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that whatever he does to disrupt this process, the Iranians are adamant that will go ahead. 4 days from now, that signing is still 4 days away from us, and there are many hours and many minutes and many seconds where anything can go wrong. We don't know what the Israelis are going to do. We don't know whether the Iranians will now calm the situation and desist from attacking Israel. So everything depends on the reaction that is expected here in Iran, whether they are along with what President Trump has said, whether there was an agreement behind the scenes before this announcement has been made, or whether it has been unilaterally made, or by the Americans without any consultation with the Iranians. That's going to be really a dangerous scenario, because the Iranians are in full gear about this situation in Lebanon, and it's just like a very interesting development emanating from that statement by President Trump. It's almost late in the night.
I don't understand why people, including Trita, are claiming that this is definitely done. I don't know why. If the calculation is, and Trita is saying this as well, the deal's cut and anyhow failed. If the calculation is that, what's his face? Israel gets to do whatever it wants, And as long as Iran doesn't retaliate, there's a deal cut. But a key part of the deal is for America to restrain Israel, then the deal is not done. The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is not complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow.
It was, especially in Lebanon, that this was an attempt to sabotage the deal, and it wouldn't be the first time Israel has done so. Israel was either trying to provoke a retaliation from Iran, because, like I mentioned, Iran was trying to implement a deterrence equation. It was also trying to send a message that it retains freedom of operation in Lebanon. And this is why there's also a lot of concern here. While a ceasefire would be welcomed, there is little trust that Israel will fully implement it, or at least Israel has repeatedly said it believes any ceasefire would still give it the right to strike or to act against Hezbollah, even if it sees a perceived threat.
Al Jazeera's Zaina Hodder on the line there from Beirut. Breaking news now on Al Jazeera. President Trump has just posted on Truth Social that the deal has been done. Earlier, the Wall Street Journal had reported that President Trump was planning to issue a statement imminently confirming that the U.S. had agreed to a deal with Iran. And then a few minutes later, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif tweeted saying that following intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Let's go live to Washington. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is there. So, Kimberly, President Trump, at last, as we've expected for the last half an hour or so.
There's two different modes Israel has here. Either this is the last big boom that they always commit to before a permanent cessation of hostilities is imminent, or Israel is totally not going to abide by this, and they're going to continue escalating to try to draw Iran back into conflict. And at a certain point, Iran is going to have to retaliate, or else Trump's calculation is correct, that they don't want the smoke. Therefore, making the ceasefire an impossibility, because on the American side, military deterrence isn't a part of the calculation. But on the Iranian side, which is fighting an existential battle, military deterrence is an absolute necessity for the ceasefire to take place. There will never be a ceasefire if the Americans and the Israelis calculate that Iran will not retaliate and Israel can do whatever the it wants. Once you establish that Lebanon is a proxy and therefore must be a part of the total ceasefire calculation, all this does, in my opinion, all this does is simply engage in the active theater in an effort to stop Iran from retaliating against Israel.
After having covered Donald Trump's first term and 2 years into his next term, this appears to be Donald Trump buying time, saving face, given the fact he said it would all happen today, and it's clear that there was a need to buy more time.
All right, Kimberly, for the moment, many thanks. Let's go to Tehran then. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there for his take on what this statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister means, Mohammed, when he said that mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony, which we now understand is going to be on Friday this week. What are we to make of all of that?
Well, I think we make of it that President Trump has already...
No response from the Iranian side is interesting, except the Iranian media has officially announced it. But I don't know. Has the Iranian media officially announced it? Or is there some kind of manipulation taking place? I haven't seen a high-level Iranian official say anything. I do think that concessions at this point to Donald Trump, without any restraint on the Israeli side from Donald Trump, is utterly meaningless, okay? I think it's utterly meaningless. Donald Trump sees even an Iranian willingness to negotiate as weakness, for the record.
Effort behind the scene by the Qataris and the Pakistanis to prevent that deterioration in the situation. So that to me is the meaning of this this announcement by President Trump, even before the preparations are over and even before the discussions and the talks about the signing are over. So, I mean, we can understand on the one hand that things are not yet ready 100%, but the sides, the Iranians and the Americans, would like to send this message and to express this strong support to the peace deal, just to make sure that the Israelis cannot stop it and cannot disrupt it.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live from Tehran. If you're just joining us, US President Donald Trump has confirmed that the deal with Iran has been reached. He says that the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. Well, that statement coming after a tweet from Pakistan's Prime Minister saying that the deal had been completed following intensive talks. Let's bring in our correspondent, Osama bin Javed, who's on the line right now and can tell us more about what Pakistan has been saying about this. Osama?
Well, we've been getting some more details from a number of sources, both in Pakistan and in Qatar. I've just got some word from a diplomat with the knowledge of the situation telling us that the Qatari delegation is still in Tehran as this announcement has been made. It's worth noting that the Iranians are still weighing on what the words to use for their announcement of this. But as you see the words coming out of Donald Trump's social media post, it's essentially that the Strait of Hormuz will be open and the ships should start their engines. It might not be as simple as the U.S. president is putting it, but it appears there's a lot of diplomatic activity that has been taking place in the last week. Just to give you a recap of what has happened, after the Eid holidays, there have been Iranian delegations in Doha holding indirect talks with the Americans. Then there was a Qatari delegation, which was in Tehran. And at the height of that escalation that we saw a few days ago, where the Iranians were firing missiles at Tel Aviv, while they were attacking Bahrain and Kuwait and Jordan, the Qatari delegation remained there. There have been a number of visits by Pakistani officials as well. So this was a two-track, two-tier diplomacy using every lever that was in their power. And obviously, as a diplomat with the knowledge of the situation has told us, this was essentially the vision of the leadership of Qatar, including the Qatari Emir, that they were sent there to get a deal done, to make sure that the apprehensions by various factions within Iran, especially those who are not in the favor of peace, especially those who do not trust the United States and Israel, have a voice of reason in the room, and they're able to listen to the guarantees that have been put into place that at least for the next 60-day period, whenever this deal comes into effect, we're hoping that it will be Friday, but whenever it does, for the next 60 days, there is going to be relative calm.
Your nose is whistling. It's not me, Chatter. It's the host of the Al Jazeera broadcast.
The world economy will see positive changes, and especially for this region, which has been reeling under a war of choice, it has been a
the mouth noises are coming from the host, dumbass.
Participant, which has been dragged into war, they'll be able to take a sigh of relief.
Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed on the line. There many thanks indeed, Osama. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara. He joins us now live from Paris. Marwan, what do you make of all of this?
Well, look, I can understand the skepticism and the cynicism on the part of many because, as we've been reporting already, President Trump some 36 times have broke the news about a deal is coming, been crying deal for more than 2 months now. But finally, the deal has come. So, I mean, this is important. It's important that there is a deal, memorandum of understanding, a basic deal, general deal, guideline, that there is something in paper, that something has been reached and something is going to be signed. And that is certainly better than war. The question is, for us, yes, if this could end war, it's great. Could it then pave the way to peace? Will it bring peace? That's a far more complicated question, and that does require some skepticism, knowing the gap between the two sides. And that's why one would expect that the deal will probably be not that too many pages, and it will probably have 4 or 5 key words like Hormuz, like nuclear, like Lebanon, like regional security, and so on. But it wouldn't have more than a few objectives, a few adjectives and generic language, because this is meant to be a sort of a general statement lacking in detail that allows both parties to declare victory if they must, but opens the way for the next 60 days or whatever, how many days, in order to negotiate a more pronounced, if you will, roadmap to peace.
Mohan, looking at what Pakistan's Prime Minister said in his statement, both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. President Trump said that the Strait of Hormuz is open for business once again. But Pakistan's Prime Minister said that with the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony.
It's literally a memorandum of understanding to sign a memorandum of understanding to sign a cessation of hostilities that will then create a permanent cessation of hostilities. Literally, the MOU is supposed to be signed to sign off on a 60-day ceasefire, which would be, at the end of it, would create a permanent cessation of hostilities. This is a memorandum of understanding before the signature of a memorandum of understanding. Every step of the way, Israel will do everything in its power to destroy it.
Chaos in the Middle East. Now we are coming to some sort of a sense that this doesn't make sense anymore, and Netanyahu's grand design for the Middle East that he manipulated Trump into accepting is, of course, wishful thinking. Iran has not been destroyed. The regime has not been changed. It still has a hold in its nuclear materials.
So propaganda, it's entirely dependent on what Israel does next. Israel's the key player here. Israel has been successfully the spoiler in these endeavors. It's entirely dependent on what Israel does. Okay? Israel has successfully played the role of a deterrent, and it tried to spoil it this morning by striking Dahiyeh. Iran said they would retaliate. Trump freaked out. I don't know what they offered Iran in exchange for not retaliating. But clearly, as it stands currently, Iran is still going forward with the Memorandum of Understanding. So far, we haven't heard from any key Iranian leaders, just the media. So we shall see. Israelis being unhappy about it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Trump sold out Israel. They're babies. Trump and Bibi go home. A disgrace to the state of Israel. A disgrace. The whole country needs to take the streets. What a shame. Israel news from the field. Yeah, they always get this way whenever there's talks of a ceasefire, because their ultimate goal is the complete destruction of Iran. And if they don't achieve that, then there is no victory. There's no victory condition for them beyond the destruction of Iran.
Well, in the Israeli media, Adrian, there is a lot of chatter. There is a lot of discussion and basically a lot of lamenting about what has happened. In fact, we saw and we tracked commentary from senior security correspondents. These are people who are usually thoroughly and accurately briefed by the Israeli security establishment. And they said that instead of collapsing,
did this work? I can't tell. I'm trying to fix the lighting a little bit. It's really busted, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not good. Note immediate lifting of the blockade, not phase. Israeli media had reported that Trump was offering Iran that in exchange for not bombing Israel. Iran has called off the planned attack on Israel.
The Iran-U.S. talk we're seeing, Israel is expected to comply. Now, of course, the devil is in the detail. The signing, as we saw, will be on the 19th of June. That's a few days from now, and that's a lot of time to try again, if the Israeli government wants to collapse the talks or to collapse the deal altogether.
Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh reporting live there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. For the moment, Noor, many thanks indeed. Let's go back to Washington and our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, a lot seems to have happened in the last, 50 minutes. Marwan was echoing a few moments ago, Marwan Bashara, echoing your reporter's skepticism here about at least what President Trump was saying.
That's right. And, you know, I'm going to apologize and be the Debbie Downer, as we say here in the United States, and continue with that skepticism. And here's why. We've been here before. I was looking back through my notes, and Donald Trump has announced breakthroughs before, as far back as October of 2025. He said the U.S. and Iran were ready to reach an agreement. Here in Al Jazeera, June 11th, just days ago, within the last week, the U.S. president once again announcing breakthroughs and agreements with Iran before there's been any sort of implementation or signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, saying on June 11th, discussions have been approved at the highest level of the Iranian leadership. And as a result, those strikes that the U.S. was launching against Iran just in the last week, he canceled the final day of them. So the U.S. president has repeatedly since then been suggesting a deal is imminent. He said that it would be signed virtually on his birthday, today, Sunday. That obviously is not occurring, and it has a lot to do with the fact that the U.S. president outraged that the Israeli prime minister, the American ally, allegedly, basically derailed diplomacy with the attacks on Lebanon just within hours of this virtual signing that the U.S. president said would usher in 60 days of talks to reach the ultimate deal with Iran, as he called it. But given the fact that that diplomacy was derailed, my reporter skepticism in covering Donald Trump for so many years is that he needed to save face. And so he's doing one of two things. Not only is he doing that, but he's also trying to do something else he does when he projects in his True Social statements what he hopes to achieve, and that is calm the oil markets. Why? It's Sunday. They're set to reopen in the coming hours. And he hasn't made good on the promise that this memorandum of understanding was going to be signed. So as a result, when the U.S. president in his True Social post is saying the deal is now complete, he's aiming that at the financial market, saying, ships, start your engine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is, from the Trump side, it's very clear what's going on. Obviously, he wants the markets to recover, the markets to breathe. And this is a huge concession from the Iranian side to Donald Trump. What they got in exchange, we will find out. Far as the official statement for the Secretary to the Supreme National Revolution Council about the ceasefire agreement will be released shortly. According to this report, after the attack on Dahiya, an area of Beirut, Iran canceled its negotiation and was preparing to attack the Zionist regime. However, in the end, with last-minute concessions offered by Donald Trump, including preserving Lebanon's territorial integrity, Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border, and the immediate lifting of the siege, Iran was persuaded to refrain from carrying out its attack. It was also decided that the legal system for navigation in the Persian Gulf would be arranged in cooperation between Iran and Oman. Iran called off a planned attack on Israel in retaliation for strikes on Beirut following intervention by President Trump. So Iran is saying that there's a toll system still. It has been decided that marine traffic through the Gulf will be regulated by Iran in coordination with Oman. Iran will still control the strait. And a complete withdrawal from Lebanon, from the Lebanese borders, that seems insanely unlikely. I mean, the entire point of this last Dahiya attack by Israel was to deliver a big f*** you to Iran. I don't think Israel is going to retreat from even striking Dahia, I suspect Israel won't even stop doing that in an effort to spoil it. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, the immediate and permanent end of the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. No nuclear deal, market manipulation. Iran gets to build nukes for 60 days undeterred based on this deal. Yeah, but they never were going to do that anyway.
As they are ready for peace. I'm saying this even though I don't know yet what that official statement from the Supreme National Council will say, whether it is going to agree and accept what President Trump has just announced, or whether it is going to say something contrary to that. But the understanding is that this delay and this subsiding of the war rhetoric over the last couple of hours after the Iranians announced that the finger is on the trigger and that the response is coming shortly. Those are Iranian leaders saying that just a few hours ago. Now there is some hushing of this language. And we have talks, we have the Iranians saying to the news agencies that the leaders here are discussing and discussing these statements by the Americans. So understandably, there is something going on, not just the war rhetoric, not probably the strikes, something related to the peace deal. We don't know what it is, but it is something different from the language of just a few hours ago.
And Mohammed, while you've been speaking to me, so you won't have seen it, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, according to Newswires, has said that the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. He's also quoted as saying that from tonight, the end of the U.S. naval blockade against Iran will begin.
Well, that means that the Iranians have now balanced their act. They have come to the conclusion that probably this announcement of a peace deal tonight is going to be a much stronger blow to the Israeli disruption process than retaliation with missiles. The understanding now is that the Iranians are going to go along with the Americans in this process, and there will be discussion.
According to reformist affiliated Intikhab, the Beirut strike may have become a turning point in the negotiations. The claim is that Kalibaf informed Trump via Qatar that the talks were being suspended. Trump then allegedly intervened directly and offered additional concessions, including on Lebanon. Not clear which one, to keep the process alive. I mean, but the whole point of it was initially that if Israel strikes Beirut, if Israel strikes Lebanon, then Iran strikes Israel. I don't see this happening. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see Israel retreat from Lebanese borders.
Interesting what he said. He said, we will not bow down to any power, but we consider ourselves responsible and accountable to the Iranian people and their legitimate demands. Of course, by people, we mean all the people of Iran, not a specific movement or group. This, I think, answers to your question. There is anticipation and there is high expectations, high hopes pinned on the Iranian government to come to listen to the voice of reason and to consider the suffering of the Iranian people. There is a lot of voices that haven't even been expressed since the beginning of this war. The huge component of the population who are not only opposed to the government, but also opposed to probably the approach that has been taken over the last several decades in the Middle East by the Iranian leadership, and they think that it's because of the Iranian policies in the region that Iran is suffering the way it is suffering today. So these statements by the Iranian president indicate that there is some listening happening, some listening going on to the people in the street, to their demands, to their needs. Not all of them are on board. Not all of them are supporting this war, even if they didn't talk about it. And those who support it, many of them support it out of a feeling of nationalism, not because they support it in principle, even though it is a war of aggression and it hasn't been triggered or started by Iran itself, but they think that Iran could have avoided it has it adopted different policies in the region and in its relationship with it.
Does this mean Iran abandoned Lebanon? I don't know, because for all intents and purposes, Donald Trump says there's a deal. Iran says there's a deal. And Iran says, or at least the Iranian side is saying that, Iran's deputy foreign minister says the text of the MOU will be published after official signing. Iran's deputy foreign minister says MOU does not mean trust in the enemy. Iran's deputy foreign minister, negotiations for final deal will be held in a period of 60 days. And The claim is that Trump is going to force. The claim on the Iranian side is that Donald Trump is going to force Israel to retreat from Lebanon. I don't believe it. I will believe it when I see it. I think Israel will do exactly what it's done so far, which is keep bombing Dahiyeh, keep bombing Beirut, keep pushing into Lebanon.
Free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. Iran's deputy foreign minister has responded in the last few minutes. He says that the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. Well, mediators Pakistan have also announced that the peace deal is happening. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said in a statement, following intensive talks, we're pleased to announce that the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, the 19th of June in Switzerland. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is live for us in Iran's capital, Tehran. Noor Odeh is following Israeli reaction from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Al Jazeera's White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is live for us in Washington. Kimberly, let's start with you. Walk us through what has happened in the last hour with this, first of all, a Wall Street Journal report stating that President Trump was going to make an announcement, and then he did. What did he say?
Yeah, that's right. I've been in touch with the White House back and forth in the last few minutes, trying to just nail down where things stand and how all of this is playing out. And what is clear is that there is a breakthrough here in terms of the agreement with Iran, even if the timetable and what we expected might happen is now looking a little bit different. And as you point out, that has a lot to do with events that have transpired in the last few hours. What happened in the last hour is that the Wall Street Journal here in the United States began reporting that the U.S. president would issue the statement you just read out, that there had been an agreement reached between the United States and Iran, and that the U.S. president in that announcement doing a couple of things he said wouldn't happen until that memorandum of understanding was signed. But again, because of the incident that occurred hours earlier, that attack by the Israeli military in Lebanon, it did start to look like things were falling apart and that there would not be that agreement that the U.S. president suggested would be signed on Sunday and that would be signed virtually. But we now know, given the fact that the U.S. president has put out this statement, that the agreement still stands despite any attempts to derail diplomacy. Things are in place, but that virtual signing is not going to take place on Sunday. But according to Pakistan's prime minister, it will now take place in Switzerland on June 19th, and that there will be discussions leading up to June 19th in order to get things, those T's crossed and those I's dotted in the memorandum of understanding. So this is significant because the U.S. president promising that by Sunday there would be a deal laid out, and now announcing in the last hour that that deal with Iran has been finalized.
In his Truth Social post, the president said that the Strait of Hormuz is open. Just how important is that for him and for the United States right now?
You can't underscore how important it is having the Strait of Hormuz open for the U.S. president. There are a couple of reasons why. First of all, Donald Trump is keenly aware of financial markets, and being that this is Sunday night, those financial markets are opening up in Asia, and then it will continue on. And this announcement, many in the financial world, the oil traders, the insurers, were all holding their breath, waiting for this signing to happen, and also also for the Strait of Hormuz to be open, for the U.S. to end its blockade. If that didn't happen, the impact on the financial markets would be devastating. So Donald Trump, knowing that, was good on his promise that this would be delivered on Sunday. But he also had another reason he needed to do that, and that was because of domestic pressure here in the United States, not just because of the price of oil and the concern that that would translate into higher consumer prices, but also politically. The U.S. president not only under enormous pressure to deliver on this deal because of his Democratic critics, but also for those hawks within his own Republican Party who insisted the U.S. president needed to get this done.
Earlier when we were talking, Kimberly, you sounded a note of skepticism about all of this. What are we to read into the fact that this announcement that the deal has been done comes on President Trump's 80th birthday?
Well, there's no question that it seemed like the Israeli prime minister delivered not a very nice birthday gift to Donald Trump on his 80th birthday. No question about that. And there is reason to be skeptical of this accomplishment, given the fact that Donald Trump has announced before that an agreement has been reached with Iran, only to see it derailed. And so the skepticism isn't just on the part of the media. There are also Donald Trump's critics that will also suggest that as well. But the bottom line in all of this is that what Donald Trump often does is, and this is why he's called the deal maker, is that he projects what he wants to have happen. And in this case, there may be an element of that, but at the same time, and I don't want to step on the toes of my Iranian colleague who's coming after me, it does appear that some of what has been agreed to is now starting to be confirmed from the other side.
Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reporting live from Washington. Kimberly, I'm sure we'll be back with you within the hour. Within the last few moments, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Qasem Garibabadi, has been giving an interview to a local Iranian television channel. We were reporting on some of the things he said about 10 or 15 minutes ago. That interview has gone on, and the Deputy Foreign Minister has said that this memorandum of understanding doesn't mean that there's trust in the enemy. He said, "We did not agree to the MOU until we incorporated our final demands into the text." He said that Iran's armed forces will always, quote, have their finger on the trigger, and that the 60-day period negotiations will focus on the ending of sanctions. Let's go live once again to Tehran. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is there for us. So we've been hearing from the Iranian president today, as well as military commanders. What are we to make of all the comments that are coming out of Tehran right now, particularly from the Deputy Foreign Minister?
Well, I think he struck a positive note in his statements to balance those that you have just mentioned about suspicion and about precaution and so on. He struck a positive note in some of the lines here. He said, "Today we spent long hours with the Qatari delegation in Tehran to discuss the memorandum of understanding and our observations on it. Two issues will happen immediately as of this morning. The first is the end of the war on all fronts, permanently and immediately on all fronts, including Lebanon. The second is the lifting and termination of the naval blockade that the United States had imposed on the Islamic Republic of Iran." And then he said after that, Iran's commitments will begin after the official signing on Friday. It's interesting that this day has seen the utmost level of alert and emergency feelings here in Iran, escalation imminent with the Israelis, and hours later, just a few hours later, we have this language coming from the Iranian leaders, that understanding that they have agreed to this memorandum of understanding and that they have agreed to begin the implementation starting from this morning. So this is something that is going to supersede most of the rhetoric that has been repeated throughout the day and the last few days. But it's not going to be a final mood here in Tehran. There will be suspicion all the time, as you mentioned in his statements. There will always be suspicion towards the Americans until they see a final peace implemented and until they see the Americans make good on their promises within the framework of this memorandum of understanding.
To what extent, Mohammed, might Iran have been, might feel, though, feel that it's been railroaded into this deal? What concessions might Iran have been forced to make to get this deal?
Well, up until now, they are refusing to admit that they have been forced to give any major concessions. Quite to the contrary, they are saying that all the points, or most of the points, at least those that are in the Memorandum of Understanding, boil down to something that is good for the future of Iran, the lifting of the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, and they are still talking about future ability for Iran to collect fees on the ships passing, even though the Americans are saying no toll is going to be involved in that situation. So this is something that is not finalized. The Iranians are saying only good things about the Memorandum of Understanding, the including of Lebanon, if it holds, if it
Listen. Israel continues the posture, which I expected to. That means that Iran just gave a birthday gift to Trump, and they're dominating Iran. If Israel actually retreats from Lebanon, as is being discussed on Iranian media, then Donald Trump made the boss call to Israel finally. Judging by past performance, I don't expect this deal to hold. I don't understand it. I don't know what kind of concessions America offered Iran. There you have it. Netanyahu told Trump the IDF will not withdraw from Lebanon and that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement. Right as I was in the midst of explaining this, senior Iranian political source tells Amwaj Media, as concession following Israel's attack on Beirut, Trump agreed to expedite the lifting of the naval blockade. The U.S. blockade will now be lifted immediately. Until 24 hours ago, plan was to phase it out over 30 days. Iran will also end restrictions on maritime traffic immediately, whereas the previous plan was to do so gradually. There's a 98% chance the Trump team will deny that any last-minute concessions whatsoever were offered. So there's nothing on the Lebanese front. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is looking like major concessions from Iran, which will backfire on them. You're just giving Trump the upper hand for no reason, and Trump does not see that as a good faith negotiation. Trump sees that as a concession born out of your weakness. And perhaps he's right. Israel's withdrawal from the Lebanese border looks very much like it will not be signed until Israel is compelled to withdraw from Lebanon, which brings us straight back to the problem of incorrect assessments. The two sides have left the ball in a third party's court, and that third party does not want any deal. Yeah. Yes, I know what the Iran's deputy foreign minister is saying. It doesn't really mean much. I'll be honest. It doesn't mean anything at all. Who's won the situation? Nobody. This is just an additional concession that Iran gave the United States of America, just a birthday gift that Iran gave to the United States of America, and a birthday that Benjamin Netanyahu gave to the United States of America.
Hezbollah sites in response to the group firing into northern Israel. Lebanon has been a major sticking point in the negotiations with Israel.
Marandi saying that Israel will withdraw from Lebanon is, I'm sorry to say this, utterly meaningless. Okay? Utterly meaningless. Even the foreign minister of Iran saying America gave us assurances that Israel will withdraw is utterly meaningless unless they have the sufficient military deterrence to back up, to actually force Israel to do this. It's not, this is, I'm sorry, this is just wish casting. Okay, this is just wish casting. Netanyahu's stupidity broke the deadlock at the negotiating table. Contrary to some speculation, there was no final text until his criminal attack forced Trump to accept Iran's demands, especially on Lebanon. Yeah, except he's not going to, Benjamin Netanyahu's not going to retreat on Lebanon.
It's going to be with us for a while.
Until they do.
Appreciate the time and perspective.
Until Israel withdraws from Lebanon, even though Netanyahu just said he will not withdraw from Lebanon. If Israel does not withdraw from Lebanon and Iran does not actually establish military deterrence once again, then all Iran did was concede to Israel's demands and America's demands. That's it. The demand to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Agreement or an agreement of some kind. We will follow the details here in the CNN newsroom.
I know. Iran Deputy of Foreign Ministry. MOU will be signed Friday in Switzerland. Delegation heads will discuss arrangements for future talks. U.S. commitments, ending the war, lifting the blockade, and releasing assets will be verified. Entering 60-day negotiations is conditional upon U.S. fulfilling these commitments. Why would Iran agree? I don't know.
To end, and that's what we're seeing happen. And certainly there's a lot of pressure, not just from the U.S. side, not just from the Iranian side.
I mean, my honest assessment of it, do you want to know why I think Iran agreed? Because America bribed them. That's what I think. I think America gave him a sweetheart amount of unfrozen assets that gave them enough confidence. That was what I suspected could happen, as I warned about over and over again. You know, I suspect that's what took place.
Businesses, they do not want to see the war ended. So it would not be surprising if in days to come you hear about drone strikes, missile attacks. Remains to be seen. Is this a memorandum of understanding that we're signing here for the next 60 days, a wait-and-see effect? I think everybody needs to take a breath here just to see how this deal works itself out, because we've been here before, maybe not with a full signing of something, but before we pop the champagne here, particularly in the West,
If Israel refuses to retreat, doesn't that free Iran to strike Israel without America intervening? They have the deterrence, don't they? They have plenty of missiles, and America's shortage on defensive missiles is the reason America might decide not to defend Israel and claim it's Israel's responsibility to leave Lebanon. Yeah, I don't think that that's ever going to happen. I think America would defend Israel down to the bone. Okay? I don't think there's a world where America tells, because you know what's easier for America to do? Get Israel to retreat from Lebanon. A country that can't stop its junior partner in air quotes, from retreating on its belligerent foreign policy in the region, when the cost is not only for America far too great, but the rest of the world far too great, is not going to stop defending that country militarily. America will literally deplete their munitions till the very end to defend Israel. The much simpler move here would be to restrain Israel, which America's not doing.
The crux of that. And what we've seen actually in the last 48 hours is Hezbollah continuing to launch rockets into Israel. And so what we have to see in the next few days, of course, while Iran and the United States say that there's a ceasefire,
Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Qasem Gharibabadi. Yesterday, a Qatari delegation was in Tehran to help finalize the negotiations. More than 15 hours of talks were held, during which we proposed amendments that were ultimately accepted. 2 immediate steps must take place in the early hours of this morning. First, an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. And second, the end of the naval blockade. Our own commitments under the agreement will take effect beginning on Friday. Despite successive official denials by the Americans based on parts of the negotiations, the UAE is committed to releasing $10 to $20 billion of Iran's financial resources, with the recent $3 billion shipment counting as the first part of this agreement. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think they just decided they're not going to punish Israel if Israel does whatever the wants in exchange for money. The money in and of itself is seemingly a good enough sweetener for the Iranian side to believe that America will abide by some kind of long-standing commitment, which they won't. We're at the bone. We don't have enough missiles left to defend. Okay, chatter. I don't disagree with you. I think that America's munitions have been depleted. However, don't you think that a much better way to save face in this circumstance would be for Donald Trump to restrain Israel? This way, Benjamin Netanyahu gets to say, look, what can we do? We got restrained by the United States of America. This way, Trump looks good in the United States of America. It's literally a win-win-win. So the fact that they're not doing it means that Israel, I think, still is seeking out the continuation of the conflict. Israel's goals here have always been to draw the United States into more and more escalation that will lead to a full-blown military invasion of Iran. No matter what the cost is to the rest of the region, no matter what the cost is to the United States of America, this has been Israel's goal, because Israel recognized early on that they didn't have enough espionage capabilities to infiltrate Iranian society and cause mass unrest and protests. The Iranians, with their unbelievably heavy hand, were able to basically destroy that movement and kill a bunch of civilian protesters on the side as well, for sure. And outside of that, Iranian nationalism took root after the American-Israeli bombing. which then further eroded any kind of civil unrest. The different ethnic groups that Israel thought it could rely on chose not to intervene. The memorandum period is going to look a lot like the ceasefire period did. Everyone testing the lines of what they've actually agreed to, but the economic pressure on both sides is reduced. That's what I think as well, which is, again, as Trita correctly analyzed last time the ceasefire took place, is very bad for Iran. It shreds the Iranian leverage. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, Iran gains more leverage. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz is open, Iran loses said leverage. This is somewhat of an admission on the other side of the story that, we didn't cover that much, that Trump constantly postured about, which is the effectiveness of the Trump blockade. Part of the reason why I think the Trump blockade must have been somewhat effective, because if it wasn't, Iran would not have been open to ending the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz.
Put more of this into context. Let's speak now to Trita Parsi, an international relations expert and the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute, responsible for statecraft. Welcome to BBC News. There were a few moments through the course of the last few hours where we all wondered whether this deal would actually get over the line, particularly after what we saw in Lebanon. Are you surprised that they've managed to reach this agreement?
I'm relieved. I'm not surprised. At the end of the day, I thought that the structure of the situation was such that the two sides really, really needed this type of a de-escalatory exit out of this war that should never have been started in the first place. But this was clearly a last-ditch effort by the Israeli prime minister to not only destroy any deal between the U.S. and Iran, but also destroy any deal between Israel and Hezbollah and make sure that he could continue the war over there. I suspect that behind the scenes, beyond some stern language, the United States actually put some real pressure on the Israelis and some threats, and perhaps also gave some additional concessions to the Iranians in order to get the deal without the Iranians retaliating against Israel.
And in terms...
So what would have been the alternative? I mean, the alternative option from the Iranian side is to nix the deal, and reestablish military deterrence against Israel. That was the alternative from the Iranian side, as they said they would. Because remember, when you set red lines and you don't follow on them, Israel learns a very important lesson. And that lesson is, you ain't shit. They're going to continue doing what they're doing. And Israel is very good at violating those red lines to see what they can get away with. And as we've seen from the last 3 years, the only language Israel responds to is militancy. First, they fight back hard. And once the pain and losses are far too much, they change their risk profile, they change their risk analysis, and they retreat. They'll do one last big bang, and they'll inevitably retreat. Why are you assuming that this is a tangible deal that all parties will adhere to? I'm not. I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm saying that it's not a tangible deal that all parties will listen to. I'm saying the exact opposite. You're not hearing me.
Of how secure, if that's the right word to use, that ceasefire will be. There are some people who will remain skeptical, particularly when it comes to the conflict.
How do we know Iran will not strike back? They said that they would sign this memorandum of understanding instead of following on their promise that they would strike Israel earlier today. Up until 30 minutes prior to the Pakistani prime minister coming out and saying that a memorandum of understanding will be officially signed in Geneva on Friday, all of the Iranian top brass were talking about how they're going to strike Israel, that our rockets are ready, that kind of thing. Guys, the point is the spoiling party here is Israel. And it's very clear that America will not offer deterrence, or America will not offer any sort of restraint to Israel. And if a part of the ceasefire is a requirement that America offer restraint to Israel, force Israel to scale it back, if that's the entire point and Israel is not, then there is no deal.
In Lebanon, because we've seen many violations when the ceasefire was previously announced in Lebanon.
Absolutely. And we have a clear track record of the Israelis violating every ceasefire that they have signed from Gaza to Lebanon. This time around, however, even though I do agree that skepticism is warranted, it is a very significantly different situation, because if the Israelis violate a ceasefire, it's not their own deal with Hezbollah that they will be scuttling, it's Trump's deal with Iran. And Trump clearly wants to have this deal. He clearly wants to be able to end this war. I think he recognizes, at least his base recognizes, he should never have started in the first place. And if Israel now acts in a manner to keep the United States in a war that the U.S. does not want, that I think will be extremely costly for the Israelis, and I think they will think twice about it. That does not mean that they won't try to sabotage it. It's just not clear whether it will be as blatant as the effort to sabotage it was today.
Okay, let's bring in Professor Yossi Meckelberg into the discussion as well, a senior consulting fellow of the Middle East and North Africa programme. I'm not sure where that is. Sorry, I haven't got the full title here, but welcome to BBC News nonetheless. Yossi, I want to get your reaction to what I've been discussing just there, because, of course, there are some questions about how secure this ceasefire will be, given that we've seen violations in the past.
Good evening. I think it will be fragile, because it's, at the end of the day, we don't know the details, and we don't think that all the details ain't been hammered out, which means there are a lot more to discuss in the next probably 60 days, which we understand the ceasefire is for the next 60 days. So whether, the most likely immediate outcome is the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and that more and more ships navigate through the Strait of Hormuz. But the question is, of course, where it all started, what happens with Iran's nuclear program, with the highly enriched uranium, with the future enriched uranium, even of lower levels, supporting of proxies, ballistic missiles, and then come the issue of Lebanon and Hezbollah. So we need to see more details, and we saw the question if this is not the case of kicking the can down the road.
And Trita, I'm just going to bring you in as well, because we've just had a statement on the Reuters news agency quoting Iranian state television saying Iran has forced to the US to accept the peace deal. I'm not really sure how it's phrased it, forced to the US. I'm assuming that means forced the US to accept the peace deal. What do you read into that? Of course, it's unclear. We're just monitoring state TV ourselves. But what do you make of that half sentence there?
Well, I think on the Iranian side, in the last couple of days, there's been an effort by hardliners or ultra-hardliners to really scuttle the deal. They even organized protests outside of the Iranian foreign ministry, calling for the execution of the Iranian foreign minister because of his role in negotiating this deal. So I think the Iranian government itself, because of its ultra hardliners, are going to do everything they can to frame this as a win for the Iranians. And Trump will do the same. Both sides will try to put forward a narrative of victory. What's important, however, is to make sure that that narrative does not negate the other side's narrative, that both sides can have a narrative of victory without necessarily contradicting each other. That will be tricky, but it will be important for both sides because of their domestic audiences.
I'm just going to bring you that now in full, because we actually have it from our BBC colleagues who've been monitoring Iranian state TV. So let me bring that to our viewers now. We are hearing that in that announcement on Iranian state TV, a presenter said that the US was forced to sign an agreement to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So certainly state television and some Iranian outlets are framing this deal as a victory for Iran, but we've yet to have an official comment on that. Yossi, I'll come to you in a second, but I just want to get Trita's comments on that. I mean, of course, everyone is going to be framing this as a...
I mean, look, the only thing I see here's what I think. I think that as long as there's military presence in the Strait of Hormuz, if Israel violates the ceasefire again, then I guess Iran can reestablish a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. So from their estimation, they're giving peace a chance. right? I don't think that America will abide by this because America holds all the cards, and they've refused time and time again to restrain Israel when it's a perfectly valid reason. I mean, this is, ironically enough, Iran, this foreign adversary, this country that we call a terrorist country, trying to force America and Israel, two far more powerful adversaries, to abide by international humanitarian laws. Okay? So I personally think that this is a brief respite for the markets and a major W for Donald Trump, because I don't think that the cessation of hostilities and a removal of Israeli troops from Lebanon will ever be followed. Israel will do whatever the wants.
Victory. I'll come to Yossi in a second, but just your reaction to that extended statement now. We've had a bit more on what State TV is saying.
Look, at the end of the day, it's really going to be important to see what the details of this memorandum is, because both sides have been sending around various versions of it. Some of them seem to be quite exaggerated. But once we have the actual plan that we can take a look at, then perhaps there's a way to discuss who won the most. But I think, to be fair, both sides won here. This was a bad war. This was a war that should not have been started. It should have been ended as soon as possible. And if both sides find a way to extract themselves out of that situation, it's a win for them. And it's a...
Like, the question is, do you think Trump is petty enough and stupid enough and childish enough to just wave a shiny deal that is not actually going to happen just for his birthday? Yes, I think that is a reality. I think that's a realistic scenario here. I do believe that Donald Trump is that childish, is that narcissistic, is that much of a baboon. Like, Donald Trump and Israel could have just had a conversation where Donald Trump's like, listen, I don't really give a shit about any of this. You can keep bombing Dahia, you can bomb whatever random Arab country you want to bomb. But just for the day, you really f***ed up my birthday. Just for the day, we were so close to getting an MOU signed by Iran. You f***ed my birthday up. Once my birthday's over, you can go back to doing whatever you want. I feel like that's such a dumb way to do political analysis. But when the actors are that stupid, when the actors are that childish, I don't know if it's that dumb. Dude, what are you even saying? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's pretty obvious what I'm saying to anyone who's paying close attention to what's going on here. A lot of people are presenting this as a W for Iran. That's only a W for Iran if Israel is actually restrained. And I just don't think Israel is actually restrained. Israel already came out and said that they are going to, their decisions on Lebanon are their own. They just said that. Benjamin Netanyahu came out just now. It's a small W if Iran gets the money, but nothing major changes. No, where's the other chatter who responded to me? Yeah, Netanyahu told Trump that Israel does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon-related part of the proposed U.S.-Iran agreement. According to Israeli sources, Israel plans to keep troops in Lebanon, continue operations against Hezbollah, and respond to attacks as needed. The Iranian side claims that within the memorandum of understanding that Israel is actually pulling back. Then Iran will retaliate. No. I said then Iran attacks back. No. Yes. But then what happened? That we're in agreement then. Yes. Potentially. But that's my point. My point is then all Iran did was give Donald Trump a birthday gift. That's what I'm saying. For like just the duration of his birthday.
Win for most of the world, because they have been suffering tremendously from this economic repercussions of this war, particularly countries in Asia who are very dependent on oil from the Persian Gulf and who had absolutely nothing to do with this war.
Yossi, let me bring you in now, because, of course, what we heard in the moments before, the hours before, was President Trump saying that he had had a very stern conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister in the aftermath of that strike on Beirut. There were reports he'd used very strong language. Where does all of this leave Prime Minister Netanyahu? And in some ways, was he pressured into agreeing to this?
Yeah, and I think this brings back to the question of how to frame this deal. And again, when we see the details, we'll see also who come, better off out of it, but definitely not Netanyahu in this sense, because the promises, and not only in the case of Iraq, it's also Iran, sorry, forgive me, but also in Hamas and Hezbollah is promising absolute victory. And definitely this is not the case in any of the fronts. What actually Israel finds itself, that with open fronts and still right now with troops occupying parts of Lebanon, unfinished business there, and the north of the country is not protected. Israel is occupying 60-70% of Gaza. The situation in the West Bank is deteriorating, and Netanyahu is few months before election, while there is an obvious, open, and very public rift with President Trump, the closest ally of Israel, the United States. So that's put him very open to criticism from opposition in election that probably will take place sometime late September or early October.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Yossi. We'll be back with you both in a second. Don't go away, but we've got some more updates on this breaking news story because we now have an official reaction from Iran on the announcement of...
I was on the phone, chatter.
...of that ceasefire agreement between America and Iran. Iran's deputy foreign minister saying the immediate and permanent end to the war and military operations on various fronts, including Lebanon, will be announced starting tonight. And from tonight, that statement continues. The end of the US naval blockade against Iran will begin. So now we've had reaction from all the relevant parties. Of course, this news was announced by the mediators, Pakistan. Let's bring you back in, Yossi. I mean, the timing of this mustn't go unnoticed. This is President Trump's 80th birthday, and he has some very good news to share. He's been trying to get this over the line for a long time. He's been applying pressure, particularly as we've discussed just then, on Benjamin Netanyahu. There are many sticking points, but for now, it looks like they've been overcome.
Yeah, it's a bit of an artificial deadline for negotiations, the birthday of the president, but obviously we know when it comes to Trump, it's mainly about him. It's also the World Cup, which he wanted to end this war before the World Cup started, and it doesn't happen. And most importantly, it's the time that's leading to the midterm election. There are pressure within the United States. So all of this.
I just think I think this is a birthday gift to Trump. I'm not even joking when I say this. I think it's for dumb guys like Patrick Bet-David to be like, I predicted the president would have this deal done by June 14th. This was never going to be a long war. Congratulations to the president and his team for getting this done by his birthday. Happy 80th birthday to real Donald Trump. I'm Patrick Bet-David. I'm a numbers guy, and I think Donald Trump was going to do this deal and was going to finish this deal by his birthday. And now I'm seeing him finishing the deal by his birthday. And I'm looking at the numbers. And I'm seeing 80. 80 is the number, which is a round number. It's Donald Trump's birthday number. And I think he's a brilliant guy. I know you like the number. He's a brilliant guy. This guy had 80 years of deal making. 80 years of deal making. And he did it again.
It's good news from Trump's point of view. But again, when the details will come out, on the one hand, obviously, most people will welcome an agreement that is stop this war, open the Strait of Hormuz. But when the details will come out, then is some kind of the scrutiny, the close scrutiny on the most important issue, whether it's the enriched uranium, generally the nuclear program, support of proxies and the rest. And some will also argue if the best achievement of this agreement is opening the Strait of Hormuz, well, the straits were open before the war, so was it necessary at all?
And what do you make of all of that, Trita?
No, I think that's a very fair point that Yossi is raising, that at the end of the day, Even if certain things are achieved here, some of them were creations of this very war that should not have been started. But I think if we take a look at it from the position of where Trump is right now, having been able to stop this war, and hopefully this will lead to a final deal, I think it's very important to remember this is just a pit stop towards a final deal. But if he manages to end this, and if he manages to get at least some of the terms of the nuclear deal, the final nuclear deal, to be firmer than that of the Obama administrations, then he will be able to say that he got a better deal. Now, it will be good to ask questions. Was it worth the price? Could there have been a better way? There were actually better terms in the deal that was on the table in February of this year that the Omanis had mediated, that Trump could have taken. He could have declared victory. He could have declared a better deal than Obama's, yet he chose to declare war instead.
Okay.
So I think history will still judge him pretty harshly, but at the end of the day, ending this war is still a win.
Indeed. And of course, let's not forget all of the lives that were lost in the conflict across the region. And of course, the economic turmoil as well. I'm just going to thank Trita Parsi as well as Yossi Meckelberg for joining us for reaction to that breaking news. Amanda Walker in Washington, D.C. is going to be taking...
I don't know why Trita can't upload videos without making them 4x3. Yes, the Power to the People rally, you should donate to. I'm going to be heading over there in a little bit to interview the candidates. Okay? We have that link, the Act Blue link. Yeah, if you're pissed off about all these venues canceling, if you're pissed off about the actions being taken by all these private venues because they're terrified of the type of things that Maylot Quiros is fighting for, Justin Pearson is fighting for, go to secure.appblue.com/donate/Power to the People rally. Justin J. Pearson, Donovan McKinney, and Maylot Quiros will get your donations distributed evenly amongst themselves. This was the rally crowd. It was massive. That's amazing. Iran's mayor says the 14-article draft memorandum of understanding between Iran and the U.S. includes complete lifting of U.S. naval blockade within 30 days, would suspend sanctions on Iranian oil and petrochemical sales, immediate permanent halt to war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, reopening the Straits of Hormuz within 30 days under Iranian arrangements, necessary for U.S. and allies to present reconstruction plans for Iran amounting to at least $300 billion, envisages 60 days of talks on nuclear issues and full sanctions. I mean, this is just the Iranian. This is the Iranian assessment. This is the Iranian demand. Draft excludes Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups from final talks. Calls for release of $24 billion in Iranian block funds during talks. Half of Iran's $24 billion block funds must be available before final talks start. Final Iran-U.S. agreement would be endorsed by UN Security Council resolution. Netanyahu can't stop the wars because the Israel that he created is a momentum entity where Zionism is fanatically aggressive ideology like Bolshevism or Nazism that needs to keep attacking and expanding in all directions. Why would you compare it to Bolshevism, man? Nazism is right there. You don't have to compare it to Bolshevism. At the same time, the IDF cannot fight without U.S. intelligence, arms, and logistical support so that it's somehow severed in Lebanon to maintain a deal with Iran. I expect Israel to pivot to attacking Syria or attempting to finish the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. All right, March is here. All right, we're gonna roll out right now. There are people who are, for the first time ever, actively coming out and being critical of Ethan Klein's behavior. They should have been a long time ago, but they are now. So if they're even remotely starting that process, remotely starting that conversation, I'm happy for it.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a pretty poisonous topic where the only winning move is not to play in regards to covering the H3 versus iDubbbz lawsuit. But sometimes you put your hand on the stove to see if it's still hot. And boy howdy is it ever. Like I've always said, I treat this channel like a diary. I just blabber about things that I feel like talking on, just sitting in my chair, kicking my little 5'6" petite leggies around and just giving my thoughts from the old steel trap up here on it. And one topic I've always covered is creator lawsuits. So when I heard about the H3 versus iDubbbz defamation case, I wanted to take a peek into it, sink my teeth in there and see.
Can we get a skip? No, why? Dude, what the is wrong with you guys, man? For months, you demanded large content creators to cover Ethan Klein's frivolous litigation. Now you got to major content creator actually covering Ethan Klein's frivolous litigation, and now you're like, I don't like it! And it's not just about iDubbbz either. There are a ton of people that are being harmed by this and have been harmed by this. It's moving beyond like regular drama slop. I'm conflicted on this because while I did not think that the initial video the initial video did not land with like, it did not certainly lend support. I'm sitting here listening to Iran News and Charlie's talking about me. Is this new? Chat help. Ian watches these. I don't. No, this is the second video. He did the first video. I didn't think he gave a fair shake to the situation. I chalked it up to him not being super in tune with what's going on. I even said if Moist knew the extent of the harassment campaigns conducted by Ethan Klein against Ian and Anissa, that he would have a different attitude on it. Or if he knew about the actual timeline of events in terms of like when Ethan started attacking content creators and how he started attacking content creators, that he would probably have a different attitude. Or even if he knew more about the harassment campaigns altogether. H3 crew is tired. The H3 podcast crew is now openly questioning why Ethan Klein is legal smoke for iDubbbz but not for Destiny. I mean, that's the main question, right? Because the reality of the matter is, it's incredibly stupid for Ethan Klein to launch a defamation lawsuit against iDubbbz for iDubbbz literally putting the defamatory statement on his stream and saying he disagrees with it. It doesn't make any sense.
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here, but I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very f***ed up.
Yeah. Ethan, when he finds out his dad was also a pedophile from August 24th, Destiny was just joking, Ethan said. Right? Oh, I see this runs in the family. Oh, God, I'm sorry, bro. Bro's dad, the one who's marrying a 16-year-old and birthed Ethan, the guy who makes so many pedo jokes, is a Reddit account dedicated to them, out here literally liking thirst traps of his, August 28th, 2025. So Destiny has defamed Ethan and claimed Ethan was a pedophile or implied Ethan was a pedophile on numerous occasions. iDubbbz never has. As a matter of fact, the only thing iDubbbz has done is to point to the defamatory statements and say, these are serious allegations that Destiny has made, and Ethan should probably pursue some kind of litigation or some kind of investigation. Meanwhile, the main question that everybody has for this predicament now is, one, why the f*** are you suing so many goddamn people? And two, if you're going to sue so many goddamn people, why aren't you suing the actual party that slandered you and not a third party that doesn't even agree with the slander? It appears that Ethan is hoping to extract an admission of guilt from the victims of his frivolous lawsuits so they'll be more likely to survive a motion to dismiss / judgment on the pleadings. Here's more proof that this guy, this is directly from Destiny and Dan. Yes. Dan Saltman, try to destroy someone's life and career. It should be expected that they grind you in the dirt in every way they can. I don't care if H3's iDubbbz lawsuit is petty or revenge-driven, says Dan Stalkman. This is Ethan Klein's major sponsor at this point, Redactdev, the owner of Redactdev, the podcast co-host, and basically lieutenant of Destiny. He's like a 60-year-old real estate developer, landlord guy who spends every waking moment online, attacking people for the crime of criticizing Israel and attacking people for the even larger crime of criticizing Destiny.
See what's going on, because that is a pretty wild thing to learn about. And learn about it I did like a little scholar. It was a new lawsuit. It was only public knowledge for like 24 hours, so I did as much research on it as I could and watched the iDubbbz stream that started, that is like the main catalyst of it. I watched the H3 stream where he explains his lawsuit, and I talked to both parties, iDubbbz and Ethan, to try and get the clearest, most complete picture of everything going on here. And then I just gave you my view on it from the old Floridian homunculus eyes. And I think I've always made it abundantly clear you're always welcome to disagree with me. I've always kept that door wide open because I actually value differences of opinion. I hate echo chambers. I spit on that constantly. I actively shut down the idea that you have to agree with everything I say or else I hate you. You're tacky and I hate you. Throughout all my content, from the womb to the tomb, I have always welcomed discussion and people having a difference of opinion because, as I've always said, I think when you surround yourself with sycophants and you only lock yourself into one way of viewing things, you do yourself a disservice. I think it is a bad thing to just be constantly locked in a bubble. Now, the reason I mention that is because I made the mistake, I committed the old sin of taking a peek at what the discussion was around this video on, like, Reddit and Twitter, which something I haven't done in quite a few moons now. I was expecting, like, actual discussion because I'm new to this topic and I wanted to see, okay, well, what are some things that I didn't know about? What can I learn about here and dive deeper on? And there was some very valid critiques and some information that I could get my hands on and learn more about. But boy, howdy, there was a lot of hoopla that I couldn't have even imagined would be like a controversial thing. And there were people that were proudly stating they didn't watch the video and then getting angry at things they assumed I might have said in it, or attacking me for things that I never said that aren't in the video because they didn't watch it, or they're replying to someone who's just actually making shit up that they're pulling out of their ass that I never said. So it just feels fucking useless to even engage in the topic in that case. Like, it's so odd. Like, one that I didn't expect was just me mentioning that I'm not online as much as I used to be was apparently, like, a highly debated topic.
The guy whose entire career is front-running whatever's going viral is saying that he doesn't know what's going on the internet. All right. I mean, obviously, we got to take his word for it, right? Let's see what videos he's been making. Lego. Watch Mojo got even more pathetic. Degenerate cringe. Lego vigilantes. Lego scandal keeps getting messy. Department responds to the Lego scandal. Lego scandal is getting extremely dangerous and scary. Cringe officer embarrasses himself. Lego scandal keeps getting crazier.
The gist of it is, when I was talking about the defamation lawsuit, I also mentioned that Ethan has other active lawsuits against other creators, and I called him the Nintendo of YouTubers because he's become extremely litigious. But I didn't dive into those other lawsuits because I didn't know much about them. And that claim is apparently extremely hard to believe because everyone thinks and assumes that I am terminally online like I used to be 2 or 3 years ago. So when I said that's not the case, there are quite a few people that just don't believe me. Unfathomable moment, so it must be a lie. So here's a streamer debunking by going through my channel and noticing I've posted a lot of videos on Lego, for example, because of the big Lego scandal, which I think is a very interesting example to use off the point he's making about me front-running every viral story. Because with the Reckless Bin versus Bricks and Minifigs Lego scandal, I actually was getting called out for avoiding that and ignoring it because I was late to covering it. Reckless Bin dropped part 1 on May 21st, and I heard about it from Stream Chat, and then a friend sent it to me as well, and I made my video covering it on May 26th, 5 days later. But in that interim, people were saying I was avoiding the topic. I just find it fascinating how if I cover something quickly or extensively, like in the case of the Lego scandal, that's a problem. I'm just front-running to capitalize off the virality of it. But if I am late to covering something, well, that means that I was avoiding it and I must have known about it the whole time and had ulterior motives to avoid the topic out of cowardice, and I only talk about it when pressed. Feels like a lose-lose. If I'm too quick to something or too interested in something, so I make a lot of content on it, well, then I'm just there to front-run it and capitalize off it being popular. But if I'm too slow to it, well, it means I was actually avoiding it the whole time, and when I do cover it, well, it's only because people pressured me. So where's the Goldilocks zone? I can't be too quick to something or too interested in it, because that's frowned upon, but I also can't be too slow to it or not cover it at all, because then that must mean that I knew about it the whole time, I'm damn near omniscient, I guess. I see everything, and thus, if I am slow to it or don't talk about it, then there was an ulterior motive and a deeper reason that's nefarious. So where is the Goldilocks zone? I personally don't see why it's so hard to believe that, considering in a lot of the stories I cover, they have already been covered by others, like Dolan Darkus, for example. Slop Live has beaten me to like every topic for the last year, basically. And the way I find out about a lot of the things I cover is through, like I said, friends sending it to me, or when I do stream, which isn't daily. I'm a semi-retired streamer, but when I do stream...
Look, I think we got to be tactical here. And tactically speaking, if we're being super straightforward about this, you got to think about the utility. The utility of assuming that Moist Critical is perfectly knowledgeable about the lawsuits. Whether that's the case or not doesn't matter. Okay? He was always knowledgeable about the lawsuits, and he was like personally not saying things about it. I don't know if there's a lot of utility in bringing that to the forefront rather than being like, hey, this video was great, and there's a lot more information out there. You know, if you take a look at it, I think you would have a different perspective. Because I do think that it sided perhaps or gave far too much charitability to the party that is engaging in frivolous litigation. But I think it's, you know, it's better to just be like, hey, I'm not going to immediately assume that you're being cynical here and trying to maintain like a centrist position against a lot of content creators that are considered. And I say this as someone who has been on the receiving end of Moist Critical's commentary that I found to be not so nuanced, right? I mean, he very quickly did the Kaya Gate video. He's one of the first to do the Kaya Gate video, and I'm still saying that. I mean, Ethan Klein is a menace. Ethan Klein is not only a menace about frivolous litigation, he has a lot of money and he's wasting it in an effort to destroy his enemies, right? In an effort to bury them under costly paperwork. That's number one. Number two, Ethan Klein has done everything that he claims is being done to him and far worse to numerous content creators. He is vicious. He's ruthless. He's a bully.
That's exciting. Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
God, yeah.
Got both names ready. Yeah. Yep. So
That's exciting. Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
God, yeah.
Got both names ready. Yeah. Yep.
He never shies away from bullying content creators. He does it all the time. He does it like a sport, and his community certainly revels in that. His community loves it. They participate in the fun of it all. So what he claims is snark subreddits or whatever. His community is a snark subreddit. What is this? Just listen to the first statement here. I think Ethan Klein's like false DMCA attitude is one that Moist Critical is not fond of. Just listen to the first sentence here. If you had this much smoke for a DMCA takedown, should ruin your reputation forever. Then people were fair to ask where the smoke was for an actual lawsuit trying to restrict fair use. Now he doesn't know. Does he still agree with that? No, I don't think he does. And I do think that he's being nicer to Ethan Klein than he should be. I think he's being, in an effort to maintain a fair position while simultaneously not siding too much with unfavorable parties. Because let's be real, in the spaces that Moist Critical occupies, in the spaces that we all occupy, we are the minority position. In the real world, we're not the minority position. But on the internet, the drama and the slop tuber adjacent spaces, we are not the norm. Our worldview is actively undermined. Our worldview is actively under attack. If you turn around and if you're a prominent content creator like iDubbbz was, who, you know, prominently said the N-word, right? And defended being able to say it under the auspices of you know, being a defender of free speech, and was like that edgy content creator who was such an influential content creator for so many people when they were growing up. and who then turned around and made the egregious mistake of taking ownership over his past and saying that that does not represent who he is now. I mean, that was a major turning point for a lot of people. A lot of people in that sphere despise him permanently. Okay? They hate him, and they will forever hate him to a degree that I do not understand. Okay? I don't understand it. It comes across as very strange to me. You know, he went woke, and that was a big problem for a lot of people. But let's be real. A lot of people in this sphere, even if they have a difference in opinion on things like that, will sometimes keep that close to their chest because this space is about not disrupting certain powerful forces. This space is all about, you know, having decent relationships with some of its larger actors. And if you are in any way, shape, or form a warrior for quote-unquote woke, you are going to draw tremendous enmity and you are going to draw tremendous anger and resentment. Why the f is this? God damn it, this is so shit. You are going to draw tremendous angst, tremendous animosity, tremendous enmity from the people who want to keep this space as right-wing as possible under the guise of being quote-unquote apolitical. So many people who are apolitical or present themselves as centrists are not actually apolitical or centrist. They do have an objectively right-wing stance. They just don't say it out loud. And I do think that that reflects on who, not just Charlie, but who everyone else hears from as well. I see this as baby steps moving in the right direction. Perhaps I'm too optimistic, but even the brief coverage afforded to it, while you know, many might consider too little too late, is a step in the right direction, that things are actually shifting. The reason why I say this is because for the last 3 years, there wasn't a real peep from not only Charlie, but the overwhelming majority of the commentary YouTube community was actively in support of Ethan's lawsuits, regardless of the fact that they were very obviously frivolous on its face. Okay? They were. It wasn't different 3 years ago. The only difference was, back then, it also tied back to Israel-Palestine, an issue that many people were too afraid to touch with a 10-foot pole. Okay? Why is he making this video then? Because I think there is an attitude shift that's taking place. So I try to see the silver lining here. And the attitude shift is that maybe due to how unfavorably Ethan is being seen by many others, maybe this lawsuit being seen as a bridge too far, there are people who are, for the first time ever, actively coming out and being critical of Ethan Klein's behavior. They should have been a long time ago, but they are now. So if they're even remotely starting that process, remotely starting that conversation, I'm happy for it.
There's an unwritten rule that when violated, it ruins your image forever. It causes irreparable damage to your reputation, and there's really not much you can ever do to get back in the good graces of the platform. That is abusing the copyright takedown system.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. It is an unwritten rule, except Ethan tried to rewrite that rule. And he's done it. With you. He's not only done that, the problem here is, guys, okay? The problem here is a multifaceted problem, okay? Whether we like to admit it or not, even if amongst normies, amongst the normie sphere, okay? Amongst the normie sphere, politics is very different than the internet, specifically YouTube commentary. There are many different pockets of very woke places online. You know, you got TikTok, there's a woke slant there, maybe even hyper woke at times. But a lot of the commentary sphere get their notes from Twitter and Reddit. And unfortunately, Reddit is very malleable and easy to brigade, and Twitter is a neo-Nazi shithole. This reflects the output of the commentary sphere altogether, okay? So the commentary sphere has found itself in this like weird, edgy centrist to right-wing attitude on a lot of issues. And therefore, people like myself are persona non grata. I am literally the #1 op of virtually every drama tuber. Virtually every content creator on the commentary sphere has presented me as literally the worst person, okay? They talk about me more than they talk about Donald Trump, for example. They talk about me more than they talk about the far-right figures, for example. Or even if they do talk about far-right figures, what do they always say? Oh, you know, this guy Asmongold, he f***ed up. Rarely ever do they criticize Asmongold, but when they do, they'll say, well, Hassan and Asmongold are two sides of the same coin. Now, for adults with a functioning brain, they know that that's ridiculous, right? It's totally ridiculous. This is what I studied. This is what I went to college for. This is what I do professionally. And not only do I do this professionally, but I also, you know, am literally about to go and talk to 2 congressional candidates, right? At the same time. So there is no parity there. There is no equivalence there, not even a moral equivalence, no political equivalence whatsoever. But from the perspective of even the most woke adjacent commentary content creators, they do look for a parity there. The reason for why is because the attitude in this sphere is unbelievably slanted to the far right. And some of these people are aware of it, and they are right-wing in their political attitudes, and they're just simply hiding that. But many others don't even realize it, because from their worldview, from their understanding of politics, it just revolves around drama, okay? Charlie's one of the rare, unique individuals who's in this space. Charlie's one of the rare and unique individuals in this space who actually, I think, jokingly, I've talked about this before, hides how much more woke he actually is. He's the very rare guy who's kind of more leftist than he actually lets on, as opposed to the number of content creators in this sphere that are actually super right-wing, and they hide that they're super right-wing, and they say they're apolitical. And the only reason why I point to that, and it's not the same with like his coverage on iDubbbz, obviously, or his even coverage on me, or coverage on Pokimane, or whatever, but like when it comes to actual political issues, he has stuck his neck out in an unbelievably hostile space to even defend trans rights, for example, right? I don't know why the camera is getting worse and worse as time goes on. Okay, we're going to move on, but I mean, we're going to move into the IRL portion of this, but I will continue the coverage in the car, okay? I'm going to continue the coverage in the car ride over there, but this is, I'll keep playing this video for the time being.
Stream chat putting things on my radar, and naturally what people are probably going to be sending are the popular things because that's what they've seen. So that's usually what I get sent. But it's not all the time either. Like on his stream, as he was scrolling around talking about how it's only like, you know, the big popular stuff, he passed multiple things that weren't. Like that video about not enough people think about this. That's about sand. It's literally just about sand and sand-related crimes like the Sand Mafia. And he also even called out another one about ranking every item on Panda Express's menu. He used that to like belittle me about like, you know, it's not good is the thing he was insinuating there. But it's not like a viral story. It's not like Panda Express is a huge topic you gotta strike while the iron's hot. My channel has always just been things that I'm interested in at the time. And yeah, there are a lot of stories I get sent that I do find interesting and do yap about, like the Lego scandal. But I really do miss a lot more these days than I did when I was very online all the time, like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know like how else to prove it to you. I mean, I guess like you can look at my Twitter page and see that I have 2 tweets in like the last 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think he Twitter as much any longer. I think he just gets, I believe him when he says he gets his notes from his audience, and he gets his notes from like Reddit every now and then, or other content creators that reach out to him and stuff. I do believe that.
A bunch of
Denims reacts to a clip of Ethan Klein saying, "This is all started because I was not down with Hamas."
civilians.
Your Honor.
Because this all started because I was not down with Hamas killing a bunch of civilians.
Your Honor, I had to sue all these people because everyone hated that I was not okay with innocent civilians dying. Hamas literally did this to me. She's a vile human being, Your Honor. She's a vile human being.
I thought that was a bad thing. And that's what started the entire, chasm between me and Hassan and the whole community.
What yeah, which is why I started suing every content creator around Hassan that I suspect has been friendly with Hassan at any point. Yeah, this is
this
H3 crew is tired. H3 Proc is now openly questioning why Ethan Klein is legal smoke for iDubbbz but none for Destiny. Is Ethan starting to lose support of his own crew
smoke?
at this point?
I don't know. Does this count as smoke for Destiny? So again, he's just.
This is why
he unwittingly got sucked into the snark we're talking about because our fans are chill. It's all these like.
That's crazy. Waiting for
like snarking communities who are colluding all over social media everywhere to put forward these narratives, and I have no way to fight. I have no way to fight this tidal wave of bullshit. And someone who's reasonable, and thoughtful like Charlie is like unwittingly.
First of all, his community is not chill. They've literally like harassed the CEO of Twitch.
Hey Dan, do you have any comment on why you won't let Ethan Klein stream on your platform?
He is
the
streaming on
Hassan
the platform.
content nuke?
He is.
Why he got banned twice?
It got reversed.
While he was calling me and everyone that was pro-Palestine a terrorist, I had the Teddy Fresh rug behind my back, and I literally was oblivious to what he was saying. And kept repeatedly defending him, which was a massive mistake, in my opinion.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shat on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama. Okay, I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay, that's it. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors with a larger crowd, that, and you need to, as a community, also stop ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so stupid for doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes in the past, and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Ethan is my friend. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. I recognize that now. But he was an incredibly shitty person to so many people. Yeah, it's just classic Darvo. He's just denying, deflecting, and saying, and projecting and saying that his opposition is doing the things that he's doing. Meanwhile, what's funny is Redact Dev is right there. This is Dan Saltman, who is a serial doxer, serial harasser, serial cyber stalker's own company that is a sponsor of Ethan Klein. Okay, that's the reason why he won't sue Destiny for this clear-cut instance of defamation. That's why he has to cope and say, "Oh, it's actually because he was just joking."
Repeating the stuff, like saying I have no smoke for Destiny, is crazy.
I think he means no legal smoke.
Why would I?
Well,
why would I sue
we don't
him
have a
for what?
legal claim to sue him.
I'm just saying.
What do you mean you don't have a legal claim to sue him? He's the one who made the defamatory statement.
I think that's what he's referring to.
But what legal smoke? Why would I sue him? Why would I be
Because
suing
he
him?
made. Okay, that's
even his employees are like, because he made this statement, Ethan. Because he made the statement. He made the statement.
what I thought.
I mean, something needs to happen that would qualify.
Wait.
With Destiny, it didn't happen.
But everyone
it's
else.
not like what Ian did.
What did Ian do? Yeah, I mean, this is literally him saying, this is Destiny saying, Ethan Klein, Destiny, who's the VA? I can't play it because they use voice actors when talking about the I assume that cat eugenics game or whatever. Destiny, quick daily reminder: Ethan for 8 years is likely to lose his own children. Like, these are statements. These are the defamatory statements that Destiny made. IDubbbz not make these statements.
Point of like, how come he's not suing Destiny, but he's suing Ian?
It's a snark.
That's a snark talking point.
Oh my God. It's just, it's totally ridiculous. Hopefully I'll be able to show the YouTube video because I wanted to continue doing commentary over it. But all right, everybody, we're back.
That he has actively going on, there's nothing in there that makes me think that this is like the right way of doing things, or that this is different from other times in the past where creators have sued each other over disputes. Now, clearly, I don't know all the nuance and intricacies of fair use law. Ethan would certainly know that better than I, and many others would. So maybe he has some strong cases here, and in one of the instances with one of these streamers, it did seem like they were just uninterrupted playing the video without even an attempt to transform it. So,
does Moise know that specifically got his YouTube video basically patented and then openly admitted that he was laying a trap for content creators to watch, including myself?
Some of you guys out there sweating. I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist? They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would.
Because I don't know if that's like, he would know if he did actual research, but he refuses to. Yeah, I don't think he knows that like Ethan openly admitted that he was trying to lay a trap for specific content creators that he doesn't like due to the commentary that they actually deployed on this video, and he doesn't like their political perspective, and that's literally the reason why he was, launching this suit against them, as opposed to XQC and Asmongold and numerous other people that actually watched the content nuke themselves and didn't offer like anything extravagant as far as reactions goes in comparison to like Morgan or Denims or even Caseytron. And Caseytron was the only person that was able to, I guess, fundraise enough to be able to continue this lawsuit, and instead of like getting a default judgment or potentially conceding like Caseytron did. And Denims, I'm glad she pursued it because of that pursuit, we found out that Ethan's own legal claims that his lawyer made were used against him in the default judgment, in the default judgment that came out. Sorry, he meant Denims, not Casey. It's all right. Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm talking about. There's 3 instances of frivolous copyright claims, right? Morgan, who did not pursue it. Caseytron, who settled and did that style hostage video that everybody celebrated. That was forced upon her as a condition for the settlement, including financial damages. And then Denims, who actually pursued the lawsuit. And when in Denims' lawsuit, we're talking about the DMCA ones now. In Denims' lawsuit, the argument that his legal team actually pursued, unironically, was used in the default judgment against the legal team, because they had said, oh,
they didn't actually, they admitted to transforming the video, but not in a way that Ethan Klein wanted the video to be transformed. That in and of itself killed the DMCA argument. They basically admitted that, right? When you admit that there was a transformation that took place, you just didn't like the transformation, you can't pursue a legal claim that no such transformation had taken place. So the reason why I'm pointing to this is because it's not a sincere DMCA request, and he has no case and no standing. And that's not my opinion. That was my opinion initially, and I talked about it. But that's also now luckily for all of us who do enjoy fair use, which Ethan initially had fought for and won and created the precedent of. The judge also used the existing precedent that Ethan had fought for to destroy the argument that he was presenting. And it's interesting, like I even tweeted about this, it's like a lot of large content creators would have been hurt, and small content creators as well. Basically every content creator would have been hurt if Ethan was able to successfully destroy his own fair use precedent while he pursued this lawsuit. Which is why I always found it strange that more people were not talking about it. Especially when a lot of commentary folks did talk about it initially, but as an open and shut case that would destroy the financial status of Denims, and celebrated when it did destroy the financial status of Caseytron, and were celebrating when they hoped that it would destroy Morgan as well. The reality of the matter is, can we move the camera back down? Why? My goodness, the audio is glitchy. Let's continue.
That could be like an easy fair use win for Ethan. But I just don't think that's a win overall. Like, for as long as I've been on the internet, that kind of behavior has been frowned upon. And I really think if the targets were different, if it wasn't streamers that a lot of people don't like, the response would be very different to these lawsuits. Right now, a lot of people celebrate them because they just hate the people that Ethan is suing. So they go yeehaw for it. But these individuals, like the streamers in particular for the fair use, they are a fraction of the size of Ethan. So it's to me, a hard case to make that he was genuinely, like, losing eyeballs because of them streaming it on their Twitch channel. And yeah, that is, like, a big asshole thing for them to do, but let's be real, it's not hurting you, it's just you don't like them, and they don't like you. So this was a way of being able to get a big jab in there, and since a lot of the internet doesn't like them, they get to rally behind you as well, as opposed to start asking the question, why even bother? You already won, again, against that kind of behavior. The internet, from what I can tell, this is kind of post-mortem now, since I'm super late to it, but from what I can tell, no one was really on the side of the streamers that were just blatantly streaming it without any kind of transformation or anything like that. So you already won. What's the point in continuing this further, paying big bucks to the lawyer just so you could also financially hurt them to further, get them? It seems like it's less about, fighting a just cause for fair use and more about, like, here's some more ammunition. The big one that I've spent the most time looking into is the Denims case, because it's the most recent and is being touted as a tentative loss for Ethan, which I don't know what a tentative loss really means, because it's not an official loss, it's still an ongoing lawsuit here. But the judge had like a very seemingly stern view on it, that even cited Ethan Klein's previous fair use victory against him in his suit against Denims. Ethan Klein, a while back, had a landmark achievement in the fight for fair use against good old bold guy Matt Haas, and that ruling was cited here against him in this fair use lawsuit. So to me, that illustrates that maybe these lawsuits aren't coming from a genuine place of trying to enforce real fair use and are potentially just coming from a place of revenge. Now, I don't know the intricacies of everyone that's being sued and their relation.
He always qualifies it. 100% that is the case. Like, this is what I mean. You don't have to qualify it this hard. I mean, look, it's your show, and you know, I'm not implying anything, but it's just like, it is confusing to me why there is this layer of qualification every time where it's like, well, you know, I kind of feels to me like Ethan Klein is maybe engaging in an act of revenge, petty vengeance. Yeah, I mean, you're right. He is. That is what he's doing. And it's not a real lawsuit. There was no real harm done, and it's very obvious. And not only that, but Ethan has also like gotten away with it, as you also correctly called out, because nobody wants to defend the people that he was seeking to punish. There are not a lot of allies, not for the rest of the normies or anything like that, but there are not a lot of allies in the commentary sphere for female content creators in particular. Let's be real, okay? And some of these female content creators are also very outspoken, so that's, you know, 2 strikes. And they were outspoken on an issue that is considered a no-touch issue like Israel, so that's 3 strikes and you're out. This was a wonderful opportunity to punish, like, internet-designed enemies. And that's literally why, and it's part of the reason why Ethan did it. Ethan chose those targets deliberately, right? And that's literally the reason why nobody fucking gave a shit. But it's clear that the iDubbbz, what I'm actually confused by is like why the iDubbbz one, it was the turning point. Is it because iDubbbz is like a very known, very famous content creator? Because like he's been doing this nonstop. Like, I wonder why they consider this to be a bridge too far. Because this is what I'm seeing, like a lot of people finally pull out and pull their heads out of their asses and go, you know, I hate iDubbbz, he's a cuck, whatever they say, but also still this is like messed up. Or maybe it's because it's so like, it's so ridiculous. Like iDubbbz pointing to someone else's defamatory statement and being like, this is defamation, Ethan Klein should pursue this legally, and then complaining about it when openly admitting that he doesn't agree with it. I mean, there's like I saw someone reacting to my favorite slop Pegasus, more Pegaslop, literally doing that with Destiny defaming me, and he was actually in agreement with Destiny's statement, and he has since then advanced that defamation. Now imagine if I sued Pegaslop for defamation, for not only posting the Destiny tweet defaming me, but also on top of that sued Pegaslop for agreeing with it. What would the reaction be then? And nobody perked up with Noah because Ian's got OG YouTube status? Maybe that's what it is? Serious question, does Destiny have something on Ethan because he's acting like Trump towards Israel, lol? I mean, he has created an allegiance with Destiny and Dan Saltman for the last 3 years, as they have been a vehicle of harassment for Ethan Klein's ordained enemies. His community also manipulates Ethan and leans into his paranoia. So I guess that's kind of what it is. And also Dan Saltman is a sponsor of Ethan Klein's podcast, one of the last remaining sponsors that he actually has. So perhaps that might be a part of the problem. I think the very same attitude in the sphere against me is also the very same negative attitude against me in the commentary sphere is also the very same reason why there is this kind of allegiance between Destiny and Ethan, regardless of their back and forth slander operate. Well, maybe Ethan wasn't really slandering Destiny, but you know what I mean. I think that's that is the same attitude. You know, they are united in their hatred of what I represent.
This is the mighty falling out of favor, okay? This guy worked for presidents. He has reduced himself to debating Twitch streamers, dude. It's over. Your movement is dead. It's done. I will obviously be talking about the Vox debate that dovetails into this exact conversation, this point of contention that we're addressing right now about like what my purpose is, what my goals are. The third way guy on Vox mentioned Shoykot and Steyer lost because of you, but didn't mention anyone campaigned with you and won.
Yeah, they actually wait. Damn, they gave the third way guys a favorable edit because third way guys also talked about ramen losing because of me, and they had celebrated far too early. And I actually dunked on the third way guys for saying that. I guess that didn't make it into the final edit then. Anyway, but we'll get started here.
He is bigoted, he's anti-Semitic, and he is deeply misogynistic.
Hassan Piker has blown up in recent years. After the 2024 election, the popular leftist Twitch streamer became a go-to voice within the Democratic Party, looking to him for questions on how Dems should embrace the new internet, how to reach young men, or even the political cost of the Biden White House's policy on Gaza. But Piker's glow-up has angered a section of Democrats who are growing louder in voice.
He is such an extremist that it will only do damage to Democrats and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism.
In March, a Democratic group called Third Way.
If you think I'm an extremist, you think the average American is a terrorist, okay? Why am I an extremist? Because I want Medicare for all. Why am I an extremist? Because I want free college, free health care. I want better infrastructure. I want to stop all these wars that we're waging, that all of our finances seemingly go to, you know? If I'm an extremist, then the average American is an extremist, but you can't say that. So you have to keep trying to do this stupid, idiotic disciplining thing, this disciplining method where you just try to cut the head of the snake. But meanwhile, while they're calling me an extremist, we got a hype train going, 4 minutes. You already know what the deal is. It's a hype train. Support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Support the the People's Broadcasting Service. Almost said the wrong name for it. If you support the show, you support independent media. Anyway, let's continue.
Published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal's opinion section saying, quote, Democrats are too cozy with Hassan Piker. Now, Piker is controversial, no doubt. But is he toxic? And how much of this blowback is actually about Piker the person versus the leftist politics he stands for?
I think, as a matter of fact, Third Way's brand of politics has helped Republicans. Why? Their attitude since the Clinton era has been to constantly concede on culture war issues to the Republican Party and never focus on economic populism, left economic populism.
Let's dig in.
Why are you org agnostic? Why not support DSA? Dude, what are you talking about? Why not support the Democratic Socialists of America? I don't think I can physically support the DSA more than I already have.
Third Way isn't just any group. It's probably the premier centrist think tank in Washington, D.C. Their whole thing is about pushing the Democratic Party to embrace more moderate establishment candidates that more closely align with their views and, in Third Way's opinion, do better on the ballot. And while I want to know why Third Way thought it was important to publish this article this year, I wanted to begin by highlighting what the op-ed's general argument was. Here's one paragraph that I think lays out their argument well. Mr. Piker is often called progressive, but that does violence to the term. A self-identified Marxist, he has referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as, quote, inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to, quote, liberal Nazis, unquote, and said, quote, Hamas is 1,000 times better, unquote, than the Israeli state. Now, I get the importance of what they're saying, and we know anti-Semitism is an important issue in this country. But I also have more questions, so I connected with John Cohen. Cohen is the president of Third Way and the co-author of this piece in the Journal. I wanted to make sure that I had a good handle on their argument and also push the organization on its motivations and goals. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Delighted to be here.
So, to begin quickly, let's hear your case. You know, Third Way has argued that Democrats are too cozy with Hassan Piker. Why?
Look, bottom line is, it's a free country, and I believe in free speech. So Hassan Piker should be free to have his own show, to stream, to say and do whatever he wants. That's not the question. The question is, should Democrats be supporting him? Should Democrats campaign with him? Should Democrats seek his...
I think there's something really funny about this guy who has it ass backwards, and I kind of like brought that up a little bit in the conversation, but it bears repeating, which is dog. When Democratic candidates have me on stage with them, that's not actually beneficial for me. Like, you have it on backwards. They're asking me to go on stage, not because they love me and they're like, oh my God, it would be so sick. Level 7 hype train complete. By the way, we're at level 8 hype train. Keep those subscriptions coming. But as I was saying, they do that. Well, one, because, there's an ideological alignment there, but they also do that because it gives them credibility on certain issues, and it's beneficial for them. What these guys think, unfortunately, because they're wrong, it's ass backwards, is like those guys are just out of the kindness of their heart offering me a platform. I'm giving them a platform, dude. What do you not understand about this?
Endorsement should Democrats cozy up to him? And the answer is definitively no. Not just because the things he says are profoundly offensive, and I will run through those in a moment, but because he is such an extremist that it will only do damage to Democrats and the Democratic brand and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism and expanding the map across the country. Hassan Piker is anti-American. He is bigoted. He's anti-Semitic, and he is deeply misogynistic.
I kind of wanted to have two questions just to set the scene before we dig into the claims of the article. What was the impetus to publish this piece in March? Why this year? Trump is president. Democrats have very little power in Washington. What made you all publish this now?
Great question, Ested. So we published this for a specific reason and a broad reason. The broad reason is that if Democrats are going to not just beat Trump and...
Here, I'll translate from corpo speak, from consultant speak. We can't yell at the growing base of support for the causes that, align against our corporate investors, like Medicare for all, free college, the litany of things that Bernie has endorsed and supported for years, and most importantly, Israel. And we can't come across constantly yelling about voters not voting right or voters prioritizing things that we don't want them to prioritize. So we'll just yell at a guy who seems to be a megaphone for these issues. We'll yell at because it's much easier to yell at an influencer. You can especially an influencer like myself, who has spoken on the record for more than, 10,000 hours, almost 12,000 hours at this point about these issues. It's much easier to identify key quotes that you can just keep repeatedly slamming me with over and over again. But yeah, of course it's about Israel too. It's about Israel is a great catch-all, okay?
Trumpism, but MAGA long run, we need to be able to build majorities in lots of red and purple places. And right now, the Democratic Party is perceived as more extreme than mainstream in many places. So if the party aligns with folks who are this extreme and cozies up to them, it's going to make it much harder, not easier, for Democrats to not just flip the House and get the White House back, but beat Vance and MAGA and Rubio and the rest of them long run. The specific impetus was that the Pod Save folks, right, very prominent Democrats, had featured Hassan Piker at a conference where they are officially elevating him and aligning him with Democrats. That's what triggered this for us, and then a series of other things beyond that.
Okay, let's jump into the article. The article opens up by likening Hassan to far-right anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. Part of the piece reads, quote, left-wing anti-Semites are savvier than the Nazi endorsers on the right who marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, and sat for dinner with the president. This was the first sentence that kind of jumped out to me in the piece because it does seem like Savier's doing some work here. There are material differences between Piker and Fuentes, at least some. Piker has voted for Democrats, Harris in 2024, Biden in 2020. He has openly opposed Trump, while Fuentes has openly praised Hitler, dined with Trump, kind of as the piece reference. Does that make them categorically different or just packaged differently? How is that not a material difference, just savvy, as the piece says?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, Hassan Piker is dangerously close to Nick Fuentes in the level of bigotry and racism and misogyny that he espouses. I mean, it's just staggering. Let me just for your listeners, they really need to understand.
This guy is out of his mind. And anyone who is even remotely familiar, Ested knows me, obviously. Ested has literally invited me to speak at University of Chicago at the Politics Institute. So it's like, I don't think this guy knows that, but it doesn't matter. And obviously, I don't think he's going to push back on any of this stuff. But it's totally ridiculous, preposterous to make this comparison. And no one would half a brain cell is going to agree with this.
Who this guy is. This is what Hassan Piker said about Miley Cyrus. I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus
for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little. Don't even try.
Dude, it's like you're posting this video that someone else unearthed it for you from literally 2013. The video was so unbelievably cringe, attempted satire, and I've addressed it 750 gorillion times. But it's so crazy because, like, I don't even look like this person. Not only do I obviously, not only does this obviously not represent who I am, but I don't even look like this person. It's a 240p clip that you pulled out of your ass to just be like, oh, you're a misogynist. It's a sketch. And it was so lame that I didn't even, it was good enough to keep out there. It was a released failed attempt at satire that we deleted literally a month after it was out in the universe. But it's, again, something that I've not only addressed a million times over. Yeah, it had a satire warning as well. But it doesn't even matter, right? It doesn't even matter because it's something that I've already addressed a million times over. You literally said it was satire and disclaimer of the video. I know.
Come on, Ested. Why are we defending this?
I guess I'm not really defending it. I'm really just asking about the specific thing that I asked about.
I know, but that's horrific. Horrific. Why should this guy be anywhere near the Democratic Party?
I just want to re-level set. I'm not here for the Hassan Piker is a good person or not question. I'm here for the claims that the article is making. And I guess I wanted to just ask my question again. Like, sure. Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are Trump supporters who have, at times, said nice things about Hitler. Hassan Piker has not done that, has voted for Democrats, has advocated against Trump. And I'm saying, does that make him savvier or does that make him different?
Got it. So Hassan Piker said, he says, if you're someone who says, if I'm a liberal Zionist, it's like saying you're a liberal Nazi. Okay? Mm-hmm. So that is anti-Semitic to its...
No, it's not. No, it's not. Here's the reality. You know it's not. You can't argue against it, which is why you have to keep going down to your nose to be like, well, this is why he needs to be deplatformed. But I'm not saying he needs to be deplatformed, but I'm saying that he's a bad guy. You shouldn't associate with him. Argue against the point then. Like all this old shit that you're pulling out of your because, someone sent it to you to be like, this guy's bad. Please don't listen to him. Who gives a okay? None of that matters. What actually matters is what I'm saying right now. And you can't argue against anything that I'm saying right now, so you have to keep going. But please, it's just like Nick Fuentes. Why would Nick Fuentes say liberal Zionists are just like liberal? Why would Nick Fuentes say liberal Zionists are like liberal Nazis? He's a Nazi. So you can't even make that comparison. He literally has a positive opinion of the Nazis. He has openly stated that he is a neo-Nazi and he likes the Nazis. He said Adolf Hitler is base. Obviously, that comparison falls apart with like literally a little bit of scrutiny.
Core to say that someone who believes in the existence of Israel is the same as a Nazi. I can't really see the difference between that and Nick Fuentes. On his voting for Democrats.
I can. Nick Fuentes would consider that to be an inappropriate comparison because he's positive about Nazis.
This is what he said about Kamala Harris. He said Democrats, if they were in charge now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. Exact same thing he means as Trump. 1-to-1. Make no mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you Kamala Harris would be different.
Yeah, again, on the issue of Israel, it's so unbelievably disingenuous that we have straight up adults that are supposed to be goddamn adults that are Democratic Party operatives that have worked within the Democratic Party for 3 decades, that are perhaps most responsible for its failures, still trying to be the banner carrier for this uniparty attitude when it comes to Israel. Also, even the clip chimps, unironically, are probably more appealing to the average normie. Again, I can't stress this enough. Normies don't actually look at the Democratic Party's attitude on Israel or anything else, really, and think that there is like major differences anyway. I do. You're yelling at a guy who does recognize that there is differences, just not on foreign policy and especially not on the issue of Israel, with some fairly significant new developments and exceptions with respect to what Donald Trump has done. Okay?
He's a delusional moron. So, no, he's not for Democrats. He's for China and Russia. He has said that America deserved 9/11. America is, quote, truly the Fourth Reich with nukes. So it's not I'm arguing with you. You're asking great questions. It's that I reject the whole premise. This guy is like Nick Fuentes.
Okay.
And we shouldn't be close to him.
In the article, it also says this language can beget violence. Last year, an alleged murderer, seemingly inspired by left-wing rhetoric, killed 2 people for the crime of being Jewish at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Democrats must understand that accepting anti-Semitic figures like Mr. Piker into the mainstreams puts Jewish lives in danger. Now, I think certainly unequivocally anti-Semitism is on the rise. That represents a violent threat to many Americans. I think we can both acknowledge that. But the CNMP's link there, connecting Piker to the violence, doesn't even mention his name. So I kind of was wondering where that connection came from. Saying that anti-Semitic figures like Piker puts Jewish American lives in danger seems like a pretty big claim. Do we have evidence that Piker's rhetoric has led to violence directly?
There is no question that
yeah, no, he doesn't. He's just he doesn't. So he's just gonna be like, well, it makes me feel bad.
extremist rhetoric, bigoted extremist rhetoric, including anti-Semitic rhetoric, on the right and the left, absolutely encourages violence. There's a ton written and thought about this. That's incredibly clear. And also,
Can you explain further? Can you elaborate further on how I've done this, though? No, you can't. They don't want you canceled, but they also want to call you a Nazi who shouldn't be associated with. Yeah, no, none of it makes sense. Anyway, he does a long interview with him, but he does an even longer interview with me. So, where I address some of the comments that he pulls up. So, get ready. There's my part that's coming
clear.
up.
Piker is someone who actively encourages violence. So let me give you a quote from Hassan Piker. This is about people who own property. Kill them. Kill those and murder those
Yeah. So he interviewed this guy. He did the classic, like, all the bits, all the greatest hits, like, oh, look at this. I'm so scared of him. Like, he is a scary guy. Why won't you believe me? Why won't you believe that he's a scary guy? I own property. The talking about? I literally famously purchased a home. What are you saying?
Period. End of story.
Okay, we're moving on. The article concludes by saying we're all for a big tent, but Democrats need to draw a line in the sand. I wanted to know, what is that big tent? Who's in?
It's really funny because another subject of today's commentary, my former podcast co-host Ethan Klein literally put all of these greatest hits out there in the context nuke, right? And his purpose of this nuke was, by his own, by his own statements, he openly admitted to this, was to deny me any sort of mainstream approval and to, quote unquote, end my career. Now, of course, that context nuke did not end up doing that at all. As a matter of fact, one could even argue that it backfired spectacularly. But one of the wonderful things that has happened is that regardless of the hit piece, it's reached a higher level of prominence now. Like, it's basically all these other people are taking bits and pieces from that hit piece and like deploying it. But because the hit piece itself didn't work at all, this is still not working. They didn't look at that and go, well, obviously this was a failure. We shouldn't try this. They just keep trying it over and over again, and it doesn't work. At most, you can maybe get a couple like scared 75-year-olds that watch Fox News to hear this stuff out and go, yeah, this seems bad, if that's their first interaction with me, right? But it's just pearl clutching. It was just, and it has been, and it will still forever be pearl clutching at a time when most people have a negative association with that sort of thing. Most people see this stuff and go, oh, here we go, dude. I know you, like, they also recognize that cancel culture is so unfavorable and viewed so unfavorably by the broadest subsect of American society that they have to couch this with, like, I'm not trying to deplatform him, but. So if you're saying that first part, you already know that this endeavor, this malicious outrage manufacturing is going to fail on its face. It's going to fall on its face, it's going to fail. It's not going to work because most people just go, I don't give a shit, man. I don't care. Like, who cares? Okay, this guy's bad. Why? Why should I give a shit about this? Why not keep trying it over and over again? That's what centrist corporatist hacks do with Trump every 4 years. Yeah, but it didn't even work with Trump. That's the point, right? They tried this with Trump. It literally didn't work with Trump, and they're still trying to do it. And now they're like, maybe if it didn't work with Trump, but maybe we can do this to the socialist left flank. It's not working. It's not working. People are smart enough. People are smart enough to, one, get annoyed with this shit because it's unbelievably annoying. And two, they're smart enough to recognize, I care about the policies. I care about the worldview. I don't care about the optics. I don't care about what someone has said in the past. I don't care about the quote mining that you engage in. I only care about who this person is now. You know, just one more article, and this will work is an idiotic endeavor. It's an idiotic argument, okay? The problem for Third Way is that they structurally can't do that because their worldview is so odious and so out of touch with the needs of the masses that he can't just go there and say with his chest, I want every Democrat to care about the things I care about. I want every Democrat to have a favorable opinion on Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, British Petroleum, Chevron, Exxon, and numerous other corporate subsidiaries and corporate donors that I'm tasked with connecting with the Democratic Party's political class, with his political representation, so they don't listen to the needs of the masses. Or rather, I want to change the needs of the masses to being more favorable to this corporate oligopoly that we have created. He can't say that, so he has to go, oh, the people railing against this structure are actually bad people, I promise. It does work, though. It worked on Corbyn. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. It does not. It doesn't anymore. Okay? It worked on Corbyn because it was in a different timeline, in a different country. You can't make an actual argument. I can. That's the difference. I can tell you exactly what I care about. I can tell you exactly what I believe, and I can tell you exactly what I'm fighting for. They can't. So they have to do this like, we can't tackle the message, so we shoot the messenger ass bullshit all the time, and it still doesn't work.
Someone like Joe Rogan, should Democrats go on his podcast?
Again, great question, Ested. Democrats should go anywhere and everywhere to make their case and to argue against people who are bigoted. So if you go on Joe Rogan and you disagree with his point of view, argue vociferously about his point of view. Call him out. If you disagree with Hassan Piker, fine. Go on his stream and argue against him and denounce him and expose him for the bigoted guy that he is. That's not our beef with Piker. Our beef with Piker is,
this is a great
why
take.
should Democrats...
Yeah. Some of the most blatantly identitarian people left on the site are pro-Israel moderate Democrats, people like this, that will cynically say, like, at some point, Dems are going to have to acknowledge how ridiculous it is that all of our top punditry is straight white male trust fund babies. Meanwhile, our coalition is predominantly working class women, BIPOC. Yeah. Famously, the predominantly working class women, BIPOC, LGBTQ plus coalition, which, by the way, all of our candidates are, ironically enough, the centrist Democrats are you know, usually old white men or old white women. Our coalition is actually queer, BIPOC, all this stuff that you're presenting as far as our political representation goes. But not only that, but also you have a Israeli flag in your bio, dumbass. Do you think a predominantly working class, female-led BIPOC LGBTQ plus coalition is pro-Israel overwhelmingly or anti-Israel overwhelmingly? These guys are still holding on to the 2016 era Bernie Bros mentality where it's like, come on, please, just one more time where we just cynically claim Bernie Bros so white, Bernie Bros so misogynistic, Bernie Bros so racist, and this time it'll work. They're chirping to an increasingly smaller audience, okay? That's it.
Democrats cozy up to him. Why should Democrats platform him at places like the Pod Save conference? Why should Democrats campaign with him? Why should Democrats seek his endorsement? That puts Democrats both on the wrong side of morality, given all of the things I've just said about him, the wrong side of being pro-America, and it is very hurtful politically.
The moderate Democratic base is heavily working class people of color. It doesn't really exist without that kind of diverse base. I wondered about where this priority comes from. If Third Way's point is that Democrats are struggling in places to win over more moderate voters, I guess I was wondering, how do you know that the moderates in question, kind of at the base of the party, share this priority? Do they care about Hassan Piker?
They do not. Not even a little bit. Like, in a way that is like, in a way that's unforgiving too. In a way that's very forgiving for me and unforgiving for third way's priorities. Because once again, the quote-unquote moderate base of support align with me almost entirely. Okay? Maybe not to the degree, maybe not to the choice quotes that they clip out of context or find from like 2013, you know what I mean? Like from 13 years ago to be like, this is what he believes right now. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of things that you could present that the average American voter that's like leaning Democrat would look at and go, I don't agree with this. This is ridiculous, right? But broadly speaking, the issues that I care about, the issues that I fight for, whether it is to call into question America's allegiance to Israel, whether it's to demand free healthcare and free college education and a better infrastructure, to change our spending priorities, to improve the material conditions of the American working class, as opposed to what these dickheads advance and advocate for, which is the exact opposite of those things. Who do you think the average American, like which message is going to resonate with the average American voter? Saying Israel, we should stop giving them money and spend that money on healthcare instead? Or saying, actually, Israel is our most reliable ally and we need to keep giving them money and we should allow them to also merge with our military, as a matter of fact. And you're an idiot and a simpleton if you think that you deserve free healthcare. Who do you think? What do you think the average American is going to identify with as a political message? What I'm saying or what they're saying? This moderate voter mentality is gone. Okay? This moderate voter was never there. There was never a moment in American politics where there was a guy who was like, you know what? I want to vote for the Democrats over the Republicans, but I really don't like free healthcare. Like, as a concept, I really, really hate free healthcare. I don't deserve it. I love being saddled with medical debt after a life-altering medical incident. I love that shit. As long as Aetna and Blue Cross Blue Shield are turning profits, as long as they are increasing the GDP year over year, I'm happy as an American civilian, American citizen, and American voter. Idiotic. What's shocking to me is that they've been able to maintain this nonsensical meta for as long as they were able to maintain it. And they were able to maintain it because the media was completely captive to the same exact corporate interests. So the media kept giving these guys the time of day and reinforcing this message that electability falls on the side of moderates. Electability falls on the side of incremental gains. Electability falls on the side of people who say, no, private healthcare is good, actually. No, Israel is good, actually. It's not real. And it's such a demonstrable failure that Kamala Harris represented those values, and she failed spectacularly. And she failed in such a spectacular manner that even the voters were like, oh, dude, you've been lying to us.
Take African-American voters who want to win. We just held a major conference in South Carolina. Those folks want to win. They don't want a party that is deeply connected to and associated with hateful, bigoted extremists like Hassan Piker. That is, their priority is winning, beating back Trumpism and expanding the map. They know in their bones that to do that, you don't...
Yeah, this argument falls by the wayside if you can't prove it. And you can't prove it because it's been disproven. Kamala Harris's defeat, alongside Hillary Clinton's defeat to Trumpism, disproved this for every single Democratic Party voter that wants to win races. Okay? It disproved it.
Become a mirror image of the other party, the right wing that is extremist and bigoted. We don't need two extremist parties in this country. If Democrats are going to beat MAGA and expand the
they
map,
have to become
the House,
MAGA light. They have to become MAGA light. Sure, it didn't work the last million times we tried it, but this time it'll be different.
Senate and the White House, the only way to do that is to offer an alternative to the extremism of Trumpism, not to mirror it.
I guess Third Way's memo after the 2024 election about the working class disconnect in the party, which I think you may be referencing here, concluded that the party leans too hard into identity politics. The number one takeaway in that memo was that working class voters...
Yeah, cook his ass instead. Leaning too hard into the identity politics. And now look where they're at. Leaning hard into the identity politics to yell about someone who represents the interests of the masses.
Feel like Democrats prioritize niche identity-based groups. I guess I'm asking, how do you say that in 2025 and then have a campaign come 2026 that is frankly a priority about identity politics. It seems to me that just as you all argue that voters care about more kitchen table, tangible concerns, how do you follow up with that with a campaign about Hassan Piker?
I'm not positive I'm following the premise of the question, but let me respond as best I can. So, first of all, we didn't say that voters and working class voters only care about kitchen table issues. We said they care a lot, but they also care that Democrats don't take what they perceive to be extremist positions.
Yeah, no, the reason why you didn't understand the premise of the question is because it literally undermines the position that you had earlier. What you're doing right now, this practice of like, we should really dial in on a streamer as a representative of the growing left flank politics and the overwhelming appetite that the masses have for this left-wing politics. We should cast it aside as extremist and literally hit the same identity politics lines, the cynical deployment of IDPOL that we previously said sucked
on culture issues. That's absolutely a thing we've said consistently across for years and years and years. So I don't see how this is identity politics. We are making a simple assertion that if Democrats cozy up to an extremist like Hassan Piker, not only is that morally wrong, but they are going to push away many of the moderate voters that they need to build electoral majorities. And by the way,
how do you know that? Like, I guess I'm saying, like, it's happening right now. The man has a popular Twitch stream, much more popular than a lot of other people and a lot of more moderate folks making a similar message. He's not getting invited to Crooked Con or these other things because there's not an audience. How are you so confident in your assertion that Hassan Piker's political views, which I understand you're making a point about the clearly offensive things that he has said throughout his time in public life, but there is clearly an audience for Hassan Piker's political message. So I'm saying, how do you separate those two things? How do you deal with the reality that Democrats have changed on terms of like America's relationship to Israel? That things like Medicare for All are increasingly popular. Like things like Abolish ICE are growing in popularity. So I'm saying that is, I think, a more full representation of the stuff he talks about politically. How are you dealing with that shift among the Democratic base, even if you're making the argument that he himself is offensive?
Well, let me just give you an example. I get your question. So in 2025, in the off-year elections, right, Mondani, a Democratic socialist, won in New York, right? And Sherrill and Spanberger won in New Jersey and Virginia. They were both.
This is why these guys would rather there be a Republican majority in the Senate than push for Graham Plattner to win. Lucky for us, they got no motion amongst the masses. Do you understand why? Because guess what? If Graham Plattner wins, if Abdul Al-Sayed wins in Michigan, if Democratic Socialists keep winning, not just their primaries, but their general elections, okay, then this argument that he is about to present, which you've heard a million times over, falls apart in spectacular display. And the counter to his argument also is that Spanberger is now deeply unpopular due to the same exact moderate policies that she has advanced, as opposed to Zohran Mamdani, who has followed through on his campaign promises, is deeply popular. That's the issue. Not only is their argument about moderates winning elections wrong, okay? Yes, in an anti-Trump wave year, yes, you can put a cookie-cutter neoliberal Democrat in office and they will probably win, okay? But will they maintain their popularity, or will they make way for potentially a worse version of MAGA later down the line is the question. And we know that has happened already with Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the moderate. Joe Biden ran and won and governed like a moderate. There were a lot of things that he did that was incrementally moving the needle in the appropriate direction, but no bold, radical, sweeping agenda changes. And we got Trump again in the aftermath of that because his popularity fell by the wayside. We don't just want people to win elections in that year due to the unpopularity of the Republicans. We want a resilient political movement. We want real changes. We want real changes to come that will benefit the working class, okay?
Moderates.
Yeah.
Where was turnout higher? New York, Virginia, or New Jersey?
That feels like an unfair question from a local to statewide election. Like, come on, we're talking about a mayor's race versus a governor's race. Like, that's a trick question.
That's not a trick question. It was higher in Virginia and New Jersey.
I mean, Mamdani's favorability rating is much higher than Cheryl's or Spanberger's. Like, you can pick a number and make this argument in either way.
I'll give you another example, okay? So since 2018, right, a central task has been to flip red congressional seats to blue, right? That's a central task in the Trump era. Crucial task. The House New Democrats have backed candidates and invested in candidates who flip 50 seats. Our Revolution, right, and Justice Democrats, two of the most prominent left-wing groups associated with Piker and Bernie and AOC, et cetera, have flipped literally zero.
Yeah.
Zero. Okay. Well, that tells you where voters are at. Voters are...
Dog, you have an unbelievable money cannon that you deploy at these races that you identify with, whereas groups like Our Revolution are so much pickier by design because they have an ideological slant. I don't know if what he is saying currently is correct either, but you're literally taking ownership over the entirety of the coffers of the DNC and then pairing that up against a random group that doesn't even have a fraction of the coffers of the DNC. You're literally talking about cushy seats. It's ridiculous.
Saying, I want the moderate candidate with the moderate vision. That's how they flip 50 seats. Is it true that there are deep left places in the United States where you can make even more blue? Of course there are.
I don't even know exactly what the argument he's, what the data he's referencing here is, for the record. I don't even know.
But that's not the central political challenge of our time. If you want to beat MAGA, is to make blue places bluer. It's to flip red.
But yeah, he's like referencing Zoran's turnout, for example. So you know he's making an indecent argument regardless.
Red places to blue. And the track record there is unequivocal. These folks have tried over and over and over since 2018. They only make blue places bluer. So I reject the premise of your question. It is true that Mamdani can be popular in a deep blue place. And it's also true that lots and lots of moderates can get elected in purple and red places. Those things are simultaneously true. They don't...
As far as what he's saying, this is the last gasp of a dying movement. Neoliberalism is dying. People find this kind of politics to be repugnant. It's elitist. It's out of touch. It puts corporations and corporate interests first over the interests of the masses, right? And so he's basically presenting the last version of this argument, which is Zoran only works in New York. It doesn't work in purple districts. Okay, Maine and Michigan are very important races for that reason. That's why I keep saying it doesn't matter what Graham Plattner's background is. Okay? Doesn't matter what Graham Plattner's background is. Doesn't matter what the red flags are there. As far as like an argument against the way that these guys have represented the best possible electoralist method, Graham Plattner and Abdul Sayed are going to be the final nail in the coffin for this kind of pro-neoliberal, pro-corporate Democrat message from advancing. It's the last place that they can point to. Once that goes away, they're going to say, "Oh, why can't socialists win in Alabama?" And guess what? We'll win there too one day. All right, but that's all this is. First, they say socialism doesn't win anywhere. Then when it starts winning in places like New York, they say, oh, it's just deep blue. That's why it's winning in New York. Once it starts winning in purple areas, they're going to say, why doesn't it win in deep red? Okay? And one day, we'll win in deep red places too.
Just prove each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that particularly to your point about like the left coalitions not necessarily succeeding in red to blue places, I think that's unequivocally true. Their goal seems to be a little different. Their goal is to somewhat change the Democratic Party, and the way that, you know, MAGA and Trump, others had a specific goal of changing the Republican Party through primaries, through pushing candidates that believe a specific vision. It seems like we're talking about kind of two different things.
But I mean, let's ask a question. If the existential threat politically of our time is MAGA and Trump, the job is to beat them, to win the White House, to flip the Senate, and to flip the House. That's the job. Why would you then try to make blue places bluer? That's a serious distraction if you believe that MAGA is an existential threat to our democracy and our way of life.
Donald Trump is...
Why? Why is that a serious distraction? Why? Why is that a serious distraction?
President right now. Not because of progressives, really. You know, like the existential threat of Donald Trump, that goal, Democrats failed it. Like, he won again. It did. So I'm saying, like, it doesn't seem to me that the question is about the...
By the way, here's the thing. Instead, unlike many of his counterparts in mainstream news and mainstream media, because of his job as a reporter that travels the entire country, has talked to these real moderate voters. So he knows that the third way argument is a failure. He has seen the third way argument be broadly represented to the masses and fail. He has heard from people in red districts and purple districts, moderate voters, what this guy would perceive as moderate voters, and he's heard from them that the Democratic Party is seen as an absolute failure.
Existential threat of MAGA. It feels to me that really where the left and others are trying to do is say, in the rubble, that is this Donald Trump reality, how is the kind of Democratic Party moving forward? It actually seemed like you were kind of leaning in that question too, in terms of shaping the Democratic Party's future also. So I feel like this red to blue point is kind of a diversion from what you all are both doing, which is pushing the Democratic Party.
I agree with you, but I don't think it's a diversion at all, meaning this, instead. If you're offering a vision for the future of the Democratic Party, right, that vision cannot just be your dreams of what you want to have happen. It has to be grounded in political reality, right? Your vision has to have concrete proof that you can over and over and over again expand this deep blue formula to places that are red and purple. Because if you can't do that, all you're saying is we can hold a small slice of the country and make it even bluer, but we have no formula to actually flip the rest of the country. That's a non-starter as a political vision. That's where it connects, which is
It's just like, we know this is a failure, dude. You own the Democratic Party, and therefore you own its failures. We know it failed in 2016 and also in 2024. You wouldn't be... Here's the thing. If this vision, the constant pivot to the center, had a real base of support and was broadly popular, you wouldn't have to dignify instead with a conversation about a socialist Twitch streamer. It's that simple. Because guess what? We'd be living under Kamala Harris's first female presidency right now. If that vision was a success and it was objectively popular and it could defeat Trumpism, you wouldn't be going on Vox.com debates over how wrong someone like myself is. You wouldn't even know who the I am, because your vision would have won. It would have proven without any doubt whatsoever to anyone who is knowledgeable on the issue, anyone with a crumb of interest in winning elections, that your style of politics had a real market, had a real audience, had a real legion of diehard supporters. And you wouldn't be wasting your time doing this shit. The reason why you're duking it out about a Twitch streamer and failing to deliver a convincing message to instead is because it's failed. The Democratic Party has failed over and over again.
To have great ideas. I agree with you. Great debate about left-wing ideas. But half of what you offer as a political movement has to be a formula for flipping the country your direction, and these guys have utterly failed at that.
We're going to talk to Piker, as we mentioned, about these controversial statements, about the distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and what he thinks about his responsibility to the audience. I think one thing that's important that we haven't really talked about is this is different than kind of a traditional media person or endorser, because, these Twitch streamers make a lot of money from controversy, and there's not really a gut check on accountability. So all I'm saying is we're going to ask about all that. Is there anything that you think he hasn't answered or is a question that you want to put in front of him from Third Way?
He has said repeatedly that he doesn't want to apologize for anything he says. He doesn't take it back. It's all taken out of context. We've heard him say that many times.
That's not true.
So, again, same thing.
Listen, man, if you serve a platter that has a diverse range of issues that you're representing as though it's like it bears significance on my current attitude or my current advocacy, while simultaneously peppering in actual that I have said recently and do believe and do stand by. Yes, some of those things I'm not going to apologize for because there's nothing to apologize for, like the Israel-Hamas dynamic, right? But yes, of course, there's plenty of things that you've brought up in here that I have apologized for in the past.
You could go through all these quotes. Well, I gave you the one on Miley.
Yep, we'll ask about that one.
Okay, how about this one? There is nothing more annoying to me than first generation, second generation, third generation Asian mothers who are dogs to white people. You are literally barking for white people. My question to Hassan Piker is...
Yeah, see, that's a great quote. I'm talking about minority groups that tokenize themselves deliberately to participate in white supremacist actions. What do you want me to say? You want me to apologize for people that literally place themselves at the forefront of the anti-DEI, anti-affirmative action initiatives? Do you not feel even a sense of shame when you're talking to a black man too about this? Like it is out of context, I guess, in that circumstance. Out of context quote? Yeah. No, there is no standpoint epistemology. When you come to me with a quote like that, I'm going to tell you what the quote is about. Now you can tell me if you disagree with it. Do you think that the anti-DEI initiatives were actually appropriate? Do you stand by that? Do you agree with the Trumpism and the MAGA movement on that front? Do you think it was good that a bunch of white supremacist organizations with a white supremacist goal of destroying what remains of a crumb of hope, a crumb of upwards mobility that we've offered to some black people if they're fortunate enough to receive it, that getting destroyed was good? Is that how you feel? You think the anti-DEI initiatives are solid? Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I don't give a shit if it's a white supremacist organization that puts at the forefront of their message a bunch of students that have been harmed by affirmative action and anti-DEI initiatives that happen to be Asian. Yes, they're using standpoint epistemology to advance a white supremacist agenda, okay?
Is he ever going to apologize sincerely and profusely and go on an actual apology tour for the...
Why the would I do that? Suck my dumbass.
Dozens and dozens and dozens of bigoted, offensive, misogynistic things he said, or is he just going to...
Let me constantly, oh my God, I'm so sorry for a litany of quotes that are mostly out of context over the course of my 13-year political commentary career. Oh my God. You think that's productive? Talk about a distraction. God, this is the mighty falling out of favor, okay? This guy worked for presidents, okay? This guy and this institution was at the center of power in the Democratic Party, and now he has reduced himself to debating Twitch streamers, dude. It's over. Your movement is dead. It's done. We are coming. It's that simple. You can keep crying and behaving like a baby over and over again. Be like, oh, it hurt my feelings. I heard some of his quotes and it was scary. But the real thing you fear is not necessarily the things that you heard about me that really frustrated you. The real thing you fear is that you're losing prominence. You're not even debating Twitch streamers. It's even worse. You're debating about Twitch streamers because you can't talk to me directly either. Because I've already said it. Like, I'll talk to anybody at Third Way. Anytime, any day. If they want to come on the broadcast and cry about my choice quotes, oh my God.
Keep standing by all of them.
Mm-hmm. I think it's totally fair to ask about apology, about regret, about whether he stands by it. So we'll make sure to include those. I actually have another couple I plan on asking about Hamas and the Israeli government. We'll put in front of him as well. Do you have anything else you want to make sure you mention? I got through my questions. We'll take these to him, but want to make sure you feel like you had your piece.
No, that was great. Very quick, actually, just because it's relevant to what just happened. Just to note at a practical level, in the California races, so Chakrabarti, who was AOC's former chief of staff, campaigned with Piker. He came in a distant third in that race. Tom Steyer went on Piker's stream. So I get it, but as a very practical...
Yeah, he also brought up Nithya Raman, but instead gave him the favorable edit. Yeah, they took out the Nithya Raman part. I know. He brought up Raman too, But by the time they had come, by the time they'd actually interviewed me, it turns out Nithya Raman had won over Spencer Pratt, and I talked about that extensively with Ested. So I'm a little sad that they edited that in his favor, okay? Because I know he brought that up because Ested brought it up to me, and at that point Nithya Raman had won, and I even brought up the fact that this guy was actively celebrating a Republican like Spencer Pratt winning, or what he thought at the time was a victory over Nithya Raman. And it showed his priorities.
No matter if you're a Democrat who wants to win, much less one who has some kind of high moral standards against bigotry and racism and misogyny, very unclear that as a practical matter, Piker gets you much of anything except driving away people who matter to building a big Democratic tent. I want to come back. Here's what we are asking of Democrats. Don't campaign with the guy. Don't platform him. Don't cozy up to him.
It's so funny that it's just not going to work either. Especially because, like, think about this man's peak success. Like, his goal is to not have me sit on stage with any of the candidates, right? And what's hilarious about it is that even if every single candidate going forward from this day on was like, I hate Hassan, that wouldn't change what I'm doing even a little bit, okay? I don't like doing candidate interviews. I don't like it. I don't like doing candidate interviews at all. I don't like appearing alongside candidates. I mean, I caught the bug on the rally stuff a little bit. I think it's fun. But even then, I'm perfectly fine never doing another rally ever again. You want to know why? It's not great content. Nobody in my audience gives a shit about it. They don't even like it. They don't even watch it on the VODs. They don't like it when I'm doing it live. Okay? They don't. I don't do it because it's really good for me. I'm spending a shit ton of money out of pocket. Shouts out to the subscribers. Okay? It's bad content. If that was the reason why I was doing it, it's bad content. Doesn't do anything for me. I'm literally burning money anytime I do this. I'm away from home. I'm away from my dog. I'm away from my friends and family. If it's up my schedule, I don't do it because it helps me. I do it because it helps the candidates, and guess what? The candidates know that, which is precisely the reason why since this goddamn article came out, there's plenty of parts that he won't acknowledge. Adam Hamawi won, obviously. He won't ever recognize that. And Abdul Sayed has surged into first place in the Democratic Party primaries in the Senate race in Michigan, okay? That's the thing. Chris Rabb won as well against the Democratic Party machine. That's the beauty of it. He won't talk about victories because he's trying to actively try to get everyone to stop talking to me. The reality is, since that article came out, not only were there tremendous victories, but beyond that, every Democrat around the country has literally reached out, including centrist Democrats, ironically enough. That's right. Centrist Democrats have reached out because they were like, oh my God, this guy clearly has a big audience and he's speaking for a cause that we need to hear from. He's speaking for causes that we need to actually gain more legitimacy and more prominence in.
I'll let you get the last word on that. Thank you, Jonathan, for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Up next, what Hassan Piker has to say in response. Hassan Piker, thank you for joining America Actually.
Thank you for having me.
I wanted to talk to you because, as you know, we talked to the president of Third Way, the centrist Democratic group that has argued that Democrats are too cozy with you. And we dug into their argument. And it seemed both substantive and personal. They say that your brand of politics is bad for the Democratic Party, which we'll dig into later. But they also argued that just the scope of things that you have said are too offensive and that you have not apologized for them. Racist things, anti-Semitic things, sexist things. I wanted to start with some of those statements that get quoted a lot. I know that some of which they quoted were not taken in context, but a couple others seemed as if there were some merit to them. So I'm going to play the first one.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus.
Oh, my God.
At the VMAs the other night, I always knew Hannah Montana was a little... Don't even try to hide it.
Okay, so that was one of them. I want to say, how should we think about these past statements? Do you stand by them? Will you apologize?
Oh my God, it's so cringe. It's that is an unearthed attempt at a satirical like pop culture / like dating advice show that I was trying to do that was like bro focused. And of course I've apologized for it. I mean, it's nasty. It obviously doesn't reflect my current values and it hasn't reflected my values since like I would say 2014.
What would you ascribe that to? Like, what was the shift in values? Is that just growing up, or is that like something happened that make you think, let me pivot away from this kind of
No,
nonsense?
it was a desperate attempt to try to be funny.
What is
and
this?
I was much younger
Caught?
back then too, and I definitely played it fast and loose with the satirical element of it becoming like
Dude, what the fuck is this? Caroline Khan announces that Hassan and Farah are looking to buy a house in New York City for a few weeks per year, that they're there visiting from LA. She suggests that Hassan can write off taxes if the house is used for content, as she walks back several unhoused individuals. Dog, please don't give any attention to this absolute stalker account. Jesus Christ. Why? Why are you guys literally... Why? What's wrong with you? That's Dan Stalkman's personal account that he uses to take anything and everything anyone in my vicinity has ever said and then negatively frame it. We are not buying a house, man. Half is a joke. Oh my God. Yes, dude, I'm buying a mega mansion, okay? And I'm specifically displacing orphanages in New York City, okay? You caught me. That's literally what we're doing. And I'm going to rent it out. And I'm going to be a bad landlord, okay? I'm going to be a landlord, and I'm going to be a bad one specifically. You got me. This is real. This is a real thing that's happening. Please, guys, please. These are dangerously unstable individuals that are actively spending every waking moment to try to disparage me. Do you understand? They will clip you out of context. I know. I'm gonna do all of that. I mean, it's so ridiculous. Like, who cares? Who cares?
It was far too misogynistic, which is why we deleted it almost on release. But then nothing gets deleted on the internet, of course.
Yeah, I mean, but
And then
Third Way's argument was that you have not apologized. You're saying you have.
Oh, of course. And not only that, but also a big part of my politics and a big part of my worldview revolves around rehabilitation, both in the criminal justice system, but also the draconian attitude that I think a lot of Americans have towards rehabilitation in the social crimes division. And I use examples such as that one that you just showed as a way to say, look, like I had misogynistic opinions in the past, I've had transphobic opinions in the past, and I've worked through them, understanding that it causes harm to others, and it also is not reflective of who I am as a person.
I mean, that's one of the statements, but there's a couple others, and I do want to play another that is more recent. Now, this comes from the question that Third Way was raising about anti-Semitism, which seems central to the reasons that the UK recently barred you from entry. You have said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state and doubled down on it later, saying that you would vote for them over Israel every time. You once referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, but the one that they focused on most specifically was a time on stream when you were arguing with the Jewish man and said this statement.
You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another theme park in Gaza. You baying pig. Bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
Now, I'm going to...
Also, that person is not Jewish. Yeah, that was just a addition. They just added that on. It's an anonymous account. That person was not Jewish.
To ask about that because they brought up that specific slur as something that you also have not apologized for. In the aggregate, how does this not add up to someone who has trafficked in anti-Semitic tropes?
Yeah, I didn't even know that this is like in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic. The term, the utilization of the term "pig dog" is what is in contention, right? Yeah, I didn't realize that. I don't even think anyone else realizes that this was actually an anti-Semitic statement. I've only heard about it being referred to as like capitalist pig dog and red alert as a common thing that socialists have deployed against capitalists and
but
fascists
that common
alike.
thing could be based in a history that has anti-Semitic ties
I
to
didn't,
it, right?
I didn't know that.
And so the same question becomes the same. They were asking
Did you catch the watermark on the clip? No, I have not. What was it? I didn't even see the watermark. Where is it? Where was it? Oh, these messages from Hamas Piker. Oh, god damn. Yeah. It's ironic because I do bring up the Hamas Piker website later.
You heard about it being referred to as like capitalist big dog and red against
anti-Semitic ties
I didn't,
to it, right?
I didn't know that.
And so the same question becomes the same. They were asking specifically about apology. Is there one for this statement?
Oh, for the utilization of the term, pig dog. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's look. I don't think they're being sincere when they say this stuff.
We'll get the
But and you know, we can talk further about that. But yeah, of course, I never want to offend entire swaths of the population unless they're fascist.
The third statement they talked about that we want to ask about, again, before we get to the kind of broader questions, is that you had advocated for violence. Now, I pushed back against some of their claims specific to anti-Semitism because I don't think that really added up. But there was a moment in a 2025 live stream when you said, quote, if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick.
Yeah, I don't know why they're like the pig dog thing has any salience whatsoever. Because I don't even think that it is like a known... Look, I have a PhD in racism, okay? As you guys know, I'm Dr. Jihad. I have a doctorate in jihad and a PhD in racism. And that's not like an established trope. That's not an established trope at all. I don't think it's an actual anti-Semitic term. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why people say it's an anti-Semitic term. I've never heard it. It looks like it was a common insult in Germany. So I'm sure it was used by Nazis to describe Jews, but it's clearly not specific to Jews. Yeah. It's just like, it's a reach. It's a total reach. But again, if it's offensive to people, like, I'm sorry. I don't want to offend you, you know?
God, that comment got you temporarily pulled from Twitch, but you've since said it was a figure of speech. I still wanted to ask, though, based on their argument, in a country with real political violence, is that irresponsible?
Yeah, that also was directly clipped out of context. I was actually referencing Mike Johnson talking to Caitlin Collins on CNN. He was bringing up the fact that they were not actually taking people off of Medicare or not trying to erode Medicare expenditure, but instead combating Medicare fraud. And I said, if you, Mike Johnson, actually cared about Medicare fraud, you would... And I used hyperbolic language there, and I shouldn't have. But no, the whole point of that was, and I followed it up in the longer conversation. It's pretty obvious. I'm talking about Rick Scott committing, at the time, award-winning amounts of Medicare fraud. It's more so about the point that, like, Republicans love to present an argument as though they care about Medicare fraud, but in reality, they're actually just trying to gut Medicare in its entirety.
I asked because I think they were trying to make a larger argument about the responsibility or lack of responsibility to your audience, which is a big one. As that has grown over the years, how have you thought about the balance between filling the hours of day that streaming requires and not leaning in to the most controversial or most bombastic version of yourself? Do you think about that?
I do, absolutely. I mean, I think the fact that over the course of 10,000 hours, the only choice quotes that they can find are from like 2013 that are actually embarrassing and not even like remotely out of context or something that like I don't think anybody knew was an anti-Semitic slur at all. And I still don't even understand fully what that, like, where the pig dog thing comes from.
Rick Scott was 2025, you know?
But yeah, but Rick Scott is a more recent example. And I think like that, once again, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. I'm not like, talking about like advocating to assassinate an American politician in that situation. There is always going to be opportunities for groups to create and manufacture outrage, manufacture controversy around everything that I'm saying. And the medium that I occupy makes it virtually impossible to be controversy ridden. Right. I mean, to be
controversy free.
Yeah, controversy free. Sorry.
Now, I guess, though, if someone was hearing an introduction to you for the first time through Third Way article or even some of the arguments they made and to me, if we were to add up what that defense is it apology? Is it taken out of context? Or is it something where you're like, this is a while ago and I'm a different person now?
It's all three. And on top of that, there are a lot of people who are just like waiting around to genuinely clip stuff in the moment to be like, ooh, I can clip this out of context and I can blast into the orbit. I have a lot of people who despise my worldview.
Have you changed how you go about those 8 hours as the focus on you has gotten bigger?
Absolutely, but I think it was post-October 7. It wasn't recent.
Okay.
Post-October 7, I very quickly found out that there were numerous advocacy organizations and numerous groups on the internet that were volunteering to do this thing. They set up a website called Hamas Abi, I think on October 14th, 2023. It's incredible. Like, October 7 happens, it's horrifying. the world is in crisis. Israel very quickly goes into Gaza, starts murdering Palestinians by the hundreds, by the thousands. And there were people on the internet whose first goal in that moment was to set up a website to log every single thing that I have said about Israel from October 8th and onward. And that's when I realized, like, I have to be unbelievably careful, which is precisely the reason why since October 8th, 2023, I've talked for thousands of hours on this issue. And there's like 3 things that they can point to. And one of them is me referring to, you know, ultra far right ethno-nationalists and fascists as inbred, which is something that I deploy against all matter of racists and white nationalists in general, because that revolves around purity politics, like genetic purity politics at the end of the day. And I think that's a normal pejorative to deploy against, you know, neo-Nazis and far-right settlers as well.
I guess I do want to clarify one big point, though. I do think that, like, the double down you made on Pod Save America, specific to saying you would vote for Hamas over Israel, is to some people enough of an offense to ignore the rest of, I think, the context you are trying to lay out.
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
I want to give you another opportunity. An opportunity.
I've already tripled down on it.
Yeah, I'm like, you're about to triple down on it.
No, I'm about to quadruple down because I tripled down on it. I tripled down on it on LBC. And I think like the quadrupling and tripling down on it is like also part of the process. Like, I'm aware that this is something that most people have never encountered. This is not a statement that they would ever hear in polite society. And that's kind of the purpose of it.
It's intentionally provocative.
It is intentionally provocative, but I don't think it's inappropriate.
I mean, if the point of the statement is to underscore the violent atrocities that the Israeli government has committed, particularly over the last 3 years, I think that people understand that. But doesn't that flatten? I mean, I think the argument is that it flattens the atrocities Hamas has committed on some of the same people.
I think that that flattening actually does a disservice to the Palestinian resistance fronts in its entirety, because there is no flattening. When I say Israel's 1,000 times worse, I mean it, because the reality of the matter is, in the Western world, once any non-state actor is...
Yeah, I'm saying, like, there's no parity. That actually is a disservice to the Palestinians if we flatten it. I'm not flattening it. I'm saying one side is worse, okay? And this is, unfortunately, while true, 100% true and indisputable, it's never actually mentioned in mainstream outlets. And as a matter of fact, the conversation revolves around the inappropriate nature of the person saying it. I think it's ridiculous. I'm not trying to flatten it. I'm saying one side is worse. Israel is worse. I'm not saying there's parity between the two parties. One side is the oppressed. The other side is the oppressor. The oppressor is worse than the oppressed. The excesses of the oppressed still cannot make up for the unbelievable super violence, the unbelievable ultra violence that the oppressor is engaged in. As a matter of fact, the excesses of the violence that the oppressed and the dispossessed engage in comes as a direct consequence of the unbelievable ultra violence of the oppressor. It is Israel's actions that have led the Palestinians to evolve in their militancy.
Designated as a terrorist organization, there is a good deal of racialized animosity demonstrated towards these sorts of groups as well. And I think that it's important for people to understand that these are normal human beings at the end of the day that have suffered tremendous loss over the course of...
I guess people maybe not care about the discrimination Hamas faces.
Like... No, but it's very important to understand that, because it's not Hamas. Hamas is not an alien entity. These are Palestinians, right? And of course it's important to understand how they arrived at militant resistance, why they're doing it, and how their methods have also evolved, and how such heinous acts of violence even take place. A lot of people want to assume, sorry to cut you off, but a lot of people want to just believe that Hamas did this because they're violent, barbaric anti-Semites. I don't think that's the case. Actually, I know that that's not the case. This is like, are there anti-Semitic people?
I'm about to say there's certainly.
Of course.
I'm like, we're not about to say that Hamas is a movement with some anti-Semitism baked into.
Of course. Now, of course, there's anti-Semitic people within the Palestinian resistance. There's anti-Semitic people in America. There's anti-Semitic people everywhere. But the anger or the goals of Hamas is to make the occupation as costly as possible while also simultaneously trying to negotiate with Israel at a time when Palestinians had been completely written off from the conversation and that it was all but over, that the ethnic cleansing was an inevitability.
I guess I just want to say, like, and I do want to move on from this, but I also think it's important to underscore that I don't think people who are maybe more good faith upset by this would not be upset by the statement of we need to understand the conditions that have led Hamas to resistance.
Mm-hmm.
But that seems distinct from saying I would vote for them, right? Like,
Yeah.
And that also seems like, at minimum, it underscores why there is a website set up, or why there is something that tries to link you to a group that you're linking yourself to in terms of at least trying to understand that perspective. So I guess I'm saying, like, I don't think the kind of argument you're making here saying we should learn the structural conditions that have led to this moment
Yeah, that's
is
the
exactly
academic.
the same
That's
as
the-
folks being upset at I will vote for Hamas over
that's
the Israeli government.
that I am at the end of the day someone who is engaging in, and this is a Marxist term that a lot of people get mad at because they don't understand that propaganda is supposed to be a neutral term in its inception, but this is agitative propaganda. The entire point I'm making there is to cause you to second guess when we have this back and forth conversation, as I'm sure many people who will be tuning in to listen to this conversation will maybe think about this perspective differently than they ever have.
I think that, well, maybe that's a good place to leave it because I feel like that kind of agitation is clear and folks can think about that argument. I want to talk about the kind of political theory of change that was also built into what the third wave president was saying.
I think that's a pretty solid. Look, a lot of people will say Ested was being far too contentious here, but he's not supposed to glaze me. He's trying to, offer not his perspective, but he's trying to give enough room for me to push back against certain points of view and say my piece. And he's doing the same to the third way guys as well. Okay? If he comes across bad in this interview, that's him falling on that grenade in an effort to make sure that he can give both sides and their perspective, even if it's an issue where he has his own personal opinions, right? In any case, I think I said my piece and it was pretty solid. Like, if it was a more contentious interviewer, I would have definitely brought up the fact that, the Nat Turner rebellion was probably conducted by some people who had a very good reason to hate white people. I would not hold that against them. I didn't say that in that moment because my goal wasn't to, undermine his position or make it seem like he's like, defending Israel, right?
He was saying that hearing stuff, even like this, from you makes it harder for the Democratic Party and is a reason why they should kind of keep a distance from associating. He says, this is a ready-made ad for someone in a congressional swing district or someone whose electorate might be offended by some of the stuff that you say. But it's not clear to me that your goal is get the most Democrats elected. So I wanted to ask, one, is it? And two, if not, what is the goal?
No, I care about political action and I care about policies. I care about advancing political goals. I don't have any loyalty to any brand or any identity of any sort.
Are you a Democrat? Do you consider yourself?
I vote Democratic usually. So yes, I've never voted for a Republican. I will never vote for a Republican.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Yes, I did. But I did not endorse Kamala Harris.
Famously, I remember that part.
Yeah, and the only reason for my refusal to openly endorse was because of the red line that I think was a pretty understandable red line, which was a continuation of the genocide in Gaza. I understand the harm reduction arguments. I've made the harm reduction arguments, but it's not a practical approach to winning elections, and that's something that I've always referenced over and over again, and demonstrably it's been a failure with Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris.
And it's certainly growingly true among the electorate. I know folks I met on the road, and we talked about this even back in 2024, 25, about that sense of emergency lever being pulled was one that Democrats felt increasingly that they were getting sick of kind of getting pushed into a vote blue no matter who without those questions of red lines. But, you know, a lot of your energy is spent focused on the Democratic Party from the left, moderates, donor class, abundance crowd. In a midterm where the House is on the line, where Donald Trump is, I think even in your own words, making a march towards a more authoritarian, maybe fascist country, is there a point where that type of friendly fire backfires? Like, do you worry about helping Republicans?
No, I don't think this helps Republicans at all. I think, as a matter of fact, third way's brand of politics has helped Republicans. Why? Their attitude since the Clinton era has been to constantly concede on culture war narratives and culture war issues to the Republican Party and never focus on economic populism, left economic populism, because they have corporate donors, right? And their job is to basically connect those corporate donors to the Democratic Party as a whole and to maintain a certain posture within the Democratic Party's center of power that they do abide by the interests of corporations and oftentimes place them over the interests of the population.
When you stream with a politician, are you reaching out to them? Are they reaching out to you? How do you go through those choices?
Oh, they're reaching out. And especially since the third way stuff. Oh my God.
So is that progressives only? Is that that's across the board?
No, it's actually across the board. It's shocking.
So how do you make decisions about who comes on the stream and who doesn't?
I have I don't like doing the candidate interviews. I don't like doing the candidate collabs at all. It's not very good content. People don't want to watch it. It's kind of boring for the most part.
So why do you do it?
I do it because if there are candidates worth showing my audience, and if I want to fundraise for them, if I believe that they're decent, if I believe that they're good, then I'm willing to lend not just a platform but support to them.
That seems like it's changed a little bit, or at least you're doing more of that. Like, was there like a conscious decision over the last year or so to say, hey, like, I'm going to become a more active force in lifting up these midterms candidates. I'm going to use this stream as a fundraising tool for some of these people. It doesn't seem like that's where you always were.
It's not. Okay. I wasn't there at all, as a matter of fact. I mean, I've always like collaborated with politicians that I like, Ilhan Omar, AOC, and you know, Bernie Sanders and stuff, but never this hands-on. And I think the reason for that is I didn't change necessarily, but the environment did. Americans are far more...
You should do one centrist rally if there's no progressive in play. It will help you tremendously. No, it won't. Your argument would be better if you didn't quote Marx there. I'd be good if you became a bit more concise. Buddy, I need you to understand something. I'm not trying to win you over, okay? Like, I'm not trying to win centrists over. Or rather, the centrist consultant class over. Centrist voters, on the other hand, who don't behave like centrist consultants are fine by me. Centrist voters who are not so centrist, they already do get won over. They get won over when we put numbers on the board. They get won over when they see that the centrist politicians are not winning races. I'd like you a lot more if you were a centrist. Is not something that I'm invested in, okay? No, you have that dog in you. You already won me over, not talking about me. No. You need to rid yourself of that brain poison. You're doing that thing that I despise amongst the electorate. There are people that for decades have been conditioned into thinking that they have to not vote for their favorite candidate, but they have to vote for who the television man is telling them is electable, okay? Those who seek out candidates that they think others will enjoy, others will like. You are doing that very same thing. Erase that part of your brain, okay? You have the dirtiest case of pundit brain, consultant mindset. And I say dirtiest because you're not even a consultant. You're not even getting paid to advance this agenda. You've just been duped into believing that centrism is something that actually wins people over, okay? I don't want to win over the third way people because the third way people are irrelevant. Wake up! Wake up! Why the would I ever want to win over the third way neoliberal camp? They do not have a real constituency. No, their voters, not there is no real constituency for it. Hello, wake up!
Point to one fucking guy that doesn't work in Washington, D.C. that still sincerely, when asked if they would want free healthcare or paywalled healthcare, says, oh, I want paywalled healthcare. That's not a real person. No one in the United States of America is going, I really, really want to vote for the continuation of the current paywalled, privatized healthcare structure that only seems to exist in the United States of America. That's not a real voter. That's not a real voter in the same exact way that there is no real constituency for people who are former never Trump Republicans, former Republicans that have spent their whole lives being Republicans, who now find the Republican Party to be disgusting. That constituency only exists on TV. That constituency does not exist in the real world.
Receptive to my kind of politics, to our worldview on the left, and they're just simply not getting that representation.
Do you think that's driven by the shift in sentiment around Israel post-October 7th, or are we talking about larger economic populism?
Both.
Okay.
I think that was a seismic shift that gave a lot of confidence to the left, that as long as they stood by their positions and they were steadfast in their advocacy, that people would actually see the truth. And that's precisely what happened with Israel, and that's why there was such a seismic shift. And it certainly gave a lot of confidence, I think, to many left figures to not only run, but also it gave them confidence to be more bold about American militarism, because that's not something that you usually hear.
Certainly.
And that's always been my perspective. I'm an anti-imperialist. I believe American imperialism is a force for not good things around the world, and it's just not good for the average American either. And they kind of understand that. We're staring at the failures of the global war on terror. $8 trillion, 12,000, 14,000 American service members killed. 22 veterans killing themselves every single day.
But you're right, we don't really see that kind of anti-war, anti-imperialism worldview among the elected class more than I do hear it increasingly as a unifier among a base.
Yes, absolutely. And I think...
Do you see part of your project as bridging that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Part of the reason you blew up, particularly post-2024 election, at least in more mainstream Democratic world, is that it was helpful for the party to try to understand the new media ecosystem and kind of how to reach young men, which became a topic a lot of folks were coming to you for. I wanted to just summarize, in your opinion, what's the chief reason that liberals have failed to really take off in places like Twitch or in streaming culture more broadly?
I think that there is a lot of moneyed interest that early on adopted independent media, and the same funders that were funding the Republican Party were also offering millions of dollars to, like, the Daily Wire, for example, which was initially funded by the Wilkes brothers, right? They're, oil barons from Texas that are also major Republican Party donors as well. There's also always been a conservative media ecosystem that is constantly cross-pollinating with, like, professional media outlets, legacy publishers and the like, in a way that no such connection exists between independent left content creators and, liberal media broadly.
Got it.
But the reality is, Republicans get to portray themselves as authentic. On the internet, authenticity is everything. And Republicans present themselves as authentic by being racist. That's it.
Yeah, tell it like it is.
Yeah, they tell it like it is. Exactly. And Trump did that too.
Yeah.
To much success.
Like kind of performatively offensive.
Yes, being performatively offensive. Exactly. You can't really do that on the internet as like a liberal. You're always going to come across as a little inauthentic. You're going to come across as like you're lecturing people. And that is a tough nut to crack on the independent media side. And sometimes when you do a pretty good job at identifying right-wing misinformation and tackling it and combating it like I do, then Third Way comes after you and says, oh, well, you're not sufficiently woke, but you're also too woke at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of making the argument that you have succeeded by adopting some Republican-y tactics or that,
If that was the case, wouldn't Third Way love me?
I'm saying there's like...
that's what they want to do.
I guess what I really wanted to ask, to bring it back to the young men point, like, is there a way to be appealing to that demographic without the misogyny lean in, right? Like, can you, is there a way to be authentic to wide swaths of new emerging Americans without offending traditional black growth structures. You know, like I'm saying, sometimes
Yeah.
those two things do feel a little in conflict about how you live in the culture of those people without reflecting values that I would like to think left or liberals don't like.
Yeah. No, I'm unapologetically anti right-wing, anti-reactionary. I will always argue against white supremacy, and I make that very clear in my commentary.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And now they're saying I'm actually too reactionary, which I find to be very strange because these groups are also the same people that are saying we should be a little bit more right-wing on culture issues.
Yeah. No, that's a fair thing to point out.
It doesn't make any sense. It's just completely inconsistent.
It is. The two critiques are kind of in conflict. I guess I want to end with a couple of more quick ones. What's your message to the slice of Democrats, third way included, that have sought to marginalize you in the last few months?
Oh, it's awesome. Your boos mean nothing when I've seen what makes you cheer. And guess what? The people also feel the exact same way. It was awesome. I knew from the start, people would come up to me and they'd be like, dude, they're on your ass right now. Are you okay? Like, how are you feeling? I was like, first of all, it was a lot lonelier on October 8th, 2023, when I was saying the exact same things that I'm saying right now. Okay? It doesn't feel so lonely anymore. And number two, if they want to position themselves on the 10% side of a 90-10 issue, that's going to be great for me. That's going to be great for the candidates that I'm actually promoting.
Yeah, it really does keep coming back to me that you're kind of making the argument that Third Way's memo seeks to make, which is that, like, you know, their focus on the wrong side.
Answer the misogyny question here. What do you mean? What's the misogyny question? That I said misogynistic things in like 2013 in a satirical bit that I've apologized for that we deleted instantly after it was released? What do you want me to do? Apologize for it every damn day of the week? And I already did answer it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I will forever be sorry. I'm so sorry. 13 years ago, I made a satirical, an attempt at satire that fell flat, that I recognized fell flat in 2013. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I will forever be sorry. I think some of the people, this is a liberal holdover, right? It's like it doesn't reflect who I am as a person now. It's not my current values. Okay? But the reality of the matter is that the demands of self-flagellation are so they're so reminiscent of woke 1.0. You want performative self-flagellation, okay? Well, not you in particular, but these guys do, but they don't even want performative self-flagellation. They actually just want me to go away. Or, better yet, they want me to just adopt their framing. Because if you think these guys would bring up, if you think that these guys would be like, I'm so offended by what you said in 2013, like if I was a pro-Israel, pro-8, pro-Blue Cross Blue Shield, pro-Chevron content creator, you're out of your mind, okay? You're out of your dang mind. They'd be loving my ass. They'd be like, oh my God, you're the best guy. You're the best there is. You're the best around.
Of a cultural uniting issue, which is, you know, most people do think that Israel's committed a genocide. Most people do think
because
that atrocities. Yeah, and so I'm saying, like, you're saying, like, so they're positioning themselves on the wrong side of that thing is worst impact for Democrats than what.
Honestly, you'll never be enough. You'll never be sorry enough for that cringe clip. At least I know you have to live with it existing. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. You know, it sucks, but who gives a shit? No, like I apologize for it back then, but I'm not gonna apologize for it every day. You know what I mean? I'm sorry that you saw it for the first time ever. If you think it's like reflective of my current values, then you're an idiot. You know? That wasn't even the question. The question was, can the left capture these racist, misogynistic people without being misogynistic? And you said yes. Yes. And I do. I do every day. It's that simple.
What you're saying.
Yes, there is no constituency in this country for someone who says, I want more moderate solutions to the healthcare problem that me and my family is currently experiencing. And I also simultaneously want a Democrat that's going to be like kind of racist, but not so racist that I feel racist voting for them. That's not a real person. The real person in the real world is probably like, yeah, trans people are kind of weird, but I don't really understand why we're talking about them so much. I've never met one. Who cares? But also, I want free healthcare. Also, I really don't like Israel. Why are we giving them so much money? Why are they killing so many people? That's the average person. The average person is far closer to my worldview, as demonstrated by this whole third wave fiasco, than their worldview. They have no real representation, and their only job is to connect moneyed interests with politicians. And because politicians have, for the longest time, been more predisposed with winning their seats again and winning re-elections again, and that requires a tremendous amount of fundraising, they listen to guys like Third Way. But that's also the reason why they don't do what must be done when it comes to these key issues where Americans are suffering, which is precisely why I always say changing the Democratic Party isn't a silly vanity project. Changing the Democratic Party to make sure that we have some real fighters, to make sure that they're going to fight for the American people rather than constantly tell them that better things are not possible, will actually create long-standing change in this country that will be good for the American working class, and it will certainly be the most effective way to combat fascism.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so some quick takeaways. One, I don't think Third Way is accurately representing Hassan's position. He's not trying to get the most Democrats elected. He's trying to get specific Democrats elected, ones who share his economic populism and his anti-war sentiment. At the same time, I can totally understand why Third Way is upset, and I think he does too. He apologized for past sexist comments, but made no such apology for calling people inbred, claimed ignorance about the term pig dog, and quadrupled down on his argument that Hamas deserves our understanding. But Hassan is trying to provoke, even in his own words, which leads me to my third point. Because in old times, establishment Democrats like Third Way would get to choose what was acceptable in political discourse and what wasn't. But it's not that time anymore. And the fact that Third Way finds Piker's views to be objectionable hasn't canceled him. In fact, it's the reason he's blown up.
I mean, yeah. If you are a billionaire, you should not know who Twitch streamers are, okay? Yes, the richest person on the planet absolutely despises me.
Musk's.
Anyway, SpaceX shatters Wall Street records as expected.
SpaceX starting to trade publicly this morning after an initial public offering that made Musk the world's first trillionaire. Elizabeth Schulze has those details for us. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Rebecca. This is a record-shattering day on Wall Street. SpaceX becoming the most valuable company ever to go public, making its founder, Elon Musk, the world's first trillionaire. Musk's rocket company, valued in its initial public offering at around $1.8 trillion, that would immediately put it in the list of the most valuable companies in the world, alongside chipmaker NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. In its IPO filing, SpaceX says its goals include establishing a permanent colony on Mars with 1 million people, launching AI data centers in space, mining asteroids. The company isn't turning a profit and acknowledges that these goals might not be.
You can say anything. You can say anything, dude. This man is on a cocaine bender. Literally. Awesome bullshit. Money is fake. Everything that Elon Musk says is fake. And people don't give a dude.
Achievable, and some big name investors are skeptical, but major banks and also retail investors have been clamoring to own shares of SpaceX as a way to bet on Elon Musk. Now, keep in mind, there are new rules on stock exchanges that make it easier for public companies to be added to index funds. What that means, if you got a 401k or retirement account, you could very soon own SpaceX without even realizing it. George.
Okay, Elizabeth, thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Gwen. Gwen Shotwell's been an incredible partner.
and was one of the first people to join the company. And so thank you, Gwen. Oh, she's in New York, of course. Where is she? Yeah, it is certainly hard to believe that a little company that started in a warehouse in El Segundo is now going public for with the largest IPO that ever. And let me tell you, if people had told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack, because I think this company's going to fail.
There is no greater evidence than the abject failure that is Elon Musk. A failure as a human, right? Meritocracy is a lie, lying is OP, and money is fake. This story that we are watching unfold in front of us is a great example of all three of those classic Hasanabi tropes that I advance over and over again. Okay? Elon Musk is a failure. And yet, in spite of his failures, because he lucked into a because he happened to be at the right place at the right time, he has failed upwards with his endless wealth. He's a horrible person, an unbelievably insecure person, and yet he's the richest person on the planet. And we know he doesn't work hard because he tweets all the goddamn time. Now, as far as SpaceX goes, hate to admit this, but it is probably the most impressive company that Elon owns. Not that he had anything to do with it personally. Not that he had anything to do with its success personally. If anything, he was probably an impediment. SpaceX, of course, is a government-subsidized operation. It should be kept in the hands of the public. This is the nature of American capitalism. This is the nature of capitalism, and the American version of it is probably the most evolved or devolved. John Tufel says, SpaceX IPO is so perfect for right now. Company without profit, sold in a market detached from reality, based on fake promises about things it will never do, layers upon layers of bullshit. Aaron Regenberg says, what's most infuriating about the most trillionaire shit is that his enterprise is built almost exclusively on government contracts. It's not just that he's expropriating our wealth in an abstract way. His fortune is built on the tax dollars we pay that he then obtains through graft. This is your take. And not to becoming the first trillionaire off of taxpayer subsidies, mergers, and apartheid mine inheritance isn't an anomaly. It's showing you what the system rewards. Capitalism is a death cult. The thing is, I thought after the Twitter purchase that Elon Musk would no longer be seen in such a positive light. Because I thought that even the dumbest of Americans would recognize that this guy wasn't really doing anything at all, and he's simply around being racist on Twitter. But I was wrong, because many Americans actually love that shit, it turns out. Many people all around the world love that.
I mean, I gave SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding at all, to be clear. In fact, I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but we should give it a try, because if we don't, if there's not a new company that enters space, we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization.
I'm watching the Elon Musk IPO.
While the other aerospace companies, they build good rockets and everything, they were simply not pursuing the technology that's necessary to make life multiplanetary, to make Star Trek, to make the exciting science fiction future.
Let's see if the other mic is on real quick.
What's up, chat?
Elon Musk is going to be the first trillionaire. Now my number one op is getting wealthier and wealthier. We take you down the timeline of choice moments from Elon Musk versus Hassan saga, where Grums said,
I don't know if I want to be on camera.
Yeah, where Grums said you can tell a lot about Ubisoft with how much money they're throwing at platforming streamers. Elon Musk said Hassan is a fraud. Then he said sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible company just for the money. Assassin's Creed famously delivered one of the most devastating blows on his own platform, where they say, is that the guy playing your Path of Exile 2
I know, but you know what I always think is, like, I feel like you guys can mend the rift because you have some stuff you can bond over. Like, you're both fake gamers. You just both pretend to play video games.
That's true.
Which is unique.
Well, I've done something even more impressive than that. I've just stopped gaming altogether.
Right.
Which
Right.
is like, I guess there's a little bit more honesty in that as opposed to.
Dude, that's what you should do is hire a Korean kid to play video games while you just sit there.
Yeah, I don't think
after
it's.
your stream.
Yeah.
To appease your gaming frogs, dude.
Yeah. Well, they gaming frogs like complaining.
Right.
About not having gaming on the
Wow,
broadcast.
You're really gonna shit on them when they're starving.
Yeah.
Like this.
They
have nothing, Hassan.
They like complaining about not having sufficient gaming on the broadcast, and then when gaming happens, they leave anyway.
They're starving.
So I'm giving them exactly what they want, which is an opportunity to complain about not having gaming on the broadcast. I said this literally pays someone the power levels character in Path of Exile 2. Lamau, what do you mean I'm a fraud? Elon, I challenge you a duel in Elden Ring. I will cook your fat rolling ass. I cooked his ass too with a fat ratio there.
I would have watched that. That would have been next to UFC on the White House lawn. That would have been the fighting event of the decade.
Yeah. Oh my God. He would never do it. Then he called me a chicken shit R word and said that I blocked him.
That's great.
And then he posted the block. And then, what is this? Oh, a quiet ban would not be enough for me, this person said. Twitch needs to issue statements acknowledging that they do not enforce rules evenly and clean up their moderation team. I love when random Twitter Nazis will be like, Twitch needs to change its terms of service right now so that I no longer feel bad about Hassan being on the platform. It's like, why would they do that for you, man? Anyway, to which he replied with, what's up here at Jeff Bezos? Trying to get Jeff Bezos to ban me off Twitch. Which was really funny.
Awesome.
That's
so awesome.
Which is funny because like I'm literally on his platform.
Yeah.
Where he's complaining about how I blocked him on his own platform.
Yeah.
Then liberal influencer Hassan Piker tells his viewers that conservatives, and then he goes, incitement to murder. So he's been watching the compilations.
I'm surprised he hasn't banned you off X yet.
I think the reason why he hasn't done that is because I'm such a power user on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I'm probably one of the only accounts that doesn't bot. Like there's like a real organic
You're the last
yeah, I might be the last non-Nazi
account.
non-account and the last account on this platform that actively drives engagement.
You got to
for him.
start using that methodology. You got to do like a fundraiser for the DSA and then write in comments.
Yeah.
You might drive crazy traffic that way, bro. You blend in better.
Yeah. And he probably doesn't want my my non-stop posting ass to go to like Blue Sky or some shit. The double standard is not just unreal, it's surreal, it makes no sense, says Grums again. He loves Grums. To which it was Ethan Klein reacts live to his 30-day Twitch ban for playing the hostile content nuke on loop. OMG, it got banned for encouraging and glorifying extreme violence. That's the Hassan Piker's content nuke on your platform, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, yeah. Now, this is just some of the instances where he's like directly responded to people talking about me or directly responded to me. There are thousands more tweets where like Asmongold will be like, Hassan is bad or whatever. And he'd be like, yeah, we should ban him.
Can I be honest? You got to look on the bright side with this one.
What?
Can you imagine if he was a huge fan of yours? If the only trillionaire ever was like, I love Hassan, it would look bad for your whole shit, bro.
You are right.
It would look bad for your entire mission statement.
I think the best outcome here in a normal, if we lived in a normal universe and not whatever kind of hellish nightmare that we're stuck in, would be that like a guy with that level of power and influence and wealth would not spend any time knowing who the I am or any other Twitch streamer for that matter.
Right.
Like if you are a billionaire, you should not know who Twitch streamers are, okay? If you have reached that level of wealth accumulation, that level of power accumulation, power consolidation, you should just not know streamers.
Right. I mean, you are the dad who stepped up, though.
It's true, but, you know, it's regardless. Elon tweets to you more than he talks to all of his children combined, I know. Yes, the richest person on the planet absolutely despises me. And, you know, he's still getting richer, so I guess he's doing something right.
Trillionaire. Catapulted by the historic market debut of his rocket company, SpaceX, the tech mogul has officially amassed 13-figure wealth. SpaceX debuted on public markets Friday at $150 a share, locking in an unprecedented $1.97 trillion market valuation. Ahead of the first trade-in, Forbes put Musk's net worth at $982 billion. Much of his fortune comes from his electric car company, Tesla. He also co-founded the company that later became PayPal. $1 trillion is 1,000 times greater than $1 billion, and 1,000,000 times greater than $1 million. A 1 and 12 zeros, 4 commas. Still, the number 1 trillion is hard to comprehend. So let's put it in perspective. If you made $100,000 a year and saved every penny, it would take you 10 million years to—
I'm sorry, but if this doesn't radicalize you, if this isn't enough, like if you should, chatters, you should be showing this to every single person that you know, okay? You should be explaining this concept and the size differential, the disparity of wealth here to every single person that you know. If this doesn't work to radicalize the masses, I don't know what will. I mean, there are those who are celebrating it, dude. There are those who are celebrating this. They're like, oh, it's so awesome. My apolitical coworker thinks it's up for the record.
match that wealth. That means you would have had to start working when early human ancestors were first walking the earth. If Musk decided to buy every single American adult a $4 iced coffee every single day, he could keep the entire country caffeinated for almost 3 years straight. His wealth will sit just shy of the gross domestic product of Poland, while completely eclipsing the entire annual economic output of Taiwan. Only about 21 countries have a GDP higher than $1 trillion today. If you divide up $1 trillion—
All my chud friends think it's all skill. Oh my God. We're not going to make it, dude. We're not going to make it. This is worse than kings. I mean, this level of wealth and power in the hands of such few people on the planet, especially with the technological advancements, it's unlike anything we've ever seen. I don't think we've ever experienced this kind of wealth and power disparity. Why are you so lame, Hassan? Says the goth vagabond. It's actually very cool to defend the concept of someone having $1 trillion. It's actually very lame to say this system is fundamentally broken and needs to change.
And then
What is that? Smoking good!
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I feel like I just watched the end of The Sixth Sense, dude. That was like a jump scare.
Holy
wow.
Speaking of tremendous power in the hands of corporations that seek to out over the little guy, Bricks and Minifig Saga is getting a finale by the likes of CoffeeZilla, the internet's greatest investigative reporter, perhaps the only remaining investigative reporter out there. He got involved in this situation, and he found the $200,000 missing Lego. So let's take a look.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective. This time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me. Okay, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time he made—
Chad, the reason why you can't hear us is because we're muted. I love that chat immediately spammed way too dank and started spamming echo as soon as it happened. So then I muted us so that they don't hear the feedback.
Okay. I'm another streamer guest. I understand. I know you have normies on a lot that don't get it, The audio perverts will break. It's death by 1,000 cuts.
It's crazy.
Fingers and toes.
It's crazy. But it took like literally 3 seconds for them to immediately go, "You muted yourself! Hey, streamer!
Let it out.
You're
Let
muted!"
it out, King. Let it out. Look what you did. Look what you did. Audio perverts.
Oh my God! It's echo and muted, echo and muted, echo muted, muted echo, echo.
Bro, if Elon really wanted to, all he had to do is make a bot that just complains about your audio all day, and he might break your mind, bro.
I know. I'm not strong enough for this.
Just 100 bots that spam way too dank all day.
That's low key. One of the things that people always talk about nowadays in the interviews that I keep doing is like, how do you deal with this shit? Like, you're getting attacked by governments, you're getting attacked by the entirety of right-wing media, and I don't have the heart to tell them that
it's
like
the audio perverts.
No, I don't have the heart to tell them that like I've tested my metal in the worst marketplace of ideas. Twitch chat. I deal with fans. I deal with lovers and fans, legions of admiring fans who make me want to myself every day.
That's okay.
So I'm used to it. Israel's got nothing on you, bro.
Let it out. Let that shit out.
Chat is my biggest op.
They just want, listen, they're all wearing headphones, okay? Their ears are sensitive.
I know, dude, try having to entertain and educate 30,000 man-children for one day, and you will understand quickly that New York Post got nothing on it.
Hey, women children and MB children, too.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me before they got to it.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you for correcting me before they got to it.
Damn it, Hassan. Can you be inclusive for once in your
Anyway, let's continue.
Maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy.
By the way, you can tell that the previous store owners were woke, and they wouldn't stand for this.
What would indicate that? The
eyebrow horns.
The eyebrow subdermal.
Because in Utah, it goes only in one direction. Like, if you're either some of the most base people,
right,
or you're literally you're a Mormon chud. And Reckless Ben and Brian Mansell got to see both sides of that world, you know? They got to experience both of those guys.
The cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. Night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner Josh Johnson ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon, and Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is
very different vibes with the new ownership, if you noticed.
Yeah,
that dynamic definitely persists here, you know? And people were saying that the previous bookstore, the previous owners of Bricks and Minifigs were like publishing anarcho-communist books and stuff. So
what?
That tracks. They look the part.
That's crazy.
They do look the part. I'm judging books by the cover, man. I'm doing it. I'm judging all the books by all the covers.
I actually feel so disheartened by this whole story because I don't know if you know this. My nieces are very into Lego, and we would go to a Bricks and Minifigs whenever I was in town. And I felt like a superhero.
It's BDS now.
Yeah.
It's not. You still go. They're different franchises.
I feel bad because like that was like a highlight for them every time I came out is we'd go pick out a set and build it together. But now I feel kind of dirty about it.
Nah, it's fine. It's still Lego at the end of the day. They literally said they left America because they thought Trump presidency would make them targets to their publishing company. Oh my God. Oh, they are that based. Okay, that's fire.
This is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release
reads. He's dope.
Quote,
Was Charlemagne nice to you?
Yeah, he was super nice.
That's crazy.
He said he's a democratic socialist.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I don't know when they were going to release it, though. It wasn't live. It wasn't like one of the live tapings that they did. It was...
you have an echo? You have an echo.
I'm going to...
Sound?
I'm going to turn on a video game for the first time ever so I can
in a video game, chat. You're so funny. You're so funny. Is it way too dank? Is it way too dank?
Taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover? It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects.
Yeah, bro, this is the multi-billion-dollar compound where he's doing crazy.
The production on this one went crazy.
Yeah, he's got even Lego pieces. It's all coming together. Will's acting way too chill after crashing out on us every single one of his own streams for the last full year. Yeah, you deserve it.
That guy's never been in one of my streams. No, I'm just kidding. I'm so patient with my chat. What the hell?
Yeah, well, this is a different demon here.
At the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
Okay. Maybe this. Oh, this is it. All right,
This is
fixed
it?
it. All right, we're good.
Chat, can you hear us?
Yeah. It should be good now.
Okay, I just wanted to clear the record. It's not lost on me that the main antagonist from this whole saga is called McNeff and has the same facial hair I do. It's a really bad look for the Neff family.
It's a bad look for the D'Artagnan.
Real. Yeah.
It's a bad look for the D'Artagnan as well, I'll be honest. It's good now, right? I think it should be good now. I believe we fixed the fix me after that, please. I wish I could fix the entire chat in the same way.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
There will be a little bit of echo, but it won't be as bad as it was before with the shotgun mic. Okay, just so we're clear.
So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Never happened.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name is Matt McNeff. I'm the CEO.
Pause. Another McNeff? This is
You have a lot. You have a lot to account for.
This is really bad.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is really.
The D'Artagnan beard mustache combo too is.
This is like if a family of pikers with small heads showed up and started
Yeah.
besmirching your name.
I know.
I might never recover from this.
Nope. buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over.
We the Neffs do not endorse the behavior of the McNeffs. It's a separate red-headed tribe.
I have a large head, so we would make a normal-sized head babies. Oh my God, half the chat is horny, and the other half is horny for pain.
The best part is I feel like that was probably a dude too.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
I feel like that's just a gay man being like, I got a big head, you got a small head, let's...
Mpreg.
Yeah,
Mpreg.
let's do some Mpreg.
Mpreg.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, fix the camera and everything.
Yep.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm going to say, like that is not accurate at all. Because
so you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on site after.
Dude, why is this the biggest heist of all time? I don't even understand. Just give the Legos back. Like, what? Am I crazy? Why? This became such an incident for no decipherable reason. I don't understand why these guys in the middle were just like, oh, we'll hit a lick here. And that lick was $200,000. That's grand larceny.
Yeah, I don't know why this has gotten so out of control, especially because Reckless Ben gave them so many opportunities to just be like, hey, we actually, they were in the back of the storeroom. Like, crazy random happenstance, but I feel like it just keeps getting worse and worse.
Legos are big money. Yeah, but this is a multi-million-dollar company, man. It's not like, I don't think they're nickeling and diming in this one store. Maybe I'm wrong, but 200K is like 2 Lego sets? Okay, dude, I don't think Lego inflation
No, it's like 2 Warhammer sets.
Yeah. Okay, well, I feel like the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but I don't think it ruined the Lego market or the Warhammer market that bad.
Right.
Yeah, Mormons never admit when they're wrong. I don't think this is like a Mormon thing either.
For security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts.
This is actually kind of crazy, and I don't know if you've been tracking this at all, but collectibles, like high-scale, like heists of expensive collectibles has been absolutely exploding, particularly in Los Angeles, where like almost every Pokemon hobby store in the greater Los Angeles area has been robbed within like the last 2 years. And there's one in Sawtell that was robbed. They stole like $200,000 worth of stuff. They redid all the security, blah, blah, blah. The next time they robbed it, they threw a brick through the second-story window and then used like ninja grappling hooks to scale the facade of the building to rob Pokemon stuff from them.
I don't even understand. I don't even, dude. I mean, I guess, you got to get it wherever you can, huh? It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a crazy phenomenon right now. I think it's just because it's so valuable and people understand the value, and it's like these stores that sell hobby stuff aren't used to having like inventory that's like millions of dollars.
Yeah. Shout out Logan Paul. Overnight, he just made these hobby stores into viable targets.
Safely stored off-site after that launch weekend, while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the
not all of us can work, and not all of us can stream. We have to work for a living. Yeah, work to rob hobby stores at gunpoint.
High value Lego heists.
I mean, I was talking about how we got to get back to like, you know, cool heists. I didn't realize that. I meant like, you know, like Ocean's 11. I didn't realize we were doing Ocean's 11 bricks and minifigs.
Can you imagine if they did, like, instead of the Italian Job, they did the Johto Job, and it's just a heist movie where they steal Pokemon cards?
Yeah, they just go up to counters and cash registers, and they're like, give me all the Pokemon cards.
We could use Christian as the grease man. You know how in Ocean's 11 they have a grease man who's like all bendy?
Yeah. We can put him in a bag. In a
bag?
That's what they did to the
What the
They did. In Ocean's 11, that's what they did.
He's in a crate, bro. He's not in a bag.
I thought they put him in like a roller backpack or something. Am I misremembering?
I thought you meant like a tote bag.
Yeah.
We can put him in a Trader Joe's tote.
Put him in a tote bag. He can fit. We can make it happen.
Time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer use those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on...
What if the McNeffs are the main villains of the story, by the way?
Yeah, dude, it's not looking good for the McNeffs.
Yeah, because they're playing this sweet role right now. Like, oh, look at me, I got the D'Artagnan. My last name is McNeff. I'm not a scary guy. I'm here to reveal everything to you. And then you find out that they were actually doing a rounding error or some shit at the end.
Fuck, they're just
they were the main villains all along. I mean, he has a mischievous mustache.
They're turning on the old McNeff charm.
This is the mustache of a man who's capable of tremendous mischief. I'm just saying.
Let's not come after. It's not the mustache's fault.
I don't know. It could be the mustache.
And it's not the family name.
It feels like the mustache is controlling him.
Let's
He's become
not
more mustache than man.
Apples.
Chud the Builder too.
Okay, come on.
I mean, how many examples do you need to see and prominently display in media?
Okay. This is
the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, you know, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, you know, like can happen in franchising, where a franchise owner just, you know, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gorman stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, you know, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans. And they explained it, you know, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal, like, arrests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now, look, that's a huge accusation to bring.
Oh, my God, bro. They're blaming the commies?
Everyone always blames the commies.
How could you trust any Neff after this? Seriously, I agree. Not a trustworthy guy.
A different name.
Yeah.
Different name.
Well, McNeff is almost like a smaller version of Big Neff, which would mean, bigger the F, bigger the crime, possibly?
No.
Like a McMansion is a smaller version of a mansion.
No, listen.
And McNeff is like doing lower level crimes.
McNeff, totally different name. Neff, my name comes from the name Naif.
Yeah.
Which was changed at Ellis Island.
Yeah, this is...
I'm a victim of Ellis Island.
This is a McNaif.
Grouping redheads together. More systematic violence to my people.
You guys do look kind of similar.
Well, you're propagating a lot of racism right now.
Anti-white racism.
Go ahead, say you people. Say
wait, this is a good question. Doesn't Will call his community the villains?
Arch villains, correct.
The biggest villains. Not even like a regular low-level villain.
All right, you know what?
But the arch.
We're gonna blow past this.
Okay.
And so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it.
They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're
saying.
Okay, what? Okay, wow.
Oh. Well, yes.
Well,
you know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now.
She looks great.
This was in 1999. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection, and it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old? Fuck you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Kind of like a murder mystery.
I know, but I side with the commies 100%.
Where do you think the Legos are, though? Do you think it's the McNeffs?
No, I think it's gonna be the dumbest art. It's gonna be literally the dumbest like corporate accounting error at the end or something like that, where they just like. They either sold it and didn't realize that they sold it. Or...
You think it's a clerical error. You think there's no malice here.
That is the dumbest version of events. So I'm going to go with... It's the dumbest version of events that happens in corporations all the time. It's a part of the shrink, ironically enough. Shrink accounts for, clerical errors and things of that nature. And on top of that, it also factors in like theft, retail theft from the people that work there.
I think, okay, I don't think you fooled $200,000 in by accident. I think you can cover your ass by saying it was an accident. I don't think it was an accident. I think it was the new franchisees when they came in.
In the exchange of ownership, in the chaos of it all, they thought they could hit a lick.
Yeah, they thought they could hit a lick, and they thought in the shuffle that they could bury it, and then they could move on.
Or, even funnier, these Legos, they really liked. They didn't even sell it. He's moving. He's
He's just building the Slave 2 in his basement. Like, they'll never take you away, Boba Fett.
Yeah.
You and I will bounty hunt the galaxy forever.
Yeah, and like when the camera pans back to him, he's like holding the Lego pieces. Like, this is a different set. I know how this looks. This looks really bad. It looks exactly like the Lego set that is allegedly stolen or definitely stolen, not by me. Okay, and this is a totally separate set.
Yes.
And it's nothing to do with anything.
Dude, the McNabbs get done with the interview and immediately pull the hood up and they're like, yes, they will never understand the power of the dark side.
Yeah.
Execute Order 66.
The new owners have to pay the corporate for the takeover of the franchise. By stealing the Legos, the value of the franchise is lower and they pay corporate less. That makes sense.
But I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove
Well, then why don't they just
this
send those
side's
photos
lying.
right away?
Who's going to drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here.
After a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon, too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh, and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not.
What? Look at that shelf. What is he? What are the McNabbs insinuating?
He knows better, dude.
There is not an inch of shelf space there that is not Lego.
This guy, you know what this reminds me of? It's like when they do like those, like variety YouTube videos where they're like, former heist boss it covers, new crime. But in this circumstance, it's the guy who might have actually done the crime that's like, yeah.
Well, it looks a little sparse. That looks sparse? I'm gonna be honest, compared to the bricks and minifigs I went into, it looks the exact same.
Terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while.
Every once in a while,
we haven't
I'm reminded that we are talking about Legos.
No, this is the crime of the century, dude.
I mean, yeah.
When the internet hyperfixates on something, though, it does have a tendency to make it like the much larger, much more consequential issue. And I guess in this circumstance, there is like a real victim here, so it's good that this investigation is ongoing.
Yeah.
First time
I want to sick Reckless Ben on like I don't know, bad landlords or something.
How about
like corporate
campaign
landlords.
finance reform?
No, that literally no. I actually like I want to deploy Reckless Ben like a weapon against like some of the more powerful institutions in this country to see if we can like recreate this magic on an issue that I'm not saying the bricks and minifig saga is not consequential, but perhaps a little bit more consequential.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Listen, I'm right there with you.
Reckless Ben versus Canary Mission. Yeah, like the Israeli doxing operation.
Yeah. Also, would you ever build Warhammer with me? I kind of caught the bug.
Dude, there's no way. I can't hold on to tiny pieces like that.
You need the tool. You need the right tools.
I feel like I get really annoyed when I have to I can't hyper focus on. I've tried building stuff before.
Right.
Like model cars and shit, and it just like makes me so angry, and then I just smash it.
What?
I mean, I don't actually smash it, but I want to.
Do it.
No, literally.
Execute orders.
Have you ever? You've never gotten that feeling when you're like trying to put something together and it doesn't work, and you're like, ah!
Yes,
and you want to smash it with your hand.
There's quite a bit of frustration there.
Yeah, that's what I can't do it. Like I go ogre mode. Reckless Ben versus Minnesota fraud reported by Nick Shirley. Oh my God.
Shown this publicly. We've been waiting
here we go.
for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store.
Oh.
This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less. So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about. Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
It's not $200,000.
Here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up. Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I think
okay, Mr. Neff.
Whoa, whoa.
Mr. Neff.
McNaff.
Yeah. Easy mistake to make.
Well,
not a mistake that we'll let slide on this day. I'm just saying.
All right. Let's be a little bit more careful about the McNaff name.
It's a Duplo. I didn't even know that there's like different kind of. Is that a different version of a Lego?
I think that's like baby Legos that you can't choke on.
Okay.
Are you the throat goat? Are you saying
that's what
you'd like to challenge
That's
Duplo?
what you think.
the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure. That's cool.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
Oh my God.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be, okay. So there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
I don't see that one either. So Maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you, it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? He got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way. Oh, yeah, have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties, was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
What? So when Brandon came to the store that night,
wait a minute.
What do you? Yeah, and the guys were wearing, the guys that look like the McNeffs were seemingly wearing balaclavas, and they were like, we're here to deliver special delivery.
I love how we're on video 18 and he's like, the only discrepancy in the story was the 18 masked men that rode up in a giant wooden horse.
Yeah, what? Wait, how? This is information that I feel like is fairly important to figure out who the f is doing this.
he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now,
It was
in typical
literally.
fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he
Well, the U-Haul is a type of rental car.
Yeah.
was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh own. And he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2020.
Stop. Lego Deep Throat. It's Lego Deep Throat.
Bro, shit gets real in these streets, man. In these goddamn brick streets, these Lego brick streets.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, turns out they've done this before and they'll do it again if we don't stop them.
This is incredible. It goes all the way to the top.
Yeah.
They called manager Brian and sold the store to Brandon as Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the sales for closing down because I was talking to my co-workers about the situation at Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around.
Haunted?
And after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon S. told us.
Ghost?
When he was jumping up all the Lego sets to us that night. There was a bunch of used Lego sets. That's that were like saran wrap. They had Star Wars CD. Just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets, like everything. A bunch of used stuff too.
Who did this?
Wait, when? Brandon and was
Yeah.
this when they took over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
They were like, hey, can't believe the previous store owner stole this exact U-Haul's worth of Lego sets that we just seemingly got
that fell off the back of another U-Haul truck, actually.
I heavy with the haunted excuse. They're going full Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
We would have gotten away with it if it wasn't
Much
for...
like Scooby-Doo, you pulled balaclava off as Brandon McNabb.
Said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
So, and he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh,
Wait, they
well,
are
it make more
corporate.
sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with, the product we put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh, we really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the
no
Salem
one's
store.
disagreeing.
You've got
Only the
Matt
Brandon
McNabb
McNabs are
saying there
disagreeing.
was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNabs, I really got to find out what the truth is here.
If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem.
What does that even mean? Not the Salem store in the way that it is there?
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
So they did go to the Salem store with a U-Haul truck, and he's out here trying to cook up a story on the spot. Also, a U-Haul truck is a rental car, so technically he's doing legalese here. Like, oh well, I wasn't lying. It is a.
Right.
He's got to investigate the U-Haul store to see to hit records.
Store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the window. But the problem is, it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that. And then...
What is that?
Smoking gun!
That's a U-Haul truck!
Holy!
Oh no!
Holy shit!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I feel like I just watched the end of The Sixth Sense, dude. That was like a jump scare.
Holy shit!
Wow!
Bring up the bright photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024. This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call. And that's when the story changed.
So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul.
Interesting.
He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning.
Told you,
said,
by the
"Hey,
way, that the commies were the trustworthy partners
right
here.
all along.
And the Neffs. You can't trust the dastardly.
McNeffs.
The dastardly Neffs.
Okay, another clerical error there, just for the sake of any other
continuity purposes, right?
Similar sounding names.
Yeah.
McNeffs.
Similar sounding facial hair.
There are plenty upstanding Neffs, including a professional frisbee player.
Interesting. What kind of mustache is he rocking?
I don't know that.
Is it
I don't.
the
I think
D'Artagnan?
he's clean shaven.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other Neff who's noticeably absent from this conversation does not have that. It's the D'Artagnan combo.
We looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you understand.
Help you understand.
And I don't know if you want this particularly not on the record, but
okay.
This dude is choking.
Yes. Why do these guys always think that they can? There's two guys that you don't talk to if you have done something bad. Isaac Chotiner of The New Yorker, who always cooks every Israeli official for some reason who's like, yeah, no, I'll have a conversation with you. And then they end up coming across like, you know, Adolf Hitlerites every single time. And CoffeeZilla, if you've done a crime, a financial crime, a Ponzi scheme, some kind of cryptocurrency initiative, just don't talk to CoffeeZilla. Now, obviously, I want them to continue talking to CoffeeZilla, but I genuinely don't understand why they keep doing it. I guess like there's something that you have in your mind when you're like wheeling and dealing and scheming of this sort, where you think like, oh, I can out-talk them.
Yeah.
I have a solid, reliable alibi.
Well, let's hear him out.
It never works.
He's got very trustworthy facial hair.
We do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, you know, like for a different situation that we had just you know, gone through some things, and he had a previously, you know, like, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this,
so why is there a U-Haul on the night of the exchange of ownership?
It's not adding up.
Oh, that's just a photo from October 24th, actually.
Why wouldn't Brandon McNeff mention that U-Haul too?
Yeah, interesting.
He could have cleared it.
Interesting revelation here.
Ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct? Am I understanding?
Okay, but why is there a U-Haul in November 14th outside of the store in the middle of the night while the exchange and ownership is taking place? And you said there was no U-Haul. There was simply a rental.
That?
Yes.
Oh my God, bro, he looks so guilty.
Yeah, he's cooked.
He looks dead to rights, bro. Holy shit. He looks like Kaya after she ate something off the kitchen counter, and I'm like, who ate this? And she's like, not me. I could never. I could never touch food on top of the kitchen counter. Ooh.
Is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal. And separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars. And that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night. At midnight. So flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on like midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul, was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes. So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle.
So there was a U-Haul there after all. Interesting revelation, Mr. Neff.
Sneaky, well, McNeff.
Mr.
I can't. I feel like for a professional newsman, you keep this clerical error you're making is
classic
super,
mistake.
It's important to understanding the entire
just
story.
Another ginger guy whose last name is Neff.
I feel like it's irresponsible for someone who does news for a living
similar facial
to just
hair.
drop details like that, you know.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Oh, Haas is on the ones and twos. He posted a "Don't trust Neff."
Okay. No. Why? He was hacked.
I know.
He was. This might not even be the Haas we know.
Dude.
This could be some dangerous
you know what's
outsider crazy? Posting salacious things.
Yeah. This mother reached out to me and was over here asking if we could join
a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
Yeah. He was like, we're just trying to start this game, but we're missing a last player. Can you join the group? You can leave right after if you want, or stay with us.
Right. So we can't believe anything he says.
Well, I think his, the stuff that he's doing on here.
No, these are all
salacious
overlays.
You think that might be? You think this is a hacker?
I mean, a hacker. Or,
what did it
okay,
show?
well, what this is, I mean, look, this is clearly not my mod.
Interesting.
My team would never do this.
Yeah, it kind of feels like your team is...
I mean, what is that? What is this tiny ass?
I don't even see that. What is that? It just says don't trust Neffs, I think, right?
That is not... The font sizes are misleading.
Bro, why are you not at Streamer U, bro? That's where the content is. What? I'm 34 years old, man.
Yeah, we're tenured.
I'm 34 years old. I've already graduated from Streamer.
What would you teach at Streamer U? How to get everybody to hate you.
I would do that. That's something that I have a PhD in.
Right.
I would probably teach people crisis management.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good
one.
one.
Because I've been involved in many.
Yeah. What would I teach at
I'm
Streamer
still
U?
here. Self-suck.
Okay, that's
stealing
crazy.
$200,000 worth of Lego
Okay,
inventory in a hostile corporate
you know what? We're just
takeover
gonna go back.
in exchange of ownership over a franchise, a beloved
Kai,
franchise.
if you're seeing this does not represent.
I don't know.
How
I
about
feel like
film? How about film? We can just teach the film.
You could
Just
play
teach
the
film.
role of the
Teach how to use
guys.
some cameras.
You could play the role of the guys.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're the guy.
There was a U-Haul that night at Streamer U.
It just seems like you have experience because I'm seeing it.
Right, okay.
I'm seeing it on screen.
Truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that, went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith, takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at...
Can you even hook a trailer to a U-Haul?
I think so.
Also, this is a telltale sign of someone lying when they're literally going overboard with the details. Like going above and beyond with the details. Classic sign. Everyone's saying yes. I guess the smaller one, right? Or yes, the big one?
Defaming McNaffs. I'm gonna pee.
Midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that. Grabs
take
the rental
your mic
truck
off.
and then
you're right.
heads back up to
You don't want to listen to
the
it?
camper trailer in Salem.
I've been
And then,
there.
it probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning. Spends a couple of, that's a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon. And here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours.
What up?
I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like, I got up early for...
He's in the bathroom pissing.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
All right, so as weird as
I
this
don't know.
U-Haul
We're
thing
watching
is,
a
the
Lego
timeline
saga.
just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also...
You're drunk?
Where did you get a bag?
Oh,
Here.
the judgment coming from you.
I mean, sorry, I'm
Sorry, I was out with our friends.
You're the white balance with your robe.
You're the balance.
Why do you look so tan?
Why are you asking questions?
Did you get
Some of us go out in the sunshine. I'm just glowing naturally.
Okay.
Glowing.
All right. Uh-huh.
Anyway, my phone is dead, so I just came to ask what the plan is before.
I think we'll finish this video and then we'll start to.
Well, we got times. Oh, never mind. We got a little bit more time. Yeah, we're doing Lego stuff.
To drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird. And it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper.
She's the only one bringing gay vibe? She's not... We're literally gayer than her.
Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego.
Yeah.
And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of the story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000. And Reckless Ben, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, this entire time, literally every single person's been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual
protein sticks. I know we're going to eat, but I'm so hungry.
You need to fast.
I need something to hold me over for a little bit.
You're tempting me with food.
I mean, do you want it? Dude, your fat ass is gonna be able to eat everything. Don't worry. I'm not worried about that.
Ass.
I know how you are.
I'm bringing you to a special dining experience.
When we put food in front of you, you fucking slam it, no matter what.
Yes, because it's like putting black tar in front of a heroin addict. What are you doing?
I'm going to have a chomp.
Go ahead, indulge.
Would you like one?
No, I'm fine.
Would you like a Quest chip?
I have willpower.
Okay.
Evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store. So we went with that.
And still, to believe that is accurate at the high end. Like, it was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this, like, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about from between 85,000 to 120 something thousand. In the midpoint about 107 or something like that. Of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024...
That's a big update.
Yeah.
That's a big update.
The Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there is still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover, which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid $17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's...
Well, I'm sorry, but could you address this picture? Breaking NEF evidence for the Lego case resurfaces. Wait, that's
a picture from Memento.
I know where that's. Well, I don't know if it's from Memento. It kind of feels like it's the victim who is
suffering
writing
a traumatic brain injury.
And is trying to remind himself who is trustworthy in his life and who's not. And kind of feels like you. And this is. Wait a minute, this is the shirt you're wearing right now.
Yeah, this is a picture from this very stream, actually.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I see.
How far does the rabbit hole go?
Accusing each other of theft right now, you understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets,
someone
I
stole
can't
something.
answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is
I'm a
almost
numbers
double
guy.
what we believe
looking
Brian
at
was
the
paid.
number.
And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway. And that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "They're worth 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over." So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways
I
there
haven't
were?
gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
What?
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe, because I would.
He doesn't believe the commies either now. The flip, the script has been
Another
flipped.
Neff family besmirched by communists. Interesting.
I'm just saying.
Interesting. Seems to be a
I
trend.
still trust the commies.
Seems to be a trend.
At most, they are bad at business.
Redheads footing the bill for progress. First, you took us out of all the Disney movies. Now you're blaming us for robbing Lego sets.
That's a grievance?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
I feel like that's not something that we'll see. We'll see where this goes. Okay. Yeah, cops are coming for Will. I already called him. I already called him earlier. Also, someone in the chat asked, "Have we played Charlie Kirk yet?" We have not today because we haven't had a hype train yet. You already know how it goes. If you like the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, and you want to support independent media, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $6 or free with Twitch Prime, or gift subs for others who can't.
Or you can just save all of that for the stream later. On my stream, I'm going to be needing to pay attorneys for the horrible besmirchment my name has taken.
Besmirchment. You're gonna launch a defamation suit.
Yes.
Set to it, bro. Thank you for the 20 bones, by the way. I said, you already know. If you get to hype level, if we unlock a hype train, and you get to level 10, we play a different version of a Charlie
Or we could
Kirk.
just hold on to the money for later.
Or you could just use it.
Not use it right now. It's okay. Well,
And support independent media. Thank you, War Damn Eagle brother. Coming to your conference real soon. Another Muslim socialist mayor if the Knicks win in 5. So get excited for that. That's right. That's definitely Caroline, right?
Oh God.
I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal bricks and minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other bricks and minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the
you eat your own damn
Brian's
cookies
collection.
in your own damn room.
I see how it is.
I thought you were fasting.
No, I am. I just wanted to hold one.
Oh, okay. You wanted to feel it? You want to feel the texture? We can't see. Calm down, chat. Here.
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know
shit,
that
the
we'd
gift
ever
subs
done
are
layaway
still
before
rolling
the collection
in.
came in.
Is there a hype train? Why is it not doing a hype train? It's not. It's not even triggering a hype train.
We at the Will Neff broadcast do have hype trains.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Rewind, you missed some. You ignored every hype train yelling at chat. I didn't realize we did hype trains before.
Wait, there's a...
The hype train is broken. It's not getting off the station. Happens too often? Well, not if I didn't see it. Why hasn't it triggered a hype train?
Well, I think the old McNeffs stole the train.
Yeah. Bandit. This is what happens when you bring in real bandits.
McNeff family train thieves.
All in one place, reasonably priced.
Now we're rewinding.
Yeah, I mean, we're being
Okay,
distracted.
layaway.
Why
He said he
there's
doesn't believe that there's that much
$20,000 worth of
layaway.
layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other Bricks and Minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian,
They are looking real guilty now.
You
They
just
are
wanna
looking
cast,
real guilty
You
now.
just want to cast doubt on
Where did the smiles
the
go?
infallible commies. Okay, I see it. Oh, take the blame away from the Neff family dynasty.
All right.
A dynasty built on theft and lies.
collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced,
right,
and a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm gonna guess probably half of those layaway items were not gonna be sold to the person who took them on layaway, because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was...
Bro, who the is like buying Legos on?
Wait, they would okay, chat. As I understand it, you don't refund layaway amounts. That's not the point of the down payment on layaway. The down payment on layaway.
Also, who's desperate enough to purchase Legos on layaway? They're like, I really need to get these
No, I mean, a lot of
Legos.
people buy stuff on layaway. That's not unusual. What is unusual is you putting it on layaway and then getting refunded the amount. Because the idea is you are removing it from the populace to be able to be purchased.
Yeah.
And so you put that amount down in good faith, and if you default on it, they keep that amount, I thought.
Yeah, they're buying Legos on Klarna.
collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, to get these sets. We were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So, look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, look at this. It says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together, and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time.
That's bull. I'm sorry, there is no shot a Lego store would allow one customer to put 8 Lego sets on layaway at the same time. There's no chance.
What if
they
they're
were doing
too good?
that.
What if
there's no chance?
What if they're too nice and they believe the person?
That's crazy. There's
Wow.
no way.
I think you're besmirching the reputation of good commies.
8 sets?
Yeah, they were too
That's like
good.
half their inventory that they're putting
They were too
off
nice.
the shelves.
Kind of feels like they were too nice.
I mean, that's crazy.
I didn't realize.
I don't buy that.
I didn't realize we were punishing people for being too kind as business owners.
I don't think that they. I don't think that they stole anything, but there's obviously some like accounting error or clerical error. Because if someone could just walk into your store and go, that, I'll give you $80, I'll be back in 10 weeks. There's no shot. There's no shot.
Maybe they're communists, so they don't understand how to run a business.
Wait a minute! That tracks.
Have you thought about that? They're not capitalists, so they don't understand how to run a successful business.
Oh my God!
And they were like, "Of course we'll put this off the
we'll
shelf.
put half the store in the back room for you."
Yeah, that's what I'm going.
Our Ewok Village was one of those cases. At some point, he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. You know, I've got 800
Remember the
things
U-Haul.
on layaway. I'm gonna make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question.
But why wouldn't they just do one set at a time?
I have no idea.
If they literally took the combined payment of 8 different sets and had him just purchase one set and remove the down payment from the rest, why wouldn't they just make customers? Oh, they're communists. They don't know.
Yeah, or remember the U-Haul. That was suspicious when they said there was no U-Haul.
Do we need to help commies with? I think we need to help commies.
I don't understand what's going on anymore. I'm confused.
You're low on protein.
Well, yeah, but the layaway thing bricked my brain a little bit.
Any clearer than that.
But I even found more than that in this POS data.
Oh,
I
no.
also found about $10,000 in sales that matched Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
The McNeffs are being unbesmirched right now, and the commies are falling under the gun.
I just feel like there's.
Do you have anything you'd like to say for your people?
I think
I spoke for mine.
I think that they were so nice that they were giving it away for free.
I see.
Yeah, they were just too
they're
kind.
so nice that they were stealing from someone else. Communism's great until you run out of someone else's money.
I have it on
That's
good
what
authority.
they say.
Okay, here's what actually happened. Orphan child. Burning orphanage.
Oh my God.
The commies saved the child from the burning orphanage.
Wow.
He's got 3rd-degree burns. He might not make it. He says, "I want that Lego Star Wars set on layaway."
Oh, it was a make-a-wish.
I only have
It was a
10 bands.
make-a-wish.
I only have $10.
Oh my God.
Can you please give it to me?
Context is so important.
And these guys were like, "Of course we. I mean, we don't want to harm this other customer."
Now I feel terrible.
But since you're a dying orphan in a burned orphanage,
right?
It feels apt that we would give you this Lego set. Do you want? Yeah, baby shoes never worn. Lego set never played. Saddest.
I really shouldn't give these Lego sets away, but I'm going to.
Saddest short story in the English language.
They call them. They call him Scorched Scott, little boy, burnt in a fire. Had to give him Lego sets.
Yeah.
Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
Huh.
She just said, huh.
See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do
She's
math
getting flush.
here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory.
Well, that's theft.
Not by her hand, though.
No, it is. She's saying that she sold it and then didn't assign the consignment amount to the person who did consignment. That is...
No, she's saying she wasn't the one who was making the final, she wasn't at the store. She's saying someone else might have.
Is that what she said?
I think so.
I thought she said she just didn't log the consignment element of it. Like she
no,
sold
she's saying
the set.
an employer, she's saying a possibility is that an employee sold it and she didn't.
Yeah, that's theft.
Yeah.
Ignorance of the law is not defense of it.
I'm just saying she didn't know. So maybe
what?
Maybe the employee was another Ness brother.
No, dude, not the Ness again. Okay.
Back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian
No,
getting...
she's saying she didn't catch up on her accounting. So they did
Oh,
pay
before
off.
she was forced out.
Yeah, so she's saying like they obviously did the payouts if they did finalize the sales, but it's not reflected on the spreadsheet.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's so much
You were just so
back
quick.
and forth.
Yeah, you should be sorry. You were so quick to blame the commies.
Listen, I just, the
You kinda-
U-Haul,
kinda pulled
do
the
you remember
trigger.
the U-Haul?
Kind of pulled the trigger fast on that.
Guys, remember the U-Haul?
Kind of pulled the trigger like you are
I'm
one
just
of the
doing a little
Ness.
back and forth. I'm just doing a little back and forth.
Yeah, kind of unnecessarily
For the sake of the
hostile. Just interesting.
Paid or not getting paid.
Looking like a Pinkerton over here.
Not been paid his percentage yet.
Oh.
And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Oh.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, that's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Brandon will take, and because taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure.
I will be honest, I think this is like regular small business in a small town shit.
Yes. Yes.
Like you bust open the hood and look under like the average small business that is like a franchise or whatever under a much larger business, and you look at their accounting and you know the things that they're doing, and it's like probably is happening all the time.
I mean, can I be honest?
What?
If I worked in a Lego store,
You
I would go to work.
Legos?
No.
Well,
I was going to say I'd go to work.
After all, so
No, I was going to say I would go to work torched every day.
What do you mean?
I'd be absolutely stoned out of my gourd building Legos at the desk.
In a small town too, you're just like there's nothing else going
My
on.
spreadsheets would look really bad.
Maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't like fully know 100%, you know, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think...
So they all, piece by piece, like some of it was stolen and placed in a U-Haul van. Some of it was just like sold and never paid off.
It's like the end of Knives Out.
It turns out everyone is
guilty.
Everyone is involved, including the commies.
Wow. Well, I think the commies were probably just ripped out of their skull, it sounds like. They were probably stoned and just really bad at spreadsheets.
What the f?
Kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, you know, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if you're starting
Dude, what the were they thinking, though? They're just like selling off someone else's merchandise without ever, you know, they're like, he'll die. He'll die. No one will come to collect. This guy looks sickly.
Well,
we'll just sell off his Legos. Like,
I don't know, man. I think Coffee's gonna tell us.
All right, let's see.
$200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea.
By the way, do you know who has the opportunity to have some of the most inexpensive marketing in history on this?
What, Lego Corporation?
Exactly. If I was Mad Men, you know, marketing genius, I would tell them to go make a one-of-one, like, serialized set and give it to them and be like, we're gonna auction this off or something, or give them product, because then Lego comes out smelling like a daisy, where they're like, we protect our collectors, we love our community, here's a gift directly from Lego.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the relationship is between Lego and Bricks and Minifigs in general.
And then they should bring back Bionicle.
Okay, that seems like a thing that you...
Whoa, I mean,
personally,
you disagree?
You just kind of added that on.
It's a double win.
Yeah.
As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifigs store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road, no pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out. Does all that make sense?
Someone said, just like Breaking Bad, this story wouldn't exist if he had Medicare for all. True, he would have never had to sell his Lego set.
It's real.
That's crazy.
It's real.
So I guess it's good that we don't have Medicare for all, is what you're saying, right, Chatter? So that, you know, all these cool and wonderful heist stories and criminal enterprise, these are the types of things that take place in America, on American soil.
Wow.
Yeah. It makes us grind harder.
Sense to you, because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are
that
any of
doesn't
these
make
numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like, all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, sure, $20,000 worth of Lego of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just, like, can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product in Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Kristen mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego? Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell, is like,
They say you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried it. They were basically met with like unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification, documentation, is that unreasonable? Do you think?
Didn't they show proof?
I thought.
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
Oh!
When I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
Oh, so this would have been created under so we have the
McNaffs.
Y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea.
No!
Oh. So
McNaffs.
So regardless of like what kind of accounting error or clerical error that took place, it's clear that they had sufficient evidence to look back at to figure out whether or not this dude had some Legos that he was owed, his own Legos, and these mother said, no, you don't have evidence.
He got me.
Perhaps assuming that the other side would not have anything beyond. By the way, it's not on the person who did the consignment to offer sufficient evidence. This is their back end stuff, right? And clearly they had it. They had the information on the back end. So they just did not want this guy back his. Yeah.
If this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal, and we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things, and understand. I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know, and
I appreciate you sharing this with us, dog.
Brother.
It's your business email,
brother.
What do you mean? It's your store. It's your business email.
Crazy.
This makes no sense. Also, they provided sufficient proof of the consignment contract. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they needed to do on their end. Like I'm talking about the original owner of the Lego set. That's crazy.
You can't we don't know everything, and we don't go looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. We just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it, they're going to have to make a judgment call and say, who's telling the truth? The people who were taking all the pictures and say, and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest consistently, and the people who are saying, there was $5,000 there. Really? That makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place? Or it was sitting there in the store and we didn't get pictures of it.
If I messed up,
explanation.
If I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that.
She seems honest.
I am more than willing to do that.
A lot more than I could say about the dastardly Neffs.
Well, McNaffs.
Dastardly Neff family gingers who have very peculiar,
hard R on there,
villainous type of facial hair choice. Sported most commonly by villains.
Okay,
Just saying.
I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found out, so that's like awesome. They're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally gonna destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what,
Nice, I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, Brandon Best and Josh Johnson got fired. Bricks and Minifigs is suing Brian Mansell and Reckless Ben for over $1.3 million in damages.
Damn.
Yeah, which is,
crazy.
A restraining order is in effect against Reckless Ben to prevent him from speaking about Bricks and Minifigs. Also, the court system immediately siding with the corporation here. Yeah. Classic.
But, pause, Bricks and Minifigs will never recover.
I don't know. It depends on how. I mean, have you talked to your nieces?
Well, I mean, they haven't watched the Reckless Ben videos.
I know,
They're
but when
too
they,
young.
yeah, I know, but when they show up and say, Uncle Neff,
no,
dastardly,
I couldn't.
The dastardly Uncle Neff, can we go to the Bricks and Minis store?
Couldn't.
Can we go to the Bricks and Mini
Unless
store?
I get a friends and family discount from the
Yeah, you're going there. You're trotting your ass down to the Lego store, and you're purchasing as many packs as you can.
Okay.
Just saying. The Gormans are suing Bricks and Minifigs. The lawsuit claims Brian's collection had an original aggregate value of around $250,000.
Wow. That's it. Whoa, what the f is that? Really?
Yeah, you didn't notice? Yeah, bro, that's how it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's so cozy.
I know. It was crazy. What the f happening out there? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, because it has nothing to do with making sense and everything to do with the fact that Ethan wants to punish people who have criticized him in the past. That's it, because he's a thin-skinned, narcissistic, multimillionaire, paranoid as
I just heard about the H3 versus iDubbbz defamation lawsuit and spent the last 3 or so hours learning about it and getting into the nitty-gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what...
Oh boy, Jesus Christ. Oh boy, Hasanabe save us? No, I mean, Moist Critical. Law, who is this? This is the god of normies. Lol, Charlie does so much ass covering in this video because of you and others. Is it? Is that the case? I don't know. I haven't seen it, but Moist Critical has officially taken to the H3H3 versus iDubbbz lawsuit. Now, you guys already know some of the details. Ethan Klein, H3H3, former fair use precedent setting. Ethan Klein, former podcast co-host of mine, who's been on a tear, basically trying to wrap up all of the people that he feels he's been wronged by with frivolous lawsuits as a vexatious litigant, has done it again. He's done a whole video, or he has launched another lawsuit, this time against iDubbbz, former friend of Ethan Klein as well, because iDubbbz posted a statement that was allegedly defamatory of Ethan Klein, a statement not from iDubbbz, mind you, a statement from Destiny.
It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here, but I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very f***ed up.
Sex Pestiny, who once alleged that Ethan had molested his own children and that Child Protective Services should be called to his home. Now, I don't know what attitude he takes in this situation, in this circumstance. I expect, given the prestige that Ethan Klein in the past had, a lot of, strong relationships with a lot of OG YouTube legends. He was perceived as a YouTube legend for the longest time as well. So I suspect that, this won't be super critical. I assume that there's a reason why a lot of top YouTube content creators have not touched this. Even though Ethan was already doing this with like the DMCA suits that he launched towards Frogan, towards Denims, which she's about to lose as a matter of fact, and also towards Casey Tron as well. And it was actually really interesting that a lot of YouTubers that normally would have been collectively very critical of Ethan launching these frivolous lawsuits and turning litigation into content and potentially even overwriting the previous precedent that he himself fought for, they were nowhere to be found. And I think part of that is because the people that Ethan had chosen to attack were unpopular. That's just the reality of the matter. They're unpopular on the internet. I myself am one of those figures. In the drama sphere, in the drama ecosystem, there are established enemies that unite all of the reactionary bases and also even the centrist accounts. And we are those people. Okay? So I don't know if Charlie took I don't know what kind of stance Charlie took in this, in this piece that he did, but I do find it odd that they didn't cover the Denims lawsuit. I do find it odd that they didn't cover the other instances of litigation. But let's see what he had to say.
Hours learning about it and getting into the nitty gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the clamps on it and figure out what all the hoopla is. And it is a real thing. The pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're gonna duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive litigation. Offer it before I even get into the spaghetti and meatballs of the actual story here. There is just something that pets my peeves. There is something that grinds my gears, greases my cheeks so much I can't resist yapping about it briefly. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about...
Why are we defending a man who does not defend you? I'm not in the business of transactional analysis. That would make me no better than others who I oppose. If he gives a fair shake, I haven't seen this yet. I don't know if he gives Ethan a fair shake here. I think it's virtually impossible for Moist Critical to take a position that isn't in opposition of this frivolous lawsuit, though, regardless of how much people despise iDubbbz on the internet, regardless of how much people despise myself and Morgan and all these other people on the internet.
I kept seeing people say that I refuse to cover these kind of things for a variety of different reasons. I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. I am just really not online that much these days. The only streams I watch are like the Summer Games Fest and like events like that, but I don't watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter, like, at all. I still have Twitter because I send and reply to DMs through there sometimes for like events, like Tyler One's League of Legends tournament. I heard from him on Twitter DM, so I have it for reasons like that, but I don't like do.
You should be eating food for this, no? Okay, guys, dial back to parasocialism.
Boom scroll Twitter and see a bunch of things anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So, like, I don't see a lot of these things that are going on anymore. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really tell a lot about this guy from the things he refuses to cover. I just don't see them. The things I do hear about come from my friends sending them to me, or when I stream chat telling me about them, putting them on my radar. But if neither of those two avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm not even a streamer anymore, not full time. I'm like a semi-retired streamer. I stream sometimes, and sometimes I'll stream like 3-4 days in a row. But basically what I do now is I just play like old school games, like a lot of retro games or a lot of Steam cum dumpster games, like actual trash. So like I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either. So like it's not me avoiding certain things for a nefarious reason. I just literally don't ever hear about it, so I never learn about it. Now, there is some stories that I do hear about and get really invested in, like Bricks and Minifigs versus Reckless Ben. I've been very glued to that one, had my finger on the pulse of. But that was something I was put on my radar by friends and stream chat. So genuinely, I am just not online that much, so I don't see a lot of it. So with that out of the way, I did spend like the last 3 hours learning about this defamation lawsuit between H3 and iDubbbz because that did sound pretty concerning. because there's always been like an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online and you handle it online without, going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to use litigation to silence your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, 10 commandments of online discourse.
It's true.
And now all of a sudden, I'm hearing about H3 suing iDubbbz for defamation. So obviously I wanted to hear more about that. And after diving in, hitting that cannonball into the pool, I learned he has a lot of active lawsuits. I think it's 5, maybe 6 against other streamers and YouTubers. So it's a bit of a rampage he's been on. I knew about one before all this, which was against the snark community. That I did hear about. And that one...
Snark community.
Made a lot of sense to me, actually. The snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, like...
Yeah, this is like... Look, listen. Are there annoying people on the internet that are up people's asses all the goddamn time? Absolutely. Okay? Ethan Klein operates a snark community against myself. I don't think any of Ethan Klein's lawsuits are even in any way, shape, or form remotely defensible. He has obviously postured it and positioned it in a way where it comes across as defensible to other content creators by claiming a litany of different insane things that he claims were happening because people were gang stalking him and I don't know, like going after his family and like sending CPS and sending skulls to his house or whatever. Okay. I don't know the veracity of these claims, but I do know one thing. He has used that as a counter to every single goddamn thing. He stubs his mother toe. He goes, oh, it's the snark community, which by the way, he says I'm a part of. All of the people that he has actively sued, he has claimed were responsible without any evidence whatsoever for sending child protective services to his house, to sending skulls to his house. Like, it's an incredible method. Meanwhile, I'm literally being prosecuted by the goddamn federal government, allegedly, and these guys are celebrating that decision, and at no point did I ever turn around and say, oh, Ethan Klein is the reason why I have a subpoena from the government. Okay? It's ridiculous. Just because they even celebrate that decision by the federal government, which they have openly, which is also disgusting, doesn't mean that they had anything to do with it. But it's ridiculous to be like, yeah, I'm suing anonymous Redditors on the internet because I believe that they're coordinating like a mass harassment campaign against me. And therefore, like, in order for a lot of these people to understand, yeah, he is a snarker of mine. He is, which is, whatever. It is what it is. But in order for a lot of these people who have been in support of these decisions, in support of Ethan's vexatious litigant status, in order for them to come to terms with how frivolous these lawsuits are, I should probably start doing the exact same thing so they can be on board with the opposition. All of a sudden, they'll probably understand. Can you imagine if I were going after random anonymous accounts over and over again, trying to create this conspiracy, claiming that they were the reasons why, they were responsible for why, I was getting pursued by the federal government. Oh, I got banned by the United Kingdom because of Ethan Klein and anonymous Redditors. Can you imagine if I tried to launch lawsuits against anonymous Redditors and try to dox them, going after Reddit mods, and then on top of that, going after all of these people that have done like 1 million articles, 1 million YouTube videos on me, in many instances, genuinely actually slandering me too, defaming me actively, claiming I offer material support to groups. Material support for racism is a literal crime. You are definitionally slandering me and claiming that I'm engaging in a literal crime. If I were to go after every single YouTuber, half of the YouTube commentary sphere would receive lawsuits. Okay? And then they would be reminded of how up and ridiculous this is, because then they would make videos about how silly it is to go after people, to go after people that are critical of you, that are holding you accountable. I mean, I've jokingly referenced suing more Pegasus And every single one of these people that had made YouTube videos about, every single one of these people that had defended Ethan Klein's ridiculous lawsuits, claiming that it was actually the utmost, claiming that these lawsuits were like unironically maintaining the integrity of the commentary sphere, not realizing that if those lawsuits were actually pursued, that there would be a new precedent that would destroy fair use. Guess what? Even when I jokingly referenced it, every single one of those people that were in defense of Ethan's lawsuits turned around and started railing on me, saying, oh my God, Hassan can't take criticism at all. Maybe it's not a joke. Yeah, it's not a joke. I maintain the position that maybe More Pegasus is not, maybe he might be receiving a lawsuit or legal action sometime soon. But like, my point is this. Ethan actually did sue people, okay? As Charlie here is openly recognizing. He did. He actually sued, and he even destroyed the livelihoods of Casey Tron and even got a default on the Morgan case as well. All of those cases were frivolous, but the people that he was litigating, the people that he was suing, did not have the financial backing to pursue a long and costly litigation process. So they had to default, or they had to actually concede to the unbelievable demands that he was making. Demands such as an ISIS hostage-style video that he forced Casey Tron to read. That those very same people turned around and claimed, the very same people in the commentary sphere, claimed was valid, claimed was awesome. Yeah, he's accused multiple people of CPS. He said different streamers, Redditors, and chatters have all sent CPS to his house without any proof, apparently. You literally ask him if he has any proof. The snark community sent CPS, and he said, no, I have never said that. Yeah, remember that shit? Remember when I talked to him in person in that disastrous, I guess you could call it a debate if you want to call it that, where I was like, what proof, what evidence do you have that like myself and all these other people have actually sent Child Protective Services to your house? Like, where is this coming from? Because he was claiming everyone and their mothers was responsible for calling Child Protective Services. I didn't even know that was happening, and they were saying I was responsible for it. He genuinely, sincerely, in the most like schizophrenic way, thinks that there is a network, a coalition of people that are in constant collaboration with one another that's like actively trying to ruin his life, not realizing that there is a coalition of people that are actively ruining his life. It's just that those people are in support of Ethan Klein, or at least seemingly in support of Ethan Klein, using him and his financial status to pursue people that they don't like on the internet, to constantly goad him into litigation after litigation, telling him that he's doing the right thing over and over again, telling him that he actually should pursue these people and bury them in financial troubles through costly litigation. Those are the people who are actively going into his community, acting as though they're lifelong fans, and using him like a lol-cal weapon. But of course, it's impossible to get him to understand this because he's far too paranoid at this point.
Harassing, stalking stuff, sending CPS, I remember that, and like Human Skulls. Those things I recalled from like the snark community, so it made sense that he would pursue litigation there, because that is highly illegal fucking psychopath behavior. So that one I remember, and that one made sense.
Like, I don't even disagree with the premise if there was any veracity to these claims, okay? If there was any proof of like coordinated messaging where people were just like, yes, let's go, let's send Child Protective Services to his house, then yeah, it's valid. The problem is, none of his lawsuits have anything to do with that. None of his lawsuits have anything to do with that at all. He really thinks he's going to crack this case. He thinks there's like all these people on the internet are all out to get him, and they're trying to actively ruin his life, not realizing that the only person ruining Ethan Klein's life is Ethan Klein. Okay? His paranoia is the reason why people don't him anymore. And the frivolous lawsuits that he's launched against his opposition is part of the reason why people don't with him anymore. His opinions on Israel is part of the reason why people don't with him anymore. He was accusing everyone of CPS. Only when Denham said he's suing him, he retracted.
I want to address something from Denham's correction demand in her letter. The letter claims I falsely stated that Denham's herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denham's caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denham's had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denham's called CPS. I have never implied that Denham's called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not believe that Denham's called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid. Let me also address the point in the letter that I claim Denham caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denham's made a direct call to action to our audience to contact CPS, obviously.
Yeah, this is lawyer speak because he got hit.
Right?
He got hit with a CND, I assume, under threat of a lawsuit while appearing to read a letter from his lawyer. Ethan Klein attempts to formally retract 3 defamatory claims against Denham's. Ethan admits Denham's didn't call CPS, didn't denounce those that called CPS, never made a call to action for another to call CPS. Okay? Except he literally did do that, for the record. Okay? He did. And when he says, like, oh, I'm doing this as I'm waging this just war against snark, that's what he's referencing. And a lot of people have deluded themselves into believing that that is the truth. That, like, all of these people that Ethan Klein is actually going after at some point harbored people or directly called CPS themselves. They even say that about myself as well, when it's like I'm the least involved in drama with Ethan Klein for the most part too. Lol, not you. No, he has. Oh, I thought you're calling Ethan a punk ass. Okay. It is ridiculous.
Sense to me. But when
he has a lot of money from being one of the OG major YouTubers and also having at the time very successful clothing brand at the peak of YouTube, at the peak of like when YouTubers were basically printing money, and he is literally just using that war chest to dunk on like 100 concurrent Twitch streamers, man. It's ridiculous. It's like totally ridiculous. It's a classic story. YouTube has many evil villains like this, but because the overwhelming majority of the commentary sphere don't like the YouTubers that Ethan is pursuing, they have literally openly supported his actions. Unbelievable.
Talking about these other ones, granted, I haven't dove too deep into all of those because this is clearly a lot. I was mainly focused on the defamation one, but man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. Anyway, enough blabbering. What started this defamation lawsuit was this iDub stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here, but I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed because it's a big, bold accusation that's very f***ed up.
It is very f***ed up. And
yeah, it's like very clear what iDubbbz is doing. It's twofold. One, at that point, Ethan was just like constantly clipping his streams to like dunk on him. So he thought that this would be a defensive shield against Ethan most likely clipping his streams. And two, it is a defamatory statement. It's a ridiculously defamatory statement. And yet Ethan was not even remotely invested in addressing that defamatory statement at all, and instead did the unthinkable and went after iDubbbz for literally disavowing the defamatory statement. He literally said she did CPS with timestamp.
Attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good.
Right now, one's a little bit more.
Yeah, that was his rallying cry for the longest time. She did CPS. He did CPS. They all did CPS. Everybody and their mothers. Everybody that has ever criticized Ethan Klein has been responsible for calling Child Protective Services on his children. It's ridiculous.
It's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny, and he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story.
Wait, what? I don't even know what iDubbbz has said about Charlie, but that's crazy, bro. Wait,
and
what?
Real blunt, real stuff. And he's true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny, and he found this.
Yeah, why is Ethan not suing Destiny? That's a real question. I think we all know why. Partially because Ethan is aligned with Destiny. Ethan has been utilizing the Destiny community to launch attacks against his enemies on the internet. They're aligned together on the issue of Israel. That's another huge deal. Okay, that's another big part of the puzzle here. That's it. Sometimes it's a lot simpler than you think. This story is very simple. That was a brief moment where they were fighting one another. Okay, I think it was because Ethan had implied that Destiny was a file because he's going through that court case right now where it came out that he was trying to procure abuse material from an underage, from a minor, in exchange for revenge porn that he was sending out to people without the consent of the other parties involved. He's still actively in that court case because he's getting sued by the victims who he distributed the videos of, right? And Ethan was obviously shitting on him over it. And in exchange for that, Destiny did what Destiny always does. He turned on one of his collaborators, Ethan, in this circumstance, even though literally his co-host of his podcast, Dan Saltman, again, another person who is unbelievably pro-Israel, or at least utilizing the pro-Israel advocacy as a way to take care of his enemies, is a funder, is one of the last remaining sponsors of Ethan Klein's podcast.
Screenshot, and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so f***ed up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit-talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly associated with it to make sure I wasn't getting, like, fraudulent or misleading fed to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly about me on his show and challenge me on a few things, and I did eventually get to talk directly with Ethan, and I shared my...
I wish he would have done this to me when he was doing the Kayage story, but hey, you know, that's besides the point at this point. You know, bygones. I let bygones be bygones.
Full perspective on things and the problems I had around it and my concerns, and got his perspective on things to see if there's any misunderstandings and such. Ultimately, I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which, you know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family have went through with snarkers in particular. I know.
What does iDubbbz have to do with this? Bro, this is literally the most Israel-coded story of all time, dude. It's literally but the snarkers. Snarkers have become the but Hamas of Ethan's universe. Okay? Oh, sorry. We're just going to do, we're going to do a 8-front war, or in this circumstance, a 5-front legal war with anyone and everyone around us because snarkers call CPS on us. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck does that have to do with anybody else?
That the CPS and the human skulls incident are like a legitimately traumatizing thing, like the fraudulent CPS call. Like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do.
Imagine if you got the Hassan treatment, commentary community, Reddit, mainstream media, politicians. We are babying 40-year-old multi-millionaire with potentially upwards of $100 million in his bank account that he's using to legally go after much smaller channels with no financial backing whatsoever because CPS. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's crazy, man. What is this like this babying that this guy, how many lawsuits is he allowed to have under his belt until people go, okay, maybe this is a bridge too far? Like, how many random people that he is annoyed with on the internet that he is just like trying to bury under a mountain of paperwork with costly litigation until people go, you know, maybe that's not appropriate. Only Diaz said to call CPS, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, the only person, ironically enough, out of all these people that Ethan Klein is suing, that has actually openly defended calling CPS on Ethan Klein's children is Sex Pestany.
I hope CPS takes his kids. I'll say it. I do. And I hope they cry about it. And then CPS come for my kid. And then CPS can take Dan's kids. You know what? All of our children at the end of the day will just be fostered by Child Protective Services. Okay? And that'll just be, and then we can all relieve ourselves. He's just going to be a rehash of every other video made. God, it's so crazy how this as he's spamming on Instagram and coughing and dying of whatever diseases he has is telling me like, oh, Destiny, I used to like you so much and you need help and blah blah blah. It's like the exact shit that Hassan was doing to him. Good me.
Destiny video couldn't be complete without random Hassan mention, of course.
But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone outside of the lawyers. They're smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand.
Bro, but what does that have to do with iDubbbz? I mean, where is the veracity or where is the genuine proof that there is, again, a network of like anonymous accounts that Ethan Klein has targeted and identified as being responsible for calling Child Protective Services on him? I don't even think there is any proof whatsoever. Ethan certainly doesn't have that. I don't know why he keeps bringing this up as though it has anything to do with iDubbbz anyway.
But this one, I could never support that. And I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a...
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, if you want the entire commentary sphere to finally pay attention to this shit, I know the solution. I have to sue one of my, thousands of insane haters on the internet. That's it. Here's E denying that to you that he never said anything.
That harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the So, I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging.
Ethan,
you claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. How many times...
Yeah. So what's all this lawsuit about? What's all this lawsuit about? I mean, here he is admitting that he has no evidence whatsoever. Should have ended there, right? Seems to me like you got an unfathomably rich guy who's just mad that people have turned on him on the internet. And instead of trying to figure out why that took place and maybe changing his goddamn behavior, he's decided to bury all of the people that have dared to criticize him under costly litigation while simultaneously claiming falsely that they were responsible for Child Protective Services being called to his house. He literally said this about Snark and CPS yesterday. Yeah, I'm not going to read that shit, man. I'm sorry.
A very bad precedent. Even if, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse, I think, has always been frowned upon, but for some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a, big threat across the board to just the entire space. If discourse becomes, fearful of, litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very, legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become commonplace. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well, letting him know that this really is a horrible thing that he did to try and make his point. And he agreed. He said that it was a legitimately awful thing that he did to make that point, and that...
Dog, but the offending party is not even being mentioned here. No one is saying there isn't an offense being made, but it's not iDubbbz that is the offending party. It's Destiny.
It was a genuine, sincere apology that he was issuing and how regretful he was from it. So I did have a conversation with both sides of this to make sure I had like a full, clear picture of where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know...
Yeah. He has no basis for this, by the way. Like, I don't know how ridiculous Canadian defamation laws are, but, like, there is literally no standing. Like, this shit would be laughed out of court in the United States of America. That's why he didn't file this in California. He'd get hit with a slap so fast his face would spin.
Oh, people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like, made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right?
Did he? Did he? Oh, okay, then.
Just so you know, your child contracting illnesses due to severe negligence is absolutely grounds for a CPS call, and it should be. We don't want kids who are getting sick because their parents are being like insanely neglectful of them. What an unbelievably crazy statement to make. What the? Why do you think CPS is ever called? What?
Pretty much immediately after writing it, like nobody was like, "Yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children." Oh shit! No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead, or I mean, he was being a giant of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
Now, after hearing Ethan explain that, I actually made...
Wait, first of all, no, the context of it was that he's pissed off that you were calling him a file. Was Destiny joking here too? Because it wasn't a one-off. Yeah, Destiny's version of kidding, great excuse to be petty to somebody else. Yeah, here he is again. Okay, never mind. I take back what I said about Ethan. Maybe he is a... What is this?
He has to tie back to me, and Hassan has had a lot of success in trying to tie people back to me. Like I said, I think this is why I call Ethan all the time. We kids or whatever. Is because Ethan gave in because he's a spineless hack to this type of attack where he's like, no, I'm not like Destiny. Destiny doesn't get me talking about.
Incredible stuff, man. Ethan is lying. Destiny instead admitted actual malice, which is required to sue for defamation of public figures. Incredible stuff. Again, it just doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid that even the average person, when they find out the details, go, wait, what the f? I'm sorry. Now I'm even more confused. So Destiny saying that climbing kids in passing comment is fine because Destiny said he's kidding, but iDubbbz showing it on screen is bad, despite him explicitly saying that he doesn't agree with it? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, because it has nothing to do with making sense and everything to do with the fact that Ethan wants to punish people who have criticized him in the past. That's it, because he's a thin-skinned, narcissistic, multimillionaire who's paranoid as f. And it's so funny because of a different reason. Here, you want to know something even crazier? I'll tell you something even crazier. He has to make excuses for Destiny because Destiny's podcast co-host and best friend is a 60-year-old weirdo by the name of Dan Stalkman, who owns the company Redact.dev. Redact.dev is one of the last remaining sponsors of Ethan Klein's company. Dan and Destiny have wrapped Ethan around their goddamn fingers and use him like a flashlight. So he can't even turn around and shit on them because that's a lifeline for his business. So remember that. I mean, come on. This is pretty basic stuff, by the way. Like, I'm sure Charlie didn't know any of this, and no one's going to tell him this shit, but it is like, it's basically just requires you to scratch the surface. The idea that there is no, like, financial entanglements between Destiny and Ethan Klein is crazy. There's a direct conflict of interest, which is part of the reason why he can't turn around and sue Destiny. He's too pussy to do that. I'm sure he doesn't like Destiny any longer, or maybe Destiny's made inroads with him again by attacking his enemies again, like a pit bull, which was the reason why they were initially aligned with one another. It's crazy that there's no principled statement here, and it's all just like coalitions. Yeah, there's no principled stance that people are taking here. I mean, I guess Moise is kind of taking a principled stance here, even though he's like hitting the peak of the center of the argument when it's a fucking lopsided, totally one-sided argument, in my opinion. And he will obviously at the end side with iDubbbz because it's totally ridiculous, as he's reiterating over and over again.
The noble sacrifice of going back and watching the entire iDubbbz stream segment with this in it when he was talking about it. Boy, howdy. I'm not a hero. It was brave, but I don't need your flowers. That was agonizing. It was heinous, even. It was brutal. This whole segment where he was talking about that, I think, was really, really rough. But I don't recall at any point throughout it him actually trying to argue that it's a legitimate thing or trying to convince his audience that it's real. So I know one of the big things is that it came from iDubbbz, who has actually met Ethan and his family. So there's like this air of credibility around him saying something like this, but that's just not true. He's not even trying to say anything about it is credible, even outright says that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it. So he's not trying to present it as a real argument based on, any of his experiences knowing Ethan and his family.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
Now, by the way, Ethan is literally suing iDubbbz for that reason because iDubbbz said the truth there. That's literally it. The two anti-Hassan communities united. Quick reminder that Ian did comply with the cease and desist, and the only reason Ethan isn't going after Destiny, who actually wrote the comment, is because he doesn't want to lose the only community that's still supporting his anti-Hassan slop content. 100%.
Now, while Ethan is 100% correct that iDubbbz says that this is a big allegation that Ethan should be addressing, he's not doing it earnestly, or at least I don't think he was. It's actually really kind of hard to tell. The whole segment was awful, and the point he was trying to make was really dog shittily done. But what he's trying to say is that clip right there at the end where...
It's so funny because Destiny has literally operated, we know, Destiny has literally operated alongside Dan Stalkman, Ethan Klein's biggest sponsor, a mass harassment Discord server where they doxed my whole family. We know this. I've shown this on stream before. So like everything that Moist Critical is claiming Ethan is actually pursuing litigation over, I have direct evidence that these dickheads were doing. We also know, and it's been written about in Bloomberg, that Dan Stalkman tried to destroy all ads on Twitch in an effort to try and get me banned. Okay? So the level of coordinated, sophisticated smear campaigns reached a level of actual financial penalties, right? Where they lied, where they straight up lied to thousands of advertisers about how their ads were running next to my stream.
Oh my God, look at all these brands that are here. Oh, which one will it be?
When Hulu Plus Live TV calls upon famous athletes like DK Metcalf to act in their ads.
And they lied about what I was saying on those streams. Like, it's incredible how they lied to them about how the platform had banned, Twitch, the platform, had actually banned all Israelis from the platform. That was a direct lie, by the way. That was straight up a lie. And when Dan Saltman realized that he had mass blasted thousands and thousands of emails directly to sponsors, directly to major advertisers on the platform, lying to them, you know what he said? Oh, well, I guess we'll delete the VOD where I recognize this. I guess we'll delete the VOD where, I admit to doing this. Yeah, that's not what happened at all. Wait, really? What do you mean that's not what happened at all? Not only did I cover it, but there's video evidence. Wait, who the fuck is calling me right now? Jesus Christ. Hold on.
Destiny said this extremely outrageous, outlandish, disgusting thing about Ethan And yet Ethan doesn't have smoke for him, but he does for the other people that he's gone after through lawsuits. I'm pretty sure that's the point he was trying to make by putting that on screen. Like, look, Destiny has said something absolutely...
Wait, what do you mean you're pretty sure that's literally the clip that you clipped? That is the point he's making.
...despicable, yet you don't have that same energy for him as you do for the others. Unless I've blanked out and like erased moments from my memory from this segment, I don't recall him saying that this is like a serious thing he believes in and is presenting it as such. Like about Ethan is this, and this is a real allegation that really has a lot of water to it. Now, this doesn't change the fact that what iDubbbz did here is completely awful. To try and make this point using that kind of comment with something as monstrously evil as that is just so...
I disagree.
It is. But I don't believe that's how Ethan is necessarily...
I disagree. I 100% disagree. I don't think so. I think this is just moral posturing. What do you mean? iDubbbz is not in agreement with the comment whatsoever. I think it's perfectly valid to use such a severely defamatory statement like that one, which ironically enough, Destiny's made about me as well. Because he's a psycho. If you are a litigious person, you should apply that litigious nature to the actual offending party rather than whoever you actually want to punish, and punish financially. Not because you're going to be able to win that court case. It's not about victory in this circumstance. It's about just, costly litigation, burying people under a mountain of paperwork.
Explaining it to everyone where iDubbbz is really, believing in this. iDubbbz came over to my house. He met my family. Now he's going out there saying these things.
Like, if Charlie knew half the gross shit Ethan mother Klein has said about Ian and Anissa, I don't think he'd be doing this. Ethan Klein directly has stalked and mass harassed iDubbbz and Anissa. Directly. For months on end. This litigation is an extension of that project. Ethan Klein has also called people that he doesn't like Nazis. Photoshop photos on his Instagram stories to imply that they're Nazis. He's done it to me too. He has called people that he does not like pedophiles, including Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch.
He's extremely scummy because he did meet his kids and everything, and now he's putting a comment out there like that. That is very scummy, but he's not using it to try and make this claim that Ethan is those things. He's trying to use that to show that...
Dude, who's the scumbag here? Is it iDubbbz? Or is it the guy who's been harassing iDubbbz and Anissa for months? I'm sorry, dude. Come on, Charlie. I know everybody hates Ian and myself and Morgan and Casey Tron on the internet, okay? But come on, dude. I mean, he's taken stronger stances in the past, defending trans people. He's taken stronger stances in the past, criticizing Israel. I guess in the commentary sphere, being even in any way, shape, or form remotely in defense of the truth, which happens to side with iDubbbz or happens to side with Denims, is worse than all of those things combined. But it's crazy. I don't know. Maybe this is a sincere opinion. I'm willing to be charitable, and I'm willing to be charitable and assume that it's coming from a place of him not like fully researching this stuff. But it seems like he's researched it extensively on one side, so he has tremendous amount of insight into the grievances that Ethan Klein has experienced or claims to have experienced, even though it doesn't tie back. So even after hearing Ethan's side, he still doesn't side with Ethan. So that in and of itself should show you how unbalanced this whole predicament is. Yeah, remember when he got caught at a poker tournament, zooming in on a picture of Anissa and then screenshotting it and saving it?
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
God, yeah.
Got both names ready. Yep.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
God, yeah.
Got both names ready. Yep.
That's so funny.
Destiny has said something so terrible, yet you are not approaching him with the same energy you have everybody else. That is the point he was trying to make, I think, throughout that segment, at least from everything that I saw when watching it. Granted, it was very hard to sit through, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to get at with that there. But I think that was a terrible way of going about it. Now, Ethan also addresses why he's not suing Destiny as well, and he's saying because Destiny cleared up that he wasn't being serious right away. I don't understand that. I'm not going to lie. That's not making sense to me. Can't wrap my noodle around it. It's not computing. I think it is a
That's a
very
lie, by the way. That's a lie. He never cleared it up. He never literally, he might have now, but at the time he certainly was very pissed off, and he's a very vindictive person, and he lies about people all the goddamn time. So no, at the time, he kept doubling down, tripling down. Yeah, here's another post about Ethan making a disgusting sexual comment about iDubbbz and Anissa. I mean,
being loser behavior.
He has a litany of shit like this. That's why I'm saying, like, oh, iDubbbz is a scumbag is a crazy thing to say. iDubbbz is a scumbag for showing someone else's defamatory claims in an effort to draw home a point that Ethan will never go after them because he's financially involved with that group and also ideologically involved with that group because he uses, or he thinks he uses, Destiny's community as a cyber stalking operation to harass his internet enemies is literally the point that iDubbbz is making. What he's doing there is nowhere near as bad as like half the shit that Ethan says on a daily basis about Ian and about Anissa. Here is one of them.
What a dumbass. Can't believe I felt bad for you. By the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm going to for her, because she's the cuck. No good?
Okay, Ian?
Him.
Right.
Anissa reached out to me.
You know, the first time that you made the Anissa the cuck joke, it hit really good.
Well,
and
what
I feel like each subsequent one we're getting further and further.
What was wrong with
I like that as soon as I started talking about Ethan and, you know, all this other shit going on, immediately the weirdo Destiny fans come in here to be like, thanks guys. That'll do it this time.
with that? I thought that
it just sounded weird, kind of creepy.
Yeah. Here's Dean Saltman reading the Bloomberg article and finding out Saltman did in fact lie about those emails. Here it is.
The thing is, I sent this to the editor, and I said this was incorrect, and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the...
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. You can go to the site and click the button.
This is from the Bloomberg article talking about their sophisticated troll ops, their sophisticated operation to slander, smear me, and also smear and defame the platform of Twitch with actual fake statements that they mass distributed to thousands of advertiser emails. Okay, in an effort to try to get advertisers to pull out from the platform Twitch, they went and mass distributed lies that they openly acknowledge in this video. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because these guys also financially support Ethan. Dan Stockman owns the company Redact.dev. It's a major sponsor, one of the last remaining sponsors of Ethan Klein's podcast. There's a reason. If you were wondering why Ethan doesn't sue Destiny for making this defamatory statement, it's because he's terrified of losing his last remaining ally, his last remaining ideological ally that he can use against his enemies. It's a mutually beneficial relationship that they have where they mass stalk and do all of the things that Ethan claims is being done to him, to others that he has declared enemies.
Been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that.
Yeah, except you did. You knowingly lied about it.
So what they're saying right here, I feel like it's just slander, right? Well, no, libel. Libel is written. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. You're furiously tapping over there.
I'm just checking the email. Double checking.
I did. I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on.
What's that? Chicken Big Mac.
Forget it. Delete this part of the bud.
Okay. Why?
Because your dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
Suspended creation. All right, well, never mind then. All right, we'll just trim that part out of the VOD.
Yeah. Thousands of advertisers received that email where these guys openly and knowingly lied to them. Okay? About a multi-million dollar platform. Again, this was in an attempt to trigger the adpocalypse, something that YouTube content creators like Moist Critical are very intimately familiar with from the time when it took place on YouTube. They hate that sort of thing, or used to hate that sort of thing. They never covered it when the adpocalypse was forcibly triggered, or at least attempted to be forcibly triggered by the likes of Ethan Klein, Sex Pastini, and Dan Saltman. None of them wrote about it. As a matter of fact, when they did cover it, they made it, I feel like the people that did end up covering it actually blamed me for it, because that was their purpose, right? That was their goal. Their goal was Hassan gets favorable coverage from Twitch. He never gets banned. Here, we'll prove it to you. We'll prove it to you by getting advertisers to pull out of Twitch unless they ban Hassan.
Statement, 100%. He's not wrong for feeling like this is a terrible thing that's being said about him. That is a line you don't cross, talking about people's children in a manner like this. It's gross. It is gross. So then why is this defamation lawsuit reserved exclusively for iDubbbz with a nice big bow on it, but not also extended to Destiny, the genesis of that comment? Does that not just prove the point that I believe iDubbbz was trying to make in the first place, which is Destiny, for some reason, can say these atrocious, abhorrent things about Ethan, and for some reason, Ethan doesn't have the same anger towards Destiny as he does someone like iDubbbz. Now, I guess with iDubbbz, you could then say, well, iDubbbz...
I hope I've sufficiently explained to you why he doesn't have that same level of anger towards Sex Pastini, towards Epstein.
Actually did meet his children and stuff, so it's an extra level of... Which is fair. I do completely agree. It does add another rancid layer to this lasagna here, where he did actually know Ethan and his family and would use a comment like that to try and make his statement about like being soft on Destiny or whatever. But I still just don't understand why Ethan is willing to just be like, yeah, but Destiny, cleared up that he wasn't being serious. He was just goofing around. He was just being a dickhead. What? If the reason truly is that Canada's laws around defamation are significantly more lax and thus you have a case in Canada but not the US, then to me that tells me that it's not really a defamation case worth pursuing. And if you're not going after Destiny for these comments, but you will for iDubbbz trying to make a different point about it, again, I want to make it clear. I think the way iDubbbz went about doing this point is atrocious. I don't know how much more clear I can make, but he wasn't trying to argue the legitimacy of the claim or anything like that. It was to show that you're very soft on Destiny, but not others, and used that outrageously gross comment as an example of it. But if you're going after iDubbbz solely because you know you can get a defamation case win because of Canada's laws not being as protective as the US's, that's why you don't go after Destiny, then that to me says that you were just trying to take advantage of those laws, the lax nature of those laws in Canada, to get revenge on someone that has wronged you.
I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then. And when, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because, there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do and lines you don't cross. And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And
I totally understand that. If someone is going to cross that line, going after like your children or your family, I get being upset about that. Absolutely. But you're saying that the rules of engagement have changed for everyone but Destiny? Because he is the one that made the comment, and you are like totally just okay with being like, but he cleared up that he wasn't serious. He cleared up he was just being a dickhead. It's just not making sense. And if iDubbbz throughout that stream segment was going on and on about how like actually serious this is and how much he really believes in it, trying to convince his audience that it's true, trying to like lead some kind of like investigation against you, like another CPS visit, like another fraudulent visit from CPS, then I would totally understand pursuing like litigation against that to stop it. Now, but from what I saw in that stream, there was nothing of the sort. And he did outright say that he doesn't believe it and that he was only saying that it should be addressed as a way of pointing to you not wanting to engage with Destiny because you're afraid of Destiny. At least that's how it seemed from all of that garbage I sat through there. I'm pretty sure that's what he was getting at. Now, he does mention a cease and desist here, which they did send a cease and desist to iDubbbz, and it does seem like iDubbbz was filled with jubilation upon receiving it. I've seen a couple of clips where he was like really nonchalant about it, almost seemed kind of happy about it. Maybe he thought it'd be like a big boom of exposure or something. I really don't know who would celebrate something like that, but yeah, it seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously, and he did eventually come out and say like he really regrets doing this segment and like how bad it was, and that he did make like an apology for doing it, thinking he went too far, but it did take a while. And it's worth mentioning that his community, iDubbbz, like his stream chat and like the people watching iDubbbz, were not supportive of his actions with showing that comment and trying to make that point using something so heinous. It's not like his audience was eating it up and really celebrating what he did here. His own audience was turning against him for doing that, from what I saw. Now again, I've only learned about all this after the fact, so maybe some of like the positive stuff was scrubbed or deleted, but a lot of what I can find was people in his audience really didn't agree with him doing this.
I don't see how you can say that I'm not.
Here, this is what I tweeted. I said, if you're wondering why these serial defamers never got sued by Ethan Klein, even though Epstein, not iDubbbz, is the one who initially claimed Ethan's children and doubled down, it's because Dan Stalkman, the one who realized he lied to thousands of advertisers triggering an apocalypse on Twitch, has been a financial sponsor of Ethan Klein's podcast, Redact Dev in parentheses. And they all support Israel and cyberstalk and harasses prominent critics online. Dan has openly fielded congresspeople to try and deplatform me for my pro-Palestinian advocacy. Of course, there was never a peep from the YouTube commentary community. They mostly supported it as support.
Justified. When somebody's, who's your former friend, who's been to your house and met your children, is broadcasting this as a silly, it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children.
Viva Mexico. Viva Mexico. Bust out the Mexico jersey. Ah, shit. First game. Did Mexico win? Nice. La Raza on top. Bro loves to spill tea. Dog, someone has to be a adult and actually accurately reflect on the events that have taken place in this sphere of influence that we are unfortunately a part of, because the reality of the matter is a lot of the loudest voices are unbelievably reactionary, and therefore the most dominant attitude in this sphere is always going to reflect that perspective. I'm basically like one of the only large content creators who actually is offering additional context to why these things are unfolding, because all of the top content creators on YouTube don't want to touch the 10-foot pole, partially because Israel, like the issue of Israel-Palestine is a part of it, and they don't want to say anything about it because they're terrified of being called anti-Semitic, because all of their sponsorships will be revoked, right? There is still that element. And then on top of that, they're genuinely worried, I think, about litigation, because Ethan has shown that he is unbelievably litigious. Or even if there is no litigation, they're worried about getting cyberstalked and harassed by some of these vicious communities. These communities are unbelievably vicious. Ethan constantly cries about snark. Meanwhile, he is the #1 snarker. I mean, Reddit. He went to Reddit and literally tried to get these communities taken down, these anonymous subreddits taken down, right? And Reddit straight up told him to his face, like, dog, your community is snark.
They will never. You know how compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago, after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people, so I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Your community. We'll take down those communities, but your community is also snark. Should we take down your community as well? Because that's precisely what it is. He uses his community as a mass harassment cyber stalking operation. Dude, when I was in New Jersey, in Princeton, New Jersey, to promote and support Adam Hamawi, who was going to be the next congressperson from New Jersey 12. He won. When we did that rally that morning, at the hotel I was staying at, there was a wonderful and kind person that came up to me and was like, oh my God, I'm such a huge fan. I was like, wow, great. She was working the coffee shop. She told me that she used to watch all the time. She watched Leftovers, was a big fan. I didn't think much of it. And then later I found out she was posting in the subreddit being like, Hassan has showed up at my place of work. I'm freaking out right now. So even in the real world, when these people are kind to your face, like on the internet, when they go to Ethan's community, they're like, oh, what can I do? What kind of trickery could I engage in? It's like so shocking. It's kind of alarming to see that switch up, really. And she was such a wonderful person too. It actually shook me a little bit, that code switch.
File. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people children. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
And good.
It's not.
Thing iDubbbz didn't. That would be the comment that was left by someone else. So if that is the big problem that this was said in the first place,
yeah. The problem is it's not iDubbbz that made the defamatory statement.
Then wouldn't that energy be channeled at the person who actually said it? He's trying to portray it as though Ian is championing it, that he is trying to use this knowingly fraudulent information to push an agenda that Ethan is a monster, that does the unthinkable to his children. But when watching it, again, that's just not what he was saying, and he did outright say he doesn't believe it in the first place. He then goes into like, how is that a joke? Well, you just said that the person who left the comment, Destiny, was just joking, basically. He was just being a piece of shit, but he wasn't being serious. That was a goof. That doesn't make sense, man. So it was a joke when he wrote the comment, but it's not a joke when iDubbbz is trying to use it to shittily make a point. And it wasn't even making a joke about the comment itself, just more so that you weren't getting upset at Destiny for making it in the first place.
You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not, if they didn't, that's not free speech. That's not protected speech. It's literally not protected speech. It's actually explicitly carved out in the law as, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right?
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard. What he is describing here is not even what iDubbbz did. He's talking about, you can't make these comments, that's not free speech. Destiny made the comment, man. Literally. And yet you're not going after him. You've already excused him, wrote it off as he wasn't being serious at head, and are instead going after iDubbbz, who was very shittily using it to make a very different point and even outright said he doesn't believe it, by the way. So it really feels less about the actual defaming and more about just being able to continue to, really drive the nail into iDubbbz, which is extremely unnecessary. His own community didn't agree with him when he did this. He lost members of his community for this because he was so in the wrong for it. Everyone was on your side when all of this was unfolding. So really, what else are you even trying to accomplish? He came out of that much worse, and he outright apologized for it, admitted how wrong he was for it, and everything like that eventually, which is a significantly bigger L than a legal one in the eyes of the internet, to be that wrong and that much on the wrong side of the drama. By every possible interpretation, you won here. You proved the claims were fraudulent, they were false, they're not real, and people were on your side in this whole situation here and against how iDubbbz had gone about trying to make this point. All you had to do was just leave it at that. But by making this lawsuit, you've now made a new issue out of it that is a concern and can affect other people entirely unrelated to it. And I'm honestly very surprised why Ethan can't see that. After all of the lawsuits he's been through, something like this should be very apparent how it can be used exploitatively against others, even outside of a case of like this extreme degree. Like Ethan of 10 years ago, I think would absolutely see that, but right now, I just think after everything that he's been through, he's just completely clouded by it and can't see that anymore. But now let's dive into like the concern about how this can affect, you know, free speech or discourse online, because Ethan is talking about like how he doesn't understand how it could because this is such an extreme thing that was said that's so gross. And he's right. This is a very gross thing that was said. And if iDubbbz was pressing it as a very legitimate thing and trying to make it seem like it's true to everyone, that kind of thing, then it would make a lot more sense to go this kind of route. Because that is something like the snark community was doing with like some really unhinged behavior. So like that would make sense to me. But that's not what happened here, and the reason why this is concerning is because, let's say Ethan does win this lawsuit here, that then opens the door for other people to come in with less extreme shit. Like, yes, in this case, it is very over the top and gross. But defamatory statements aren't just this extreme level. Defamatory statements are very wide reaching. And this being something you can point to like, okay, so it worked for Ethan. It can probably work for me against this guy who said this thing that actually damaged my brand. In Ethan's case, I think it'd be very hard to even prove damages in the first place. I don't know if that's something that's required by like Canadian law. I have no fucking clue at all. I know they don't have the same level of free speech protections or anything like that, so maybe that's not even a requirement or whatever. But I think it would be a Herculean task to prove that H3 had suffered like a reputational hit or a loss of revenue or a brand tanking because of iDubbbz's stream here. Because what has often been flexed by a lot of people is how H3 has thousands upon thousands of live viewers all the time, and iDubbbz would have like 100. So H3 being like 100x the size of iDubbbz, it would be very hard for anyone to point to and say, what iDubbbz did here really damaged the H3 brand, and here's the proof. We lost so many members on YouTube.
I can't believe this is what I spent the last hour going through, as we are about to head over to the DSA New York City Slate rally, where I will be speaking and delivering a speech to this nation's young revolutionaries that are going to personally change the American trajectory in a positive manner. Why are you crying? What can I do but cry?
Or something like that's clearly not going to happen. But someone else absolutely could. Like something that a lot of people talk about online, like commentary YouTubers, I suppose will stay in that realm, is scammers. So why couldn't a scammer then utilize this same play? Okay, we can actually prove damages because they talked about, you know, a customer's terrible experience with us, and that was defamatory, and look at how much business it cost us, and it ruined our reputation. And I think you could possibly point to Ethan's lawsuit here, should he win, as evidence like, look, he got a defamation.
Noah's here, everybody. We should look at this fucking fit, dude. Look at you.
Look at you.
No, oh my God, Noah's wearing a suit too. Well, this is we're suit guys now. Okay, I'm watching Moist Critical cover offer critical coverage on. Dude, where the is March, bro? March. No, we've been up all morning. We had to shoot a podcast. I shot Fear and then I shot Majority Report. Then I did an interview with these guys that are doing a documentary. Hold on, I'm gonna fix everything. One second. I'm gonna put a mic on you. I don't know where the mics are, and I will sign it. Don't you worry. Okay.
Defamatory ruling in his favor after suing iDubbbz for something someone else said. So we are going to be suing this YouTuber for what this customer said that they talked about in their content that ruined our brand or took away some business. Because in a lot of commentary videos, the sources come from others, whether it's individuals or something else. So if you can sue for a reason like this and win, it does open up to exploitation from some bad actors. So yeah, while it is kind of extreme in what has happened here between iDubbbz and H3, I think you could very easily look at it and say, okay, if he can sue for what someone else said and was on his stream, why can't I sue for what someone else said that was in their content that I believe defamed me? And I just think that it does open the door to some problems. And I've seen the response is kind of split. In the commentary community, I thought it'd be unanimously, discouraged for pretty obvious reasons. It has historically always been spit upon, but because it's now against someone people don't like, iDubbbz, they're okay with it and even laughing about it, which I just don't really get. I don't know how the lesson hasn't been learned that when something gets used against someone you don't like, it doesn't mean it's only ever going to be used against people you don't like. Once that can of worms is open, shit becomes the Wild West, and it can be a problem for everybody. Like making an exception like, not good. I've always been really against YouTubers filing, litigation against other content creators, but since it's iDubbbz, I'll be okay with it. Which I think is some pretty silly shit. I think the internet in its first...
We upgraded we leveled up the audio. We leveled up the production here.
Well, I know these I'm familiar with.
Yeah, so we when I have guests on now, I do that Okay, Noah Collins here, ladies and gentlemen.
Go around with this topic, pin the tail on the donkey. I think they were correct with the take on this topic that being extremely litigious and going after other content creators and such with defamatory lawsuits and such is just not very good. It's the same tactics that have been used from some extremely shady companies in the past against people online, and it's just a tactic that used to unanimously leave a sour taste in the mouth of...
Do you know what this is about? Your favorite podcaster is old ways again, coming fresh off the heels of possible defeat on a DMCA case that he was advancing against Denims.
Yeah, where he was hoisted by his own petard.
Yeah. So right after that, he's also suing Noah Samson for defamation for calling him a Zionist.
He's doing a lot of the lawsuits.
And now he's suing iDubbbz because iDubbbz posted Destiny's statement saying Ethan children. And instead of suing Destiny for the defamatory statement, he decided to sue iDubbbz, even though iDubbbz shows that and goes, I'm showing this, I disagree with it, I don't think this is correct, and I think this is a severe accusation that is most likely defamatory, and Ethan should sue.
I mean,
and instead he's using the Canadian courts.
Well, yeah, he's using his rental lawyer
to
harass whomever he wants.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, he found somebody who will take his money, which is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Your tie is crinkled. You need to steam it or put on a different one. It's fine. It's a crinkled tie. Who cares, man? It shows my working class background. Okay. I think if at this point, after numerous frivolous lawsuits, I don't even know what kind of audience he has left. I suspect that it's just a random reactionary toadies all over the internet that congregate and basically use Ethan like a lol cow. Ethan is suing iDubbbz. He can't seem to learn. Wait, what the Ethan Klein is suing iDubbbz. What the hell?
He's a
Ian Jomha, aka iDubbbz, announces he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan is a monster, and anyone that doesn't see how he's destroying speech online will look back at this with disgust. What is this?
I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this.
Bro's opening new fronts like he's Israel? No, literally. What? I mean, is Ethan Klein the most spiritually Israeli podcaster out there? Like, actually? He's doing NSEG. He's just opening up new fronts for no reason. Why Alberta? Probably stronger likelihood of winning a defamation suit as opposed to America, where there's a lot more, there's a lot stronger rules around it. Ian lives in Edmonton.
But for now, it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content.
I think it's pretty crazy that if you're like legitimately a mentally disturbed person and you just like lucked in to unfathomable amounts of money, you can just consistently be a demon and just sue people and try to bury them in costly litigation over and over again. And especially if you like, especially if you're capable of reaching an audience that's like constantly demanding and rewarding you for bullying other people through this sort of frivolous litigation, then you can kind of keep it going. I mean, maybe your audience shrinks over time, but you can just like keep it going for as long as you have money. I find it very strange that there is no repercussions against this sort of thing. What is this? Ethan Klein is such a rat coward. Now he's suing iDubbbz and his wife. He's made an entire career out of talking shit about people, and now he can't stop suing everyone who talks back. I'm sure the course will love seeing clips of Ethan saying he will never stop harassing them. The sad part is, Destiny, omni-liberal sex pest, is the only one who said H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children, so Ethan decides to sue iDubbbz instead. He loves to go after people who he assumes don't have money to fight back. Yeah, that one is actually really weird. Like, this one is like such a strange case, because like, what's the defamation? iDubbbz didn't do the defamation. A whole-ass third party, a separate person did, but you can't go after them because you're afraid. So you're just choosing to go after the person who put the statement on screen? Is that what it is? He's suing Ian for showing this message on stream. Yeah, I don't think that is going to hold in a court of law. Like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's even, I don't think there's even is there even a precedent for it? Like what could you possibly do in that situation? I mean, if someone else is defaming you and if someone else has defamed me and another person is like using that for commentary purposes, is that defamation? Maybe in Canada? I mean, I don't know how it works in Canada. I mean, but the point here is not to win this case anyway. The point here is to make them suffer. Yeah. The point here is to make them spend a shit ton of money in defense. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like this seems like it's an exceptionally silly defamation suit. Like it's not even like, I don't know how any judge looks at this and goes, wow, this seems pretty egregious, and you know, we're gonna take this to court. Like, imagine going through law school, passing the bar, like maybe becoming a prosecutor, spending your whole career reading, teaching law, maybe becoming a judge, and then you're facing this particular defamation suit. You're like, I've been a judge for 30 years, and now I have to sit here and look at this dumb bullshit. They got to do like a Interpol style full court ban for Ethan Klein. They got to make it so that it's illegal for him to ever sue anybody. They're going to have his face up in courts all around the world. Like, they're going to be like, do not take any lawsuits from this man. And when people say, oh, his lawyer is like taking him for a ride, like, I think he's on the journey together. Like, I don't think his West Bank lawyer is the one that's like taking him on a ride. I think his West Bank lawyer is just like silly enough to take whatever case that Ethan wants to pursue. And sure, I'm sure he's being rewarded handsomely for it. But like, I'm fairly certain that Ethan is aware of what he's doing. There's a term for it. It's called vexatious litigator. I know, but it's somewhat difficult to become a vexatious litigator, no? A vexatious litigant is an individual who abuses the judicial system. Like, what are the criteria? The 5 and 7 rule. In many states like California, a person is deemed vexatious if they file at least 5 meritless, self-represented lawsuits in a 7-year period. Oh my God. How many has he done? Well, this is in Alberta, so it doesn't even count. How many has he done so far? So we just gotta We just got to keep punishing him in the court of law. So in a matter of 7 years. So then after that, it's over. Wait, you have to be self-represented? Like, oh, yeah, this system is so cooked. Relitigating lost claims, attempting to sue the same person over the facts and issues have already been definitively ruled on by a court, repeatedly filing unnecessary motions, dragging out discovery, or using legal processes solely to cause delays or rack up legal fees for the opposition party. I mean, he has done that, hasn't he? Ethan literally said a while back that he'd be looking at suing Ian in Canada instead of California because he said he was almost positive it wouldn't hold up in California courts due to our slap laws, so he already gave the game away. You would know better than anyone. Does he really have that much money to keep doing this shit? I have no idea, bro. How am I supposed to know that? I guess the only retaliation in this circumstance could be potentially against his lawyer if he's like participating in these frivolous lawsuits over and over again. I guess you could complain to the bar or something. But that's it. Not really anything you can do. It's America. If you have money and you're crazy enough, you can literally consistently people.
On Thursday, again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back. And I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
They're convinced Ian went broke. Maybe he did. I don't know. But it was under the impression he rode that early YouTube money to chill life, filming squirrels. I hope he has enough to go after Ethan's dumb ass. I mean, what's exceptional about this is the fact that the other person that made the defamatory claims is and then doubled down on them is not being sued at all by the victim. In my opinion, you should go over Ethan Zionism again sometime for a video. His audience still think he's pro-Palestine. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think we can salvage his audience. Okay? I think if at this point, after numerous frivolous lawsuits against pro-Palestinian content creators, after suing Noah Samson specifically for his piece, his opinion piece on the service that Ethan Klein has provided in defense of Israel's crimes, and he considers that to be defamation. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what kind of audience he has left. I suspect that it's just a weird assortment of like random reactionary toadies all over the internet that congregate and basically use Ethan like a lol cow, right? At this point, it's got to be that, right? I mean, maybe that and like some old head Teddy Fresh lovers, like 37-year-old HR ladies that still think, you know, oh, he's messy, that's why I like him. That's what I envision his audience to look like. That's the demographic makeup. It's just like weird 4chan groypers and Kiwi farm enjoyers that are like, yes, pursue our base desires against these people that have wronged me personally by being a hijabi woman online or you know, pissing me off because they were a woman. Many of them just because they're women, but then also iDubbbz because he actually changed his mind on saying the N-word, and I can't stand that. He grew up, and it reminds me constantly that I never did, and I hate that. How dare he lord over me like this? Destroy their lives. You know, that kind of people. It was shocking to me. Kiwi farmers hate him because he's Jewish? Nah, but the thing is, you forget, it's like the Nick Fuentes equation, right? Nick Fuentes hates Jews, but he hates me more than he hates Jews. You know? And his fan base is the same. I think Nick Fuentes hates Jews more than he hates Israel. And I certainly think he hates, you know, people like myself more than he hates Jews. Straight up. Oh my Lord. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. I cannot believe it. This is down to the fact that he is a decrepit carcass. This is literally third world dictatorship, bro. I swear to God. But let's get started last night. At the events that unfolded at Madison Square Garden against the president, the best president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. New Yorkers obviously were very frustrated with the reality that Donald Trump was there. There were tremendous logistical hurdles that even the players had to overcome to get to the goddamn stadium, to get to the goddamn facility. I talked to some people who were inside that were frustrated about the whole process. Donald Trump shamelessly wanted to partake. Okay, he wanted to be a part of the glory. He wanted to be there. He was invited by Dolan, the owner of the New York Knicks.
Yo, I blame Donald Trump. He should have never came in the first place. I don't know what is wrong with him?
I suggest you stay inside. Every ref after the game, he's finding him.
Trump.
Next game in the biddy, no Trump. It's Trump's fault. Trump, you're a bad luck charm. I hate you.
Donald Trump, why the hell did you come to this game, bro? The Knicks were going to win this game until you came.
We're going to come back. We're going to win that shit in
Trae Young.
It's Knicks versus Spurs and the rest. Wemby, Harper, has all.
The Texans, the Astros, anything from Texas. Sandy Cheeks. I'm clapping your cheeks.
The only reason why we lost is because the NBA wants money.
Wemby one more time. He a nice player, but Wemby one more time.
The officiating was horrible.
Trae Young, Donald T. I'm not jacking you right now. I'm not jacking you, all right? I'm on the phone with my ex. The Spurs.
13 games straight. The day you come, boy. The day you come. Stay your ass in D.C.
I feel like the game was rigged. The New York Knicks had it.
Wembenyama, Dylan Harper, and that Wemby
Get ass home.
I promise you.
Suck my Trump. You can come back to MSG. Them was thinking about Donald Trump. They was thinking about winning. Stop that bullshit.
Of course, the one guy with the American shirt. See, I told you this was going to happen. Did I not? Did I not tell you this was going to happen? I mean, no, all memes aside, did I not literally tell you that this was going to happen? And a lot of you motherfuckers are like, oh, don't say it. You spoke it into existence. You're speaking it into existence. I straight up told you. I told you. I pre-watched it. I precogged it. I told you that this motherfucker was going to show up. He was going to ruin the vibes at MSG. There was no way that the Knicks were losing. If Donald Trump had not shown up, the Knicks would have won last night. They'd be on the way to Game 4. I'd be at Game 4 watching potentially history in the making, okay? It's just not even a question. It's not even a question. He vibes, bro. And worst of all, not only did he the vibes, not only did he the logistics, he slept through the whole goddamn game. I mean, what can you say about this hole, dude? What can you say? And for the record, I had already mentioned this. I said Trump wants Spurs to get a dub here. The script is in. # stay woke. You know, is James Dolan's fault? Is James Dolan's fault? Is Adam Silver's fault? Is Donald Trump's fault? Does he even like sports? He'd rather be at Broadway? Oh, 100%. He destroyed it. Donald Trump wants to love New York, but his presence in New York is not wanted. And whenever he brings his fat ass to New York, he ruins the vibes. New York is doing well without him, okay? New York was doing great. New York was doing great without him. And he wanted a little bit of that shine because he's a little, okay? He fucked it all up. He went where he was not invited to. He went somewhere he did not belong, and he ruined the vibes, and he ruined a streak. Obviously, we'll be talking about Adam Silver off sideways too, because that was dumb as hell. But here's what the cameras did do, okay? Classic move. Showing the president during the national anthem. Why would you do that? Well, you would do that because the expectation during the national anthem is no one's going to boo, right? Which I called out. I said they thought people wouldn't boo if they showed him during the national anthem, Lamau. Turns out New Yorkers don't give a about no national anthem. When they see the president of the Jumbotron, they're going to boo. And they did. And it was actually loud as hell in spite of the ABC broadcast trying to make it seem Kai acting sad her villain of a grandfather being booed will forever be hilarious. Yeah, let's take a look. One of the funniest copes from the Republicans was like, no, they're not booing. They're chanting USA. You guys are lame. You're lying. You're lying about my decrepit old psychopathic president who everybody actually loves, even though he's got like 20% approval. Yeah, and it wasn't just inside the Madison Square Garden where the boos were thunderous and could be heard, and he certainly heard it while he was trying to hold that smile up. That little. But the boos could be heard outside of Madison Square Garden. Maybe they were saying USA as well. Why did this mother and his dumbass fans think that he would be welcome in New York City, man. It's like one of the most diverse places on the entire planet. One of the most diverse places in the entire planet. One of the most woke places in the entire goddamn country. Like, how stupid that these Republicans think they got any motion, let alone motion in New York City. And I'll show you the boost from inside as well, just so you get a fuller understanding of how loud they were, for the record, for those who are disputing it still at this point. Here's what it sounded like inside Madison Square Garden. Very quickly, they take him off the Jumbotron, too. Yeah, they thought they were... Bro, ABC thought they were so slick. ABC thought they were so slick. Yeah. ABC was like, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. If we just like show him, if we just show him during the national anthem, nobody in New York City is going to boo the national anthem. No, of course they're going to boo. Like Madison Square Garden thought, oh, we'll show our beautiful president during the national anthem. And then, you know, maybe they won't do nothing about it. Well, of course not. Of course they're going to boo him. I got to see the Fox News clip on this too, though. I love this because obviously, like, very clear everybody hates him, and it's always great that he knows everybody hates him. It's even better when people know. It's even better when he knows he actually feels it. Yeah, what's so funny is that Trump knows what authentic, universally cheering crowds are supposed to sound like every time he does a rally, so you know he's getting booed, which makes the USA cope even funnier. Yeah. Fox News apparently continued to lie to their audience, though. It shouldn't be unexpected. Anyway, here's Fox News's cope.
What did you think of
Someone showed me the Fox News cope where they were like, they're chanting USA, USA. Are they saying boo or boo-room? True. Well, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say, because they asked him about it. He's in Teterboro, I assume. Let's see what he had to say.
What did you think of the reception you got from the Knicks fans tonight?
I thought great. I mean, I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was, I think, mostly cheers. It was.
Cope. He knows it's not. He knows. Oh my God. He knows, dude. He knows. Being at the game with Cop like 24 hours after another escalation in the war with gas at like $5 is also wild. Yeah. He's ass, bro. He's ass. It's so funny. Like, look. Americans don't understand this, but this is literally what like third world countries deal with, okay? Deeply unpopular leadership that's increasingly more authoritarian, constantly things up. You seemingly have no way of dealing with it. Inflation is always an ever-present danger. And the leadership tries to make these sorts of like weird inroads with audiences that despise them. This is literally third world shit, okay? Straight up. America is a third world country with a Gucci belt. And America, unlike the actual developing nations, has no excuse for this kind of like leadership, this kind of rulership, because at least those developing nations, we up. Half the time, we installed a puppet leadership there. Or half the time, the people that actually come into power, that are deeply unpopular but very authoritarian, are coming into power because they successfully overthrew the American puppet leadership. So we have no excuse. We're just kind of doing it to ourselves, I guess. Meanwhile, this motherfucker brought the Epstein Avengers, dude. We got war criminals and all up in that. We were doomed before tip-off. Howard Butlick was there. Dude, they had... I could not believe it. I mean, sitting next to Larry David, my goat, was, you know, Robert Kraft, I think, was there, right? I mean, they had literally everybody. They had all the OG. They had all the OG Epstein affiliates. It was the Avengers. It was the Epstein Avengers 100%. I woke King Rahm Emanuel was there too. Devastated. What the hell is this? The Trump-aligned Citizens for Sanity. Okay, all right. We'll look at Tallarico in a second. Swaggerico. Oh my God, did they overlay fake audio? When is this from? Oh, it was right before the national anthem. Did they edit that? Did they splice the USA chants in? Or was it like right before the national anthem? That's incredible, bro. That's next level pathetic. Respect to the depths that these guys are going to make it seem like everybody with Trump. But he knows. Look at him. He knows what's up.
Yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
Trump now backs out of Game 4. Shams reports President Donald Trump is not expected to attend Game 4 of Knicks, but you know who will? Me, motherfucker. That's right. Let's go, baby. Game 4, Madison Square Garden. I'm gonna be there, but Trump is not, because Trump is not welcome in New York City. Okay. President Trump is not expected to attend Game 4 at Knicks Spurs in the NBA Finals on Wednesday night at Madison Square Garden due to scheduling conflicts and obligations, sources tell ESPN. Trump, a lifelong Knicks fan, watched the majority of Game 3 from a suite. Now, what's you dropping a bag on it? Don't you worry about it, baby. Don't you worry about it. Please subscribe, though. Yeah. Also, mother says, oh, I had obligations. I have obligations during Game 4. You had obligations last night. You're the president. You have obligations all the time. You should never be at the Knicks game. You should never be at any game, honestly. What are you doing? Be the president. Except him doing president shit is also awful. So honestly, I guess it was a brief moment of respite for the rest of the world and perhaps the rest of the country when he was at the Knicks game. So he could only ruin New York in that brief moment instead of ruining the entire planet, I guess. This motherfucker was at the Knicks game, and a couple hours later, Iran shot down a helicopter, okay? The IRGC's fake Navy that the American government has destroyed, allegedly, seemingly, shot down a mother Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz, bro. Yeah, reporter, will you go to the 5th game?
They're going to come out for Game 4, and they are going to deliver? The 5th game in San Antonio? Oh, I don't know. We're busy with a lot of important stuff right now at EPA. Like a war? There's a lot of important stuff going on. He knew every play. They're going to come out for Game 4, and they are going to deliver?
Dude, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy that the dumbass president was literally at a New York. Wait, what? Not a couple hours, 7 p.m. Eastern last night. Man was there when it went down and he stayed at the game. Wait, what? Wait, it was during the game? Oh my Lord. This motherfucker was sleeping. He was taking a nappy poo. He was taking a nappy poo while the American Apache helicopters were getting shot down by the IRGC Navy, which is supposed to be destroyed, by the way. Destroyed. The Navy, it's gone. They got nothing. We've shot 1,100 jet skis. Believe it. They're done. They're done. They're so scared. They're so scared. Meanwhile, they're lasering Apache helicopters. What is this doing? Hawk shoot me. This is unbelievable, dude. I cannot believe it. This is down to the fact that he is a decrepit carcass who can't even keep his fucking eyes open. This is literally third world dictatorship shit, bro. I swear to God. Every element is here. I'm telling you, as someone who grew up in Turkey and watched this unfold, this is a 1-to-1. Except Erdogan was much more dynamic, obviously, unfortunately. He was much younger and much more dynamic in the beginning. But it's just like, this is literally how it happens, okay? This is how it happens. Who's next to him sleeping? That's Dolan, isn't it? He's the owner. The owner's not sleeping. He's just sad because, you know, he's made some mistakes, okay? Bro, it's so funny. He doesn't even blink. Like, he wakes up for a brief moment when the cheers happen, and he goes right back to sleep. Right back to sleep. Dolan is regretting inviting Trump. No, man, these guys are assholes. They don't even care. You don't understand. He got great prestige out of it. Extremely wealthy people? Are you kidding me? They love this. They're like, oh my God, I love this dictator. I love the dictator file president. He's going to give me great contracts later down the line. That's all they give a about. The cost benefit analysis in that situation is who gives a if my lifelong paying fans of this team, that is the lifeblood of this team, as the backbone of this goddamn team, have to sit outside Madison Square Garden for like 4.5 hours, can't bring anything into the garden. Who gives a shit if they can't have a watch party outside? We got the president here today. The most unpopular president of all time, by the way, but we got him in here. Ultimately, that cost-benefit analysis works out for Dolan. It works out for Adam Silver. It works out for these unbelievably wealthy people because they know as long as they suck Trump, Trump is going to, on the back end, offer them better contracts. Trump is on the back end, is going to extend favorable contracts to them, allow them to do whatever kind of corrupt thing that they want to do. That's just how it works. These guys know it's quid pro quo. Meanwhile, by the way, I'll be honest, the Knicks fans outside did get a little crazy. They were beating ass.
Hey, last fuck about the Knicks winning. They said move the chat down. Bro, because of Donald.
I'm gonna be honest. The auto captioning on clips is probably the greatest invention on Twitch in a long time. Like, I don't think Twitch has had any like real good new things that they've rolled out. This is fantastic. This is an incredible thing.
Oh, Trump, bro. I was stuck. Oh, they booing Trump.
Yeah, but Adam Silver also did this like long, convoluted posture being like, sports brings everybody together. Shut the f***, Adam. Shut your ass up. We know you wrote the script, mother. Look, I love Wemby, but it's clear to me that Silver did not want a 4-game sweep. Silver did not want Knicks to make history. Okay? It's clear. They did not want the rags the riches story, the underdog story to come into fruition. He's got his young talent, Wembanyama, on the other side. He wants Wemby to have a long finals. He wants it to be more exciting. He wants it to be more, he wants to sell more tickets, okay? I'm going to be honest. I'm a Wemby fan, and I'm secret. My heart is with the Spurs, right? Like, it's hard for me not to root for them. It's just, but I love New York. I love New York City, and the Knicks are technically the real underdogs in this situation, right? Here's the thing. Silver wants it to go to 7. It's clear. He wants this to be a 7-game finals. It's obvious. He makes more money this way. Okay? That's it. And they did actually aid in a bet. They did aid in a bet in the Spurs victory last night. 24 fouls in the second half as opposed to the Knicks getting 8. I mean, come on, man. That shit was crazy. I mean, I'm not even hating on it. Like, I think, great. It's a more exciting finals for that reason. But 24-8? Or was it 4? I thought it was 8. Yeah. And then Wemby did that thing to Brunson. Wemby to Brunson, that was egregious. Yes, this is absolutely egregious. It's indefensible. He's young. He's heated. He's gonna learn, but that is definitely an egregious thing that he did. Okay, that's crazy.
Watch this play. This is what frustrated Brunson. Oh, whoa!
Like, he flicked him so hard. Bro, look at this. There's additional impact here. Okay, people saying he flopped. Come on, man. He pushed him off his neck. That's crazy. Anyway, listen to Adam Silver had to say about this, where he's like, "Oh, it's great. Sports unifies."
Because Jim Dolan invited him to the game, and he said yes, and he's welcome to be here.
Dolan, actually, that's so shit. That's such shit. That, like, you knew this was gonna happen. You kind of deserve it, Dolan. You kind of deserve to watch the glory that you could have had. It's such a move, dude. I cannot believe it. Any president would have been devastating to have. Okay, because all of a sudden the story becomes the president's there. The f are you doing? You're so unserious. You're so goddamn unserious. Why would you literally Why would you invite the president? Like, even if it was Brandon, it would have been a move. Okay? It'd be so funny if Knicks win in 5 and the only game they lost was that one.
Especially when there's so much that divides people. Is it something that we have in common?
Like, nobody was like, hey, you know, the security theater is going to be unbelievable, unbearable. It's going to frustrate the fandom. You know what I mean? You didn't think about that at all? That wasn't a consideration at all?
And I'll also say about President Trump, he did an I Love Kids game spot with us. He was a fixture at NBA at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, when he was a fixture at Madison Square Garden, he was just a real estate developer. He was a asshole, okay? Very different set of circumstances as opposed to one of the most historically unpopular presidents, one of the worst American presidents of all time. Like, he's now officially in like the top 5, okay? Very different set of circumstances. And on top of that, like the security theater alone is already such a burden for the fans, you know? Look at Charles Barkley.
So, as I said, I think we should be using sports to create more of a sense of community with people. I found out because...
Dude, he was like, I don't know about that.
Donald Trump returned to New York City to attend Game 3.
Yeah, the Spurs were the second best team all year. Yes, the Knicks are the underdogs. Yeah, people will point to the Knicks like winning record to be like, what do you mean? It was a 13-game winning streak. But like, I think pound for pound, yes.
3 of the NBA Finals, and he was shown on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The reception to the president's homecoming may not have been what he hoped for.
Yes! Yes! Fuck you! Fucking suck my dick, dude. Fuck you.
Amazing. It was
That makes me so happy. I can't even, oh my God. I mean, I expected that to happen. I also thought the real cheek would have been that, and then they somehow find Zoran in the crowd. They put his ass on the Jumbotron, and then loud cheers. I wanted that juxtaposition. So bad, but I feel like they were not crazy enough to do it, okay? They were not crazy enough to do it. Zoran was up in the nosebleeds? Yeah. He's going to increase ICE in New York City now because of this? Yeah, no.
I think mostly cheers.
You know, when you mix sports and politics,
mostly
you do so
cheers.
at your own
Was it?
peril. For instance, here's Stephen A. Smith before last night's tip-off at the Garden.
If the New York
Is Zoran even going to the games? Yeah, he went last night. He was there last night.
Knicks lose Game 3, this is on Donald Trump. You think I've been on him before? I'm going to be on his ass like back pockets. Like white on rice. You got no business doing this. He doesn't belong at this game. No president does.
He's right.
None of them. Democrat, Republican, Independent.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but he's right.
So
He's right. He's right. You're not like you're making it about yourself. If you're the president and you go somewhere like that, a massive event like that, you're selfish. Like, you're literally saying, like, I'm going to make this night about me. Yes, a broken clock, but it's still rung true in this moment for Stephen A. Smith. Also, in the middle of a war, I can't believe we're forgetting about this, but there's a war going on. What the are you doing? Bro, there was a helicopter that was shot while you were sleeping on the Jumbotron. This is Donald Trump says Stephen A. Smith is not smart enough to be president. Wait, what?
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that.
Oh, classic. Oh, he's black. Low IQ. Classic Trump. Anytime a black person says anything about Donald Trump, he's like, oh, black person, low IQ. He doesn't have high IQ. What about your IQ? Go to bed, Grandpa? Nah, he had a nap time, dude. He had nappy poo time. He was good. Look, he's alert now.
I don't think he does, actually.
Yeah, anytime it's a person of color, it's like, low IQ. We got it, bro. We got it. Okay, let's go.
He's a New Yorker, showed up anyway, and that's not unusual. Trump has attended the Super Bowl.
Go to bed to Donald Trump? Yeah, he was already. He was sleeping. The whole game, dude.
U.S. Open College Football National Championship. He's now the first sitting president to attend the NBA Finals.
Trump just had to bring his ass there.
He's a jinx.
It's like the GOAT in Chicago. He freaking jinxed everything.
Okay, today in the group chat, we've got Brianna Lyman, reporter for The Federalist, and Christine Quinn, executive committee chair for the New York State Democratic.
That's so funny to have the Federalist reporter to be like, no, it's totally defensible that Trump selfishly wanted to attend a finals game in Madison Square Garden and make it all about himself. It's perfectly valid. He's the president.
Committee. Sports people are very superstitious. Let's just say that. There was this tweet from Ron Filipowski. I'm not an expert on jinxes, hexes, and voodoo, not superstitious either. But if I was the Knicks, I probably wouldn't let Trump near the arena for Game 4 just to be on the safe side. What was the point of this for Trump?
Well, I think Trump has been a lifelong Knicks fan. There are pictures of him with Marla Maples, with Melania Trump in the 90s and early 2000s. So this is someone who probably is rooting for the same team he's been rooting for decades.
This is the argument from Whoopi Goldberg. She said the
she
same
did.
thing.
She defended
Trump and
him.
Mamdani are Knicks fans.
Oh my God, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? You're the president. Who cares? Oh my God. Oh, well, to be fair, like, no, you don't have to be fair. How about being unfair for once? What do you mean, to be fair, he was there all along? Like, I don't care. Why should anybody care? He's the president. There's a war going on. Sit your ass at home and end the war, dumbass.
They've been New Yorkers. You can't tell them what they're not going to do. I think the thing I found interesting is Trump is very much our sports president. Has been. Yeah. Obama was an NBA guy. And he didn't go to games because he said it creates too much of a problem for the fans.
Absolutely. Look, I live on the west side of Manhattan. It was a mess yesterday.
I was about to say, how are you here?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was a total mess. Fans had to get there at least.
It's true. She's right for saying that. Obama literally not only plays basketball, but is a fan of the game, is a fan of the sport, and did not attend any of the games because, yes, if you attend the finals game especially, it's going to be all about you. Also, when you're the president and there's a war going on, what the hell do you mean you're going to go to the finals? It's crazy.
2 hours early. There didn't get to be a watch party right outside the Garden. I get that he may be a fan, but you have to really appreciate when you're president.
Yeah, like he literally everyone's day up, attended the game, then just slept the whole game. He's such a dude. It's so funny. It's so funny. He just ruined everyone else's game, got booed at, and then slept through the entire game and left 7 minutes early too, by the way. I heard that he actually left before the game even ended. He does not give a he did not care about the motherfucking Knicks, man. He just literally was there to make it about himself, ruin the vibes, left early.
You're not just popping in and popping out. You're putting a whole bunch of people out. And in this case, he was a jinx. There is no question about it.
Mamdani could have been the jinx.
Completely like he was a jinx. Yeah. Christine Quinn. Jinx.
Oh, really? Mamdani was a jinx. That's crazy because he's been at all the games. And every game he's gone to, they've won.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. The reason why I'm asking about this is not just because it's funny, but also because one of the things.
Yeah, I told you. Secret Service left the perch above the suite. Dolan has moved courtside. Trump left the building 7 minutes to go. He left 7 minutes early, bro. That is insane. At least stick through. That is actually crazy. What a you, dude. Nah, I don't need to see the last quarter. Who cares? Is it important? Is that the important quarter? Is that when they win or lose the game? I'm bored. I'm sleepy. It's nap time. It's nap time. I'm sleepy. Get me out of here. I ate all these French fries.
People are accusing the administration of being in this moment when there's economic difficulty for people is tone deaf. Mm-hmm. The idea that, look, we're here, the regular schmoes who want to be involved in this thing, and he comes and just says, kind of let them eat cake, right? You can watch it on TV. And what was the sort of, I understand he's a fan, but does that contribute to the tone-deaf narrative?
Oh, I don't think this was tone-deaf at all. I think, first of all, a lot of those tickets, I mean, some of them are going for thousands of dollars. I think I saw...
Yeah, of course you don't think it's tone-deaf. Because you're a writer for The Federalist.
One ticket price at $7,000. And the people who were buying them and who were courtside were a lot of people very popular among the left and celebrities, right? And And I
Did
don't
they
think,
have motorcades and massive security? Or?
No, but those are the same people who for 4 years lectured us that things were fine under Joe Biden. So they also could be considered tone deaf. But I think the president, politics is obviously very hostile. But
Yeah, Ben Stiller, the real mover and shaker in American politics, dude. What the are you talking about? This is not even apples to oranges at that point. You're talking about the American president being unbelievably selfish, ruining everybody else's time, and then turning around and being like, well, you know, Ben Stiller, Joe Biden. But what about Joe Biden?
Sports is
what about Joe Biden? If Joe Biden did this shit, they would, okay? The Republicans would be losing their minds. They'd be like, oh my God, our 800-year-old demonic president, amidst an inflation crisis, decided to go and watch the Knicks play at Madison Square Garden, created a security theater, ruined everybody's night. Republicans would have lost their damn minds. They would be calling for his head.
Of those last remaining arenas where people do put politics aside.
Let me play for you the reception Trump got.
I know he got booed.
I just want to play it because it's Madison Square Garden. He is the New Yorker of New Yorkers, and this is how people reacted.
I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good. Yeah, it was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was.
Carrie Champion here, CNN contributor and host of the Flagrant and Funny podcast. We had to bring in a little bit of an expert because we're political people. We don't know. We know about jinxes. We know about hoaxes. We don't know when politics and sports clash. What is the outcome? It's just New York. New York wasn't voting for Trump en masse anyway. But is this a problem?
Well, first of all, you said, people in sports normally, I hear you say that, normally they don't really care so much about politics. They absolutely cared about politics. This is such a rare moment for New Yorkers. People have waited their entire lives. The last time they won a chip was 1973.
Yeah. And isn't that why the President of the United States, who is a New Yorker, would want to be there?
No, in fact, you should not want to be there because you want to keep that same momentum going. New York is such a rare place. I've never seen fans like this before in my entire life, and they deserve to have this moment, and it was supposed to be uninterrupted, meaning we were supposed to have our watch parties around MSG. We were supposed to be in that moment, and I do believe, and the great Stephen A. Smith said just the other day, you played him, so he fully blames him, but so that's what was the vibe.
Yeah,
People were like, no.
You can't be the cooler Rihanna. You can't be on a streak and then have someone come in and cool the streak. That's not political.
He was absolutely
I'm saying cooler. Let me play one more thing. Tommy Viator,
he was
Pod
the
Save
cooler.
America
It's true.
host. Obviously, these are Obama guys, but they're talking about the power of sports and why politicians would want to be involved. Here's that.
He knows the power of live professional sports, and that's the only kind of monocultural events we really have left. That's why he goes to a lot of games. Usually it's the NFL. He went to the Super Bowl. Usually he's more welcome in those, sort of southern NFL spaces. I don't think he will be here. I mean, he's also buddies with James Dolan, I think, the owner of the Knicks.
Always pals with the owners.
Yeah.
Not a real player guy.
Yeah, no, but look, he loves the limelight. He loves every spotlight, and he will attempt to co-opt this one too.
Just that word, corrupt, co-op. We know that he loves sports. UFC, claw, rising like a phoenix on the lawn.
I don't know if he. Do you really think? I don't think he loves sports.
He's been going to ringside games and matches.
No sitting president has ever attended a finals, right? Look, Barack loved NBA, as you pointed out, and he went to a few games, but he would never do that. One, it's on our dime. Two, it disrupts everything that goes on while you're there. And yes, UFC is a different thing for him in terms of for Donald Trump. That's more of his fan base. That's where he lives. That's where people love to see him. He has obviously the relationship with Dana. So when we see him at the NBA finals, it really throws off everything that people want it to be.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if any of this comes down on Dolan, who obviously has some interest
why invite?
in renovating Penn Station. And there's a bunch of questions there about that.
Yeah, and they're calling it Trump Station. God, he's such a... I'm not going to say anything.
Relationship that I wonder if people are going to probe more now that they are, I don't know, angry. Being from Boston, let me tell you, I know to keep my mouth shut. I'm not messing with no New York fans because I'm trying to live out a long, happy life.
I cannot imagine that the president was surprised that he was booed at MSG.
I was just at
at what was the thing where the Fernando Mendoza played? The NCAA football championship.
Okay, CNN. I've watched for 8 minutes of your coverage, and you have yet to reveal that there is a war going on. Hello, 8 minutes, and not one mention of a war happening? Hello? Not the war between the Spurs and the Knicks, the war between the United States of America and Iran. Hello? What's going on? I feel like that's, additional insult to injury here that Donald Trump chose to take time out of his day, didn't go to his son's wedding, ironically enough, because he was like, I don't care. He's getting married all the time. Who gives a shit? I've known him for a very long time. He's a bit of an asshole. Who cares? Yeah, man, we're also waging a war against Iran at the behest of the nation state of Israel. Okay? Perhaps the most important ally of all time. But regardless, we are waging a war. And you guys love shitting on Trump. Do it right. Perhaps that's the most appropriate way to dunk on Trump, is that he's doing this during a war.
And Trump went. This was in Miami earlier this year. Spent so much money there. I'm not going to a sports event the rest of my life. and he was booed as well. So I think he knows that comes with the territory. New York, even more than in Miami, Florida. I would tell you basketball and in Madison Square Garden, even more. It also, caused a lot of disruption. It meant that a watch party that was scheduled to happen outside of MSG did not happen. But, he takes the punches. He knows that the boos are coming.
Maybe a glutton for punishment, because the way that the city was bracing for chaos today was unbelievable.
Well, I think the boos weren't as much political. Well, I won't say that. They were definitely political. And what you did to the city. They couldn't have the watch party. Blocks of, streets are blocked off. And there was an opportunity for you to maybe have a watch party in Washington, because there's so many Knicks fans in D.C. You could have done it in the White House lawn. It would have been cool. You would have been cool.
By that blue reflecting pool he just made.
Exactly. Could have put a little orange stripe down the middle.
The White House lawn is under construction right now.
But the point...
All right, that's crazy. All right, let's get to the actual war now. I don't actually like being in this situation. I know it's tough for people to believe this. I don't like it at all. I hate it, actually. If he wants to be the recipient of smoke, he has to come on the broadcast. All right, we're
all right, y'all. So this is crazy, but we're now at the point where left-wing YouTubers and...
Yeah, let's watch some Dark Woke General, dude. Dark Woke Brigadier General. Also, new poll came out. New poll alert! New poll alert. They finally hit it, by the way. Plattner's favorabilities have actually diminished a little bit. They finally got him. And yet, new poll alert. Graham Plattner at 51%. Susan Collins at 49%. Not sure what the previous poll from this pollster looked like. I don't know if it's the first one. It might not be directionally good.
Twitch streamers and so-called influencers, I hate that word, but we're now being targeted by the White House. They're now tracking us and listening to us and seeing what we're saying and trying to highlight how terrible and bad and evil we are. So look at this. The White House has now listed Hassan Piker on their website under left-wing lunacy media offenders. Other individuals on the list include Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Don Lemon, and Rachel Maddow. Now, let me just pause right here to point out, we've been warning liberals about this. There's leftists on the platform. I consider myself a leftist. Hassan's a leftist. There's many other leftists on this platform. But there's also many liberal commentators who are not fans of Hassan.
We've been saying this. It's not going to stop with people like myself. They're going to come after you too. And yet all these dummy centrists out there were like, no, it's actually awesome. It's awesome that they're persecuting you. It's awesome because you suck and we hate you personally. It'll never come to us. Well, you're a idiot.
Not fans of myself. But we've warned them that, listen, bro, first of all, you're not my enemy. My enemy is MAGA. My enemy are the billionaires, the fascists, and the warmongers. But second of all, you're out of your mind if you don't understand that they see no difference between us. Okay? We're the same. If you are slightly left of center all the way to a communist. They look at you like you're the problem. So they're lumping in Hassan with Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert and Rachel Maddow. Like, what? But that's what they're doing. So as you can see, left-wing lunacy. So I went to the website.
It's so funny because like they literally don't understand the poem. They don't. Like first they came for the communists and I didn't say anything because I was not a communist. That's the whole point of the poem. You didn't understand the most basic poem of all time. Congratulations. Congratulations, dumbass. Good job. What do you think the point of that is? First they came for the communists. And I actually celebrated it because I hate communists. And then that's it. That's where the story ends, I assume. If you are a liberal and you found yourself cheering on Trump state repression against those on your left flank, well, have fun. Okay?
Hey, bro. And it was weird. It was very limited. Okay, look at this one. Leftist influencers. The offense. While President Donald J. Trump was in the Oval Office and Situation Room commanding one of the most daring, complex military search and rescue missions in modern American history, the rescue of 2 airmen from deep inside hostile Iranian territory, deranged leftists and the fake news media was spreading vicious, fabricated conspiracy theories about a non-existent health crisis at the White House. The truth, fueled by unhinged fringe accounts on social media garnering millions of views, collapsing liberal media outlets turned internet gossip into front-page news, dishonestly framing it as a full-blown scandal and completely ignoring President Trump's ironclad leadership and the triumphant success of our troops. So this one, they're calling out David Pakman and Ed Krasenstein are called out in this one. For Hassan's thing, they said, they highlighted how he said Trump... It'd be funny if Trump were to pass away before Joe Biden. Which, I mean, that would be kind of funny, right? With all this shit talk they do about Biden's health and then Trump.
Yeah, like that's a joke about Biden's health. That's not even a joke about like, Trump dying. The joke there is Biden is so old. But of course, you can't joke. You can't joke at all with these people. These people do not like jokes. They said legalize comedy, and I thought they meant it. Turns out they didn't mean it at all.
Trump looks like he has 1.5 feet in the grave, if you ask me. But that's all Hassan said is like, it would kind of be funny if Trump ended up passing away before Biden, given all they talk about Biden's health. And they highlighted that as if that's like, unacceptable. Paul Graham says, this is an actual page on the White House website. It reads like something written about a third world dictator. So embarrassing. I have not seen any branch of the federal government sink this low in my lifetime. Okay. Hassan Piker has been included on the official White House government website page for left-wing lunacy. It cites him as lamenting Trump being alive and remarking that it would be pretty funny if you... Here, I'll read you what they say. Examples of degenerate fake news figureheads spewing such disgusting rhetoric. Jimmy Kimmel stating just days before Saturday's assassination attempt that First Lady Melania Trump had a glow like an expectant widow. First of all, bro, he said that they recorded that before, I believe, that even happened, right? And the joke there is Melania hates Trump, because Melania does hate Trump. Everybody knows that. Stephen Colbert claiming Donald Trump is a fascist. But that's just basic reality. Rachel Maddow calling President Trump an authoritarian leader and attempting an overthrow of the U.S. government. Again, this is basic reality. James Carville. I love how they lumped James Carville and Hassan Piker together. James Carville is suggesting President Trump would institute a fascist regime. Again, factual. Hassan Piker, they spelled Hassan wrong. They put 2 S's. Lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be pretty funny if he died. It'd be funny if he died before Biden was the full quote. Joe Scarborough, they put a Republican in the left-wing lunacy page, bro. Joe Scarborough claiming that President Trump has gone full-on Hitler. Jonathan Chait stating that President Trump is a threat to democracy and saying so is not incitement. Lemon declaring that the GOP needs to burn to the ground and that President Trump is racist. All this stuff, all these people are spitting straight facts, y'all. Straight facts. But here's the thing. Why can't I get any love, man? Why am I left off the goddamn page? Really? I've never felt more
It's so funny. All Kyle wants is a fraction of the notice that I keep getting from these animals, and it never seems to happen.
In my entire life, y'all. Here I am. You got people ranging all the way from Joe Scarborough to Jimmy Kimmel to Rachel Maddow to Hassan Piker, and my ass is left off there. What do I have to do to get some attention from these people, dog? You guys saw Fox News came after me the other day, but they just played a little clip and they didn't even say my name. Well, now my rule is say my name. say my name. Say Secular Talk. Say Kyle Kalinske. Say The Kyle Kalinske Show. Hit me with something. I want the smoke. I want all the smoke. And then I will turn it around and flip it on you like nobody has ever seen before. We will burn this to the ground, metaphorically speaking, and you will not know what hit you. For the love of God, add me on your shitty pages. Add me on your website. Call me public enemy number one. Highlight the things I say. Try to whip everybody up in a frenzy. I want all of the motherfucking smoke. I hate you. I despise you. You're evil. You're satanic. You're demonic. Nobody has ever destroyed this country to this extent, this quickly, than what the MAGA movement has done right in front of our eyes. I wear it as a badge of honor if they come after me and make me public enemy number one, just like when I was a kid growing up and they try to do it with Michael Moore all the time. Michael Moore could fart in a motherfucking elevator and it'd be breaking news on Fox News by that night. I want that smoke, y'all. I want that smoke. Please, for the love of God, somebody get me on their radar. Please, somebody play the I say about them to them, okay? But my guess is, I don't know. They either don't know who the I am, which is very possible because all these people are totally out of touch, or they know they don't want to write down on a page on the website that, you know, this guy calls Trump a war criminal, con man, right? Like, even though they're denying it, just having that written there is like it's got a little sting to it, doesn't it? So I don't know, man, but it sort of infuriates me. Not gonna lie, it sort of infuriates me. What more do I have to do? Like I said, they put me on Fox News, but they didn't say my name. So the next goal is get Fox News to say my name. I want them to hate me the way they hate on Jennifer Welch. Jennifer Welch, the queen. They've gone after Jennifer Welch. They've gone after Crystal. They've gone after Jennifer Welch. They really make a point of going after Jennifer.
I can't do smoke transfer. I wish I could. I would love for them. I would love for the heat to be off my ass for like half a second. Okay? You don't understand. I don't actually like being in this situation. I know it's tough for people to believe this. I know you're like, well, you certainly do get it all the time, so you might as well enjoy it a little bit. I don't like it at all. I hate it, actually. I think what Kyle needs to do is clear. If he wants to be the recipient of smoke, he has to come on the broadcast. You know, Dark Woke General has got to come on the broadcast and say some shit about Trump, and then Fox News will write about him too.
Welch all the time. Really, their two public enemy number ones are Hassan Piker and Jennifer Welch are the ones that they really like. They say anything and it's like, blah, blast it out everywhere. How dare they say that? And then, of course, Hassan and Jen will double down and be based as shit. But, like, please add me on that shit. What do I have to do? What do I have to say? What do I have to do? Who do I need to shit on? You know, whose attention do I have to get? Because I will do whatever I got to do. I will do it. I want all the mother smoke. Give me all that mother smoke and then some, y'all. I don't know how else to get this across to you. You guys should be reaching out to whatever 4chan Nazi Groiper is running this webpage. Y'all should be reaching out to them saying, can you please put Kyle on this? Here's some quotes of Kyle's. Add this to your list, please. I want to see this on the website. Reach out to Stephen Miller or whoever is behind this. But on a serious note, though, like, it is true how far we've fallen. This is insane. This is insane. Could you imagine Barack Obama having a list of like Andrew Breitbart and Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and like Barack Obama was literally doing interviews with Bill O'Reilly. Remember that? He did a Super Bowl interview with Bill O'Reilly, and when Bill O'Reilly was like, I got to ask you some tough questions, Barack Obama was like, you're supposed to do that. Could you imagine? Instead of Trump sitting down across from Hassan Piker or, you know, or Rachel Maddow or anybody like that.
Oh my God. Sitting across. If I had the opportunity to sit across Donald Trump, I'd nut because he's that hot. Because he's that sexy, dude. And I'm unafraid to say it. I'm unafraid to say it. You guys hate me for saying the truth, man. You hate me for saying the truth. He's sexy as dude.
Are you kidding me? He barely tolerates even like the enlightened centrist journalists. He barely tolerates them. So it is profoundly weak. This shit is profoundly weak. And this is all they can do is sort of like whine and cry and moan about us because they know that if we're face to face and we're talking about what they do objectively, they will come across losing every single time, 10 out of 10 times. You can bet on that.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for...
I have your poster on my wall above my PBD shrine next to my life-size Giannis plush. Oh, nice. lad, the poo pee. Bro, I know my ass is not all right.
Enough is enough. And I'm not saying we're complaining. No, we're trying to point out the obvious. They're cheating. You are cheating.
Oh my God, these guys are so stupid, dude. They're just sitting around making each other scared and mad. Now let's get back to conspiracy theories. Fox News. Spencer Pratt, breaking news. Spencer Pratt falls to third after latest ballot count. And of course, right-wingers predictably are saying this is a theft that has taken place.
And if you're still breathing, they're still counting votes out in California. Take you over the board, show you what we got over the weekend. There were a couple vote dumps. Not a ton, but let's start in California here in the governor's race. And we know that Javier Becerra had advanced as of last week, so he's one of two under California rules, the top two advance. Now the battle's between Hilton and Tom Steyer. Steyer's been creeping up a little bit. He's within about 300,000 votes of Steve Hilton, but here's what you have, right? You have 72% of the estimated vote in, so that's not quite a third of the votes still out there in the governor's race there. Honestly, I can't tell you when we're going to get an answer. I don't know if it's going to be in a couple of days or a week or beyond that, but that's where we stand. Hilton stays in second place as of now. If he keeps that spot, then he advances to the general election come November. This is the mayor's race in Los Angeles. Karen Bass advanced early last week. You got 83% of the vote counted already, so you can do the math, how much of a percentage is still out there. Here's the headline, and here's the news. Spencer Pratt, who held on to second place all week last week, has now dropped to third. And Nithya Raman, a progressive who used to work and support Karen Bass, has now moved into slot number 2. Pratt trails Raman now by about 3,000 votes as it stands right now on this Monday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning in California. We expect to get more votes later today, but hold on that. We'll wait till those come in. Matt Finn live in the City of Industry, east of LA. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Nearly a week after Election Day here, and LA County says it still has.
Yeah. Right-wingers are chirping about this because they're shocked at the concept that a city that despises Donald Trump would not vote in large enough numbers to make its mayor a shittier version of Donald Trump at a time when Donald Trump is even less popular than the last time there was an election in this city where Trump was on the ballot, where Kamala Harris was plus 53 up on Donald Trump. President Trump has criticized California's election process, stating it's not possible for LA mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt to have lost his early lead, while also criticizing the length of time it takes to count the votes. Trump says not possible for Spencer Pratt to have lost the LA runoffs after the big lead he had, third world nation, rigged elections. Now they'll be working on great guy Steve Hilton. Won't have results for possibly 2 weeks, according to officials, President DJT. Yeah, it doesn't seem likely that Tom Steyer is going to make it into the runoff, if we're being real, unfortunately, because it would have been nice to block out that British head too from the top of the ticket. However, yes, while this is the least surprising turn of events, some additional insight into extra unsurprising moments have been, the Republicans claiming that there is some sort of election theft taking place, as they always say. Now, of course, this obviously doesn't make any sense because Karen Bass doesn't want to match up against Nithya Raman. Karen Bass wants to match up against Spencer Pratt. So if we are to assume that the California establishment machine, the Democratic Party machine, was actually cooking the books, they would not cook it in favor of Nithya Raman, a much better, someone with a much better shot at unseating the incumbent Karen Bass. Here is one example of this for Tom Steyer versus Javier Becerra. Former endorser of Eric Swalwell, Ted Lieu. Ted Lieu openly says, I endorse Javier Baccaria. Xavier Baccaria. That's why I hope Republican Steve Hilton remains in the top 2. The latest vote updates show Hilton will likely beat Steyer. Once again, ridiculous thing to admit, you idiot. Do you not understand that there are down ballot consequences in your state for your party if more Republicans come out and vote in the general? He does understand it, but that's how desperate he is for an easy establishment win. What's shocking to me is that he's saying the quiet part out loud. But once again, this is exactly what I was referencing when I said these guys don't want a real race. They don't want any real contest. They just want the establishment pro-Israel stooge, pro-corporate stooge to win. And now Javier Baccaria is probably going to skirt onto an easy victory over Steve Hilton in a state that is overwhelmingly blue. I know, right? I just call it math, he says.
No sense. This is the
Let's take a look
dumbest
at
conspiracy theory.
Javier. Harry Emden and his take on the dumb election conspiracies being advanced by the Republican side.
Dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard, because the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt and the
Dog, you know what this would be like if we were complaining that Amy McGrath lost in Kentucky to Mitch McConnell? How could this have happened? They packed the mules. You cosplaying as Mamdani or what? Yes. Yes, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, the only man who's ever worn a suit in his entire in the history of American politics. Yes, I'm cosplaying Zoran Mamdani. I'm cosplaying Nick Fuentes, the only two guys who've ever worn suits ever.
Ronald, they don't want any part to do with Nithya Raman. Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, Mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points. That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman, on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand if, in fact, Raman is the one who advances. And, of course, the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass. But versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing.
By the way, this is consistent with the polls, especially because Nithya Raman was gaining. So the idea that it's like totally unexpected is absolutely silly. Anyway, let's continue.
To do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories, simply put, make no sense, people.
When we talk about favorability, you have more evidence here.
Yeah, this is more evidence. You know, why is it that Nithya Raman's doing so much better than Spencer Pratt would against Karen Bass? It's simply put, Raman is actually decently liked by LA City voters. Look at this. Okay, Nithya Raman, +5 on the net favorability rating. Karen Bass, way underwater at -22 points. You basically just need someone who's half decently well-liked to be favored, or at least have a real shot against the incumbent Karen Bass. Spencer Pratt, on the other hand.
You don't understand. As a voter from Ohio, I've never heard of Councilwoman Nithya Raman, and therefore it must mean that she's the election, okay? Clearly, because my timeline showed over and over again Spencer Pratt making cool-ass AI videos, and clearly whatever I see on my Twitter For You page is reality, is the only reality that I acknowledge. Obviously, there's some taking place here. Or here's Ken Benzinger, the New York Times reporter who was reporting on my DNC trip when I got kicked out, if you recall, saying this is extremely simple. More than 60% of registered voters in Los Angeles are Democrats. Less than 15% are Republicans. Stop being shocked that LA voters prefer Democrats and stop spreading conspiracy theories that explain simple electoral math. Matt Van Swole, another one of these right-wing dickheads, said, that explains why Democrats do well in LA. It does not explain why a candidate in third place would suddenly outperform the first-place candidate in later counted ballots. Those two are totally different questions. Nobody's shocked that LA is blue. People are asking why the vote pattern changed so dramatically after election night, why Raman's late ballot share looks so different. There's an answer for that, too. The further left and younger the voters are, the more likely they are to vote by mail. Bass's voters are center left and older. Raman's are left to far left and younger. As we all should know by now, in California, the in-person votes get counted first. So Bass did by far the best among in-person votes and took an early lead. But the mail-in ballots, which critically aren't counted until in-person are done, heavily favored Raman. That is what explains the late surge by Raman, not some far-flung conspiracy. And then when you explain this simple concept, yes, by the way, younger voters are late voters. Younger voters are voters that vote by mail, myself included, by the way. I also am, I guess, technically not really young, but I did vote by mail. And I voted on Election Day. I dropped off my mail-in ballot on Election Day. Okay? And guess what? Plenty of other people did the same. And you know what else young voters do? Younger voters do? They vote with DSA LA and Knock LA voter guides. And the DSA LA voter guide, which is widely dispersed, widely distributed, widely shared, widely utilized, all had Nithya Raman as the suggestion. So it makes total sense that whoever is even, whoever cared enough to go out and vote, especially younger voters, would go out and vote for Nithya Raman. That's why she's gaining. You're reading a post written by ChatGPT. What? I'm just saying to you what I think from my mind.
Look at that. He's even less like than Karen Bass. He's 32 points underwater. Karen Bass doesn't want to face Nithya Raman. She would love to face Spencer Pratt because, simply put, she's managed to find someone who's more unpopular than she is, and she's quite unpopular.
This is really interesting. You look at these numbers, one of these things is not like the other.
No.
Here. She is definitely more like than the other two. Now, the president here, obviously the president is looking at this race. He's all kinds of upset about it. He presumably wanted Pratt here.
Yes, Republican wants a Republican. News at 11.
Angelinos, what do they think about the president?
Yeah, okay, this is the other thing. The President of the United States is such a drain on Spencer Pratt. I mean, hello, okay, Los Angeles City voters. Trump's net approval rating in the city of Los Angeles is about 55 points underwater. I mean, the idea that a Republican could be the mayor of New York when the President of the United States has a net approval rating 50, it's so difficult. 55 points underwater, and then registered as Republican, just 15% of the voters in the city of Los Angeles are registered as Republican. 55% are Democrats. Spencer Pratt was facing a mountain in order to win, and so Karen Bass and the Democratic establishment knew that there's basically no chance a Republican could be the next mayor of New York. The only way she could lose is if she goes up against another Democrat. And you see it right here, very simply put, up by 4, no wonder. And that is where the results right now are moving. A Raman versus Bass general election, which I said at the top, an absolute nightmare for the Democratic establishment and Karen Bass. They would have much preferred Spencer Pratt.
A lot of discomfort, no doubt, this morning
in
and around the establishment in Los Angeles. Harry, and thank you for explaining that so well.
Thank you, my friend.
You're an outstanding.
Let's hear from the most brilliant and most astute observer of elections, Asmongold.
Blown the out. Blown out. See ya. Thank God. Yes, remember he had that on his stream? Yeah, that's what you get. Maybe you shouldn't have been trying to... You know, Hassan really should be blaming himself for this. You had this woman on to be part of the LA mayor. That's what you get. It's his fault. He did this. That's why he's trying to stay off the screen, because he knows it. He doesn't want to take credit. He's embarrassed. And so she's been going up. Look at how many votes she's been getting here with all mail-in ballots. They're rigging it. They're rigging it. And also, like, we're at the point now where I don't think that anybody should be afraid to say that. And I think that really we need to have more oversight, because these are the same people that said that the Minnesota daycares were legitimate. Blown the...
It's even crazier when he's wearing like a noticeably colorful t-shirt that he just simply does not change his shirt at all. He's been wearing the same exact ugly ass color t-shirt for the past 4 days. But yeah, he went from Asmongold now claims the LA mayoral election was rigged after prematurely celebrating and blaming Hassan Piker for Nithya Raman's loss before the votes were all counted. They're rigging it. We're all at that point. We should be saying it. Said more brilliant analysis from this moron. Yeah, Editor Mentum, HVAC business owner is such a pull lol. He appreciated my common HVAC business owner meta. How is it that these basic brain cell tests keep popping up more than ever? Like, I genuinely did not think people would be this stupid and still breathe and sleep. Yes. The centrists were blaming you as well. Yeah, exactly. While the votes were still being counted last week, centrist influencers and right-wing outlets all prematurely celebrated and blame Hassan Piker for Nithya Raman's loss. By their logic, they should all give 100% credit to her win now. All of Hassan's candidates lost. My face when all my candidates lost. Hassan Piker's reaction when Nithya Raman was projected. These guys are supposed to be centrist. They're supposed to be vote blue no matter who guys. And they're celebrating Spencer Pratt. What they prematurely were celebrating was Spencer Pratt, Timu Trump, potentially making it to the runoffs. Twitch streamer Hassan Piker loses big in primaries. Asmongold blames Hassan for Nithya Raman losing the LA mayoral race. These people get every single political issue wrong every single time, and their audience never learns from it. Yes. Oh yeah, I know. He's likely the reason this happened. LMFAO. I love how the ideology of centrism has evolved from I'm an idiot to I'm a idiot who hates Hassan. I mean, you just said I'm a idiot twice.
As 355,000 mail-in ballots to process. They will be counted in this massive facility behind me. Now, yesterday's ballot dump pushed Councilwoman Nithya Raman past Spencer Pratt, by about 3,000 votes into that critical second place spot. If Rahman holds on to her lead, she'll advance to the runoff election against Mayor Karen Bass in the fall. Now, before the ballot dump yesterday, Spencer Pratt posted in part, writing, "We've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes." Now, moments after the new numbers came in, Mayor Karen Bass's campaign released a statement attacking Rahman and labeling Rahman her general election opponent, seemingly ruling out a Pratt comeback. A Bass spokesperson writing, "We look forward to winning a contest against an opponent who allows encampments near schools and fights against hiring more cops, yet is MIA on saving Hollywood jobs and fighting back when ICE invades LA." Now, on Friday, we interacted with an assistant U.S. attorney inside the ballot counting facility here. The DOJ says he was observing, and the first assistant U.S. attorney in LA, Bill Asaley, says California has refused to give the federal government its voter rolls and allows first-time voters to use IDs like gym and debit cards. Asaley also writes, California allows third parties to collect and turn in ballots on voters' behalf, a practice known as ballot harvesting with few restrictions. This makes it difficult to track who actually received, completed, and submitted each ballot. Now, Asaley says there are ongoing voter fraud investigations here in Southern California. He points to a recent woman who was arrested for allegedly paying people on Skid Row to register to vote. Bill, Dana.
Matt Finn, thank you. Nice to see you, Southern California. More to come. Thank you, Matt. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
When Trump walked out, this kind of leads me into the next.
Oh, my God. Oh, the numbers guy. I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. I ChatGPT'd it, I grokked it, and I found out that Spencer Pratt is the president of California. He actually won the presidency in California. But obviously, as a numbers guy, we went to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT told me Spencer Pratt had the election stolen from him.
Story with Spencer Pratt. So you guys know we talked about it like a week ago, and everybody was expecting him to advance with Karen Bass, and he was going out there celebrating the picture with him and his wife. He had an 8-point lead, and everyone's looking at this chart. If you look at this, Rob, if you want to zoom.
Everybody I know, and we all live in Florida, and we are all Trump supporters and Trump voters. We all know Spencer Pratt was winning.
Zoom in a little bit. So the blue is Karen Bass, the orange is Spencer Pratt, and the green is Rahman. Now watch what's going on here. June 2nd is election. Look at the difference in lead on where Spencer Pratt is. Look at the third and fourth. And then look at the spike. Look at the spike. So you mean to tell me out of all those thousands of votes, now all of a sudden they only want to do Rahman?
That's insane.
That's what they want to do? That's what you mean to, you want me to believe that? And it goes from 71,000 to 153,000. Look how Bass only goes up 30,000, but she goes up 83,000 votes, 82,500 votes. And during that time, only Pratt goes up 44,000 votes. And then they're catching up. And Rob, if you go to the new chart that shows Rahman ahead, you will see this. So this is what it's looking like now. Mail-ins arriving before election, Bass 38, Pratt 28, Rahman 20. Pratt's got a 28-point lead. Mail-ins arriving after election, Rahman 37%, plus 17. Bass goes down 3, Pratt goes down 9. You want people to believe this. Then there's another one, the vote 83% counter translates. Not this one, Rob. The other one where the judge is talking about how they allow people to vote in L.A., and I even send it to you guys. I think you have it, Rob. If you go through the notes, you definitely have, this is the one. Watch this. So first go to the bottom for him to show the picture, because I think this is reacting to a picture. If you want to make this a little bit bigger. So he sends this in, talking about what's really going on, sends it to Honorable Shirley Ann Weber, Legal Office of Secretary of State, State of California, and he goes back and go to the tweet, Rob. Let's go back to the tweet if you can, please. Okay, go all the way to the top. California is blocking. I spoke to Spencer Pratt last night. I said, why are they not investigating this? Well, California is blocking a federal audit of its voter polls. California allows first-time voters. Folks, you ready for this? This is not a joke. To register using forms of ID that most Americans would find surprising, including gym membership card. I joked about this on Friday, and I said, I'm just joking. Well, guess what? I was fact-checked, and I wasn't joking. Apparently, that was true. In California, you can actually vote with your Bally Total Fitness card. Can you imagine you can go with your LA Fitness card and vote? Employer ID, credit card or debit card, prescription drug.
If Patrick Bet David ever invited me on his broadcast, I wear my best possible suit, like no memes. I pull out a suit that nobody's ever seen before. I know you like the number. He would say, I'm a numbers guy. I ran the number, and you got the best suit on today. I'm going to give you the keys to the castle. You can have my Turkish slave. He's my Muslim employee. I got a couple gay ones, too. I'm going to give you all of them because you wear the suit the best. I also have a bunch of moccasins here as well, and we made them in Tuscany. And as you can see in the sole, it says, the future looks bright. And here's a couple hats. We grokked it, and Grok told me, I know you really like the number. I know future looks bright. Put it mirrored under the brim. So every time you look up when you're wearing the hat and it's sunny out, you can see future looks bright, and you remember I'm also a numbers guy.
Label insurance card. And if you think this is BS, Rob, go on the link, because I thought he's just BSing. Go on the link. So this is what website, Rob? Can we verify what website?
Do people not know that you can bring those things to the fucking DMV and get a driver's license called proof of address? You dumbass. I feel like half this shit relies on people too dumb to remember anything about their lives. Yes. The funniest is there are numerous states where you can do all of this to vote. And even though they live in states where you can do all of this to go out and vote, they still complain when it's happening in California. That's my favorite. Whenever the best example of this is Donald Trump, who is a notorious mail-in ballot voter from the state of Florida, where you can do that, and will complain about others doing it all the time. Donald Trump has always voted by mail in the state of Florida. You guys understand that, right? He's registered to vote in the state of Florida, and he always votes by mail in the state of Florida. And then he always complains about voting by mail in other states. The state of Florida also happens to be the same state that Patrick Bet David is in, just so you understand.
This is sos.california.gov, okay? So go on that first point that says current and valid photo ID, third party. Look at right there, go a little bit lower, Rob. Look at A, driver's license, B, passport, identification card, credit card, military identification card, health club identification card, H.
Stop it.
This is on their website, by the way. And I'm sitting there yesterday, I'm like, there's no way this has to be real. So if you go, Rob, right now and ask Chat or ask ChatGPT.
I know you like number. I know you like the number. Ask ChatGPT. Oh my God, my goat. He did it again. He did it again, bro. He's so goated. He's so sick.
Top 5 slowest states when it comes down to elections, and go to the top 5 fastest states when it comes down to counting ballots. Basic question, okay? And I'm asked this question on Grok, on Chat, on pretty much everything I can, because I want to know, Chat can lean a little bit on the other side.
Of course.
So watch this, okay? Fastest states, Florida. How the hell does Florida do it fast? The gold standard, okay? Texas. By the way, watch this. This is the other question I ask. Florida, red state. Texas, red. Georgia, red. Virginia, consistently reports a large percentage of votes on election day. Carolina, red. Now go to the slowest states. Look at the slowest. Why do you think it's slow? California, known as the slowest, frequently the slowest major state, accepts ballots arriving after election day if postmarked on time, extensive signature verification and provisional ballot review. Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I think 4 out of 5 of these states are all left, on the left. Why do you want it to be slower? So when you see the president getting upset with Walker, you're sitting there saying, maybe the guy's got an argument. Matter of fact, let me ask you guys a question. If let's just say, Vinny.
Yeah. Left states, communist, like Arizona and Alaska and Nevada. These are all known socialist states. I ChatGPT'd it, and Chat told me these are all states where they believe in Maoism. Marxist, Leninist, Maoism.
Tom, Adam, if let's just say a party, forget whatever party it is, Tom, take the Libertarian Party, take the Green Party, Vinny, take the Democratic Party, take the Republican Party, Adam. You go hire the mob, the Italian mafia, and I'm talking old school. You hire them as consultants.
None of these new guys. None of these new guys. Because everybody knows, just like the NBA is soft and the Italian mafia is soft now. But the old school ones, you know, back in the day, you hire those guys to go out and hire mules.
And you tell them, hey, what can we do to increase the chances of winning every election we want and not...
I love this guy because, well, first of all, I love that the peanut gallery just has to sit there and be like, brilliant and brave take, sir, once again. But I love him because he lives life like that art, like that depiction of art that he has, that work of art that he has inside of the vault, where it's like him and like MLK Jr. and Einstein and all these other people like Tupac and the Shah. Like, that's him. That is a piece of art that depicts his personality so perfectly. Where in his mind, he's like, yeah, what do? You hire Scarface. You hire the Scarface to come in and steal the votes in exchange for cocaine. You go to Godfather. I just watched it last night again. One of the best movies. Okay? Obviously, it got worse when the daughter started doing her directorial debut. You can't let the womans know about the Godfather. It's not the godmother, it's the Godfather. I know you like the number. I ran the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. And Godfather did worse when the women got involved and they turned it into Godmother. Nobody liked to watch the sequel for this reason.
Allow the other side to win. What would you advise us to do? What do you think they would say? Okay, imagine you went to the mob, the mafia. Okay, you're asking criminals who do this for a living, what can we do to never lose elections again?
Yeah, criminals who engage in ballot harvesting for a living. That's what they do. The mob. Oh, man, this guy's so awesome. I just know that there are so many people who watch it and never derive the same joy that I get out of watching my GOAT, my king, Patrick Bet David, and they sincerely listen to him, and they're like, yeah, this guy knows what's up. He knows what's up. He's speaking truth to power right now, you son of a... This is so awesome.
In our state, what do you think advice they would give you?
The mob?
What would they say is the first thing you got to change? You know what's the first thing I would say? Do whatever you can to not require photo IDs. Check. We did it in California. Number two, make it as slow as possible so we can count ballots afterwards.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the theft? Isn't it worse? Because it draws suspicion? Isn't that a less efficient way of stealing the election? You dingus. Counting the ballots slow on purpose is done to make us feel good, but then to also steal it later so we know they stole it. It's kind of like Tony Montana, who's my idol and my icon, one of the best guys. Real guy in Cuba, from Cuba, okay, lives in Miami now. Tony Montana, he always used to say, make your enemies know that you are there. Make your enemies know that you are cheating on them. Because it's a power move. Show them that you don't have the numbers because your enemies are numbers guys. I'm a numbers guy. Show the enemy that you don't have the numbers at first, make them feel comfortable, and then bring in the numbers.
Check. Allow mail-in ballots, and as long as possible, check. As long as you do this, don't worry about it. You'll have it under control. You're serious? Oh, yeah, you can have it under control. And convince Americans that getting photo IDs is racist.
Racist, brilliant. That's the
Convince them it's racist.
Got it.
Yeah. And convince them it takes very slow.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, the mob did this. The Italian mafia, and not the new one. The new Italian mafia is not as hard body as the old Italian mafia. They did this. They convinced the American people it is racist to have identification.
It's just hard.
Yeah.
Why you're racist against blacks? You're racist against, and blacks are like, no, what are you talking about? I can get an ID. No, but it's racist because these people don't like you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they don't like you.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying to do this. So then you look at charts, 69% of Democrats, you know what they want? 69% of Democrats want photo IDs for election. You know what the numbers for Republicans? 95, 96%. 83% of Americans want a flippin' ID to vote. And then you want the American people to sit there and believe that if you accept a gym membership, no one's cheating. No wonder the president got upset at Welker. Now, should he have called her stupid or whatever? That's Trump style. He's always been like that. That's a conversation that you can have. But no wonder he can sit there and watch in a state. By the way, as much as I take shots at people in California, you know I do, my Armenian, Assyrian, and Persian friends. They message me, hey, you're not being fair, you're not doing this. You know what, if you haven't worked with me long-term, face-to-face, like in a company, you don't know my style. You only know me from the podcast and the relationships that we have. You don't know how I challenge, you don't know how I drive. You haven't been with me behind closed doors. Some people have witnessed how I do and what I do there. You don't think I want to see California flip?
You just know me as the numbers guy, but sometimes they call me the enforcer guy, okay? You don't think I would do anything in my power to make sure California flips? I'm a numbers guy. I want to flip the number. I know you like the number. I want to flip it. That's my style. We come in, we go out, we flip the number.
You don't think I want to see a mayor flip? You know how bad I feel for my friends in LA right now? You know how bad I feel for my friends in California right now? You know how annoyed these people are? These are good people that have said, I'm not leaving. And then you do something like this. And you want something to change with this? By the way, do you remember that one interview where Newsom's like, oh, we're not worried about the elections? And he had that smile? This was like 3 weeks ago.
I've still got the clip. You want to? Yeah, because it's California. Because it's California. It's one of the bluest states in the country. That's why. Oh my God, these guys are so stupid, dude. They're just sitting around making each other scared and mad. This has always been the reactionary method. Look at how pissed Vinny is, by the way. Vinny, I haven't seen Vinny this mad since he had to appear alongside myself, the guy responsible for 9/11. It's so funny that it's one of the most basic concepts. It's literally like saying, it's the equivalent of if I got together with my, homies and we're sitting around and we're like, Alabama, socialist safe haven. Everybody knows this. I got friends in Alabama. Well, I don't. But I got friends in California that's always talking about how Alabama is communist. But once again, the goddamn Republicans have stolen the Alabama election away from the communists. That's literally what they're doing right now, okay? What they're doing is the equivalent of me talking about how I talked to all of my socialist friends in Los Angeles, and we all decided collectively that Alabama is a communist state, and yet the Republicans keep stealing the elections from the commies and giving it to the Republicans.
See how, and Mike, that's why he's been so quiet.
No? Breaking the glass.
Oh, this is Pat. Look, this is the attitude of exactly. Go ahead.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot of, look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario. And there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out. And we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen.
They're just saying the quiet part out loud.
And Adam,
we're going to do everything possible.
And nobody could do anything.
Sure.
Agencies can shape.
Do something about it.
Agencies could shape the future. And I'm tired of hearing, Pat, democracy. We're not a democracy, but we have lost the republic. If this is how it happens in front of our face, we can't do nothing about it. The government can't do nothing about it. And that's the front runner. That's the front runner of the Democratic Party, and if they win...
Yeah, he's talking about redistricting, dude. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about redistricting, and as far as the race goes, he's saying he's not worried about the race regardless.
And they come back and... I'm not stupid. I know the pendulum swings. You let them in power. The SAVE Act didn't go through because they have 4 rhino... I'm not going to say the word Republicans that don't...
You need an iced coffee, Sleepy? Dog, I've slept for 4 hours on a plane, okay? Drinking coffee is not going to salvage the situation.
They want to have power. And if I keep hearing this word democracy, it's our republic. And at what point are Americans, the citizens, the 99.999% are going to finally say, Pat, enough is enough. And I'm not saying we're complaining. No, we're trying to point out the obvious. They're cheating. You are cheating. In India, they have how many? 1 point some billion people. They know in one day. What the hell? We're America, and it takes weeks, and we're cool with it. And nobody on the other side is saying that because their side's gonna win. They're quiet. They're quiet, and that's why Gavin Newsom's quiet, because they know that they're freaking cheaters.
Tom, all you have to do is go, absolutely. And you know, there's two lines of thinking that are...
Dude, that is so... Line to get into MSG perimeter with tickets at 33rd and 6th already stretches to 30th Street. The rumor is they aren't letting in anyone until 6:30. You need to understand something. These are people who drop like 10 bands. These are people who drop like 8 bands, 10 bands to sit at nosebleed seats. This is something my dad brought up too. They assume Newsom is scheming when he's literally just talking about organic Democratic vote consolidation tactics to combat unified Republican voters. Look at the full context. Newsom says Dems have break the glass contingency plan. They already broke the glass, by the way. When Eric Swalwell was forced to drop out, they already broke the glass. And they all united the California machine behind Xavier Baccaria.
Being driven on here. Voter eligibility and voter confirmation, racism. Right?
Yeah, you're racist.
And then what you have is controls, to have adequate controls over the election and investigations and just confirmations. That's federal interference. You see, racism and federal interference are destroying democracy. Maxine Waters said it, just like that. So guess what? This is what it is. You have to remember something here, guys.
Dude, it's so funny. Trump is literally positioning this for maximum enmity towards him, by the way. Like his intent, what a spectacular this was. Anyone could have called this ahead of time, that New York already doesn't with Trump. But now they especially don't with Trump. You could have had Trump supporters on that line. By the end of this process, they are going to be Trump haters forever. Okay?
It's low tech. When you increase technology, you increase the confirmations and you can increase the confidence. Now, technology isn't a voter tabulation machine that can be hacked and flip votes. We've seen examples of the voting machines. You've seen this, Vinny, over the years where they've said, this is an example how this particular machine was flipped. No, the deeper you go in technology. Congress heard a presentation. This is a select committee, heard a presentation on the blockchain, Pat. Hey, did you know you could just take every person who's a valid citizen, put them on the blockchain, you'd know instantly did they vote or not. Not who they voted for, but did they vote or not.
What is this man saying, bro? Oh my God. I do trust this guy in technology. He was there when they invented electricity. Oh my God.
Everybody flipped out at that. Why? Because that's high technology, high confidence, high control. That's not what they want. You look at these blue states, just keep counting until you get the answer you want. And it's destroying public confidence. And you're going to see, I think you're going to accelerate the people that are leaving. I talked to people last night in LA too. I asked them, what are you thinking about this? And they said, I'm shocked. Everybody has said the same thing. They said, you know, I'm really shocked. In plain sight, doing what you just said, doing the quiet part out loud.
Exactly.
It was terrible, Pat, terrible. But remember, low tech enables it. When you go to ultimate high tech and blockchain, you control it. Nobody wants control. Everybody wants buckets of ballots that came here coming into what appears to be orderly rooms to be counted, that we are ensuring democracy. No, they're not. They are controlling the outcome of what they call democracy.
And Pat, now that we know what we're waiting for, Tom, the Supreme Court's ruling in Watson versus the Republican National Committee. It's a major case that could determine whether the states can continue counting mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day if they were postmarked on time. And the ruling is expected at the end of this month, Pat. But it's going to have
Vinny, that will only control the date and time that they bring in the white buckets.
Yeah.
So the Supreme Court will help. We need control, and it starts with voter validation and then technology that validates that those voters that were validated actually voted once.
Well, look, I don't know if you saw this article, what Gavin Newsom has done in response to the allegations. Basically, Gavin Newsom has
been... Probably Vinny, still. Like, the old one is the kooky conspiracy guy. This one is the Hasbro operative, right? He's probably smarter than the other ones, I'll be honest. Vinny's got to be the dumbest one.
in the bunch. Y'all think Adam is the dumbest one? This podcast is the single greatest example of the lie of meritocracy. How dare you? It's the single greatest example of meritocracy. They're winning because they're brilliant.
Basically signed a law that, quote unquote, here we go. Newsom signs law to shield California elections from federal interference.
Oh, there's that
basically.
Speaking of numbers, we got level 2 hype train. You already know what it is. Level 10 hype train. Today we play a different song. I know we don't got the soundboard when I'm away from home, but we still got Charlie Kirk. We still got the carrying of the flame. And subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, not PBD. PBD is Patrick Bet David Podcast. PBS is Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. If you like the numbers, please subscribe. This is how you can support the show, support independent media. I know you like the number. We get the level 10 hype train. You already know I'm playing new Charlie Kirk songs today. I am a number, please grok me. The flame will not be carried if you do not subscribe. And we got to carry the flame every day.
We prohibit any person, including federal agents, from accessing voter rolls or election technology without a court order. But then in response, here's this article. This is from The Hill. Federal prosecutors opened fraud probes into California voting. So alleged voter fraud, multiple election fraud investigations underway. Essentially what you said, there's serious structural vulnerabilities, specifically coming from two major components, mail-in voting and not requiring voter ID at the polls.
And by the way,
verify that only eligible U.S. citizens are registered.
On the Newsom thing, he signed that on May 29th, 4 days before the election. 4 days before. Here's the video where he explains why he wants to go ahead and pass it so that the federal government cannot interfere, is what he calls, in California's election.
Go ahead, press watch the play.
Trump all the time. He's an invasive species. We've never been up against something like this. And he's just not, he's just winding up. I mean, he doesn't believe in fair and free elections. He believes in competitive authoritarianism. He wants an outcome along the lines of Putin. 87.3% to 4.3%. That's a fair.
We are at level
election
6 hype train still.
Trump's perspective.
3 minutes
and
remaining.
He's become so delusional that I think he's almost starting to believe in his own BS.
Well, I think the people of California have somehow believed his BS for the last decade. And, he used, let's just be clear here, he used a very specific number. He said 87% Trump wants that.
4.3, yeah.
Listen, Trump's best day is in the high 40s. Best day from a national electorate. And worst day is somewhere in the mid-30s. Gavin Newsom, who basically somehow passed a recall, I think 4 or 5 years ago, this is all
Larry Elder.
Exactly, Larry Elder. You know who I feel bad for? Can I be honest with you?
Tell me.
Because I'm very much pro-Florida, pro-Miami. I genuinely feel bad for the average Californian, and I'll tell you why. Because the top of the food chain, they can move someplace. If they're evading the wealth tax, they'll go find another place to live. But the bottom of the food chain, the 50% of Californians who are living on the social welfare state, don't have a choice here, are going to vote for the socialist communists, they're going to be fine because they're basically living high off the hog. It's the average Californian who's like, I can't move because I'm damned if I do, if I damned if I don't. And they basically are, at some point, they're going to have to say, all right, we've hit rock bottom. We're going to have to pivot. Until then, get used to democratic monopolies in your state.
Adam, I know you want to move on.
They almost had a